This video is a good one. It's a compilation of all the various people that we've interviewed about growing their business, the things they've learned. And so this is a great video just to leave it on while you're driving, sitting there, whatever it is. If you watch this video, you will absorb so much stuff, jumping right into it with the first one.
Going from 0 to 25K a month as a real estate photographer, something that sounds impossible for so many people. And it can be a really big challenge, but it doesn't have to be if you do things right. And take that from two people who have both gotten to 25K a month and well past that. But the difference is I took years to do it and Kevin took months to do it. And so on this video, we're gonna talk about some of the things that allowed us both to do that, some things we see people doing wrong, hopefully have a value packed video for you. We were talking about this earlier, actually, Kevin and I. How fast, if you had to go to a new market, so like if I dropped a pin on a map, at least in the US, Canada, Australia, I mean, maybe some areas would be a little more tough because real estate market's not there. If I threw a pin, like how fast do you think you get to 10K a month?
10K a month? I think minimum 2 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I really push and I really like and I came with like that challenge in mind, I might be able to hit it in the first month.
Yeah.
You have
like a pretty good for at least 5K your first month, right?
Well, I mean, I did 5K my first month.
Yeah. So you've already done it. Yeah. So it's like that's it. And I wanted to start with that because it's like an annoying thing. You're like, great, Kevin can do it, right? But it's like, everybody could do it if they knew what to do. And so that's what it's about. It's knowing what to do. So like,
and I think the reason we start with that is because I talk to a lot of people and I tell them how much we're making at National Media Company. And they're like, oh, well, that works in your market. And like, we just hear it all the time. Well, in my market. And it's so that's kind of where that idea came from. It's like, well, I bet you I can move to your market and hit X amount.
Because it's about the steps. And it's like, here's the other thing too, right? So you could move to their market and do it.
Yeah.
They could also move to a better market. People have a lot of complaints, right? Oh, I can't do it in my market. You don't have to be in your market. I know it's scary to move, but that's kind of what we want to talk about in this video is like, it's not, there's a lot of things people believe that are holding them back that are not actually holding them back.
Yeah.
So we talked about, earlier today, what's the most common question you get from people like that are just starting?
Yeah. Oh my God, the most common question is what camera do you use and what are your settings?
Every time.
Who's your editor?
Who's your editor?
Is the number one like meme of a question that I get asked like on a daily basis. Who's your editor?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the reason that people grow slowly. And I tell me if you disagree with this, but the reason people grow slowly is because it's not that they don't do stuff. I mean, sometimes people are a little lazy. We'll talk about that in a second. But it's like that they focus on the wrong stuff. So if you start in a new market, you're not spending a lot of time on what camera gear you have, is my guess. You're not spending a lot of time on who your editor is, right? You're picking these things, and then what are you doing? Like, what are your first steps?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, like, when they decide, okay, cool, I'm going to do this, they start diving deep into the gear, the settings, all this, and then they do all this planning before they even get started. But it's like, forget all of that. Like, you just have to figure those things out along the way. And I think just people get hung up on those little things, and you're not really going to have those answers in the beginning before you even start. Like, you have to figure that part out as you go. So I think the questions that you need to be asking yourself are like, what type of business do I want to have? Like one of the first conversations that you and I had, you asked me point blank, like, how much money do you want to make? I was like, I don't know, as much as I can. And you're like, well, that sounds great, but no, like you have to have a specific number. So I had no idea. So okay,
and that number can change.
Yeah, it can absolutely. So in the beginning, I just wanted to replace my income. I was making about $140,000 a year in California. I moved to Tennessee. I really had no idea like what good money was in Tennessee. So I said, okay, here.
You got to do this first.
So, okay, cool. That's a good starting point. That's the goal that we set. And then we hit that, like, I think month number 6. At month number 6, I'm like, well, that was a lot faster than I thought.
Now what?
And then now what? So now the goal moved to like 20 or 30. And now we're, so it's, but that was the most important thing in the beginning was identifying how much I wanted to make and what my business looked like in the beginning. Before,
that way you can actually build it. It's like if you don't know what you're trying to build, how are you going to build it?
Before diving deep into the editors and this and settings, blah, blah, and that's like, no. You have to start with the end in mind and then break it down going backwards. Like that was.
I think people do all the small stuff first. So it's like, if you're listening and you haven't done your first shoot yet, if I'm like, I want you to do your first shoot tomorrow, that fear, you feel it, right?
Oh yeah.
And so what people have a tendency to do, and maybe this is true for you, is like they're here and I think that, and if you disagree, let me know. I think everybody needs to do their first shoot as fast as humanly possible before they're ready and all that stuff. Because what people do is they feel I'm not ready, and so they spend so much time trying to get ready that they never do the shoot. It's like something you want to say?
So I went the opposite way. Like people over-plan before the first shoot. I went the opposite way. I showed up to my first shoot.
Scared.
My hand was literally shaking. Like I cold called the agent, like, and I just had to like kind of fake it till you make it a little bit. And I showed up and I shot. It was like an 8,000 square foot house. I had no clue what I was doing.
Too,
and like, you told me to practice at my own house. Mess around with the camera. I skipped that. I was like, I'll figure it out there at the house. And I remember calling Kenny, on your team, and I was like, Kenny, 911, emergency. I was like, help. I was
How do I turn the camera on?
How do I turn the camera on? Like, what is F9? What is that?
Yeah.
What the F? I told him, like, what F number am I supposed to be
Yeah,
at?
yeah.
Like, but I'm there. But like, it's just there's value in like just figuring it out as you go.
Well, because I don't think you can actually figure it out until you do it.
Yeah.
And so that's one of the things we do in coaching a lot is like we try to. My favorite thing, and I kind of like sneak attack people with this. I'll be like, don't worry, like you need to start reaching out. You're not going to get a shoot this week. My favorite thing is when someone gets a shoot like immediately, and they're like, Eli, you said I wouldn't get it. I'm like, well, now you got it. You better figure it out because like you need to. Like what you don't want to do is you're here and you're here. You don't want to push this gap bigger. You want to bring this up because this gap is the fear stage. Here's your first shoot or your first 10 shoots. Here's where you are now. It's like what people do is they're like scared of this, so they push it out. It's like you just made the fear longer. Like we need to get the fear closer together. And so that's what I like about what you did. And that's a thing that we see a lot among people who grow quickly. Yeah. Is everybody has the fear. Like you said, you were literally shaking. I was shaking when I did my first shoot. Everybody's scared. And you actually spend more time scared if you push it out. It's really interesting. Yeah. Like if you just get it over with, it's like ripping the Band-Aid off. And
exactly. Yeah. And
just getting that first shoot is like is a big. I mean, was that a big milestone for you? Probably.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then things just start happening. Like all the other fears and all the other like what ifs, they just kind of like those questions answer themselves. They go away. Yeah. Yeah. It's.
Let's talk about a couple things that I know we both agree on these, and I don't know if you have them like written down in a certain way, but like there's some things that you believe are true in this business that have helped you. That when you said them earlier, I was like 100% agree with that.
In the beginning, I would spend like an hour and a half on the phone with people, and it was like I'd walk away from the conversation like I don't know if they got any value. So I started writing these things down. Like I try to limit myself to like 20 minutes talking to these people on the phone, and I've actually learned a lot from them. Some of the things I've written down. I try to write these down in like order of like
importance. Yeah, like you gotta do them in this. Like dude, the first one I think is huge.
Well, yeah. Step one for me was burn the ships. Right. For me, I like once I decided I wanted to do this, I said forget about everything else. Like I'm all in here. And I think just having that all-in mentality is huge. And that could look different from some people. Like for me, I quit my other job, my part-time job, and I had the belief in myself. I didn't know what I was doing. I had zero experience, but I knew in my heart that this would work.
Well, and you didn't give yourself a dang other option.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
exactly. I wanted to put like my back up against the wall. Yeah. You know, I didn't want to give myself another choice. That doesn't necessarily have to look like that for other people.
Yeah, I mean, the concept I like is like the burn the ships thing is like, right, if you want to take the island, you got to burn the ships, the longer quote. You have to give yourself no other option. And so one thing that I see a lot of people do wrong is they're like, I'm trying real estate photography. Like they're kind of 1 foot in. That's never going to work. So maybe you're not in a position you can quit your job from day one. That's totally fine. Most people we help, replace their income on the side first. I think that's great, but it's the mentality of like, I am going to make this happen. So when you have an extra hour, you're putting in the work. Like this is not a like, we'll see. If you approach this with a we'll see mentality, it's not going to happen. So you have to be committed, and I like that. Yeah. So,
yeah, burn the ships for sure, and then like that's step one, burn the ships. Step two is clarity is power. Yeah. Like you have to have that goal in mind, whatever it is. I don't care if it's for me. I think we came up with like 10,000. Yeah. Like whatever. If it takes a year, it takes a year. But we had that goal. For some people, it might be, hey, I'm going to be part time, so I want to hit 4,000 a month, 6,000 a month, whatever it is. Like set that goal, and it can always change in the future. And then step number 3 for me was do the right things for the right reasons, and money will follow. Yes. Like, yes, you have to have that goal in mind, but it's not about the money. You can't be chasing a dollar amount because people will know.
Because then you make short-term decisions too.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the thing.
Yeah, like have a goal and then put that off to the back and then proceed with do the right things for the right reasons. And what that looks like to me is your paint the shed story. Yeah. Just being genuine, like wanting to help people, having that servant mentality, and like
you make money according to the value you provide, right? And so like what you're saying is if you do this stuff, it's like a lot of people, if you focus too much on like trying to make money, what happens is like, let's say you have a client cancel, right, last minute. If you're trying to make money, you're like, well, I should have charged a late fee or a fee for canceling last minute, right? Yeah. So it's like that's kind of where the practical thing happens of like you make bad decisions in the short term. So like at Kevin's business, if someone cancels, he might be like, oh, but he's gonna be like, oh, totally and he gets them back on the schedule, and it's like a nice thing. So like you serve, one of our company values at my company is we love our clients. And if you treat them that way, like you get so many clients because you make people happy and they refer you and your business grows, and that's how you build the kind of business that Kevin and I had, bigger businesses, right? Because we treat clients well. So anyway.
Yeah, so that's step 3, do the right things for the right reasons. And then 4 and 5 are kind of the same. Like 4 is, I'll start with 5. 5 is figure it out. Yeah. Like that was just like my own, and this is just like to myself or like to people that I jump on the phone with. I tell them like step 5 is like figure it out. And it's like you have to have you got to be a little bit gritty. You got to have like that like
it's a mentality of like you're not going obstacle. I knew this was going to happen. I can't do it. It's like here we are. How are we getting over this?
Exactly.
Keep moving.
Yeah. And then number 4 is kind of like the same thing. Is don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better. And I say that a lot, but it's just it's a nice little like soundbite just to remember like, hey, don't wish you were easier, wish you were better. And that could be
Yeah.
at any point in the business, like
At every point. I think it
like
exists.
the Instagram method.
We were talking about that the other day. Isaiah behind the camera, we were literally talking about that, were we not? He was like, yeah, we were talking about it. It's a Jim Rohn quote. It's funny because like so many people repeat stuff.
Yeah.
And so it's like if you go back, so it's like people say that now. Tony Robbins, I would imagine says that, but it was his mentor Jim Rohn that came up with that quote, from my understanding. Anyway, keep going.
Yeah. So don't wish it were easier, wish you were better. And that could be like with the Instagram method. I get a lot of complaints from people that are newer that I've been doing the Instagram method for 3 months.
Yeah.
I've sent 1,000 messages and nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
wish you were
hold
better.
on. And then before we tackle this, like, don't wish you were easier, wish you were better.
Yeah.
So then we
then
deep
what's
dive.
required to get better.
Yeah. So then we deep dive. There's always something that they're doing wrong.
Yes.
But they just.
That's what we were talking about earlier. It's like if you think about, any client acquisition method could be, we call it the outbound method, which is calling people in Zillow, the Instagram method, which is our kind of like proven thing we've used for years that works really well and we help people with. But it's not, if you miss some of it, it doesn't work. So we think of it like a chain. Is like there's your profile, how it looks, and then the next link is the message you're sending and the things you're doing prior to the message, and the next link is the offer you provide, and the next link is what you say when you get it. So it's like this chain that goes together. And so when people say, oh, I've done this and it doesn't work, which first of all, it's very rare. Kevin and I were laughing about this earlier. Most people say, hey, I've done the Instagram method for 3 months. Months is not an amount. It's an amount of time, but not an amount of Instagram method, right? It's like I've sent 25 messages a week for 3 months is different than I've done it for 3 months. Because when people say that, it's usually like they've sent 50 total messages in 3 months. So it's like the volume wasn't there. But let's say the volume is there. It's like you got to make sure the chain is there. So what Kevin's saying, like, don't wish it were easier, wish it were better. Like, you got to fix one of those links and it will work. So anyway, hijack the conversation there. But
no, absolutely, I love it. And I get that one kind of. I should probably rearrange these, but that like flows right into this. My commandment number 8 is the magic. This is what I just learned, and I had to sneak it in here. The magic you're looking for is in the work that you're avoiding.
Oh, dude, every time.
Oh my
every
God!
Time. At every stage of the business, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was talking to Colleen from 3 Palms Media, and I sent her this list, and she's like, "Cool. Which one of those do you need to take?" And I was like, "That one."
Yeah, that one.
And like that one's evergreen. It's true in the beginning. It's true for me now, a year and a half in.
Yeah.
It's like so.
Well, dude, yes, it's like we were talking about with the first shoot, right? It's like that's the thing you need to do, and you're the most scared of. You got to do it, right? Then you get the first shoot, and it's like, what do you need to do next? You need to reach out to those people, call people. The point where Kevin, he's just getting past this point, but it's like he needs to hire people. He needs to figure out. It's like it's so easy. We're talking about how it's when you're growing your business, especially when you're 25, 30, 35K a month. It's really easy to be like, oh, like. The lazy thing is doing the long work. It's getting up, it's going to shoots, doing that stuff. The hard thing is actually hiring that person and growing it. So that's always true.
Yeah,
advice.
in the beginning, I thought reaching out to people on Zillow, cold call was hard. I thought the Instagram method was hard. I thought building a business and getting the first 10 clients was hard.
Yeah.
Now...
It's like the next stage.
No, like now shooting is so
easy. Yeah.
Getting new clients is so easy.
Yeah.
Like, to the point where like doing that for me now is like almost me being lazy.
Yes. You have to do like the next thing.
Now I have to do
read that again. I agree with that so much. What was
the magic? The magic you're looking for is in the work that you're avoiding.
Yeah.
And then just I was talking to another real estate media owner, and he said something like he said something that it's hilarious that when he started, he was like, did I make the right choice? Did I mess up? I spent all this money on coaching. I spent all this money on gear. What have I done? Like he actually thought like I need to like return all this, cut my losses. And fast forward a year later, he's like, oh man, it's actually so easy to get to like 10,000 a month. It's like, what?
Yeah.
I kicked myself. Because like we should have recorded that conversation.
Yeah.
Because he had a lot of the same.
Everybody has
he had the exact same fears the same fears I had. Probably the same fears that you had.
100%.
So I talked to at least one new person every single day, and all the same fears that fears or roadblocks that they're having or limiting beliefs. He had them.
Yes.
I had them.
It's the same.
And now,
everybody's business. That's why in coaching it's so funny because like we've seen this before.
Yeah.
You've seen this when you talk to somebody. It's the same every single time.
It's so cool.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier. I won't say his name, but it's a guy in coaching who the easier answer at any stage of your business is quit. It's always easier because in the short term, but it's worse in the long term. So I was telling you about him. He joined and like a month into joining, starting to get some progress, but then he gets hit with this tax bill from last year, unrelated to his business. And his first thought was, I need to like get out of this. I need to refund coaching, do everything. And he wasn't able to. We were like, no, you can't do that, right? And he just hit a $16,000 a month.
Oh, wow.
And I was like, dude, imagine that. Like, you don't know it's going to play out like that, but it does most of the time if you stick with it. And it was such a good like visual of it. It's like it was so easy to be like, oh, 4K, let me like go back and I'll get out of it. It was like, man, if he would have done that, and it's not just coaching, it's any decision in your business, right? If he would have done that, he would have missed out on a 16K a month business. So
I'm not gonna lie, I had the same thing. Like you talked about like how a lot of people end up self-sabotaging.
Yeah.
You know, and like for some people it's worse than others. But if I'm being honest with myself, when I hit like the month number 6, when I think it hit like 15,000 a month.
Yeah.
I honestly did start self-sabotaging.
Yeah.
You know, it's embarrassing to admit it out loud,
Dude,
but it happens. It's common. And so it was a little bit like, it was a little bit relieving to hear that.
Yeah, that everybody does it.
But it's just funny. It's funny that everybody has the same fears in the beginning.
But they think they're special. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Did you feel like it was easier for everybody else?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I before I started, I looked at some of the other people who were like a year or two in.
Yeah.
And yeah, like deep down in me, I thought, well, it worked for them, but they had something that I didn't.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah. Their market, their background, the money they had.
And you mentioned earlier about the market thing. Like I hear a lot of people say that, well, you're in LA, you're in Nashville, you're in Florida, so of course you're doing these big numbers. But you brought up a few people to me that were doing these crazy numbers.
Hundreds of thousands a month.
And we won't name the states because then I think that'll be a giveaway. But like they're in states that you would never think that was possible. I don't think it was possible.
Well, I mean, one of them is a guest coach on our team, Todd. I mean, he does a couple $100,000 a month.
Yeah.
In Ohio.
No shade to Ohio, but
it's not LA, a huge market.
It's not Miami. They're just doing crazy numbers.
It is.
So it's just a limiting belief. At the end of the day, there's so many limiting beliefs. At the beginning, in the middle, when you self-sabotage, there's all these limiting beliefs, and I guess that'll
they come true if you let them.
Yeah,
keep it too. If you
that kind of flows. Get into this one here is having. I call it. Well, I stole it from Patrick Bet-David, but he mentioned like the importance of having your running mate.
Yeah.
You know,
someone
or your coach, or having like any form of mentorship. You can't do this alone.
No.
You know, I'm sitting here saying that we're doing X amount, but there's no way I did it by myself.
There's
no way. You know, whether it was you guys, whether it was somebody else who had a lot more experience, like there's no way I could have done.
You need a
half of what I
community.
did.
And preferably both.
Yeah.
Like, you know, at least in my business, the first 5 years I was very isolating to myself. So I didn't talk to anybody else in the industry because I was worried they were all competitors, right? So I didn't avoid them. I didn't join any sort of coaching because I was very stupid because I thought that real estate media businesses was different than any other business. And so I just didn't do it. And it's like, you really need all that. If you have all of that, it's a superpower. I think that's why because like you and Mike talk a lot, obviously. They've both grown incredible businesses in not in the same area. Like you've been around people in our community, coaching, that kind of stuff. And it's like, I think you need all of it if you want to grow the fastest. I didn't have any of it. You can do it without it. It's just slow.
Yeah. Somebody asked me the other day if coaching was worth it for me.
Yeah.
And I said, absolutely.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what was the main thing they did for me? And just like off the top of my head, what coaching did for me was, it was hard to explain, but the way I kind of verbalized it was, coaching got me to a point in my business that on my own would have taken me at least 3 or 4 years. Head down, doing everything I could, trial and error. It would have taken me at least 3 to 4 years. But coaching for me shortened that a lot, and for many reasons. But any form of mentorship, whether it's somebody who just, you know, whether it's another media company owner, just you
got to have something.
You got to.
Well, and that's like, I think what happens is people have a level of cynicism in there. So when like they hear us talking about like coaching, it's like, oh, this is like Eli pitching coaching. It doesn't matter if you're in this business. I don't care if you get coaching for somebody else. I don't care if you slam a ton of audiobooks. Like you have to do something. And I think it's a good thing to talk about at this point, which is cynicism doesn't really help you grow a business. Like it's good to be naturally a little bit of skeptic, but like when we start talking about stuff like that, people do that. So I don't know. Any thoughts on like cynicism in general? Like I think that's a limiting beliefs thing. It's like if you're cynical, the business is going to work. It's not going to work.
Yeah.
And so I think that's something that if you notice yourself slipping into, you have to get out of that, because I don't know anybody who's a cynic who's successful.
Yeah. I have that as well, and I think that's why my running mate Mike. Yeah. He helps me talk myself out of that. Yes. Because I end up like you will have rough days.
Yes.
There are rough months and weeks, and you end up like I like to consider myself a very optimistic person, but even then I find myself having very cynical thoughts.
Yes, yes.
And there's been times in my business where I have become resentful of the business or of my clients. Yep. And it's like,
you have to have someone
you have to have somebody else kind of slap. It's weird, man. We're people are weird. So you have to have somebody that's looking, somebody with a different perspective who is dealing with the same things. Yeah. Like, hey, man, like.
But it might not be their bad day aligning with your bad day.
Exactly. So you just, I think having like I said, Patrick Bet-David said the best, like your running mate is just so important. Whether that be your spouse or a partner or somebody else, it doesn't have to be in your same state. I mean, I bug you like on a daily basis.
We have the internet these days.
There's a Facebook group, whatever, but you have to have, it's a support system. You have to have the support system. Because that cynicism creeps in.
It'll kill you. I mean, it's like, and then you're like, well, I told you. It's like, who are you proving a point to? You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
You're the one without a business. Let's see if I have anything else in my notes. I guess one more thing that we can kind of end on this. You didn't wait for your clients to come to you. You went and found your clients. And I would say that you were probably borderline annoying to clients.
Oh, yeah.
I think a lot of people are afraid of being that. So, like, I don't know. I know I just threw that at you, but like anything that comes to mind when I talk about being annoying or like, I mean, because you didn't let your client, you're not just sitting there waiting.
So, and again, I have a lot of conversation with people that are newer, so it helps me like verbalize this stuff. But what people ask me, like, what did you do to get clients? You know, was it the Instagram method? And I said, but it was for
everything.
For me, it was everything. You can't have one without the other. For me, because like my first commandment was burn the ships. When I had that mentality, it was like, I'm not coming home until I did something to get a new client. So for me, that looked like showing up to an open house, which a lot of people will tell you not to do.
It works if you do it right.
If you do it right. If you're awkward and you know,
you have to know your strengths. Actually, one more like side tangent on that. You have to know your strengths. There are so many different ways to get clients, right? The Instagram method, great if you're a little bit more introverted. But you can step out of your shell a little bit. You can do some outbound method, which is cold calling people on Zillow with the structure. Don't just go rip it off, or you're probably going to be not super successful unless you have a skill of cold calling, right? There's all these things that you can do, and you have to know who you are to know which one to deploy. But the best thing is, if you have the time, what I don't want you to do is do a little bit of all. I want you to do a lot of all or a lot of one. And that's like the thing you really have to, and that's what I think you did well. Is like, you're like, I'm not coming home until I do this. Like, you had a whatever it takes thing.
I would call people on Zillow and offer free shoots. That's how I got my first free shoot.
Free important? How do you feel about free?
100% free. A lot of people drop the ball with half off or 10%.
Dude, it doesn't work. You might as well not do it. You might as well not do it.
There's people that have no success with free even. So it's just, but 100% free. If you do it right, it's a no-brainer. If you do it right.
If you do it wrong, it's nobody's going to use it.
You could, if you do it wrong, you could pay somebody.
And they won't take you.
Exactly.
They will not take you.
But a lot of Zillow cold calls, lots of Instagram. I think for me, Instagram was showing up, looking like I was busy, letting everybody know that I was open for business and that I wanted the business. And then, door knocking, good old door knocking. I would show up to brokerages, to their offices, and just meet people, just network with people and let them know, like, hey, I just moved here, from California, and then just start talking, just talk to people. You know, whenever I would get on the phone with an agent off of Zillow, and they were like, "No, you know what? The house is already under contract, so I don't need the photos for this one." I'd still sit there and talk to them. And I just start going into my story, like, "Oh, I just moved here from California, blah 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 blah." And oftentimes they would end up referring me to other people
before they even use you.
Before they even met me, just talk to people. You know, but it's like, if you're not that, it's not like I just picked up the phone one day and just started talking. I realized that was something I wanted to do, and I realized that if I can get this right, it'll be powerful. So. Rather than just picking up the phone and going for it and learning along the way, I started deep diving YouTube on how to do cold calls.
And how to be build
more,
the skill.
How to be more likable. And, just like pick up, little tips and tricks, and also recording myself. I would record myself so I could watch myself back.
Cringe.
I literally would get sick to my stomach watching myself back, but I saw myself, I'd pick up things that I didn't like, or just tweak little things in here. So it's always just constant improvement. And I think that goes back to like commandment number 5 is like to figure it out. Don't wish you were easier, wish you were better. So just that applies to a lot of areas in your business for sure.
And I think an important thing, this is kind of a good way to wrap this up, is there's different levels of what you need to do to get a result. And that's why it's so important to know your goal. If your goal is to make $4,000 a month, you don't have to do what Kevin did, right? You barely have to do anything. You just have to do enough of it, right? And so that's why it's so important to know. Maybe you're hearing this and you're going, I can't, like, yourself, and you're like, I'm not gonna be able to do that right now. I have this responsibility, I have this, and I'd challenge you on that. I'd tell you to push harder than you think. I'm sure Kevin would the same. But also, like, that's how Kevin got to, in a month period, a $50,000 business, and he'll continue to grow over the next few months in a year and a half, right? You don't need to be on that track if that's not your goal. And so that's why it's important to know, hey, if you just wanna make 5K a month, you don't have to do, how much could less have you done to make 5K? Probably a lot. You know what I mean? You could back it up a lot. And so that's why we started with the goal. Maybe your goal isn't to grow that big business. Maybe it's, like Kevin said, on the side 5K. Maybe it's 10K. But you know that, and you kind of, modulate the level of effort you're going to put in. Because some people hear this and they'll go, well, real estate media is not for me. And it's like, no, just maybe not at that level. You have to know what that is. And then once you start doing it, then you can kind of move that goalpost a little. And so I guess as homework for this video, what do you think is a good thing for them to do? Focus on the goal first and then reverse engineer it? Or
Absolutely, yeah. Identify what your personal life looks like and what your business looks like.
Yeah.
You know, how much money do you want to make, and what does your personal life look like?
Yeah. And then build that. Don't build anybody else's version.
And then just go.
Yeah.
Right. Like, instead of just sitting there and planning, like, I could have probably taken 3-4 months to get started, but I just went for it.
Yeah.
You know, and I just had that belief. I had you in my corner.
Yeah.
So I went for it. You know, and then figured it out along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So go for it, everybody. Whatever yours is, figure it out and go for it. We'll see you in the next video. Welcome in, everybody. We got a good one for you all today. We got Kenny in here as usual, but not as usual. We have Tyler in here. So excited to have Tyler. We're going to jump in to the start, talking a little bit about Tyler's story, building his business. Kenny and Tyler have worked together in coaching. So Kenny's here as well because he knows a lot about Tyler's path. So anyway, quick intro on Tyler. He has built his business started in January of 2023. So that's like a year and a half ago. And since then gone from $0 to $30,000 in a 4-week period. So $30,000 in a month. He was at a mastermind of ours recently in Nashville, and it was a great mastermind. And he just like told everybody what they needed to hear. It was very funny. So Tyler, glad to have you on here. Spend some time.
Happy to be here, as always.
All right, let's jump into it. So just recap kind of like a high level overview, I guess, of your story, what you think made you successful, and then I'll ask some follow-ups and we'll do some Q&A for everybody listening.
Yeah. So long story short, you know, everyone right out of high school, they think, what do you want to do? Do you want to go to college? And I did. I went to college, and about 3.5 years in, I did my last semester online and moved to Aiken, South Carolina, because I grew up in the horse industry, picking stalls, like never too good to get down and dirty. Picking stalls, rode horses. I was like a barn manager and a rider, and didn't really know anything about photography. And somehow bought a camera with my stimulus check during COVID, a Nikon D800, I think it was, with like a 55 to 300. I don't even know what it's worth. So that was like the initial purchase of a camera. Fast forward a little bit in, my camera was stolen about a year in, but I taught myself fully manual, and I was shooting horse shows at the time to like make extra income on the weekends while I was in college. And then I still didn't know what I wanted to do, so I continued on with my master's and got my master's in digital media and marketing. But at the same time, as I was starting my master's, I bought Eli's course on real estate photography because I was working on the weekends and I had Monday through Friday. Of course, I had school that I could do, but I purchased your course, completed the whole thing in 2 weeks. I'm talking like I would go do my necessary things during the day, go home, turn off the lights, and just put on my headphones and watch and take notes. And I completed, like I said, the whole course in 2 weeks. I was super excited. There was another guy, I think his name is David. He's in the REPP group on Facebook. Mm-hmm. He gave me, I think, 3 of his shoots, which were over an hour and a half away, for me to go do some test shots with him, or not even with him. He was like, I'm not going to be there. I'm having a kid. I need help. So I went and did it, and I was like texting him, blowing him up the whole time I was there. I think for 25 photos and a floor plan and drone, I was there for 3 hours. There was like construction workers outside waiting on me. So that was great. He paid me a little bit, so that was even better. Got my gas paid for. And so I had my first paid shoot, March of 2023.
Okay.
And it just slightly picked up. If I had my calendar in front of me, I wish I could just scroll through, because you could just see on my Google Calendar the purple things. Every month got a little bit more and more and more. And I was following the course. Anytime I had a question or that before coaching, I just referred back to the course. I mean, I would even turn it on in the car as like a podcast.
Yeah. So
I was just really into it. And I never, even in college, was I ever into what I studied. I mean, it was just business. So then I was averaging about $7,000 a month towards the end of the year. And then coaching came along. So I bought coaching, had my initial conversation. They were like, "What's your goal?" And I said, "I want to double my profit. You know, if I had a starter goal, it would be to double. So we're talking $14,000." And I said, "But if I really wanted to set a high goal, I would like to be close to the $20,000 mark." But I didn't think that was possible. And I think his name was Carlos. I don't know if he's still with you guys, but he was like, "Why do you not think it's possible?" He's like, "If you think it's not possible, it's not going to be possible." And I was like, okay, it's possible. So I went through with it, started with Kenny, and of course, that's when we were on, what's the other, Slack. And we had the build out of the roadmap. Mm-hmm. And I knocked, the first roadmap out in like the first day. The second roadmap took me maybe 2 or 3 days. Then we got to the third roadmap, and I was like, okay, I'm sorry, I can't do, like, I'm trying.
Yeah.
But the first month I bought coaching, I went from 7 to 9.1 or 9.2 thousand. And I was like, oh, wow. And then by the second month, I was already at double, 14. I was at my goal within the first 60 days.
Yeah.
And then fast forward about 4.5, 5 months in, we were at $30,000 within a 4-week period. So obviously on Stripe, it records it by month. So that's why I have on my profile and stuff 0 to 25,000, but really it should be 30.
Yeah.
And the rest is history. And I just started client acquisition.
Yep.
3 days ago, and I've already booked 3 new clients. Have had 0 no's yet, so that's good. I'm doing brokerage calls. I did like 10 this week, and I've got 2 yeses out of that. The other ones, no callbacks, or they didn't answer. So you just gotta want it, and I want it, and it's been positive for me. July was a little slow, but I mean, the last 2 days I walked away with almost $2,000 plus a day. So we're back. We're getting back up there.
What do you think for you? Like, you obviously, coaching course, all that stuff aside, some people grow faster than others. You've grown fast, in a short period of time. What do you think it is for you? Like, what did you do to get your initial clients? And do you have anything that you think has made you successful? You move quickly, so obviously that, but anything come to mind?
So, I mean, I genuinely like to think I'm a people person, and I try to tell people that are not people persons, that are my friends. I'm like, because there's a guy that's 3 hours from me who did wedding photography, and he's a volunteer firefighter. I was like, dude, you just gotta smile, act like you know what you're doing, and like go in with confidence, and it'll sell itself. And I mean, the first shoot I ever did for myself, I forgot to take a picture of the front of the hotel. So of course I did a really bad thing, and I went on Google and looked up the hotel and took the photo, adjusted it in Lightroom, and sent it back to her.
Hey,
and she loved it. Nobody ever said anything, and she's still a client to this day, and she doesn't know that I did that to this day. But I didn't stop. And I will say, I think I don't have, a partner, nor do I have kids. It's me and the business. And I'm still giving it my all. I mean, I'm still not going to bed sometimes past 10 o'clock. And there were times I talked to Kenny. I'm like, dude, Kenny, this is killing me. And Kenny's a coach. So what does he do? He gives you advice. He says, you've got to do this. When he introduced me to a VA, I'm telling you, my life changed. The numbers were up. I have not looked at a past shoot probably since February. Like, genuinely, like, needed to go look at something. Now, every once in a while, I'll have someone message me, say, hey, Tyler, can you remove this girl out of the pool or something like that? So I go and look and see what she's talking about, and I voice memo on Facebook Messenger to my guy, Joseph, and I'm like, Joseph, I need this done, and he sends me a thumbs up. So that's why when I went to that mastermind in Nashville, and some of them people in there that did not have a VA but had photographers working for them and doing like X amount of money per month, waking up in the morning. Like, the day Kenny allowed me to buy back my time in the mornings to make my cup of coffee and have my shower and take a deep breath and
Enjoy
not have,
life a little bit.
yes, if I forget to plug something in, I just plug it in really quick. Like,
Yeah.
it's honestly been game changer, and coaching, like I needed, obviously it tells you that in the course if you would have purchased it previously, but no one was there to like push you and hold you accountable. And you can go get an accountability coach, but they're not real estate photographer accountability coaches. They don't know what a heck, like, who knew that you could get someone in the Philippines and have them basically work for you?
Yeah.
I mean, I've got two now, and they are amazing. They work for me 6 a.m. to 12, and then 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. So
yeah, for everybody
going around the clock
listening, basically there's kind of like two stages, in my opinion, to growing a real estate media business. There's the first stage where you're just grinding it out. I mean, you got to get to like 7 to 10K a month before you think about any VAs, in my opinion, right? Some people do it sooner. I just don't think it makes sense. But then where people get stuck is they get to like 10, 15, even 20, and they're doing all the work themselves, but there's like no time. Like they're not enjoying themselves. I mean, it's enjoyable to make money, right? But like if you're working from the time you get up to the time you go to bed and you're not able to grow your business past that point, it's not super enjoyable. So like the second stage is the leverage stage. You first start bringing in a VA. In VAs, there's a cost of living difference. So there's a big, they call it BPO industry in the Philippines, business process outsourcing. So that's why a lot of businesses will hire talent from other countries, especially US-based businesses, because the cost of living is way different. Also, the time zone is opposite. So if you're hiring like someone to edit, for example, you shoot during the day, the end of the day, you give them your photos and it's their morning. And so they edit during their workday. And so anyway, the second stage is a leverage stage, and it starts with VAs. You bring in VAs to help you, and then photographers, and that's kind of how you grow your business. And so, yeah, just a great tool. I'm glad you brought that up, Tyler. What do you think? So what did you do to get clients at the start? Because I know you didn't do like the traditional path that a lot of people follow with the Instagram method and that kind of stuff. Like, how did you actually get clients?
So I should have, that's the one thing that I did not follow in the course, but I had the ability, I had friends in real estate, so I did have that upper level right there, but I'm born and raised where I'm from, and I just started reaching out, texting people. I know that's not allowed, but that's what I did. But if you do it in a way that's personable, it doesn't come off as, I'm not trying to sell you something. Well, I guess I'm trying to sell you a service, but
yeah,
I'm trying to help you. And I was offering something, like we say now, something of quality, something of value to benefit them. And that's what you had to sell them on. And I did very quickly.
So you just put yourself out there. I mean, you got in contact just in a different method with people, as many as you could.
And
but not only that,
the
more I've gone to know Tyler and all that, he's very personal, like he was saying. Whenever he's talking to someone, he's not trying to be like this big corporation or anything. He's just being himself. And I think that's one of the reasons why his clients and everyone that gets to meet him just like eventually like, I want to continue being friends with this dude, because like, he's just being himself. While a lot of people that I've noticed, like one of the biggest mistakes that they do is just like, they try to pretend to be somebody that they're not. And so it comes off as fake. And so agents can definitely tell that, like humans themselves can definitely tell that when you're not being yourself. And so whether you're texting, like he was saying, you're not supposed to be texting and all that, but like he made it so personal that the agent was like, oh, okay, yeah, let me reply to this random number, whatever, and like that's something that I really like about how he's just himself.
Yeah. Well, anybody can do that too. I think the problem is not even like, being personable is a skill and it helps. But if you just act yourself, you're going to do a lot better than someone that's introducing themselves as we have this and my company this and all this stuff, where it's just not about the person, and I think Tyler, you do that really well, like just naturally. And that's why you've grown so fast. Is there anything, like if you could go back, not join coaching sooner or whatever, but like if you could go back and restart, is there anything in your business you would have done differently or more quickly?
Oh, yeah. Okay, for one, I would have hired a VA when I would have started hitting the initial 7,000 revenue mark. I would have hired way, way, way sooner. And that's something that they tell you in coaching. I don't think that's really announced a bunch in the offered course. But I would have had one ready to go. And then once that one's ready to go, then you're able to bring on another one. I mean, when I went to that mastermind in Nashville and you said, give you a number, and I said 1 million, and you said you need 7 photographers to hit $83,000 a month, I went home and I hired 4. And now I've got 3. And the other one, she's got her own real estate photography business. We won't talk about her. She's still a really good friend of mine, but she knew what she could make, and so it just didn't work out.
Yeah.
But 3 is great, especially when July slowed down a little bit. I'm away for 4 days this week and next week. I have people making me money while I'm here making me money, so that's double income. So right there, that's telling you, like, I'm doing it right. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. So hiring sooner, hired a VA sooner, and really just, I know I put myself out there, but I wish I would have done the brokerage presentations a little more seriously. I did them, and I was, honestly, the reason why I didn't do them sooner was because I was so busy. Like, you guys told me, Tyler, you're too busy. Like, I was bringing in 25 plus new clients a month as a solo photographer. I mean, I did the 30K as a solo photographer. And that's when Kenny was like, you got to do something, man. You got to get it done. And I literally would schedule my phone calls with Kenny. I'm like, listen, I know what I got to do, but I just need you to tell me what I got to do. Like, you just need to sit me down and tell me. But no, coaching has honestly, without it, I mean, I'm sure I would still continuously increase, but it's boosted me to a whole other level and has opened so many more doors sooner. And I mean, like, this year I'm already, I wish I would have never accumulated the student debt, but I'm paying down student debt. I'm getting ready to buy a house towards the end of the year. My loan officer, we're ready to go now, but she's like, let's wait till the election thing. So essentially, I would have bought a house this year because of coaching.
Wow.
It's just, I think about where I was making $550 a week, basically 7 days a week, shoveling horse shit, riding horses, working literally 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. sometimes. And then if we're at a horse show, like, that's where I am today, guys, if you're wondering why I'm here. But I did photography in horse show industry before real estate. And I'm still kind of weeding myself out of it in the low profit ones, but this is a pretty profitable one. I just wish I would have started this way sooner. I saw Eli's stuff on Instagram, and I was bookmarking it and saving it and bookmarking it. And then one night, you know how it is when you're laying in the bed and you're just scrolling and you see it, and you're like, okay, I'm going to do this. So I put in a lot of credit card details and booked my initial call and started the next day, and obviously fast forward to today. So I just wish I would have done it, the course, sooner.
I think that's course or not, I think that's everybody's regret with business stuff. And it's just hard to understand that. Everybody does it to themselves. Like, if I look back at my business, my biggest regret was not finding someone that's done what I wanted to do and just learning from them. I just had this idea that no one in the real estate media industry, I didn't feel like there's anybody out there, which was so stupid because there was, but that's why it took so long to grow. Like, it took me 5 years to get where you are in a year and a half. And so I try to do that because I messed that up in my business in the first place. So now with my business, I'm very aggressive with that kind of stuff. I pay a lot of money for everything related to learning because it's the way you compress time. And I think that's really important. Slightly different note question I have for you. So you're someone, there's probably a good handful of people here that are doing between $1,000 and $4,000 a month, which is great. I mean, if you're doing zero, dang, there's a lot of mosquitoes out here. If you're doing zero, $1,000 a month sounds awesome, but when you're stuck between 1,000 and 4,000, it's not so great. You want to grow. It's not enough to live off of really for most people. What would you do if today you were at 4,000 a month? What would be your first step tomorrow and for the next couple months?
I just now, and I hope this answers the question, and Kenny can tell you, I just decided less than 2 weeks ago to weed out the free shoots. The free shoots is what got me to where I was. I was doing free shoots at $30,000. I did not care who you were. You got 25 free photos, and then you got 50% off every additional service. Another thing that, I'm glad that I did that I think some people lack at is they think they're not ready for a service. When I started and you guys were saying, just do it, figure it out. I bought the Matterport or the Z Theta, whatever. I had my camera. I had the lens. I downloaded Cubicasa. I offered every service right out the start. I didn't. When they asked me if they said, Tyler, can you do this? I said, yes, but I haven't done a lot. So can you let me do it and bear with me? And I had more confidence as I went on. Even if I'd only done it 2 or 3 times at that point, I knew that I could do it. So I said yes. There was no maybe, but I gave discounts out the butt.
You did what it took to get people to use you, because then you could show them your value, is kind of what you're saying, right?
Yep. Yeah. And
Taylor,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask, because a lot of people are essentially scared of doing that because they're like, I don't know how to shoot video. I don't know how to do this and that. What made you overcome that fear?
Rep editing. I'm just kidding. No.
Well, it's video and like any services in general. That's the main reason.
I wanted to make money. I don't know. He wanted to make some money.
Really, it just takes doing it. Like, if I didn't know how to do something, I whipped it out and did it at my house. And even then, like, people were not ordering 1 minute long videos. They were ordering 15 and 30. But I was going home and sending in orders for rep editing at 60-second videos like that. And I'm like, I know you didn't order this, but I'm going to give you this. Because I was so amazed with, you might not think that your video is going to be good, but try it. If you're not trying it, then that's your first loss. You need to try it to know like what you can do. And then you do it and you see, okay, I could have done this better there. Okay, well, you know that for next time. Do it. And honestly, I would say my big boost of like, oh my gosh, I can't keep up with my clients was because I was fixing, especially in video, like what was not working. And everyone wants to work with me. Everyone saves me further. Even if they have their loyal photographers, no one in my area, now if someone's in here listening that's in my area, like, I guess it's competition, but you can't deliver what I've delivered, right now at least. Yeah. And it's kind of like where I've had that conversation with Kenny. You know, when I started coaching, I had to make the decision. Do you want to scale or do you want to be creative and deliver, you know, these cinematic videos? And I do. That essentially one day I want to do that, but goal number one is to make money. And to learn how to do that, I've got to be able to have a steady income so that I can take time for myself, because that's something that I want to do. Some people have other hobbies. You've got to make sure to stabilize yourself before you can do something else. And my goal was to grow, and I grew, and I hired, and I'm working on it.
So what's next?
100%.
What do you want to see big picture wise?
I already told you this. I want 1 million revenue.
There you go.
So honestly, like, what's next is expansion. I've got 2 other places in mind, and really, I think, you know, one thing that, like you said, don't wait. And this is something that I think I shouldn't be waiting on, but I am, because I want to make sure that I have all my P's and Q's in a row here. But put someone there. I'm going to fly them, or not fly them. I'm going to have them come down towards me. I'm going to put them up in a hotel. I'm going to teach them everything I know, and then I'm going to take them there. But I know people in that area too, and they know me, and they know my personality, and they know I will do whatever it takes to make it right. You've got to, don't be a butt. Like, oh, this agent is being rude. Like, what do? I don't want to give him a discount. Give him a discount, okay?
Yeah.
Like, if I get it, if you need the money, that's one thing. But if you're not gonna kill yourself by losing $30, lose the $30. Like,
well, that's how you make the money in the long term. It's very easy to get like really short-term money driven, and when you have that attitude, you don't make any short-term money or any long-term money. So you don't actually get either. It's one of these. It's a kind. I think it's a Hormozy quote, but it's like, do you want to be right or do you want to be rich? And the quote is kind of like, you know, it's a strong quote, but like the idea behind it is really good too. It's like, there's sometimes you have to make decisions about like, hey, like this client's being a pain and they're asking for a discount because this happened. Like, you're right, you don't have to give them a discount, but if you just suck it up and you do it, they're probably going to use you again in the future and you're going to make more money overall. And so it's like, I think the thing that people do really well that grow fast, Tyler, you're an example of that, and a lot of other people who've built businesses, is they're willing to make today suck so tomorrow's better, right? And so like that happens at every part of your business. It's like when you join coaching, like you don't want to pay for it, right? That makes today suck more. So you do it and then you get better. You put in the work. You didn't want to work from 6 a.m. to freaking midnight the days you did. Like, I know that wasn't the most enjoyable thing on earth, right? But like, you did that because it's going to make your tomorrow better. And then you do that enough, and all of a sudden you don't have to anymore, right? Like, where a lot of people struggle, in my opinion, is they if they were willing to make their days 20% harder, they could overall have a lot less hard. It's just going to be harder up front, and they're going to have a much better life later. And I know that's a basic thing, but it's just so true. And it's like, you have to, sometimes you just got to do the stuff that sucks in front of you for a little bit to prevent the entire rest of your life sucking in the financial sense, right? Like, talking about business here. So I think that's something it's really hard for a lot of people to do. So if you're sitting here and you're like, man, like, why is my business not growing? My guess is you're not putting in enough work today because there's pain involved with that work. And you just got to do it. Like, that's all it comes down to. It's less painful overall. If you actually like look at the time frame of life, it is less painful if you choose your pain now. There's a quote I like too. It's like, you choose your pain now, and then you get the pain out of the way, right? And if you don't choose your pain, it chooses you when and how it decides. And it's usually later in life. You don't have money. There's stuff going on. You never built that business. You have regret. You have financial issues. Not saying starting a business fixes that, right? There's challenges, but it's just a big thing that, eat the frog, as said in the comments here. I think that was Cassie said that. So totally agree. Like, you got to do the work.
There's tons of excuses that you could make, but the people that I've seen that have grown the most are the ones who are like, all right, there's photographers in my area. All right, cool. I'll be the fifth.
I'm
50th,
best friends
whatever.
with my competition. Like, I literally, so the other day, my photographers had been with me for about a month and a half. I told them, I was like, okay, I want everyone to like meet everyone. So I booked a bay at Top Golf, and there was like 10 of us. One of the guys that came he has his own company, and like, we have a community folder of amenities. This is when I was solo, like, and he was solo. We were just adding our amenity folders together, so that like, hey, do you have this? Yeah, I've got this. Because he's more on like the north end of the beach, I'm more on like the south end. So there's so many communities too and resorts. It's like impossible. It just saves us time. So I help him, he helps me. One of my thankful things that I've experienced with Kenny, there was a part where I was like, oh my gosh, I feel like I need to like evolve my business with his and like bring him on, and we can combine our clients. No, do not do that. Do not. Build the business yourself. And like, that's
a good save.
I get it that I don't have a lot of experience with the Instagram method, but I will tell you right now, I started the Instagram method 3-4 days ago. I've already got 3 yeses. I've got 0 no's. Now, the video that I sent them along with the message, I was recording that video. It turned dark. I was literally videoing it for 3 hours because I wanted it to be
good.
me, but like, if you have this is your business. You're going to deliver what you want to deliver. If you're going to deliver half crap stuff, that's on you. You know, this is your first initial contact with people that you're not working with. One girl said, I can't hear the video, but I can tell from your video that you mean business. Send me over your pricing. I have a listing in August. And
oh my God.
I said, I know it's on her because like my other people can hear it, but I said, oh my gosh, that's so embarrassing. But yes, sure thing. What's your email? So
dude,
it's like,
awesome. That's what people don't see. It's like, you see the successful people, you don't see them putting in the work. Like, you did that. There's no one I know that hasn't. Like, Kenny, when he first started working with me, he did the craziest stuff, first of all, to get that opportunity. And then he built a business, him and I together, video editing. He literally would, like, I don't know how he did it. He would be up almost not sleeping all night, freaking editing the videos himself to build that business. And now he has, we built a great business with that. He's built a great business with that. So it's like, there's nobody that I've talked to that has done anything that didn't do that stuff. That like, no one saw the 3 hours you spent, Tyler, doing that. No one saw the time that Kenny, he moved, it's a long story short, but he moved to Texas to initially work with us. And then I moved to Florida and he moved to Florida and he didn't have a house. So he stayed in a freaking extended stay a couple years ago. So he's in this like shite hotel editing videos all night to build that business. And now he makes a lot of money from the great business he built. So it's like, there's nobody, I like what you said, Cassie, there's nobody that gets around eating the frog. Like, you got to do the freaking hard work at the start. And that's what pays you in the future. And that's just a good example of it, Tyler. Like, no one will ever see that time that you spent trying to make that good because it's your business. You care about it. And you know that the effort you put in is rewarded. And that's why I've seen people send like 500 DMs and not get very many results because they just like lazy did it. It's like, you send 500 crappy DMs, it's not going to help you. And so Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I forget where I was going with that, but do the work, eat the frog.
Yeah, don't wait. Like I've had a website that literally says under construction for like probably 8 months now. It's like people are like, what do I need to start like a website. I need to do all this. No, you don't. No,
No,
you don't.
you need to make some
Pick
money.
your delivery platform. I use Spiro. Like people ask me all the time, like what photo delivery do you use? I use Spiro. I started with Aereo. Like Jared said, he likes something that fluctuates with the business. And just do it. Like
you just
when they
say, you don't overthink it. That's the thing. You're not just like, oh, should I do this or this for ages? You know. Okay, let's do this. So we're 30 minutes in. There's 62 people here, and I'm sure you guys have questions. So if you have a question for Tyler or Kenny and I, just drop it in the chat, and we'll do some Q&A. Tyler, you good to hang out for like 30 more minutes of Q&A?
Listen, I'm all ears.
Perfect. Well, ask your questions. We'll start with CY Photography's What's the Instagram Method? So, Kenny, can you like briefly go over the process, and then we'll go from there?
Instagram method, you create an awesome professional profile that basically highlights you and your work. After that, you find agents in your area, you engage with the profile, and then you send them a DM offering a free shoot. That's like a super quick overview.
Cold outbound. It's reaching out to people. It's so interesting. I filmed a video out here earlier. It'll post on YouTube eventually, but I was like talking about what makes people successful in this business, and it's directly proportional to the amount of people that you talk to. Directly proportional. Now, you can increase your success by having a higher conversion rate if you do it better, but like it's better to have a 1% conversion rate and reach out to 1,000 people or 2,000 people than it is to have a 100% conversion rate, reach out to one. So it's like, it is just truly a numbers game, and that's what the Instagram method helps you do. Jaden, yes, absolutely send an Instagram or send a video.
So like, this is just a quick, like what mine is, just so you guys know. And there was, I can't remember his name, and I'm so sorry because he's on this chat. I saw him say something at the beginning, but like he reached out to me and he's like, I'm like, what do I need to do? I'm sending messages. I'm not getting feedback. I'm not going to call him out, but he had one photo on his thing. And I told him, I was like, listen, you got to post more. You can, like, I don't even know what you do. So that's step one. Make sure you've got the posts on there that, some work that you're doing. And he said that he's going to go shoot something up and that he was going to post it and stuff. So that's, step one. And then use them. I use emojis. I'm very expressionate. I got emojis on on lock. But I mean, I basically said, hey, Jack. And then I said, what I was offering him. And then I said, I realize you might have a photographer and that's great. I said, but if I interest you, please reply and I will send over that information.
Yeah.
And like I said, I got 3 replies in 3-4 days. So
that's crazy. Kenny, can you pull up just on your phone that demo profiles? Like one of the things that is a requirement if we're going to help someone do the Instagram method is they have to have at least 9 posts on their account because that fills out your grid. And of those 9 posts, at least like 4 of them need to be pictures of you. It can be like a selfie of you introducing yourself. You have someone take photos of you shooting your own house, like some behind the scenes photos, like putting the work to show people who you are. We talk about with the Instagram method and with creating an Instagram account for your company, that's like your salesperson for your business, your 24/7 virtual salesperson, right? So when you send a DM, like when Tyler sends that message, he sends a really good DM. There's a video in there. That's awesome. But one of the first things those clients are going to do is they're going to click on his Instagram and they're going to go check him out, make sure he's real. If you have one photo and it's of a house, you're never going to get any traction with your Instagram method stuff. So when it comes to setting up the profile, we've done 3 live Instagram profile critiques that show you how to do that. Go to the lives tab here on my YouTube and you'll see those and you can watch them. Tyler, you were on the last one when we did the critique, I think.
Yes, I was.
So you get more of Tyler over there. Also, Rod on my team just joined. So glad to have you in here, Rod.
Thank you.
All right. Let's
what I miss. I feel like I missed so much.
You did.
You missed my life story.
Just say it again real quick for everybody.
No. From 0 to 30K in a year and a half. That's the life story.
That's crazy.
The whole life.
It's
okay.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy to see what people do here. I've been around like business coaching, multiple industries, and I don't know. It's just pretty wild to see what actually people are doing here. Coaching or not, it's like an incredible industry. So
it is. Okay, Gene said, what tasks does a VA do for you? I imagine they do Instagram method. What else? I don't think Tyler's having to do the Instagram method yet, but Tyler, what does your VA Joseph do for you?
Instagram method?
Okay, he does.
I got, Instagram method. anytime I get this is the one thing that I'm switching to that I wish I would have done. Back to that question was get open phone if you plan to scale. I have a separate phone, and it was great whenever it was just me because my bubbles are blue. But now I'm screenshotting, working off of 2 separate phones. So basically what he's asking, I screenshot something, I'll send it to my VA via Facebook Messenger. He sends me a screenshot back letting me know that it's done. I have never used voice memos so much in my life now, but anytime I need something done, I'm like,
to you, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and like I gave my VA probably 3 months of like limited access, and then one of the things that, as a coach, they're going to ask you, what are bottlenecks in your business? What are you spending time doing that you can delegate work to someone else? I'm like, scheduling, giving discounts, adding, changing services. Yeah. So right then and there, I'm like, okay, super admin. There you go, Joseph. Because I don't know like what I've got to unlock. And like I could schedule something with Todd and figure that out. But I'm the kind like, if he wants to delete my business, I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
But I just gave him full access. I trust him. And I just gave my second VA full access. So now both of them, listen, I have them. I asked my VA, kind of like Eli tells you to like find a friend. And then if that friend knows someone, hopefully they're going to refer someone that they think is going to be beneficial to the business. Well, I asked my VA, I was like, do you know anyone? And he's like, yeah, my neighbor 15 minutes down the road, Jim. And there's been times where, hey, Tyler, Jim's Wi-Fi is out. He's coming over to use my thing or something like that. And it's so great because I just tell them if I want something done in the morning and in the evening, I say, Zoom with each other. Figure it out. So then Joseph taught Jim how to use Spiro, and now they both are very...
That's so awesome.
I gave Scott... I shared Jim with Scott. Yes. He does everything. I literally pick up a camera and upload. He messages with honestly, he probably does too much. If I was going to scale any more, I'm going to need to take some off of his plate and either move him into a more of a VA admin role or something, because like he does full contact with my editor. He does everything, like literally everything.
I mean, that's what scaling is, right? So for everybody that's asking what a VA is a virtual assistant. Typically, the VA industry, the virtual assistant industry, is very large in the Philippines. And so when most people say a VA, it's usually someone who lives in the Philippines that works remotely for you virtually, right? So any task that doesn't require them physically to be there is what people use VAs for. And VAs are awesome. It's just like hiring somebody for your team, though. You have to pick the right one. You have to train them well. You have to manage properly. As far as there's a lot of questions about cost for a VA. It depends. Generally, $1,000 a month to $1,500 a month is kind of the area. You'll find some cheaper. You'll find some more. But that's a pretty good range. You have to remember that the cost of living is extremely different in the Philippines. And so $1,500 a month is a pretty significant income. It's much higher than the national average there. So because of that, usually if you can't afford the type of talent that you want in the US because their cost of living is just so high that they have to be paid more, you can find really great talent in the Philippines. And we live in a world with the internet. So you can, it's a global world. You can use and have people on your team that are not just in the US. So yeah, VAs, that's my endorsement for VAs.
And my thing, I want to tell people right now, they are people, and I literally could not do it without them, and I let them know that. I when I met Joseph, I was constantly asking him, I'm like, what do you need from me? What can I do differently? Where are you struggling? Where can I help? And even now, I think it was 2 or 3 months ago, I sent a long text and I was like, thank you so much for everything you have done.
Yeah.
What are we having issues with? And this is before I switch editors. He's like, Tyler, honestly, I'm really struggling with the editor. They're not doing what they need to do. And so we talked to the editor. They said they would fix it. They didn't fix it. We gave them tries, talked to Kenny about it, and we switched editors. And he's very happy with who we're working with now. So, their opinions matter. They play a
100%.
50%, yeah, probably more than 50% role in my business. They do the invoicing, they do so much. I can't talk about it. And the amount of time that it takes.
Started that with people just think of they say VA, so they think of it's some software. It is literally a regular person who happens to live in the Philippines, and everything else applies. You have to manage well, you have to treat them well, you have to pay well, you have to do all this stuff. And if you do that, you can build a great team, a remote team. So people asking how you find VAs, there's a website called onlinejobs.ph. I'll put it in the chat here. That's the primary one where you can, it's kind of like Indeed, but specifically for VAs, and it's onlinejobs.ph, like Philippines. So great place to find VAs. We have great VAs on our team in all parts of our business, right? They handle, accounts receivable and payable. They answer emails. They, Aaron's assistant, executive assistant, Naomi's awesome. She lives in the Philippines. Like, I hate to even use the word VA. They're just literally a remote team.
I literally address my people by their name every single time. I start every Zoom call with, how are you? What did you do today? How's the weather? How's your family? Like, Joseph's got 2 kids, a wife. Jim, he's got kids. Like, I talk to them as if they are a regular employee. So.
Yeah, they are. It's just people mess it up with that, which I think is, first of all, kind of rude when people don't treat them well. But like, second of all,
for sure.
Like, it's not how you run a team. Okay, what other questions does everybody have?
Here's a good one.
Please
really good one.
Pin it.
It's for Tyler specifically, because Austin says, do you have any tips during the free shoot to help ensure they will work with you again?
Yes. Okay. First off, you walk in, you say, how are you? And then you figure out, how long have you been in the area? How long have you been? And now if you're like me, you can only talk so much before you start forgetting to shoot specific rooms, because that's happened to me. Like, I'm a talker, and I forgot rooms before. And you just go back and you apologize head to toe, and you fix it. But you learn from that. So yes, free tips, or tips on free shoots. For one, you follow up with them when you deliver. Now, this was before I switched to Spiro. I didn't do the Loom thing, and I'm starting to implement the Loom thing. And if you don't know what we're talking about, basically, you walk them through their first shoot with you on how to deliver the products. If you have Spiro, you walk them through the social media stuff on how, like, the templates, what a web res is, what a print quality is. In my area, we're limited to 40 MLS photos. A lot of new agents, which is who I work with, that's who I gear my, like, that's my clientele, because I started pretty recently. Like, some of them don't even know that you can only put 40 photos in, and they're like, Tyler, it's not working. And I'm like, did you do 40? Like, I over deliver always on your first shoot, and even still to this day, I over deliver. I do not care. I even told Joseph, I was like, hey, like, make sure we're not sending this X amount, and he'll still message me. He's like, Tyler, you took this amount, and I was like, just deliver it. Like, they're good people, they're good clients. All my clients are VIP clients, and when you treat them like that, they're going to stick with you. They're going to change photographers, or they're going to make you their main photographer. And if you want to, I don't upsell to make more money. I upsell to provide them value for their services. And I think this was a big thing that me and Kenny shared for a while, whenever I was like getting all these new clients, and I was still making a crap ton of money because I was able to upsell at 50% off. Like, they got the 25 free photos, and
so you were offering a base shoot for free, and then you were like, by the way, anything else you can get.
It's your first shoot. Like, you might as well get a video. You might as well, do a 3D tour. And sometimes I would even walk in and they have already done multiple shoots with me. Of course, like, they're your VIP clients. Test some things out.
Yep.
I did a 3D tour with this one on Zillow, and now they get it every single time. So I rack in $100 in 15 minutes every single time.
That is an underutilized thing. So it's something we try to talk about as much as we can. But if you get people using more of your services, whether you have to give it for free, give them a discount, whatever, they will more than likely do that again in the future, which gives you higher average order value. I was talking yesterday, I don't know if it was it was the launch group coaching call. I was like, the worst feeling is when, 3 years into working with a client, they're like, do you shoot video? And then you're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, I've been hiring another videographer for 3 years. And I wish I would have known that you did that. And you're like, I told you like 10 times, like, I sent emails. People do not know your services as well as you do. And so the thing that Tyler did that like set him up so well for the future is he exposed his clients. They don't forget if you offer video if they ordered one before, because they've seen it, they've used it. And so that's a huge, can you guys hear the screaming in the background, by the way? Is that loud? I'm not even kidding. There's wild parrots in Miami, And across the like water here, there's a tree with a parrot, and it hears noises in the environment, and then it makes those noises like over and over. Anyway, what Tyler said there is like so important. Like exposing your clients to your products is so good. That happens so much with Matterport, with everything.
Yes, and like sometimes like one of my best clients, like she switched from our #1 photographer in our area to me just because they didn't do what she wanted. Like she just wanted a little bit more detail, and I offered that right off the bat. But she sent me to go do, she's like, I'm so sorry, like, I'm sorry this is not worth your time. It was a drone only, $95. I didn't care. I delivered that drone photos, and I delivered them a drone video of that entire community. And what did they do? Oh my gosh, Tyler, I didn't even think about that. Can you go do XYZ community? And right then and there was like 7 more bookings on my schedule that were video, which is obviously way more profitable and easier than photos. And I was literally on a coaching call with Kenny doing that free shoot right there that day.
Dude,
and
yes,
because
that
of that,
good.
yes.
100%. We had one where we did a community shoot for an agent, exact same story. It's one of our bigger clients now, actually. And it was a small community in Granbury, the place where we started. He immediately called me after I delivered that and paid me $5,000 to go out and shoot a bunch of other community photos. It took me less than a day. I literally batched them all out and just did it. And it was $5,000. It's like, you never know. I think the thing that it's really important to keep in mind is when you're first starting, what you're really looking for is opportunity. And you get opportunity by putting yourself out there and giving stuff to people, showing, like, you have to create it, right? By being resourceful. You show them these things. So I love that you said that, because that happens. That's not like what Tyler's saying, what everybody we have on here that's built a business is not like this, oh, they got lucky one time thing. It was like they just did enough of this stuff to like be ready to get those opportunities. So
I
don't have a structure. There's no structure with me. Like,
yeah. The agent was like, it's not worth your time. And a lot of people say that, like, it's not usually the agent, it's the photographer saying it's not worth my time to go out there and shoot just photos. Tyler went out there, and instead of just shooting photos, he also added video. And it's something that we talked about, Eli. It's like, what will make the client happy?
Yeah.
And so Tyler knew that, and he used that to his advantage.
Yeah. Literally, like, one of our company values is we love our clients. And if you act like that, you make so much money and you have so many happy clients. And I don't know about you, but like, if you made a lot of money and all your clients were mad, that's a horrible business. And if you don't make a lot of money and all of your clients are happy, that's not a good business either. So it's like the happy thing, like, makes everybody work with you longer, makes them refer you, it makes them continue to book you shoot after shoot, makes your life enjoyable. And it's like a very simple formula. And I hope that's what everybody listening sees when I bring people on like Tyler, who's just crushing it. It's like they just go out of their way to serve their clients well and develop good relationships. And it's the money follows. Like, you don't hunt the money first. Like, you hunt the stuff that's going to create the money. That being said, what other questions do you guys have? All right.
My VA just started. He just texted me.
So that means you have it's like a good time of day when your team starts, you know?
Yeah.
Safety going forward. Okay, let's see. Do you do any like kickbacks for your clients if they refer you, Tyler, or do you just thank them?
Oh yeah, listen. I was doing $50 referral credits. Obviously, the initial client gets the free shoot, and that client would get $50. But I just kind of changed some things in my business, and I bumped it up to $75. So if you refer me, you get $75, and they're eating it up. They are eating it up. And I tell that that's another thing. If you're working with someone for the first time, for one, you're going to go in there, whether you know what you're doing or not, you're going to act like you do. And you're going to say, oh, and by the way, like, just so you know, obviously this shoot's free, but if you refer me, you get $75 off future listings. So there's opportunity. And I know, like, you're not really supposed to bribe people, but I'm telling people now, like, if you give me a Facebook review, $25. If you give me a Google review, $25. And what do? I tell Joseph, I say, hey, check these reviews. If so-and-so gives it, make sure you credit them $25. So, like, that's a task for me, but I'm delegating it, buying back my time. Obviously, when you just got to start. You got to let the ball rolling. And as the ball's rolling, you're going to figure out, okay, I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. And keep the energy. I was down in July, and I'm back up.
Yeah.
So we're good.
So I guess question for you, Rod. You obviously talk with a lot of people that we work with in coaching. what do you see like? I guess what do you see for people that aren't having the success like Tyler is, that are kind of doing it themselves? Like, is there a common trend? I mean, is it they're indecisive? Is it they're worried about competition? Or what are some of the things you hear a lot that you think is stopping people?
How do I answer this? Things they're so sure are stopping them is never what's actually stopping them. If I can answer it that way, that's exactly it. Like I'm like looking at their business, I'm looking at their numbers, and they're telling me certain things. Like I live in a certain area, and I'm looking at the area, and I'm like, oh, I know this area is crushing that. You know people that crush it in the area, and then they're also telling me, well, the area is really bad. That's why I haven't been able to scale. The area is really bad. I'm like, oh, I know people. I had one person really worried about Knoxville, where Mike's business is in Knoxville. So it's like, I don't know, it's a pretty good area. But they were so convinced the area was not good, and that's why they weren't doing well. So I think we're so good at convincing ourselves that something is the problem in the business. And if we just do this, everything will be solved. But it's 100 golden BBs, like you say, Eli. It's hundreds of little things that together collectively make this work well, to where you're at, competitive level as good as the ones around you. If not, the goal is to be better. So it's like, I would say it's
easy to let stuff. It's easy to there's a phrase around that, but it's like the easiest person to deceive is yourself. And I know just from like my story building my business, I mean, the reason I grew slow is because I deceived myself in about 1,000 different ways. I would think a number that was huge or that was tiny was huge. I'd be like, wow, like you're really, like I'd convince myself you're really killing it, Eli. And it's like, no. Like I was making $3,000 a month, and I thought that was a lot. I thought that was a ton in the business, and I thought that I had to learn everything myself was another way I deceived myself. I thought for the longest time that it was impossible to train somebody to do what I did, which is so funny because it's like, it wasn't coming from a place of arrogance. I just was like, it's going to be impossible. I'm like, wait a second. If I'm saying I'm the only one that can do this, isn't that indirectly saying something about myself of like, I'm so good, I'm the only one that can do this? It's like when I started thinking of it that way, I was like, wait a second. Like I have this thing now where, whenever someone's struggling with believing they can train somebody, I'm like, well, if they can train a neurosurgeon, I promise you can train a photographer. Like I just guarantee you can. And so that is so true. I love what you said on that. All right. What other questions does everybody have in here? We got about 5 minutes left with Mr. Tyler. So let's see. I'll just answer this one really quickly. It depends on your state, but a good starting place is either State Farm or Hiscox. Those are both good insurers. Let's see.
I don't know if it's an option, but I have, what is it, PPE or?
Yeah, there's a photographer insurance too.
I just got it because my friend was like, this is what I have, and it covers up to X amount.
Just any insurance that's decent price is good, honestly. All right, let's see. Fernando, that doesn't really matter in this industry. It's not really what we're doing, so wouldn't worry about that too much. Same thing with you, Jaden. Like I wouldn't really recommend growing on Instagram. Like I would try to find your ideal clients and reach out to them. So I guess that is growing, but it's like followers is irrelevant. You know what I mean? In this business, you just need to use your Instagram as a tool to reach out to people. You're not waiting for people to follow you. They will follow you, but like that's not the goal. All right, let's see. There was a question I wanted to hit here. Gene said, I've heard you guys say photos sell the house and video sells the agent. How exactly does video sell the agent? So yeah, what we mean by that, Gene, is like, if you go to Zillow and you look at houses for sale, you're not seeing the video, right? You're just seeing the houses. Like you see a house you like, you call the agent, you get a listing. The video usually has the agent in there, and it's a tool they can use to promote themselves on social media. So it's kind of like an asset that they can use to grow their business. Sure, it'll sell the house occasionally, but like most of the time, the agents know that they're ordering that video for their brand, to make their brand look better.
And I will say, don't be afraid to tell them to do it over. Like they're just as scared to get in front of the camera as anyone who is not getting in front of the camera. I have been pushing myself to get in front of the camera for probably the last month, and it has gotten to the point where I'm able to do it now in like the first or second try. You just gotta, and that's what, like, one of my best clients, he literally told me, he's like, I went home and told my mom, because she's also like my best client. He was like, I just told her, I said, you are, my first time working with you, I was uptight, but you're just so easy to work with, and like you make sure I don't look stupid on camera. Obviously, if they look stupid when you video it, you're not going to want to deliver them a video where they look stupid. So retake the video.
It's in your best interest to fix that. Yeah.
Jay said, how do you identify agents on Instagram? So Jay, if you go to Instagram, you go to the search. Let me pull it up so I can make sure I'm doing it right. You go to search, and in search, you're going to put like hashtag your city homes. So like hashtag Dallas homes, and that's going to give you a hashtag. I'll pull it up here. Hold on. You're going to go to accounts. Let's see, tags. Sorry, let me click on this. So you can see in here, there's 275 posts under Dallas homes, 275,000 posts. And most of these are going to be realtors. You could do Dallas realtor, Dallas whatever. So like, that's a good place to start. All right. Tyler, question for you from Casper. What did you change after joining coaching? Because like you started with our course that we used to offer, and then you got in coaching. I think a lot of it was you had momentum and your business blew up. So like, I want to take that off the table. It wasn't just coaching, but like, what about coaching, do you think was helpful for you?
Coaching it's way more than just someone telling you like the next step. But I will say, if I had a question about anything I'm trying to even think, Kenny, as my coach, gave me the answer straight up. He would give you the form or tell you what you needed to do or tell you the experience of what someone else did. And if he didn't know it, he would ask another coach. We're all a team here. We're going to work together. I've provided other people VAs that needed it.
So VA was a big change, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously that was a big one. What are some other or was it just a lot of little do this, don't hit that boulder, was there any other big stuff?
I mean, obviously, people are going to have questions left and right about what they should do for their business, and Kenny was the person that I would ask that to. But also, coaching offers so many videos throughout the day that you can join live-wise, and if you want to get an in-person question or answer from another coach, join it. Reserve your spot. Like, you are able to talk to someone at least Monday through Friday, if you need to. So that was always something very beneficial and something that,
Okay, that's something that I think a lot of people who are successful do, and people that aren't, that are in coaching don't. Like, we have people who join and they don't go to any group calls. I'm like, you have 6 months in coaching to work with us? Like, squeeze that sponge. I mean, it's like, Colleen does a group call. She's awesome. She's built I don't know how big at this point.
I love Colleen.
She's amazing, right? Like, Colleen's there. Sophie does a group call. Anthony does a group call. Like, all these awesome people. And I think what I'm trying to sum up is you took stuff and actually put it into place. You took the opportunity in front of you. Whereas some people, and in coaching or not, doesn't really matter. People will want to start a real estate media business, but then not binge watch all the videos they can possibly find that are, if they want to do the free route, right? Like, you have to be willing to soak it up like a sponge at the start.
And that's the thing, I'm willing to help someone, but why not do something that's going to boost? I made back what I spent on coaching within 30 days. That, I don't care.
Yeah.
The resources and the tools were at your fingertips. It was as hard. It was me that decided how quickly did I want to grow.
Yes.
And every time I needed something, I was like, okay, Kenny, I'm done. What's the next step? And he was like, okay, this is what you got to do.
That's
and I
very
was
true.
like, okay, this is going to take me X amount of time.
That's very true. Yeah, Tyler was like, I'm done. What's next? He wasn't just like, all right, I'm
when can we schedule our next call?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. You mentioned that he was soak up all the information, but also do something about it. A lot of people I've seen in the comments weeks ago, maybe we'll see it today too. Is I'm motivated, yes, and it's okay, do something about it. Maybe it's joining coaching, maybe it's not, but start your business, take action, do something about it.
It's the only thing that actually creates results, right? I think a lot of people want to plan. I understand it. They want to get everything perfect and then go. That's not how it works. No one's built a business doing that. That's just not. That's the MBA approach where you plan everything out. And MBAs are notoriously not great at building businesses. They might be good in the existing operation, but that's kind of why, right? Because the planning, it's funny. So I hear people. I understand if you're raising money and you get investors to different business, but I hear people starting service businesses, whether it's real estate photography, lawn mowing, whatever. And they write out this long business plan of the first month's going to look like this, and I'm going to do this and this. And then the next month, I'm like, dude, in the second hour, that business plan is invalid. completely invalid. Like it's something changed. Like what if it doesn't go that way? You have to be willing to pivot and do stuff differently. And so I think the business plan attitude really hurts a lot of people. You have to be willing. You said this like many times in many different ways, Tyler. Like you would just try stuff, right? Like you weren't like, oh, I'm going to learn photos, videos, 3D tours and all this stuff. And I'm going to perfect it. I'm going to do 10 practice. You were just like, I'm going to put it on my website. And if someone orders it, I'll figure it out. And you did, right? And so it's a hard thing to like, if someone is a planner, you have to like, you're always, anybody starting a business, you're going to have advantages and disadvantages, right? So like Tyler, advantage, he really knows how to be personable, right? I don't know what his disadvantages were, but we all have them, right? I had advantages and disadvantages. There was like things I was very introverted. That was a disadvantage for me. My advantage was that I was really hungry to make this business work. And so I did what I had to. And so it's like, you got to weigh those. Everybody has different ones, but you're never going to like build a business by just sitting there trying to like fix those things or like plan something better. You just got to get it and start doing it, you know? And there's a quote about courage. I think courage is not the absence of fear. It's doing the thing in spite of the fear. And I think I'm sure there's times where Tyler was like, I'm just going to make a guess. And Tyler, you tell me if this is accurate. There was at least one time where no one was around you. You were by yourself and you were like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Right? Like, is that true? Like everybody.
Listen, all the time. You know what I do? I put on some banging music that gets me motivated. I figure out and I make it work. Like I was looking at today, I was trying to figure out some things on my calendar. I've got so many real estate events. I'm a part of the Women's Council. I'm a part of the YPN. I'm a part of my local CCAR affiliate. And, you know, all these places, they're like, what do you need from us? And I was like, just sponsorship, just, you know, a minute to speak. I mean, I had a broker the other day. This one I love. I've been trying to get in with this brokerage forever. It's Remax, and I shot one listing for him a long time ago for someone else that couldn't be there, and they asked me if I would do that listing for them. And I won't talk about that because I taught that girl everything she knew. But anyways, here we are a year later. He's like, Tyler, I just need 10 photos of my personal condo. He's like, what are you going to charge me? And I was like, $50 and a brokerage presentation, and you got yourself a deal. And he said, deal. And there we go. I've got a brokerage presentation at one of our largest brokerages in the area. And like, I would see him at these events. There was probably like 3 separate occasions where I was at a real estate event, and I would try to like ease in about a brokerage presentation, and he would just talk about it really quick, but then shove it off his shoulders and then continue on a conversation about something else. And I'm not the kind of person that's gonna like
follow it up. Yeah,
I read the room, and so that's what I was reading the room. But then I was like, okay, this is my time. It was a yes or no, and he said yeah, so it worked.
Dude, that's amazing. You shot your shot for sure, and I think a lot of people are scared to do that. That's awesome. Is that presentation's already happened or it's coming up?
No, it's coming up. I've got 3 booked. I was like, it was a low month in July, but it was good because like I was also training and taking them with me all the time. And it was a low month because I was also paying to train them. So like I felt like a low month in my business, which is fine. Like that's growth in the long run.
Yes.
And Kenny was like, okay, you need to like start the brokerage calls. I went home that day, called 12 brokerages, and texted agents that I was like really good friends with. I'm like, please get me in, please get me in. And they're like, what day? We have a sales meeting on this day. Is this good? I said, yes, book it. What do you want, Chick-fil-A or this? And you just ask them. Don't be afraid. Like literally just do it. Just do it.
Yeah.
Like,
100%.
So I've got 3 booked in August.
100%. I hope everybody listening gets fired up. It makes me want to go book some brokerage presentations when I listen to Tyler. That's awesome.
I've got like a spreadsheet, and that's where the VAs come in. I'm like, okay, go look up all the brokerages in my area and put the phone numbers there. So when I get home after shooting all day, I'm going to go home and I'm going to call. And if you don't know, number 9 on your phone, if you leave a voicemail and you mess up, click 9. You can re-record. There was one voicemail though that I couldn't re-record, and I let it it was literally waiting for 5 minutes, but I didn't know what to say.
Yeah, I thought if you leave it long enough, it resets. That's funny. Number 9's a good thing though.
Something messed up though on that one, and I literally was like, hey Troy, this is Tyler. I run Western Media, local to the area. I would love to come in and offer you guys a brokerage presentation, but I messed up somewhere in there. And I literally said, crap, I messed up. Literally on the voicemail. So I was like, 9, and it wasn't working. So
dude, that's probably the best voicemail he's ever got.
No, I texted an agent and the thing. I was like, "Hey, can you ask your broker if I can do a brokerage presentation?" And he
Dude,
said, "Yeah." So
I hope he heard that voicemail. I would book you if that happened. If some vendor called me and said, and then freaking hit 9 a bunch. Oh my gosh. That's
I
amazing.
know it was.
Okay, here's a good one. How do you handle the fear of that? I'm sure you were scared, Tyler, of like the agent. The agents can be kind of intimidating. Not really, but they're like, they want good photos. Did you have that? And like, how did you approach it?
Oh, listen. Once you, I'm not even gonna. There's so many rude agents out there. Two of them right off the bat. I'll try to be really quick. So one of them, he was like, "Oh, I referred you business. You're gonna give me free drone photos, right? Okay, just because you gave me 2 clients, like, and this was when I first got started, so I didn't really have a referral thing, and I was already over delivering. Like, you don't have to put up with that. That's gonna hinder you in the long run. So don't even mess with that in the short run. I mean, if you need it, like, fine, but he killed my vibe, and I don't like to work with people that kill my vibe.
It's a real thing. You don't want that motivation, that mentality going down. Yeah.
Yeah, and he literally called me the other day, and it's been a year since I worked with him, and I didn't answer it on purpose, but I texted him, and I said, "Hey, I saw you called. How can I help you?" And he said, "Oh, you missed out. I had to go with someone else." I'm like, "Dude, I literally texted you back within 10 minutes." And so, like, that's not someone you want to work with. Like, I walk in, I'm like, "Hey, how you been? How's your kids? How's your husband?" Or like anything like that. And the other one really quick. So when I started, obviously we start our prices pretty low, or I did at least. And this guy was like, "Hey, my photographer did Matterport 40 photos and a floor plan for $250. Can you do that?" And my first initial reaction was yes. He was literally one of my first clients. A year into it, I literally texted him one day because I hated doing stuff for him. None of his listings were ever ready. They just got worse and worse and worse. And I was like, "Listen, I have to go up on pricing. This is what it's going to be. I'm still going to give you a discount, but this is what your new thing's going to be." And he said, "I thought this day was coming sooner or later." And he still used me for a couple more, but he honestly, his listings weren't.
Dude, that's how it is though. Like, you start at the start, you'll take any business, right? But then as your business gets busier, that's like part of scaling, is being like, okay, now I get to pick which business I want. That's not the business I want, So, dude, that's like perfectly executed though. Because I think a lot of people, you didn't make this mistake. What a lot of people do is they're like, that's not going to work for me in the future, therefore I'm not going to do it now. And it's like, that is not the right attitude, because you need the opportunity. Like you said, he referred you. You're going to make it work when you need it. And then when you don't, you ditch it. A lot of people, one of the common ones, like, are you willing to prep a house a little bit, Tyler? Like, do you do some tightening up?
Oh, 100%. Like, I know you're not supposed to do it like start to finish, but I do. I did from the start.
No, I think
you learn though. And as like in coaching, I got Spiro, and Todd hosts a call, and if you have any questions, I got my getting ready guide set up. And so now my business went from being me to, like I said, the ball rolling to where everything starts to become automated. Agents are booking their shoot. When they book it, if they put the homeowner in, they get a getting ready guide. The resources are there. Whether you use it is up to you. And I utilize it. I spend my time is very valuable to me. It's how you value your time. And my average order value, it averages, but I think it's like right around. It sticks between $350 to $397 sometimes. Nice. So, I mean, good. It's there. Super and that's helpful. I just started taking away the free shoots.
Oh, shoot. So that's factoring in the freeze.
Oh,
that's
100%. Listen, like I said, I don't upsell to upsell. I upsell to bring value to the clients, and they realize that. I've said this to Kenny in the past. I'm like, I have clients that literally say, "I don't care. Do what you think." Like, they want me on the site. Like, "Tyler, I don't know what to click. This is what I click, but you just do what you think." Like, they want me to have a button on there that says, like, it's called, we called it Gambler's Choice. I learned that in Vegas. But so basically, like, they just want me to show up and take what the house needs and deliver it. And they trust you.
That's cool. That's a good idea. Dang. All right. Well, that was awesome. Tyler, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Of course.
Listen, and I tell everyone,
like, the energy, dude. I'm excited. My day's ending. I'm ready to get going again. I hope everybody else feels like that. Oh, well, anyway, I think
it's evident that if you're listening and you want to start a real estate photography business, you should definitely check out coaching. Rod leads our enrollment team. You'll talk to him or one of our awesome team members. They can walk you through what it would look like for you. Coaching is different depending on where you are in your business. So check it out. We're a friendly group, as you can tell. We like working with people. It's not like a high pressure, you got to join or you're an idiot. That's not how we run our business. And I just don't think that's a good way to run a business. So yeah, we'd love to talk with you about your market. We'll dive in and see, make sure there's a population. If you live in an area where there's 40 people, like we can't help you. And it's not because we don't want to, it's because we don't want to waste your money. Like our job is to help you build a business. And so that's what we're going to look into. We're going to talk with you about your goals. It's called the game plan call. So it's replaunch.com/apply, popped up there. Other than that, I hope whether you decide to do coaching or not, I hope Tyler being on here inspired you to just do something, because that's definitely his secret, right? His secret is that he just got work done. And so, yeah, did you agree with that, Kenny? Is that a good summary of Tyler's secret?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, Tyler, thanks for being here. Rod and Kenny, to you as well, guys. And for everybody watching, thanks so much for spending your Thursday with us. And we'll see you very soon. Thanks, everybody. You know what to do with that link. You know what to do.
Yes. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. That was like a big issue. All right, guys. Got you.
Bye, everybody.
Juan and Elva Banda are two people that are just finishing up our launch coaching program. And on this video, I get to share with you an interview I did with them earlier today, where they walked through what it's been like to grow their business over the last 6 months. They came in the first couple months doing $0 in revenue, and they've grown their business to over $4,000 per month in the last few months. So I'm really excited to have you see their thoughts on things they did right, things they did wrong, managing a business and growing a business as a couple, and a bunch more. And so we get to dive in with the first question for them, which I asked them earlier today. What got you into this business and how'd you get started?
Our son is the one who got us into this. He took a drone class in high school. Like he built a drone from scratch and he got all into it. And he was like, we've always done side gigs on the side. We have another business that he works with us. Our kids have always been working with us on whatever we're doing. He worked in the oil and gas industry. I was always at home doing my own thing, you know, making money on the side. But when he got into that class, he enjoyed it so much. And he's like, Mom, Dad, like he told Juan, go take the class. I've always been on YouTube, looking, searching, trying to learn. And I found you and I started following you and watching all your videos. And then I kept telling him, like, no, watch these videos, watch Eli and look what he says. We didn't even know. So we got a camera. We didn't even know how, settings and all that. We knew nothing about the. So we got the camera. We already had the drone, of course, started getting the tripod, everything. And we started shooting on our own. And it wasn't until after, because he ended up, like you said, put in his job, because I was like, okay, we need to, if we're going to do this, let's go 100%, 100%. We have another small business that is steady and can keep us afloat, but we've literally bootstrapped it and trying to dedicate ourselves 100%. So it's working. So slowly but surely.
So what made you, I guess if you were already doing it, what made you jump into launch and get into coaching? And then not that you guys did the work, and just for everybody listening, like coaching wasn't the thing that made these people successful. Like they put in the work, the coaching gave them the roadmap to follow, but the work is what it takes. So I guess what made you jump into coaching, and then we'll go what's happened over the last 6 months after that.
So we did this on our own, real estate photography, for about 6 to 8 months, and we didn't. And then slow season started. So then we were like, oh my gosh, like, is it us?
Crickets, it was
nothing, like zero. And so I again, following you, and then I think I had missed a workshop or whatnot, and I told him, I said, come on, let's do this. He got in on it, we did it, but to us it was kind of like, because we're kind of doing this trial and error. Like, if we're gonna be serious about it, why not have some guidance? And I think honestly it's the best decision we've ever made, because the numbers are proof, even though we're not to where we can be self-sufficient off of what we're making, but it's still like, it's so much more, drastically more than what we were doing on our own. So the guidance, the coaching, you know, having someone there, you know, for any questions, you know, having someone review our work if we need to, it's just, it was just amazing. And it's not, you know, part of it, sometimes it's like, I you know, after starting the course, I'm like, okay, well, I kind of know all this, but you always have that self-doubt that you're not 100% certain that you are doing the right thing. So validation is a big thing with the program too. Like, you know, you have that support system. If you have a doubt, okay, you just ask your coach, ask the group, ask, you know, so that's been a big thing. So I think the guidance and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that's what I always wanted, was you know, just a step-by-step process. And so that's been very helpful for us.
Yeah, and I guess one, we talked about it before we went quote unquote live here, but the Instagram method, core of what we teach, for someone just getting started, do you have any advice around the Instagram method or anything you know, would have wanted to know going in? Anything on that front?
With the Instagram method, you just pretty much have to stay on it. You know, I go in there every day. I try to make at least 2 to 3 hours to try to take 2 to 3 hours out of my day just to stay on it, because you'll see the results. You see the results, but like I said, it takes work. They're not gonna know you if you're not out there just, you know, throwing your name out there. And like I said, some of these people must get tired of seeing our business name, because I mean, I'm just constantly emojis and you know, I just anything I can do for them to kind of see what we're about and what we're offering, you know. But you have to stay on that Instagram method, and it really works. Like I said, it's worked for us. I don't do no cold calling. I don't do no Facebook, none of that. I mean, there's just so many agents out there. There's just so many agents out there. It's endless, and it's just a matter of just them seeing your name and what you got to offer. And I mean, if they get tired of you, they're gonna delete you, obviously. But I mean, nobody's deleted me.
Nobody's deleted us.
So I guess
it doesn't really happen.
You know, so I'm like, well, if they haven't deleted me, I guess they enjoy me, you know, emojiing or doing whatever, you know, putting comments.
And I think they see it as you're being supportive of their page as well. Like, we get so many, they may not have a listing, or they may already have a photographer themselves, but because we are, you know, giving them hearts, or, you know, fire emojis, or saying congratulations, or saying good luck on your, you know, on your open house, they reply and say thank you so much for your support.
They do.
We even did, actually, a few days ago, we had an agent that he had been he contacted. We did the free shoot for her. We drove almost 2 hours for the free shoot, and she hasn't booked us. It's already been almost 3 months, and she hasn't booked us for a paid shoot, but she has referred 2 other agents that have already booked with us for paid. They didn't even ask for the free shoot. So but he's constantly, like, you know, commenting and sending emoji and being supportive on her page, because I think she does more leasing than it is.
I'm thinking sometimes, you know, once they post it, I just feel like once they post a new walkthrough, if they post a reel of a new home, I go in there and I'm like, you know, put like a fire. So I'm like, man, they must feel like, man, this guy's just stalking us, you know, like, let me be. But I'm like, whatever. I mean, if you don't want me, you'll delete me, you know. But so they're gonna keep posting and putting comments, and, you know, not always good, always positive, you know, and it works. It works, you know.
She actually commented and said, hey guys, thank you so much for being supportive. I've referred and given your name and your contact info to my colleagues. Have you been contacted? And then we told her, yes, 2 of them have actually contacted us. Thank you so much. So I think she felt like we're kind of stalking her. I don't know. Maybe
I mean, she was willing to refer you, you know, that's the name. It's like the Instagram method is where you get the opportunities from. And then
It doesn't mean it's that person. It could be like someone else they refer, something else. The other thing too, just for everybody listening, I always like to do this. So I went into your Instagram method tracker and I just select the box at the top. And I know when someone's going to be successful because when I select it, it says you can only select up to 500 at one time, which means you guys have sent a whole lot of messages. And that's why you have the results that you have now, right? I think a lot of people the Instagram method is not complicated, but it's not easy, right? Like it's simple, but it's not easy. And so I think the thing that you guys have as a trait that matches that of other successful people is that you just do the work. You consistently do the work. So I guess with that being said, you're somewhere around 4 to 5K a month right now. What do you want to see in the future? Like, what's the goal for the business? Do you want to scale and hire people, or like, where are you going with this?
We do. We want to scale. We want to hire people. We've even talked about. I mean, we were out of town in Mexico. A couple of days ago, and a buddy of ours, he knows a lot of people out there. We've even thought about scaling out in that way, houses out near Mexico, even Austin. We have family in Austin, so we want to grow. Those, my son, he's involved a lot, so he's starting to learn the photography part of it, which would be another body out there taking photos. But absolutely, I mean, that's our goal.
I think our goal is to be, a little, of course, financially stable, free, be well off, and be able to have something that is a business that will be automatically running, whether we're there or not. I mean, of course, you have to have some, supervision and managing, and that would be ideal, I think, in my opinion. And then something that we could leave, I think that's just the greatest thing that my son sees us and actually getting done. Like he gets, because of him, we were invited to be part of our chamber in our small town, and everybody knows him. We always joke around, he's gonna be like the mayor. So he walks in like shaking everybody's hand. It's kind of funny. But
and it's a great job. It's a great business. I mean, I enjoy going out there and just just meeting new agents and talking to them. It's a great job. I mean, you're on the field, and you're driving around, and you get to see beautiful homes, and you get to talk to these great agents, and it's awesome. I enjoy it.
It's like easy to forget when you've been shooting real estate for a while how fun it actually is. Like you get to fly drones, see cool houses, take photos, and drive to the next one. Anyway, go for it, Elva. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and meet all these great people. Like I am really, really surprised how kind and how nice and how helpful they really. We went again, drove 2 hours, but still, because she's been so supportive of us, and she was so sweet. And she's like, my brokerage has a photographer already, but I want to use you. I want to use you guys. And she's like, let's build because she does ranch style and like property acreages and farms. And she's like, let's build your ranch and farm portfolio. And I was like, yes. And so we got to ride around in a little, the
little gator thing or whatever they call it.
A little gator out there in the field. And I mean, she's awesome.
It was so sweet. I mean, at the end, she's like, she paid us, and she's like, here's extra. She goes, stop and get some lunch. And I was like, what?
Yeah. Agents are great. They really, a lot of people think they're not, and they just, I mean, they had to build a business too, right? Like they understand what you're going through. So I think it is a really enjoyable group of people. I mean, you always have those people that aren't as fun, but like 9 out of 10 times they're awesome.
And you can get great advice for them too, as far as business, if you want to like go into like flipping homes or getting loans, they're a great person to talk to. They have, they're great.
Yeah.
Well, they're people that are trying to make something happen for themselves. They're the same thing we're doing.
Right.
I guess my last question is, you guys get to work together as a couple. Any advice for couples thinking about starting this business specifically that you can think of?
I think
patience.
Patience, yes, patience is key. I think I think we owe Karen some marital counseling sessions because she's been a lot of help. I think her outside perspective on when we're in disagreement. You know, it's a business. At the end of the day, it's a business, but we both want the same outcome. We want to be successful. We want to do the great work. So I think that is key whenever both partners have the same goal in mind, and you're both in it, like 100% committed to it. Because if one of them, if you're going to work together, I think if it would be, no, it's just my thing, then, you know, I do my thing, and you know, it's okay, you can. But if you're going to be working together, I think patience, yes, and then compromise. It's kind of like a marriage.
Yeah, I'm kind of like dreading when we get so big to where, you know, because we drive around, we get lunch together, we drive, we talk, we kind of, you know, we brainstorm, you know, but I'm kind of dreading that one when it gets to the so big to where we're both driving separate ways. You know, I enjoy it. You know, we sit down and we drive and we talk, and you know, where we want to go, where we want to take this, you know, and it's fun. You know, we enjoy talking. You know, we've been married for 24, 25 years, and so we kind of know each other. But you know, business. You know, there's always going to be some disagreements, but you know, you'll figure it out.
Well, it's cool too, because I mean, like most of the time we're awake, we spend working, right? And so if you do get to work with your spouse, that's cool. Like that's not something everybody gets to do, and it's fun when it's something you can build together. You know, it's not just a job you share. It's like, I don't know, as you talked about earlier, it's something for the future that you get to build now. And the cool thing, we didn't get a chance to talk about this, but it's like when you do the work, it's hard work starting a business. I mean, you guys over the last 6 months put in the work, and that's why your business has grown. But when you do that, you know, it's a relatively short period of time that creates options for a lot of time in the future. So now you have a business that's, you know, it's not where you want it to be, but it is doing thousands a month in revenue, and it will continue to grow. And that every time it grows, you get more options, you know? You get to decide if you want to hire, if you just want to stay solo and make a bunch yourself. Like, it's just cool. That's the most fun part to me, is that it gives you that, I guess it's really freedom at the core. Like, you have the options, and that's where, in my opinion, freedom comes from, is the ability to choose. So yeah.
Right.
Well, and kudos to the program, because I mean, if it wasn't for the program, I mean, we wouldn't have known how to get started. I mean, it's taught us from step one to everything. You know, how to get the logos. We know QuickBooks has been amazing. I mean, that thing's amazing. We wouldn't known how to use that, or you know, just everything itself. You know, and numbers, keeping track of your numbers is a big deal. You know,
it is.
With our other business, we never thought about that. It kind of grew organically, the other one, and I kind of wish we would have followed. I wish there would have been a method back then of how to do that. You know, because it's helped us. The program has helped us out a whole lot. A lot, you know.
And it's kind of like you're scared to note your numbers.
Yeah.
Like,
so you kind of bury your head.
Yeah, you're like, I don't want to look at them. Let's not talk about it. But
that's what pushes you. That's what drives you, though.
That's what that's why we have.
Most of the time, it's not even that bad. It's you're actually doing good.
Yeah. That's why one of my favorite things is the reporting board, you know, and the one you guys are filling out. Like, it just shows you, it's cool too, because it shows you the progress. I think a lot of times, like you said, it's easier to think you're doing worse than you are. And so you see, it's cool to see in your board, $500, $2,500, 40, whatever it was. Like, that's awesome to get to see that.
It is. It's awesome.
Well, thanks to you both for jumping on here today. And congrats on all the success so far. So really appreciate your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Welcome back, everyone. Got an exciting video for you guys. Got Jeffrey and Deanna Andrews on here. Really excited to talk with them. We got to work with them over the last year as they built their business in our coaching program, and wanted to invite them on and just have them kind of talk about that process. Not specifically what coaching looks like, but just what building the business was like for them, things they learned, things maybe they wish they would have done differently. So first of all, Deanna and Jeffrey, thank you so much for your time.
Anytime.
Absolutely.
Glad to be here.
So tell us, I guess, go back to the start. You decided to start a real estate media business. How'd that happen?
Yeah, so I guess we moved to Huntsville. We're from South Florida about a year ago, and he was able to get a pretty good job, so we were good with that. But we did have a financial responsibility kind of above and beyond that, and so I knew that I was going to have to get a job. So kind of started on the hunt for that. But we had previously kind of dabbled over the years in starting a business. It's kind of always been a dream to do that, but we had never gotten very far with it. And I think one reason is because we kind of just got buried in just the little details and stuff, which we've learned from rep. That's just not what you want to do. And so we would get discouraged, and it would end up being like a little side gig, and that was that. So when we moved here, we just knew, okay, I got to find something. We can't be thinking about a business. And then we had some really good friends that were getting ready to sell their house, and they actually asked us if we did real estate photography because they knew that I had a little bit of experience in portrait photography. Yeah. So they were like, oh, it's probably the same thing, which obviously not. But so at the time I was like, oh, I don't know, maybe, probably, I don't know. We just kind of talked about it briefly, but it got us thinking. So I went online and I actually came across your Instagram page and saw like a little reel, like a promo reel for the business. And so, I thought it was pretty interesting. Like, this is cool. It might be cool, but that's kind of as far as I went with that. And then a couple of days later, the agent that our friends were working with actually called us. And the lady said, would you be able to take photos for my listing coming up? And I was just not prepared at all for that. And the thing is, I had just watched your promo video. So I was like, absolutely, I can do that. And I was just thinking, I don't know, maybe I can come up with something. Mm-hmm. And so I told her we're actually right in the middle of moving, which was true. And I said, we'll probably need a couple of weeks to get settled. But if it's okay, can I reach out after that and see if you have any listings? And she was like, sure, not a problem. So I literally, after hanging up with her, I got online and I looked at your Instagram account again. And that kind of led me to the REPP page that had like the little workshop. Yeah. A video so I watched that.
You knew zero about real estate photography. And she's saying, yeah, sure, absolutely.
I don't know why not? And so after watching that little workshop, I immediately got on the phone with him and I'm like, you've got to watch this. I think it's something we could do, because not only did it was just laid out so well, it made sense to me, and it felt like something that like we could actually be helped with. And then also it was photography and videography, which is something that we both have an interest in. So we just kind of start from there, and then we ended up getting on an online call with you, and we were like, yeah,
off to the races.
Let's do this.
Yeah, love that. That's so funny. It's usually the other way people see it is they kind of have that idea they want to start a business, right? And they're scrolling, and then they just get constantly bombarded with my videos. And then it's funny too. I think it was probably a thing that created some more comfort for you. I would imagine that you had an agent ask for photos, and then you saw it. You had like that alignment where it's like, is this actually a market? Is there a market?
Yes. That's so like, oh, people actually need this.
You join coaching, you're all in at that point. And I think from our perspective, I mean, we get to work with a lot of people. I think there were a lot of things that you did well that I want to point out, which is you just did what we said. And it's not you did what we said because you just trusted that we've done this before and you went through the process. And so you guys were both really good at following that. You put in the work with the Instagram messages, which is a big part of it. You just did the right things. But so you first joined, how did that go from there? Was it like, we're going to try this? Were you fully committed, or how did it actually feel at that point when you decided to jump into coaching?
I mean, we were, going into coaching because we've done some things in the past. I've done some tutorials online, trying to better my craft, training, those types of things. So for us to join coaching, that was a big step for us. Yeah. We'd never done anything like that before. And so for us, it was, if we're going to do this, if we're going to do the coaching part of it, we're going to go all in. And basically right around that time, Deanna had put out applications for jobs, and she had gotten some calls, and there was actually one that she had interviewed with. They wanted her to come back for a second interview. We thought, okay, here we go. That's going to probably be how she provides for this financial thing that we have. Yeah. And we decided, let's go all in. Let's do the coaching. Let's go all in. Let's start this business, and let's make this work. And so that's kind of where we were with that.
Yeah. So let's jump to today a little bit. Where is the business at now? Like, how many shoots you guys doing? What info can you say about the business? And then I'd love to talk about your initial, what you thought was going to happen versus what happened, and maybe it aligned, maybe it didn't. I have no idea. So where's the business at today, a year later? Not quite a year, right? Just about a year.
No, yeah. So I mean, we argue about when we started, but yeah, it's so our first shoot was probably in July. The end of July. So I kind of count it from around that time, because it took us, even with the coaching, with the checklist, all the stuff that you did a great job, of course. It took us a little while because we had just moved here. You know, we have a family. We're trying to just get all of our ducks in a row. It was a big life change for us. So even with that, it took us a little while to get going. But yeah, so I mean, our first shoot was in July. Right now, we're in the month of April. And so our February was up until that point when we hit February. Well, let me back up to the end of January. We had our biggest week, which I want to say 8 or 10 shoots that week. And then we did around $2,000 for that week. And so we were pretty thrilled about that, because that was a big step in our
January too, which is like off season still.
Exactly. And so then we hit February, and up until that point, we had averaged about 12 shoots per month.
Okay.
And so we hit February, and we surpassed that within the first 2 weeks, I think. we ended up getting to about, I think, 24, 25 shoots. And we did 6,000 that month for February. And then I got a little nervous because March rolls around, and we had one shoot the first week of March. I think we did $150 in revenue first week of March. And then we had our highest month in March. Our highest month, our highest week, the last week of March, we did about 3,000, and then we did about 8,000 for March. And now we're on track. If we don't get any more shoots in April, we'll do about 7. If we get some more shoots, we're on track to have our highest month of total shoots and maybe dollars. So,
when we're only at the time of filming this, April 19th. So
yeah, we still have some time.
Yeah. The fun part too, and I think you guys probably know this more than the average person watching this, but even April is still not even ramped up into busy season. So the fun part too is when you have, like, one thing I think you two did very well is you just did the Instagram method. Like, you just put in the work and actually made it happen. And so we not only have the swing into busy season, we also have the referrals and the clients coming from that Instagram method work. And so it makes for a fun busy season, right? I imagine.
Yes.
I was thinking you guys are going to clear 15, maybe 16, maybe 18 in a month this year. We'll see how it plays out.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. So we were talking before we started the recording here about how you guys had just kind of seen the things that we were talking about would happen. So I guess, what are those big ones for you that, you know, you thought you heard us talking about, but actually happened? Anything specific come to mind?
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of like when you get started and you see this goal of, I think it was like making $6,000 for the first time. You're like, I don't know, that'd be great, but is it really going to happen? And so seeing that actually happen. And then what was funny, when we hit that mark, and then the next month we just had like one shoot at the beginning of the week, he was like, all right, that's it. It was just a fluke. Right. And I was like, no, but we've gotten to this point. So surely, you know, they said it's going to continue, like, at this point, because we were starting to get referrals and things like that. So I'm like, it's going to happen. And, you know, the way this business is that we're learning, it's just from week to week. You can go from nothing to boom, a full schedule. Yeah. So, you know, we've seen how all of a sudden that's starting to happen when we're starting to
one of those things where it tests your emotion. I feel like that's half of building a business, is like, there's just be a week that makes you go, all right, I didn't think that was going to happen. I've told this story, I think, on a live before, but we had another coaching client who was 1 week, this is legitimately not even an exaggeration. 1 week they were really worried about, they didn't have enough shoots, and they started worrying about the future of their business. So they came to us with questions around that. Like, I really need to ramp up acquisition. I need to do a bunch of stuff. And we looked at their trajectory, and it was like pretty consistent and pretty good. And we're like, I think it's just, you know, it happens sometimes. And they were really worried about it. The very next week slammed, right? Just like the busiest week they've ever had. And it was so funny because they came to us in coaching with questions like, I think I need to hire right now. And it was like all these questions back to back. And then if you looked at, if you average out the month, it was just a super normal month. It was just one busy and one slow. So it's just so funny how that side of it happened. So when you first were, like, you committed to starting the business, what was exciting to you about, like, why real estate photography, or what made you kind of take the lead?
So I think part of it was that we were able to, you know, she's done portrait photography. I've done some videography, and it was something that, okay, maybe there will be some familiarity there. You know, it's not just like going in blind, or, man, I don't know how to do anything and I'm going to have to learn everything. I think that was part of it. But then, of course, you know, listening to your videos and then being part of that group, understanding that real estate photography, as opposed to like portrait photography or wedding videos or anything like that, is you have repeatable business. You have repeatable clients. So, you know, when she would do a shoot, like a baby shoot or for seniors for portrait photography, I mean, you might get that client 1 or 2 times, but that was it. And then weddings, you know,
for years too, potentially.
yeah, for years, right?
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things that sold me when you were talking about it. I was like,
Right.
wait a minute, this is like you can establish a relationship with these clients and then continue to have business with them. So to me, that was huge.
And that's exactly what we've seen. We have clients that we know are our clients, and we've had, you know, repeatable business with these clients every time they get something. We even had clients that have had us come in and they haven't sold a house in the last 6 months, and we went in and redid the photography for them because at that point they had another photographer do it, and they love us and they like our work, so they wanted us to redo it.
Yeah, it's so interesting. I think a lot of what initially made me excited about the business was that I just hated selling. Like, it was extremely uncomfortable for me. And so I liked that once I got a client, I didn't have to do anything and that they would sell for me. And it's funny because it was a fear that made me like that at the start. But now I look back, I'm like, fear or not, like that is a legitimately good thing about this specific niche, is that you keep working with them. The other thing too, we kind of talk about like the 3 R's as why this business is awesome. That's language we've used lately. So it's repeat business, but it's referral business, because all the real estate agents you work with are constantly with each other. So it's like the perfect storm of like, they use you over and over, and they're also doing deals with other agents. And the last one we say is kind of unrelated to what we're talking about, but it's like required business. It's not actually, but it helps. The thing that I love is it's not, people will pay for an emotional result, like senior photos, they'll obviously pay for, right? But the difference with real estate photos is that paying you to do those photos helps them achieve something in their business. So it's not an expense for them, right? It's like an expense not to. And so I think that all just kind of goes together nicely.
Yeah, I mean, we had like one agent that had us come in. She actually sent us, her client, the homeowner had sent her a text just thanking her for the photos, the video, loved it. And she said, thanks so much, you guys are just making me look good. And we were like, that you're just doing a great job. It's awesome. But that's our goal. That's what we want to do. And so it's great when you see people like you're encouraging that. And that's something you guys also done a really good job of, you know, what is the main focus? It's customer service, it's building relationships. So even more than all the making everything being perfect. And because we tend to be perfectionists and we want things to be just right. And sometimes we can just get like so absorbed with that we don't focus on what we need to focus on. So that has been very big for our business. And we've just been trying so hard to do that. And if there's a problem, we're going to fix it. And we're going to make things as easy as possible for our clients. And that's something that we get feedback now. They're constantly saying, you guys are so easy to work with. Yeah. Your systems are so easy, which that's what you guys have helped us with. Everything is just, they just love how simple it is and how flexible we are. Those are all things you guys have taught us to be able to concentrate on those things. And so now we're seeing that coming back, and that's what people are saying that they love about us. I feel like that's something that helps us stand out. Yeah.
Well, most photographers are so focused on the other stuff. And I know that because that was me. Like that's why it took so much longer to grow than you two did, just because I didn't know that, So anyway, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, yeah.
No, and going back to what you said about the sales part of it, because that was a big thing for us jumping into the coaching and the real estate understanding, because Deanna and I we're introverts by nature, and we don't like confrontation. Trying to sell somebody on something. I'm a terrible negotiator. I'm a terrible salesperson. But understanding how it's done through the Instagram method, being able to start there. So let me say it this way: being able to start your business doing that, and then grow into being a salesperson. And so we've seen that with us, to where, for us, I think if we had to go out and knock on doors and, go meet people face to face, there would have been a bigger barrier for us. The barrier of entry was less because of the Instagram method. But now what we're seeing is that we're not as nervous to go talk to an agent, to go do a brokerage presentation, to do what needs to be done to make the sale. So,
I mean, the Instagram method, the first few times I had to write a message and send it, I was terrified. And
even with that.
I know, even with that. So it's grown us too, but it's because we've been given the right tools to know where to start and then kind of go from there. So
it's funny. I think that's a lot of people's stories. I mean, it's like, I think a lot of people wouldn't believe it now because all I do is make content online, but I'm a massive introvert, especially when I was first starting. It's the same thing. I think I think I just had a misunderstanding about what sales was. And I thought it was more confrontation oriented. And I don't like that. Like still, like that's the worst. It's the thing I'm the weakest with. And then you learn that that's just bad sales. Like good sales, you're not selling, right? You're helping them understand the value of something and delivering a service they like. And so that's kind of the fun part, is it helps you learn what that actually means. And then you develop into a salesperson. It's not just pushy and trying to get stuff done. It's like, especially because the business is built on, it's not, oh, buy this mouse and you're never going to see me again. It starts an ongoing relationship. So I think it's interesting because if you're really that one-time, pushy sales type, that's a skill. It's not a skill that I really want to have. But in this business, that skill actually might set you back because you're going to it's about optimizing the long-term relationship and, thinking in that. So,
exactly.
Building trust with people too.
Yeah. Because it's not just one sale. I mean, you're going to work with them for, hopefully we have clients who my first client doesn't sell real estate anymore, but I have within that circle of like first 10 clients, a big portion of them, it's been 11 years still use Norman Leon.
Wow.
Right. So it's like, I should go back and do the math and see how much they've paid us over that time. It's cool to see like that relationship. Not only does it pay you a lot, it's going to last a long time.
Yeah.
So if someone's thinking about joining and starting this business, and this isn't a coaching related question. If someone's thinking about whether this business is right for them, what would you want them to think about? Like, what would you have wanted to know genuinely that would help or maybe make them be more cautious with the decision?
Well, I think exactly what we did think about when we were thinking about this business was, and these were some of the things that, and they're kind of myths almost, but like, what is the competition? Like we worried a lot about competition. What is the day-to-day going to be like? What kind of, we didn't know it in these terms back then, but what are the systems going to be like? How is the progress and how are you going to run your business from day to day? Where when we got into coaching, we were able to see that, competition doesn't matter. You shouldn't spend a lot of time thinking about that. Even the skill set doesn't matter. Even though we come from photography and videography background, the skill set doesn't matter because if you do it right and you practice and you get the right shots, you're going to send it off to an editor. And that's another thing, because that's something we would have done. If we didn't know any better, we would have concentrated on editing. We would have done that all ourselves. And so, you're going to send it off the editor. They're going to make the pictures look wonderful. They're going to make the video look wonderful. Those types of things. And then just the as we talked about before, the sales part of it is not as scary as it might seem, when you're doing the Instagram method. So, really you're just putting your head down and you're doing that IG method and just moving with that and then learning as you grow your business.
Yeah, we were talking kind of a funny story. We were remembering the first 2 shoots that we did, 2 little bitty houses. And thankfully the realtors were there.
They weren't.
Well, they were there. Amy was there at the beginning and then she left, but we were pretty much alone. And it took us over 3 hours to get the house finished up because we were just, but that's how we were learning as we were doing it.
How nervous were you at those first few?
I remember just sweating and just.
My shirt was drenched. I had an undershirt on, and it was totally.
Well, and the realtor was like, "Oh, you guys are the professionals." They said that several times. And we were thinking, "Oh my goodness."
Major imposter syndrome.
Yes.
For a while.
So it was funny. Now.
I asked as kind of a leading question because I think everybody feels that way. But it was on my call on Tuesday, my group call. And it was a guy who had just joined. He got his first shoot. I'm forgetting his name right now, but either way, he's new to coaching. And he was like talking about the shoot. He was kind of excited. And I was like, how are you feeling about the shoot? And he was like shaking in my boots. And I was like, yep, that's 100% true. So, so you don't feel that as like, I think the big thing, a lot of people that stops them from, whether it's working with us in coaching or just doing this on their own or starting any business, it's that fear.
Yes.
And the thing I always try to point out, and I love you guys to talk about this, but it wasn't that you didn't have fear, it was that you did it anyway. So I guess what are some of those things that have been scary, but then turned out to be not a big deal or you just had to conquer? Like what were those milestones, I guess, that were real scary?
I mean, the first shoot going in there, for me, even doing video, I mean, it was a totally different style. I was used to kind of doing video in a studio where the camera's on a tripod, I control the lighting, those types of things. So going in there where I have to do some settings, thankfully, through coaching and rep, the settings are not as scary as you would think. But, just taking the video, taking the photos. I'd never flown a drone before, so getting the drone up in the air, making, though just doing the work was scary, and we were nervous about it.
I would say for me, just focus on doing one thing at a time, like learning a new skill every time. And then as much as you're nervous, just smile and work on just relationship with people, because that's all they're going to remember. So all the things that we messed up on at the beginning, they're not going to remember that. They're going to remember if you were, kind, if you helped them, all those things, the customer service. So for us, we're introverts. This does not come naturally to us. I feel like every part of this, we've had to push ourselves, and we did it because we had that motivation that if we're going to do this, we have to do it, right? We have to go all in. And so we just kept pushing ourselves, and we have moved slower than other people that started when we did. We just kept doing it. And I would just say for anyone that's nervous about doing that, like just keep doing it, just one step at a time, because eventually you're going to look back with every step and realize, hey, I've just learned something that now I'm not nervous about. And that just makes you feel more confident as you move on to the bigger, scarier things that you'd never imagined that you could do, but you get there somehow, just kind of one step at a time.
Yeah. So now we go into a shoot and, maybe we have 3 in a day. And we actually do a lot of video now. So it's most of our shoots come with either a reel or video, or something like that. And that's not the scary part. That's not what scared this. The scary part is just, hey, how are we going to get new clients? Are we going to keep moving? Those types of things at this point. We know we have our clients and we know they're going to book with us. Yeah. Obviously, our business is contingent upon them getting listings. So we have to continue to get new clients, so we have enough clients to where that's not a huge deal anymore. The shooting, those things, it's just not scary anymore.
Yeah, that's that's what it is with everything in the business too. Your first hire, oh my gosh, and I think the advantage you two have specifically is that you've seen that you both can do it. It's way worse when just one person is doing it, because you don't believe anybody else can learn all the things you've had to learn. And so it's just funny how these same fears repeat themselves. So I thought we couldn't hire photographers, right? And I got over that, hire photographers. And then I literally had this belief that I told myself, you can hire photographers, you can't ever hire an admin. Eli, what you do on the phone, no one, what kind of nonsense? It's so funny how they just repeat. So I guess on the tangent of, really not the tangent where I want to go with this, is what's the future for you guys, for your business? What do you want to see happen? Do you want to hire people in the future? Do you love where it's at and just want to get to 12, 15K a month? What's the dream?
So the dream, I think the immediate dream, at least for me, is to grow this big enough to where I can just do this, to where because right now, I have a good job, and it's a corporate job. It's a good job, but it is different than what I used to do. So, you're in a cubicle, that kind of thing. And I really enjoy doing the real estate photography. I enjoy it when I get to do that. I really enjoy it. So for me, that is a goal that we would like to see happen in the future, to where this can replace, not only provide for that financial need that we have, but then replace my job at that. So that's I guess that would be long-term, but we have talked about, immediately, we're getting to the point where I think we need to hire a VA, because we're just, when we don't have shoots, Deanna has done all the Instagram methods. So, she's been a champ at that. And, but if we have shoots, she doesn't have a lot of time for that. And then posting on Instagram, because that's important. We've understood that posting on social media, Instagram, whatever it is, that's important. So maybe having a VA for some of those things.
We want to strengthen some of those things, because we know we can do better at those things. So,
especially once you have, once you're making money from the business and it's working, that's the whole point, right? As you get people to start building that system that, the ultimate thing I think for a lot of people is having something that a really cool experience that I'll share with you guys, and you may have already heard me say, but I think it's something to look forward to for everybody, is that first time when you have a client book a shoot online, or maybe with your admin in the future, and then some other photographer does the shoot, someone else edits it, someone QCs it, someone delivers it, and the client's happy, right? Like when that full system is complete. And so the way I look at it is when you're first building your business is like you have parts of that system complete. And they're like, you're always looking towards that. And then you get there and it's just a really cool feeling. So that's what I always like to encourage people at your stage, where it's not going to be, I mean, with referral growth, it's compounded, right? So 100 clients referring you is different than 20. It just grows much faster. And so it happens faster than a lot of people think. And I just think that's a fun stage, because then you're like, wow, this is actually like, you start to see it as a business, not a job. And it's not that it's a bad job. Free real estate's awesome. I mean, I shot for years myself, but that's like a really cool next feeling I always like to share. So it'd be exciting when you get there.
And thankfully, this is something we actually really enjoy doing.
We do enjoy doing it.
Obviously, there's still a lot we need to do, and there's a lot of things that we think about in the future, and it makes us really nervous.
Yeah.
But again, okay, we're here. We're where we didn't think we'd get here, so let's just keep moving, you know. So
well, I think that's what's encouraging and exciting is that we, you know, so yeah, we've had a $6,000, $8,000 month, and we feel like we've only scratched the surface. We feel like there's so much more that can be done, so many more agents that can become our clients, and just a lot more for the future. So, you know, we would like to get into hiring someone. I mean, that is a goal in the future, to where we, you know, start hiring and, you know, having photographers working under us. We've often talked about, you know, maybe the first step is to hire before I quit my job, is actually to hire somebody and get the business rolling that way, you know, with that employee, and then go from there. So
the nice part too is you get, when you own a business, you have options, right? Like you don't have to go working, you can do that. I like how you said you scratch the surface of it, because it's funny. Normally Young this month we'll do somewhere between 80 and 100K, probably closer to the 100K. So pretty busy month for us. We're excited, and sometimes like, oh wow, like that's pretty good. And then I got on a live with Todd, the guy who owns Spiro. I don't know if you guys watched that last week. And he screen shared his numbers, and I was like,
oh no.
I was like, all right, there's levels to this game.
Yeah.
Just for everybody that hasn't seen that, what was it, like 850,000 for the year in April? Like we're almost at $1 million and the month. This was like April 10th. We did the live, was already at, the revenue was 106,000.
That's ridiculous.
Something hadn't been like that. I was like, oh, it's just so funny how like I used to think very clearly that, I remember my first $4,000 month. I thought that was like an impossible amount of money to earn as a photographer, and it's just so funny to see it now. Like Todd, normally Young does $4,000 days, you know, like days. So it's just cool. And I think that's probably unique about real estate media. You don't really see that in a lot of other niches, and that's just one of the things I like about it. But I guess final things, like someone really wants to start this business. They're committed to putting in the work. It's not a hope and a dream. It's not a get rich quick thing. They know it's going to take work. And not on the join coaching thing. Because when people who are in coaching get on here and say join coaching, like people are like, they're in it. Of course they're going to say that, right? Besides that, what would you encourage them to think about, or any advice to someone who's just starting?
Well, so I know you just said that, but I would have to say, you know, so because for us, see, what coaching has helped us do is, for us, we started, and so, okay, let's put coaching aside. So I'll just say this is something you can look at. We would focus on the details. We would be perfectionists about starting the business. We would have worked for 6 months on our logo, on our website, on our branding, on practicing photo shoots, and then probably would have quit because it was just too much and we didn't have any clients. So speed is your friend. You know, the speed of getting out there, not worrying about, well, I'm going to mess up. You know, it's not the end of the world if you go out there and you mess up. And even if you lose a client, although we hate it, if you mess up. So it's more of just, you know, jump in. If you're trying to start and you want to do it, jump in, because it's a good business. It's repeatable business. And then once you start building your business, just keep at it. You know, there's something that you and Aaron have both said several times. And that is that stuck with me. And that is, for today, move your business, even if it's just a little bit. Do something to move your business just a little bit, to advance your business just a little bit. You know, don't be stagnant. Just, even if it's sending out one DM just today, at least do that so something that moves your business just a little bit day by day. And that's stuck with us to where even though we've been slow at times, we know that at least today we moved it somehow.
Yeah.
I would say it is work. It's hard work, but everything in life that is worth doing is going to take a lot of work and effort. And to me, this is a lot more rewarding and more exciting when you start to see all the, everything happening from all the hard work. It's very rewarding, more so than maybe just working, at a corporate job and coming home. And yeah, you come home, you don't have to think about it. When you're a business owner, you're like 24/7.
Yeah.
But the rewards are so much greater. So if anyone, is thinking about it and thinks this is something they'd be interested in, I think it's a great business to get into. It's a lot of fun, but just keep at it. Just don't give up.
Like the work element of it too, because I think there's, we having an online coaching program of any kind, you get a lot of people interested who are like, is this a quick, fast way, to make things happen? I understand the wanting to make things happen fast, but I would argue that the people who try to make it happen fast, it actually ends up being just more work, because you try something, it doesn't happen fast, you restart something else, it doesn't happen fast, and then 10 years later, you still haven't made anything happen. And so it's funny, like trying to avoid the hard work element, to me, actually just creates more hard work. It's like, I'd rather at least work consistently. The quote that makes me say that, just keep doing something, is, I heard this early on, it stuck with me. It was a Gary Vee quote. He was like, you have to have macro patience, patience for the big things, but you have to have micro speed. You have to like keep doing every day you have to do something to move it forward. So I love that that stuck with you, because that actually, that for me, that was probably the biggest like single thing that made me go, okay. Because I'm a guy who gets impatient really easily. I want results today. I think a lot of people do.
Yeah, that's it. That's me. 100%.
Well, thank you so much for your time on here. Really appreciate it. And it's been, it's always fun getting to watch people grow. I think like the biggest thing that is fun for us on our side of things is like, I know how long it took me to grow. And so when people you'll hear people say, dang it. Like you mentioned, and I know you didn't say it in this way, but you're like, we did it slow at times. And then I laugh from my end, because I'm like, I would have done anything for 8K a year in, literally, I was like, I thought that was impossible. And so I just think that's fun. That's part of it. You should be able to move faster because you have those tools, and I love that. So thanks again for being here. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, we enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. So I'm back with somebody that you're absolutely going to love to hear from. I just got to talk to him on a coaching call for the last hour. It was awesome. And I hope that his story of not just being in coaching, but just building a business and really making things happen for himself is something that's going to be hopefully inspirational. And I hope not just inspirational. I hope it's something that helps you take action. So I got Edwin here. Edwin, tell your story a little bit, where you're at, and then we'll just dive in from there.
How's it going, everyone that's going to be watching this? So right now I am just hit my 10K month in April. So that is awesome. Never thought that was possible, but I started the business at the end of December and I got into coaching. I didn't really get shoots till January, but just for people to know, January I was offering free shoots, made $1,000 on free shoots. February made $3,000 on free shoots. March was almost $6,000. And then now in April, $10,000. I don't do free shoots anymore, 50% off shoots, but it's just crazy how much I've exploded in this short amount of time.
What do you think? I mean, I know a little bit about you more than someone watching this, but what's different about you, or what did you do to make this possible that you think people would want to know getting into it? What would you have wanted to know when you were first starting?
Yeah, so I think the difference with me is I was okay with spending money for coaching, because I knew I needed someone to guide me and someone who's already been there that can get me faster and, get my business going. So the first one was definitely coaching. The second one is offering the free shoots and over delivering on every single one of the free shoots, and just making sure that I had a good product for my clients. And that's really what took the business to the next level. And then just reaching out. No tomorrow, reaching out, following up.
And so, obviously, starting a business requires a lot of work. Coaching's not a magic pill. Your success, yeah, you had a roadmap from us, but your success was because you actually showed up, you did the work, you stayed consistent. Did you ever I know we talked about it a little bit, before we were recording here, but how often did you feel like it was not going to work? What did you do to
continue anyway? Because I think a lot of people have fears. Everybody has fears when they're starting a business, but like, I guess what gave you the endurance to just keep at it?
Yeah, I've always had that feeling that like even now, like I feel like it's something like you just never feel good enough, you know? Like it's something that you're always trying to just be better and you don't want to lose clients or any of those things. But definitely when I was offering the free shoots and you have to, you know, yeah, I made a little bit of money on the free shoots, but I wasn't expecting that money that came. So I had to go 2 months mentally saying I'm not going to make any money and I'm going to over deliver. And that was really hard. But I just kept telling myself, I'm not trying to build a business to make money now. I'm trying to build a business to make money in the future, right? So if I take 3 months of doing the free shoots and over delivering, what's my business going to look like March to June? And as we can see, it's paying off already. 10K in April. This month, let's see what we're going to hit. You know, let's break another 10K. You know, 12 and then up. But really, it's that looking forward to what the next 3 months are going to look like. You know, what's the next 6 months going to look like in the business versus the money now. And one big quote was, you said it. And this, every time I was like, I didn't want to do the free shoots or anything. It was like, you don't need money, you need opportunities.
Yeah.
And that is what I kept replaying in my mind every single time. It's like, I don't need money right now. I need an opportunity, because if I can land the client, over deliver for them, I'm going to have a retainer every single month of business coming, a small well coming back to me every single month. That's more valuable than the $150 that I would have gotten the first, or 200, whatever, 300.
Well, it's hard too, because you like the saying you need opportunity, not money is true, but you really feel like you need money. And that's what I think messes up a lot of people is like what made you just do the free shoots? And a lot of people like overthink it. They'll try to do like, you know, a discount at the start, or they'll try to do full price. Like, what made you just do that, I guess? Was it just that you knew it was going to work, or like how did that happen?
Well, for me, I went all in, right? So from the start, I quit my job. I took all the money I had and I just went all in. So I said, yeah, sure, I need money, but it's going to grow my business slower than me just offering free shoes. And if I can hold off for two months, I know my business will be 3 times bigger. So that all the money will start coming back to me in the next, you know, few months coming up. So for me, it was like the free shoot was the way, you know, in the beginning, until the free shoots were a little too much. And then we adjusted to 50%.
Well, and one thing, I mean, and you know this, but for everybody watching, speed's really important in business. And I think a lot of people don't know exactly what that means. And so like one thing I think you've done very well, I mean, from the very first call where you talked about coaching and you're like, all right, let's go. And then you just jumped in and went for it. It's not, this isn't a coaching pitch. It's not about coaching. Like if you're starting a completely different video and you're watching this and you're saying, how do I start fast? Like, have you always been someone that did that, Edwin? Like just jumped in and just made it happen? Like, are you normally an overthinker? Like, who are you in that side of things?
Well, I definitely overthink a lot of things. So like if I can find a way to make it where I don't have to overthink and take that mental, you know, baggage out of my head, then I'm willing to pay for it, you know. And at the end of the day, you really have nothing to lose, you know. Not taking the move is the loss, right? And even when you take the move and you decide to get coaching or any help, you have to put in the work as well. You know, without the work, the coaching ain't gonna help.
Yeah.
You have to work hard, and the first few weeks is gonna be hard. I think you guys have it the first 4 weeks.
First 4 weeks is like boot camp.
The first 4 weeks was crazy because I was doing the shoots and trying to build business and really it's just learning everything and being a newbie to everything. You know, doing the first shoot, using the first editor, you know, doing the video services yourself. You've never done it all before, so everything is overwhelming and it takes a very long time to do it. But as the months go on, it just gets easier and easier and easier. You know, just like before, 3 shoots would take all day to do. Now I'm able to have systems where it's getting a lot easier and I'm done at a certain time. And now with coaching, we're going to try to figure out how to get that down even less. stuff.
Yeah. So so someone's just starting their business, and coaching aside, like not even talking about that, is there a couple pieces of advice? One, like what's your advice for someone who's just starting a real estate media company in terms of what it takes to be successful quickly? Because most people, they want to build a business relatively quickly, right? And I think if you try to go too quick and you're trying to make money in your first month, it's not going to leave you in a very good place, right? Because you do have to be but like, any advice generally about starting a business as someone who's done it well?
Yeah, there's two big advices, and this is why it's really good who you listen to, but I listen to Alex Hormozi. And so let's say coaching aside, right? He has 2 books, right? So the first one, you need an offer, right? So you have to create an offer that the agents want, or something that they need, right? So it could be the photos, a floor plan, and maybe just a drone shot to get started. That's it. That's your offer, and a good price. And you say the first free shoot. But then the next is getting the leads, right? So you need to start contacting how to get leads. So you have your own database. Do you know any realtors by chance? Do you know any people that know realtors that can give you a warm lead in? So you got the cold leads, warm leads, and all that good stuff. So yeah, so that's exactly what I would do, is definitely start outreaching, whether it's the Instagram method or use any method that works for you. I personally didn't use Instagram because I had people on Facebook. And so I just did the Instagram method
on Facebook.
With Facebook. Yeah. And that was a very successful run, you know? And all it takes is one DM for someone to say, yes, I would love to help you out. And all of a sudden, you have business coming to you like no tomorrow. And it only takes one person. You take that person's name, you post it, you do a really good job. And then when you send your pitch out, you can send that Facebook link or Instagram link to the people and be like, hey, this was what my first shoot looked like. I want to get better. I want to grow my business. Would you be open to give me an opportunity? And that's exactly what I would do. You just need one person, one name to get you going.
Dude, I love that you talked about how you shared that you're newer too. Like, a lot of people, they try to make it seem like they're established in this big company, but I mean, it sounds like you do too. Like, I think it's an advantage to be new and hungry and show that. I think people like that. And you want to help people that are just starting. And so I think if you lean into that, it works really well.
For sure. And I think people like that. If you're like a big company, they expect you to have everything ready and done. You know, if they know it's just you and you mess up and you take a photo in a wrong angle, or you forget to move a phone or move a chair, you know, accidentally, you're thinking, why'd I do that? But you'd be like, hey, you know what? Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to improve on that.
Yeah.
You know, and just being like, the next time it's going to be better. Thank you so much for the feedback, with a smiley face, a thumbs up emoji, you know.
I like you better after that. It's like, we talk about this a lot, but if you, as an established business or a new business, you're going to make mistakes, right? Like, doesn't matter how good you are, you're going to make mistakes. And the way you solve the mistake is what reflects on your company. And so if you solve it well, it's good. But I even go so far as, like, if you make a mistake and you do a really good job solving that mistake, your client thinks better of you than if you didn't make the mistake. Because you're like, you showed them that you care. And I think so many people, they get so worried about making a mistake that they never start in the first place. Whereas, like, you've always done that, you know, as we've worked with you. It's just like, you just do it. You don't you just do it. And I think there's
and either way, like you said, like, whether if they're like, oh, I want that fixed, and then if you fix it right away and you're like, here it is, boom, they're like, oh wow, that was super quick. Thanks for fixing that. So they feel like they can trust you more too, even when you mess up. You just gotta make the business feel good, you know. Don't make it, you know, if you mess up, don't tell them you messed up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I've been tempted to do that, where it's like I'm late on delivering photos and stuff like that. I just set the expectations quick. I'm like, hey, I'll deliver it between 4 and 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, this way it's already there, and it's like,
communicate. That's the thing.
I'm late on delivering, but they already know in their head that I'm gonna deliver it between there. Yeah. And then guess what I do? I deliver it at 12, and they're like, oh my god, whoa! I got my stuff 4 or 6 hours earlier. You know. So it's just all these like little business tricks that you can do in yourself to make your experience feel better.
Yeah. Well, and it all goes back to just caring. I think, you know, the way, this is a Layla Hormozi thing, but it's like the way you show people that you care is just by actually caring. Like, it's this hack, right? Like, you just care.
And I think the nice part about real estate media is it's not new customers over and over and over, right? It's like you get to build relationships. And so the game is not, hey, how many you have to get new ones at the start, but it's not how many new ones can I get? It's how can I keep the relationship going? And I think it is probably the case for you. It's definitely the case for me. Like, I like just being, a decent person and spending time to build the relationships, because then they keep paying you. So you're not always on this cycle trying to find the next one, which to me is really cool about this industry, because you build a base.
And the referral business. Like, I don't have no referral program or anything, and I get so much referral business that it's, if you have a good product, you're a friendly person with the agents, they're going to refer you to other people. Yeah. I have top agents refer me. One agent referred me like 5 people.
Yeah.
Who have booked 2, 3 different times the other people.
Yeah.
And those people are going to refer me to other people. So my business is going to grow huge with just word of mouth, by just over delivering and being a good person and relatable.
And speaking of product too, you're not a photographer coming into this, and you said tell everybody about the editing software situation you have. I thought that was hilarious.
The only software I have is Canva. That's it. Besides that, everything else, the editors need to take care of it. And the video editing, I use, I was doing it myself in the beginning, but then as you scale and you start doing 3, 4 videos a day, you can't do it yourself no more. So now I use REPP editing. And honestly, that solves so much chaos in my mind. Try to figure out, is this speed ramp good? Is this there? The music and the copyrights and all that stuff. And it's like, I don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
I wake up in the morning, my photos are delivered, my videos are delivered, and I can be more efficient and grow my business faster. So like some people, this is another good quote that I heard. They want the whole pie, but sometimes the whole pie, let's say your average order value is $250. So you want the whole pie, but it takes you all day to do the whole pie, right? Where with me, I'm okay with not having the whole pie. I'll give a little bit of percentage to the editors, but then I can do 3 shoots in a day. And now I just made $750 minus my editing costs in a single day, versus just making $250 and keeping it all, right? Or it could be more, So that's just how I always thought of it. Leverage. You always need leverage.
Yeah, and it's hard, especially at the start, because you want every penny, but you have to be, thoughtful about. Well, and it starts with the free, right? Like, that's getting leverage. The leverage is the fact that you need your product out there, and they're going to become walking billboards for your company, And then it becomes, okay, if I spend more time trying to get clients and less time editing, I no longer have to learn how to edit, number one, and 2, it's a much better use of time. So I guess, final thoughts. What's your plan for the business moving forward? I know I don't think you expected to be where you are now, but like, what are you excited to make happen?
No, yeah, and just for people to know, like, I'd never expected this to grow this fast at all. I really just want to replace my income and just work for myself. If I could make $4 or $5 grand a month, I was gonna be happy. But now we're at 10K per month, and honestly, I just know that there's so much potential out there. Like, I feel like I'm still just starting, so I know that there's a lot more to come from me, and that's why I'm just going to keep investing in coaching, keep getting my systems better, and try to scale to that 20, 30, 40K per month, and just keep breaking my limiting beliefs. I never thought making $10,000 was even possible. And then you make it and you're like, what's next? What's next? 20, 30, or 15, let's go.
It becomes more fun too, because when you're trying to get the business off the ground, you're trying to replace your income, it is more of a fear thing, right? Like, and you're excited about the future, but you have like a shorter term need. My favorite thing about as your business grows is then you just start thinking more about what it could be in the future. It's not as much about how am I going to pay for blank now. And so that's really fun, because then
that's what I love. Yes. Now my bank account, I got 3 car payments sitting in there that I can pay. I have, 4 or 5 grand, I still have debt, but I still have 4 or 5 grand that I'm able to pay stuff. So now it's just getting a little easier now. Yeah. And that's just my first month at 10K. So like, if I keep making 10Ks a month, my debt is going to be paid off in like no time.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing that separates somebody just starting out and that's going to have a slow business versus someone who's going to have a fast business. One is someone who wants to do it all on their own is not going to grow super fast. Someone who wants the coaching and someone to help them out and who has been there, they're going to grow faster. Two, a big thing that I saw in the beginning in my group, the people that were just starting out, they were worried about a $5 delivery.
Yeah.
And they were trying to, I was like, I'm paying the $5, I'm paying for all these things because I know where I'm going to go. You know, so like, don't worry about the change falling on the ground, the $5 delivery fee or this or that. Focus on what the business is going to be like 3 to 6 months from now. And 3 to 6 months from now, are you still going to be delivering with sending a payment page and doing this over here and doing that over there? No, you want the business to be ready. So when your client books a shoot, it's easy for them to book. The whole delivery process is easy. You know, for me, it's worth every dollar.
Yeah. Well, it goes back to it is hard to think. There's I forget what it's called, but there's like this decision-making framework that you can use, and it's almost always better to make the decision that's worse today. So like, you know, spending the $5 to get the property website for a free shoot kind of sucks because it's $5 wasted, but it's not really, right? It's saying like, hey, I'm investing that $5 now, or even with the free shoot and the time it takes to get those, it's like you're investing the time so you can make the payoff in the future. And what a lot of people do is they're unwilling to make 1 month kind of suck, and so they let the rest of their life suck. You know, or whatever it is, 6 months sucks, and then the rest of their life because they don't do that. And so that's hard, but it's what you have to do. You know, you have to take the quote unquote hit today and that's what an investment is, right? People just think money, like it's an investment of time sometimes. And that's what it was, you know, a lot for you. So
correct. And even when you over deliver, like let's say you want to add an extra. So this is what I did, and I think it really helped me grow, is I added free services. So like, let's say they ordered just photos or whatever, I'll throw in a virtual twilight because I'd never done it before. So I need to know what the virtual twilight process is. Extra drone shots. I'll throw, if it was a nice home and they didn't order a video, I was taking a video. Why? Because all of these things, everything we do, we can post on social media. The virtual twilights, you can make a video of the regular one blending into the virtual twilight. So now you have content to post. The videos is something to capture people, and people are like, whoa, you do videos now?
Yeah.
All right, let me start booking videos, right? Now that's a way to me to get extra money on add-ons. Yeah. So everything I did was for the business and to grow it.
You were just looking, I think you do a really good job of looking for opportunity too, is you're looking at the future instead of because no one wants to do the free video or the add-on. It just kind of sucks, but like it pays off so quickly. And that's the nice thing too, I think, about a service business is it's not like you're risking it all to like see if something's going to work, it's like you can do these little things, and that worked, and keep doing more of that. So
one example of what I did. So a person ordered a free shoot, and it was like 45 minutes out, and their photographer didn't want to go out there. I said, I'll go out there, right? I did the free shoot, and I said, hey, you're a good looking agent. I said, I believe that if I get a video of you, it's going to go viral.
Yeah.
He was like, really? I was like, let's do it. So now I did a video service, full video package for him, because I never done it. I wanted to practice, and I hyped him up. I did the video service. He loved it, booked it for his next appointment, for his next shoot. And then when I posted it, 3 other agents booked that same video that same week. So just by over delivering, and then now when I get requests for videos, I send them that. I say, hey, here's an example. Here's an example from that one free shoot and over delivering.
I mean,
that's how you're gonna get to 10K plus, honestly.
Yeah. It's simple, but it's not easy, So for everybody listening, like, I think that probably gives you a window into what it takes. It's just always looking for that next opportunity and, trying to be focused. It's funny too to say be focused on the future, because it's like, it's not years, right? It's like a short period of time. And I think
3 months.
That short period of time. But even in the 3rd month, which you did it faster than a lot of people. So I don't think everybody should be like, I'll get it my 3rd month. But still, it shows you like, it's not, even if it was, let's say it was a year it took you, right? That's still such a short amount of time in the scheme of business that I think a lot of people let whatever that short amount of time is stand in the way. And it's like, man, if you could just, for one period of time, take a step back to take 1,000 steps forward, it's just what it takes. But I understand it's hard, And so
what made me a little bit easier to get into this business for someone looking to start is that this business, it's a service-based business, so a lot of it is time. the editing costs and all these things are not as much money versus what you're actually charging, right? Let's say it takes you $30 to edit and stuff, but you're charging 250, right? So there's a lot of margin in there where it can be profitable much faster than starting a lawn care business or any of these other types of businesses. That's what drew me into it, and it's paying off. So if you're thinking about starting a photography business, definitely reach out to Eli's team for sure, because they changed my life literally from making $2,000, 2,500 a month to 10K, you know. So I'm very grateful for that opportunity that I've gotten.
Well, thank you for your time.
That's only possible with coaching and hard work. Coaching and hard work. But I've literally changed my life in 3 months. And the best thing I told Eli when we were having our other call is like, I've learned a skill set now that I can never be broke again. I can always, I've already made 10K. I can continue making 10K without scaling, right? I can, let's say it drops to half and I'm making 5K. You know, I think 5K is more than most people are making, right? So I have a skill set now that I will never go broke, and I'm just very thankful for that.
Well, thank you for putting in the work. There's no outro I'm going to say that tops that besides thank you for your time, Edwin. I appreciate you coming on here.
I appreciate it, Eli. Look forward to scaling and growing. Keep going, man.
We had a guy named Warren join our real estate photography coaching program last year, and within a number of months, he went from $0 to $15,000 per month. And on this video, he's going to share exactly how he did that and what led him to build his business so quickly and how he was able to actually do that in the first place. Now, what you'll notice is that Warren put in a ton of work, and he grew his business very quickly as a result. What I'm not saying here is that you have to model Warren if you want to grow a business. Not everybody needs to grow their business so quickly. And if you're anything like me, you need your sleep, which you'll learn more about in a second when you listen to Warren. And so don't feel the need to feel that you have to do it this fast or not at all. But hopefully this inspires you to see what's possible if you want to spend the next 6 months of your life grinding to build a business that will really help you for the long term. And even if that's not you, I'm sure you'll learn a lot from Warren and what it took him to build his business.
So a little intro about myself. My name is Warren. I'm 23 years old. I graduated college actually this past spring, last year. And then I joined coaching in May, started about May 15th or so, 2023 on my coaching journey into real estate, photo and video. And I presently work nights in the operating room. So I'm in Utah, based in Utah, working in the operating room, doing 40-ish hours at night per week. And I was like, well, you know, I've done headshots. I've done like the run-of-the-mill freelance photography. And I was like, okay, well, I got to choose my niche, found my niche, and here we are today. So with the full-time job, balancing a business is incredibly tough, especially while working nights. I initially actually wasn't working nights. I was working during the day, trying to find some time. I was like, well, how can I serve my realtors? How can I serve the people who are my clients, give them more flexibility, give them more time, and give them more value? And that's where I thought, well, I might have to do a personal sacrifice in order to meet those criteria that I just listed. So I was thinking, well, if I open up my nights, I work my nights, then I have more time during the day to shoot. And it all came down to, one, am I prepared to take that leap and really say, okay, this is all in on my business and this is something that I need to do? And I told myself yes. So I've been working nights the past 6 months in order to make that reality happen. And so as Eli was saying, I got into the coaching program. I was like, well, I need help if I'm really going to go into this. Switch to nights, work nights, did my business during the day. I would literally go from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. working my night shift in the operating room from 7 a.m. to, it was about maybe 7-ish, 8 p.m.-ish if I was doing twilights for summer, and then maybe working until 5 p.m. during the winter months, and then doing that for several days in a row. And I don't recommend it to anybody. It is incredibly tough. However, what I do recommend is to find the things that you really enjoy and really want to do. And if you have to make that sacrifice And I still had to work a full-time job. I still had to make sure I could provide for the people I care for and also pursue the business side of things. So that was a decision that I was able to make kind of upfront and really commit to myself. And yes, I haven't had sleep for about 5-ish months, 6-ish months since I've been doing that. And that's okay because now I'm coming out of it, is now I'm in a great position in order to do that. So yes, it was a safety net, but it was also a mindset shift. It was taking, can I actually do this? Do I want it enough? And really going all the way and saying, this is the only way it can work. And this is how I'm going to make it work. And it's whatever it takes. It really is whatever it takes. Like if you have that motivation and you have that drive and you have that mentality, like I need to make this work, not because I'm worried, because I'm strong enough to make this work. Like as Eli was saying in the previous session, like having a business isn't like detrimental to anyone. If anything, it helps so many more people. And if you have that capacity, you have that drive, that energy, that enthusiasm, you can really get out there and make a huge difference if and only if you commit to yourself and also commit to those actions that facilitate your success. And like working 24 hours sucks. So don't recommend it. But like go forward with that mentality of really going out and crushing it, even if you're working 18 hours a day. I was working 24. You guys can do 18. I know you can if you really want to. So, and this is like the beginning stages of the business. Now I'm reeling back. I'm actually quitting my full-time job. I'm quitting nights, saying yes to health, no to nights and not health. And it's fantastic. Like it's looking very up from here, revenue wise, health wise, like everything is going to be fantastic. And in addition to that, I'm not trying to say like, oh, I pride myself, like I'm a hard worker. Like I work hard, but there are things that you just need to really go and not expect the simple 9 to 5. Like there's a way to go above and beyond. You just have to find your means to do so. Mine was switching to nights. Others, it could be working 18 hours a day. Others, it could be cutting out TV time. It could be cutting out these other things that are not working for you and really adapting your mentality and your lifestyle and making time for yourself. You will always have time. And it's making it for yourself and really taking the time that could be wasted and is wasted. Like I still waste time sometimes, you know, everybody does. Everybody loves TV shows, stuff like that. But taking those pinnacle moments and saying no to the easy way out and really taking that and putting into something that is meaningful, that is tough, but is a way to build. And working hard will always pay off. There's always the difference between working hard and working smart. And that's why I, wanted to work hard, but also work smart. And that's why I joined coaching. And this is not a plug for coaching because I honestly needed help starting up. I had no idea what a videography or photography business did in general. And I was like, well, I have zero basis. I don't know pricing structure. I don't know the back end. I don't know any of the systems. And that's why I really wanted to like invest in my success. I was like, okay, like honestly, all things considered, this is fantastic for me personally. And it really resonated with me and really told me like, okay, well, this is something if I have help with, I can really make a reality. But yeah, so that's a little bit more on my story. And I also think it is extremely important in this business, in like real estate in general, but especially in real estate photo and video, and in I guess in any business in general, that either your sales rep or yourself has to be incredibly social and influential, social, and extremely likable by all, beloved by all, like all that sort of stuff. Because I mean, if you are, I'm actually by nature an introvert. Like I, way back in high school, even in college, going into college, I hated presentations. I absolutely despise going up and like talking to people. It's like, oh, like introduce myself to them or have them introduce themselves to me. It was so incredibly tough. My heart would palpate. I would be like cold sweating almost. And I just really had to go above and beyond and get out of my comfort zone, especially for this business. And that's why, one, working nights, gonna have low energy. But if you bring that energy back up, and that's what I did. I attend tons of in-person events, from seminars to open houses to like absolutely everything I can to get my face out there and have like the smiling persona, the enthusiasm, everything going above and beyond to, one, make ends meet, but two, like really put yourself out there. You have to be uncomfortable. And if you are an extrovert, that is fantastic. Like, use that as an asset. I had to turn myself from an introvert into an extrovert and make myself into that asset. So, but yeah, that's a little bit more on, one, going into the business and how you should be sociable, especially when communicating with your clientele. They don't want someone who's going to be kind of like drawn back and like not communicate, and like make sure everything is one in writing and say what you mean. Like, really keep to your word. That is huge. It is huge. And I mean, on a moral standard too as well. It's really big to keep your word, but also just in business, everything has to be transparent, from pricing to like, even if you're late to a shoot. Like, I've been late to shoots and it sucks. I got stuck in traffic. There's like a 5-car pileup in front of me and I had to let them know. But like, hiding from the things that are hard to admit is not going to help anybody. So always going forth with transparency, energy, and enthusiasm are definitely my top 3. So, and also asking for help. Asking for help is like, not only is it helpful on a business level, but it's also helpful on a personal level. Like, my kind of, how should I say it? My common saying when I was talking to realtors and even my clients, I'm extremely transparent with them. I said, hey, I'm working my butt off to get this to work. I'm working 40 hours at night in the operating room. Sometimes I'm in the surgical suite. Sometimes I'm in the endoscopy suite. Sometimes I'm elsewhere. Sometimes I'm scrubbed in, stuff like that. And that is my story. That is not like Jack's story. That is not Jane's story. That is my story. And that is something personal to me that I really incorporate into my business, because I'm working nights, but during the day I'm doing listing photo and video. And that's where my passion lies. That's where my business lies. And that's where my clientele lies. And so I'm not just this one, oh, well, I'm kind of in it to be in it and just take a chance on me. Like, I have a story behind it. 5-10 years down the line, I want to provide for my kids, you know? And that's also what I'm leading with, because previously I was entirely invested in medicine. I actually had my scrubs still on, and because I got off work, went straight to a shoot and then hopped on the call. And it's really taking from the medical perspective. And I was like, well, I don't want to be the absent father type. I want to make sure I can be there and provide for my kids and like help raise them. Like, of course, not all medical professionals have that type of life, like say a select few, but even still, the common concept is to, one, ask for more time with your kids and try to get off as early as you can, stuff like that. I said no to that lifestyle, and that's why my trajectory took that fork in the road and is definitely way different than it was 7-ish months ago when I started. So, and also kind of going along with that concept, one, having a personal story. It can be so many different things, but definitely have a personal story. So, one, you can relate to your clientele, to friends, family, clients, realtors, absolutely, like anyone you encounter, because they'll resonate with the story. Not with, it's not your brand, it's not your label, it's not like 123 Main Street Photography. It is you. And that's why I take my story and I incorporate it into my business, because everyone has been there. The realtors have been there. They didn't just jump into real estate and start making $1 million a year, right? They really had to take it slow, have that full-time job. And with people who have the full-time job and trying to make this work, this is the message to you. Like, yes, it it can work, and it will work as long as you put in the consistency, put in the time, put in the effort, change your mindset from, can I do this, to, yes, I absolutely can do this. Like, there's so many other people who have, why would I be the outlier who cannot do this? So, and then also some more tips on the social aspect is be noticed, be approachable. And that kind of ties into the extrovert, like making yourself into that extrovert and drawing yourself out from, oh, well, I want to hide and not really do this, to like be shameless about it. Like be very direct. And I mean, maybe read the room at an open house. If now's not the time to announce your services, now's not the time. Just like tour it out. But like be noticed, be approachable, and really give off that vibrant aura of enthusiasm, smiling, and like trying to bring everybody together. Because that's exactly how I try to be at events, and it works every time. Like I'll go to events like several times a week. It's either open houses, webinars, seminars, even in-person events that I even pay for or sponsor for. And if I'm given a chance to speak and interact with people, like that is heart and core to me, like some of the best interactions with my clients ever, and even potential clients. So really get out there, try to be noticed, be approachable and enthusiastic, and also just convey that nice message of happiness. And in addition to that, because people are seeing you for who you are, you're already creating a brand around who you are, why your business is how it is. And if people can trust you and you're transparent back to them, they can trust your business. It goes both ways. So, but in addition to that, it's just really fantastic to take yourself and put yourself into that uncomfortable zone. And I've had to do that for the past 6 months, kind of reiterating my full-time job that I'm leaving here shortly. And it took a lot of, it was scary. Like putting in my 2 weeks was incredibly frightening. I was like, well, am I actually going to do this? I've been making 10K plus for the past several months. I've hit 15K, so I know it works, but I was still scared of giving up this 4K a month job. And like kind of talking about it a little bit more, I'm like, well, this doesn't really make sense. Like why am I trading my time, my health, and my efforts for something that, one, is little return, but also just simply unhealthy for me personally? Like I know other people can do nights and have no problem, but maybe not 24 hours, you know. So, but this is something I'm really proud of. Like I really had to dig deep and ask myself to commit to that for over half a year. And now I'm really proud of the brand that I created, the image I've created, taking myself from the introvert, making an extrovert, and making myself into an asset that I didn't think would be possible prior to any of this, honestly. Like 8 months ago, I was prepping for the MCAT. I was ready to go to medical school. I had a full ride to undergrad. I had a fully paid off master's and then medical school. But I was like, is this it? Is this what I need? Is this what I want? And ultimately that question is no. Even though I had everything gearing me toward a surgical residency and anesthesia residency that I so dearly wanted, like it's just not the path for me. And that is incorporated into my story, into my brand. And that's really what also keeps me going. I'm like, well, if this didn't work out, if I didn't even find any of this, I'd still be on that path to, one, not having enough time to spend with my kids or family. And it just doesn't speak to me. And in addition to that, having discipline over motivation is crucial, because so many times from month 0 to month, I think it's about like 7-ish or so. From month 0 to month 7, I have contemplated so many times about quitting, no matter how hard I've worked. I thought, well, like I don't even know this is for me. I got incredible imposter syndrome, And I kept thinking to myself, is this able to happen? Can I make this work? I see so many other people doing this and having such success, and I didn't see that success. Like in hindsight, I have and currently am succeeding, but it's like always not enough. And that motif always comes up time and time again. I see someone else's success. I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this not my success too? And I have fallen victim to that jealousy of business, like looking at someone else's position, the grass is greener on the other side of the fence as opposed to my side. But it is always a competition against oneself. And that's what the coaches have always reiterated to me. It's like, you're not looking at someone else's market. You're not looking at even the competitors in your market. It's always a you versus you. And that's the mindset thing that sets so many successful business owners like apart from the people who are competing for the money or competing for like business that's up for grabs and competing against each other, when in all honesty, like collaboration is fantastic. There are several rep members in my area who have been like here for way longer than I have. And so it might be intimidating to go into an industry where it's like, well, there's already people there. Like, where can I like occupy this niche and not be like weeded out? And you can absolutely yes, because you have a story, I have a story, and you have a goal, and I have a goal. And like just building that and saying yes to yourself as opposed to saying no to others is immensely more beneficial for you in the long term and the short term than it is to just be like having that quitting mindset. So honestly, just build a brand that you're proud of and have that discipline over like little bits of motivation, because you can always like take some success and apply it to your business and say, hey, that was really cool, I want to apply it here. And that's what I've taken from multiple businesses around me. I've seen so many successes and such vast success. I'm like, well, that is awesome, and I want that for myself, and I can create that for myself despite having to work 40 hours at night, despite having to stay up for more than 24 hours on end. Like, I can definitely do this. And because I've been doing all of these difficult things already, I know I have the capacity to go up there. So I'll also touching a little bit more on motivation and doing absolutely everything to make things work and do whatever it takes. Like, motivation will always come in little bits, but discipline is always a constant. And that's for the last 6 months. I said my health went from 100%. I was going to compete in men's physique like this spring, and I had to forego that personal goal in order to facilitate the business. And like, yes, that's not ideal, but it was something that I was willing and apt and able to give up in order to reach where I am today. And now coming out of the job, I can definitely go back and rebuild myself, go compete, stuff like that. Because that's like something on a personal level. You shouldn't have to quit the things that you enjoy doing in order to reach that level of success that you're thinking. But you might have to dial them back a little bit in order to make that time from watching TV, video games, or just like any extraneous activity that's not serving your business, and turn that into a business active time, working on your business, not just going to photo shoots, but working on your business. So motivation will light the fire, but discipline will always keep it going. So that's a motive to always live by. And touching again a little bit more on the comparisons, like it's a huge downfall. It is a huge downfall. And the coaches have told me time and time again, like, please do not compare yourself to others, but it's by human nature. And I still do it. I literally did it yesterday. I did it today. I'm like, but I'm human, everyone is, and everyone has their certain assets that are fantastic and they're great at them, and others have a different set. We're all played out with different sets, and that's okay. But what it boils down to is really doing whatever it takes and like indulge in the struggle. Like in the moment, it is tough. It is so hard. It is incredibly tough. But if you indulge in the struggle at like that 10,000 foot view, when you're looking back, when you have risen 10 feet, you will definitely have all these stories to recount. Like I will look back on the past 6 months, probably a year and a half to 2 years from now, and say, well, I'm so happy that I took that leap to go into nights, to sacrifice so much in order to make it to where I am today. And I honestly think myself still now, I'm still in the job, for even going so far as to doing that and risking my health and so many other aspects of life in order to make this possible. And we only have 24 hours within a day. And I had the day packed from shoots to shoot to shoot to driving to doing my shift at night to eating, and then just having that be all within 24 hours and still being awake, and then do that again the next day and then the next day. So many people will make excuses as to, oh, well, that's unhealthy. You really shouldn't be doing that. But they're not me. Don't let someone else tell you what to do. Yes, I understand that it's tough and it's so hard on the body, and I get that. I came from a medical profession. I had an emphasis in anatomy and physiology and how the body works. I know it's awful. I know it's like one of the worst things you can do to your body, but I still did it for 6 months, and I'm still making the business as I am today, and it's growing. So really being able to crank down, have that discipline, have those little pieces of motivation that feed in those wins will definitely help you in the long run and in the short term, but in the long term for sure.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that video. If you're anything like me, you're probably a little bit tired after listening to that, and that is okay because you don't have to do that level of just all in to build a business successfully. Yeah, maybe if you don't, you won't grow as quickly, but that's okay. Everybody has their own timeline, and it's not important that you match everybody else's. This video just goes to show you what's possible if you're all in and committed, and that's definitely what Warren is. So big congrats to Warren. And if you'd like to learn more about our coaching program, the same program that Warren was in, you'll see the link down below where you can apply and talk to Rod, Carl, or Philippe on my team. I'll see you in the next one. So I got a DM out of the blue the other day from Jack, as you can see sitting here next to me. And I'm going to read the DM before we jump into this because it was super awesome. And it was, hey, Eli, I just want to say thanks a ton for this course. Bought it 3 years ago and I was able to make over 100K income the past few years. And I just sold my business for $340,000 a couple weeks ago. My wife and I are now going to travel the world for a year. Thank you for all the help. It was invaluable. So on social, like many of you scrolling, I get that DM. It was super cool because we get a ton of people asking in my DMs about buying a business, about selling it in real estate media. And we've seen people do that, but we've never been able to actually speak to someone who has. And so when I got this DM, I was like, we have to do that. So anyway, Jack, thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and if you would just dive into like the life cycle of your business, when you started it, and then, you know, kind of concluding with selling it.
Yeah, I would love to. So 4 years ago, I started a social media marketing agency where I was managing social media for different businesses, restaurants, gyms, doing content creation. And then I came upon one of my clients was interested in having us shoot. She owned a restaurant, but then also was a luxury real estate agent, and she asked if we could start shooting her properties. And I quickly saw, like, man, this is an amazing industry to be in. It's much more clear, like cut and dry and replicable than just doing content for anyone. And then through YouTube, I came upon REPP and started the course. And it was really cool because I had been honestly fluctuating between like 2 to 6K a month for a year. And then I went through your course. I went through your course in like a week, and I started DMing like immediately. And within a month, I was at 10K a month. 1 month after that. And so I was just like blown away. I was like, this is amazing. This is the route I want to go. So went exclusively into real estate media, and kind of left behind all the other stuff. And then over the last 3 years, we've grown. It was just me, and we got to a really good point of revenue that I was really happy with. And I was taking home like everything, but my hair was on fire. And I was like, this is just insane. And so started hiring editors, and then started hiring other shooters as well. And the team kind of grew over time. And eventually I began to think, man, maybe I could turn this into a real business, and maybe I could even someday sell it. And so we shifted from contractors to W-2 employees, and we had part-time W-2 employees. And I really tried to shift everything from all the clients knowing me as the brand to trusting in the process and the experience of working with our company. And then we were able to hire a project manager who did all the customer service, who was kind of our front facing person. So then clients weren't even really talking to me as much, which is what allows the business to become sellable when you have something that is a self-sustainable vehicle. And so about 6 months ago, I decided to list the business for sale on bizbuysell.com. There's just a website where you can buy and sell businesses.
It's a really cool website, by the way, for everybody watching. Like, go check it out. But anyway.
Yeah, really cool. And there's so many there's like thousands and thousands of businesses on there. So I just made a listing. And I was astounded actually with how many people reached out. One really cool thing about our business is we're a mission focused business, or a for cause business, where our editors are hired coming out of human trafficking and out of difficult circumstances over in Southeast Asia. And so that was an attractive piece that also is built. Our team mission has kind of been built around that. But I got like 50 people reaching out to me with interest in my business. And so I just started setting up interviews, have them sign NDAs, send financials. And then 6 months ago, we found this amazing couple that was interested in buying. And the process took about 6 or 7 months to finally get to the point of closing. But now I'm stoked to say that we finally closed on the sale of the business.
That's so awesome. I have like a million questions, I guess, but the first one, 6 or 7 months is not bad for selling a business. So for everybody out there, like that's a pretty good timeline. Especially, and is this your first business that you've sold?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty incredible on its own. The buyers, were they coming from real estate media, or were they just someone that was, wanting to start a business or buy a business, I guess?
Yeah, they were just wanting to buy a business. One of them has some photography experience. They both have a lot of business experience, actually, but they didn't have any real estate media experience, and they were specifically interested in that cause component, but really just on buying a business that seemed to be in a field that they were interested in. So
you mentioned that you started thinking about, maybe I could sell this business. Is there something that like started that thought? Was it just, hey, I've done what I wanted to here, the money would be cool and I can do something else? Or like, how did that come to be?
Yeah. My long-term dream is to have a camp and retreat center. And so I never thought I would have this forever. And then I got married a year ago, and my wife and I have kind of talked about spending a year traveling and doing service work all over the world. And so as we were deciding to do that, I was like, you know what, I'll just see if I can sell the business. And that's how we got there.
Nice. That's the cool thing too. I think, one thing that's under realized probably is that, that there's a difference between a job that pays well and a business that pays well, because you can't sell the job, right? And so even if you don't go into it like you did thinking, hey, I'm going to sell this, like you're actually building an asset that is worth something to somebody else. And so it gives you have the flexibility of owning a business, right? But you also have the flexibility of exiting that business. Not saying that's going to be an easy process, but it is there. So I think just knowing that is something you can do. And also, the same thing as you can sell the business, you could pass it to somebody, you could pass it. Like there's so many options that I think are super cool. When you sold your business, what was like the approximate revenue and profit? And like, how did you figure out a sale price that you would be willing to take for it?
Yeah. So this last year, I mean, if you're in real estate media, you know how hard it's been this past year of 2023. So 2022, we ended at about 275K revenue. I was taking a 50K salary, and we had 100K profit on top of that. So originally when I made the post, I did it off of, there's EBITDA, which is how earnings before interest. You may know this better than me.
Yeah,
Earning
taxes, depreciation, something. Anyway, your profit,
assets.
basically.
Yeah, this is
your owner's
how much
comp.
money. How much money is able to be taken out of this business at the end of the day? And so I was at 100K profit over my salary. If I were to hire someone into my position, I would need to pay them 50K, but then there would still be 100K. And so I went off a 5 multiple. And so I listed it actually originally at 500,000. And we did actually get into contract higher than I sold at 450,000. However, this past year, our revenue, even though our client base and our number of agents that we worked with grew 30%, we did still less revenue. So our business went down a little bit. Because of that, we ended up closing at 340,000. But we still did. I mean, we still ended up relatively similar to the year before, just a bit lower.
Yeah. Well, it's cool too, because I mean, you got to achieve your goal. I would say that 2024 is looking very positive for real estate media.
Yes.
Your buyers got in at a good time. So everybody's happy, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it goes. So yeah, I mean, typically what we've heard is people are getting a 3x multiple on the, owner's comp, however you want to define that. So I think that's pretty well within the reason there. What was your team at that point? Like, so first of all, if you're doing 300-ish grand a year, slightly under that, and your owner's comp is 150, that's a pretty well-run business just for everybody watching. Like 50% margin as you scale is good. When you're a solo operator, 50% is trash, right? You want more than that. But when you scale, that's a good margin. So like, what did the team look like at that point?
Yeah, so we had four part-time photographer videographers.
Okay.
We were also working in 2 different locations. So we started working in another city, and I was going back and forth between them. And then we had one project manager who was pretty much available full-time, but also had another job. It worked out really well because they were working another job, so we were able to pay lower and do a per project payment.
Yeah.
So we had project manager, photographer, videographers. Then we had a team of editors. We had 2 photo editors and then about 5 video editors.
Okay.
And 1 VA who was helping me do the outreach for sales.
Nice. Yeah, the part-time team thing is great for maintaining margins, because it's like in busy season, as you know, full-time W2 can be great, but then you pay for it in off season. And so that's what we've switched to at Norman Young as well, and a lot more margin there. Okay, so anything you did, not necessarily wrong, but maybe is there anything about the process you wish you would have known or were more unaware of?
I mean, it's going to be ideal if you can find a buyer who's able to buy all cash. I didn't have that option. The best people that I felt like, because I really care about my business. I really care about all the people that I've just gotten to pour into and build this for and provide jobs for. So I really wanted owners that were going to operate in a similar way to me. So I was actually really vetting for quality people. And the people that I found that were the best, they needed to get an SBA loan. And that's really what kind of slowed down our whole process and made it really difficult. And then also actually lowered the price point because they needed to get a separate business valuation. And the valuation came out super low. So then we had to have some honest conversations and come to what felt like a fair point for everyone. So I think that was the only thing, but there is a good amount to the whole transition process. But
I guess on the transition, well, first of all, on the SBA loan thing, that is like a very typical way people buy businesses. So I'd imagine they put 20-ish% down maybe, and then finance the rest.
10. I think they put 10% down. Yeah,
incredible.
And then I did give a seller note as well. I gave a $25K seller note.
Okay, so like maybe combined, they put in 20%. And that's the cool thing about the SBA is they allow you to carry the down payment, sort of, right? Like you can carry, which is kind of cool. So for anybody out there that's like, maybe I will buy a business, that's an option. You don't have to have $340,000 in cash to be able to, dump into the business. So anyway, so you go through the process, you close on the business. I would imagine there was some like handoff or transition period. Is that true? And how did that work?
Yeah. We actually just did about 2 weeks of training. So We
was
were
fast.
on, yeah, it was fast, but we had also been doing calls beforehand. We had built, honestly, like a friendship, I feel like friends with the new owners. And so they had been learning beforehand. And then we just really grinded for about 2 weeks. I flew to where they were. And we spent some days in person and then a lot over Zoom training. And I had built out training for different positions and roles, and I have tons of videos that I've made for each of the roles for training. So we did that, and then we did some transitions where I communicated with all the employees. We held a meeting for everyone to meet the new owners. And then we've kind of continued, just because there's so many little things and questions of, oh, hey, what about this account, or this password isn't working, or something like that. So there has, even after we finished the 2 weeks, I've continued to just help out a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Wow, that's awesome. 2 weeks is fast, but I understand that doing it ahead of time, that makes a lot of sense. There's something that, I think is a principle that really plays out that I'm curious of your take on, but the process of getting a business that is sellable kind of goes along the lines with the process of building a business that's scalable. So it's like, it's not two different directions, right? Like you're doing the same things. And how does that make sense to you? Is that something you agree with?
Yes, I totally agree, because I was actually just trying to set things up so that it could work while I traveled, so that it was self-sustainable. But that's also exactly what you need to do to be able to sell it. And what I told the new owners, because in transitioning, I was only working like 15, 20 hours a week for the last couple months, because I was getting ready to do the same if it didn't sell while I traveled. And what I told the new owners is basically, your main thing for you guys to do is sales. Like if you want to grow this, it's a sustainable model right now. Yeah, you'll need to manage the team and everything. But if you can just pump sales, you can really grow this.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you did, frankly, the hard work of building the systems and, getting everything in place, establishing the brand. So that's super cool. So kind of, I guess, to finish, there's going to be two different types of people watching this, right? So there's going to be the people that are doing, 10K plus a month, maybe even 5K. They've established a business. They're starting to grow it. Any advice for them? Because you started, grew, and sold like in a pretty compressed time frame, which is super cool. And so you did things right in that sense, 100%. Any advice for someone like at 10 or 15K a month in revenue that wants to scale their business so that they have the choice to either sell or operate remotely, or take some time back in their day? Like, any advice to those people?
Yeah, I would say first, hire editors. If you're like on fire, you're doing everything. I mean, it's awesome when you're doing that and you're seeing all this money coming to your bank, and you're just like, it's all profit. It's like crazy. But hire editors, and then hire contract shooters that can start taking some of the shoots. And then somewhere along the way, hire a project manager once you feel like you have a team figured out, and switch the shooters over to W-2, part-time W-2.
Yeah.
That's kind of I think that's the route that I went. And I think it works really well, because you don't have to fully jump the gun and like pay someone $60,000 a year and be super scared. It kind of allows you to do it in steps and to transition, but you really need to shift. You need to shift your clients from trusting in you to trusting in your company and your brand. And so even little things like having t-shirts, and making sure that your project manager becomes the one who is following up with them and making sure that they're having a good experience. So then they begin to trust in this process, because what you're going to sell and what you're going to scale is a process. It's not yourself.
You know what's funny about going through that? So like, we took a little different route with Norman and Young. The same, ultimate conclusion. We have W-2 staff, we have a full-time project manager, and we have a leadership team of Jared and Trent. And the best part about that process is it seems very scary to do that when you're at 10K a month revenue. But now it seems so scary to not have that. I'm like, I can't imagine being the only person again. It sounds horrible.
I know.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like there's quotes around this, but it's like the thing you're most scared of is the thing that you most need to do usually. And so just thinking about it in that way is super cool. Like, I'm sure you can't imagine, like, the profit's great when it's all you. awesome. Maybe stay there 6 months and build up some savings if you don't have any. But like, once you get past that phase, it just gets easier, right? Like there's things that are more challenging. You have to manage people, but that's also a thing that it's exciting to do, and you get to create jobs. And so there's so much ahead of where you are if you do it right and kind of like face those fears. So on the other side, someone like just starting their business, they don't believe they're even a real estate photographer yet. They're like excited about the industry. They have imposter syndrome. They can't even imagine selling their business in the future, letting alone start. Like, what's your advice for that person like just getting started?
Oh, just send it. Basically, just like put yourself out there. Like I remember when I did my first, I DM'd a bunch of people, and actually the first shoot that I did solo was a $4 million lakefront property. And I went on the shoot. I was so nervous, and I didn't even have a camera backpack. I just had like a pile of equipment in my hands because I had a stabilizer, my camera, tripod, 3D camera, all this stuff. But just like learn a ton and then just start going, because the worst that happens is you make a mistake, you don't do super well on the shoot, person's not that satisfied. You can refund them. You can be like, hey, I'm so sorry, I'll come back and shoot it for free. But you basically just have to really start putting yourself out there and working through that fear. And it's amazing to see, you know, just especially if you're able to be personable with the people and give good customer service, how far that will go, even if you're not necessarily as good yet as the other people in the market.
Yeah, it's something we talk about quite often, is that it's just not the product you're delivering that grows your business. It's the relationship, like you said, and that starts with, you have to reach out and establish the relationship, and then you have to maintain it by being an easy person to work with and being accommodating. And so, yeah, that's amazing. We were, I was on a coaching call yesterday, and a guy asked a question. He was like, I'm really scared to send the first DM because I'm not quite ready yet. So what if they book a full package? And I was like, I hope that your first DM, someone books a full package for Thursday. And this was on Tuesday. I was like, because mysteriously you'll have it figured out by Thursday. Yeah. And it's just all about getting in there and getting your feet wet. So absolutely love that. I guess last question is, I would imagine it was a pretty good day when the business closed. It sounds like a fun experience. Like, can you speak to that at all, what that felt like?
Yeah. Well, it's funny actually, because when I first found out that it was going to fully go through, because it became questionable throughout the whole lending process. When I first found out that it was going to go through, I actually felt sad. I was like, whoa, I'm going to miss this. Like, I've loved doing this. I've loved the team that we've grown, and I actually felt sad. But by the time we came to the day, it was crazy. It was like I was stoked. It was crazy to have the funds wired, and it was like, wow, this is real. I just sold a business. I can't even believe it.
Such a cool experience, and something you'll be able to, you know, share with people forever. It's inspiring, you know, like it's awesome to have a business and own a business, but there's something I think that feels like, you know, mysterious a little bit about selling. It's like this pie in the sky thing that doesn't actually happen. And so, yeah, Jack, thank you so much for your time and for being willing to share, and you know, safe travels as you go wherever you're headed next.
Thanks so much, Eli. Thanks for having me.
I have Jacob Way here for you today. Jacob's an awesome guy who started his business in January with no camera experience. And since then, the time of filming this, it's the end of June 2024. So about 6 months later, has built his business from $0 a month to over $15K per month. So absolutely has crushed it. And I brought him on today to talk about things that he did differently. So hopefully you can get value and grow as fast as possible. Yeah, I guess the first thing is just walk through how you got into this business, what interested you in real estate media, and just kind of give me the story of your business, and then I'll dive in.
Yeah, so I guess I was working 50, 60 hours a week away from home. I'd been doing it the last 5 years, and I was working at a power plant. So money was kind of unlimited out there, but it got to the point where they were making you request Saturdays off and stuff. I only got to see my girlfriend for 2 days of the week. And then my family was also in a whole other direction. So I was kind of just out there the last 5 years grinding. And then I was at the power plant kind of talking to buddies. We were trying all these side hustles. Like we were trying like the whole Forex trading. We were trying Amazon FBA. We were kind of trying everything and buying all these courses.
Yeah.
And then a guy came to work and he's like, have you ever seen this guy on Instagram? His name's Eli. So I started watching your stuff, And I was like, I love Instagram. I love real estate. And like you say, you can learn photography. And you were always saying like the people who are kind of most coachable are the ones that don't know the photography and know the business side or want to know more about the business side. So I was like, this is the program for me. And I took it and I found the biggest thing compared to all the other or like, I guess I never took coaching, but all the other courses I took, you were really good at keeping the video short and sweet, where a lot of them would be like 30, 45 minutes long. And you're kind of falling asleep like 20 minutes into the video, where yours were like 3 to 5 minutes every single video. So it just kept you engaged because then you would have to go to the next one and go to the next one. So
that's so interesting. That's how it's funny. I built it that way, I think, out of my own personal like shortcoming. I just lose track. Like my attention stops after a couple minutes. So I'm like, I'm gonna try to build that for people like me. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. Keep at it.
No, and like that's kind of what won it for me, because all the other programs I couldn't make it through, and I made it through your program in like a pretty quick time just because of the layout. And then I was like, no, this is like exactly what I was looking for. And yeah, it just got to the point where being away from home was not the priority anymore. Spending time with my friends and family was a priority. So I bought a house, which was pretty crazy to do for the first time right before going all in on a business. It has like put the pressure on me, because it's like, this is kind of do or die, or I'm going back away from everyone. And I was like, that's the last thing I want to do. So
yeah. So how long ago was it that you started this business in the first place?
I guess like I picked up my first camera, and well, I bought the camera, I think maybe like 6 months before January, when I actually started coaching, but I could never find time to use it because I was working the 50, 60 hours, and then the other little bit I was with my girlfriend or my family. So I kind of went all in January and just said like, this is it. And
so it's at the time of filming this, so January, February, March, April, May, June. So you're about 6-ish months into it. You went from no experience to $4,000+ weeks, 15K plus month. Obviously it fluctuates up and down. Like the reason I put it that way is because you grew really fast. Like most people don't do that. And so I like to talk to people who did, is like, okay, what did you do? So you followed, the roadmap. You're in coaching. I don't want to attribute any of that to coaching. I want to attribute it to what you did. So what about it do you think set you up to be successful?
I know you don't want to attribute any of it to coaching, but like I followed kind of word for word what the roadmap said, and then joining all the calls. I think Matt's call was a big one, where he was like, it's all about how many people you're reaching out to. And like, when I had slow weeks, I was like, this is kind of on me. I stopped doing the Instagram method last week. So then that week I would do like 20 a day, which was like a little too much to handle. But when I was doing 20 a day, my next week would be packed. So then it kind of showed me like the Instagram method works, but it's completely on you. Like the weeks I didn't do any was because I was just so busy with shooting and like learning the business, and like you would allot out a time slot to do the Instagram method, and then your Matterport would go wrong or something would go wrong. You're like talking to editors and you're just like, oh man, there went my Instagram method time. But like when I really started seeing that it's kind of just on you and the amount of people you're willing to outreach to. And I was always thinking I needed to cold call, I needed to get into Facebook, like I needed to do all these other things. And it's like, I had everything right in front of me. I just needed to do more of it.
And that's one of my biggest like personal failings, I think, when I was first starting, and why we try to be so laser focused is like, I think it's a general thing in the business world. You just see all these things you could do, and you're like, I need to do a little bit of that, a little bit of that, a little bit of that. And I know you know this, but for everybody listening, like I think one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of small business owners make at the start is they try to do too much of everything, rather than like, hey, out of all these things I could do, what's the most effective, and then go all in on that. And I mean, that what you said that stuck out to me, from my perspective, having get to coach a lot of people and see people build their businesses, it's like you just actually did the work. So like that's the separating factor, is you stayed consistent. I'm sure there was weeks where you were slow and you didn't do much, but overall I think you just moved through stuff. And that's like the thing. It's not, I think a lot of times people overcomplicate how hard building a business is. Like it's not that hard. You just have to, it's not no work. But what a lot of people do wrong is they try to do too much stuff. Like I think doing less but one thing is kind of the secret.
Yeah, I agree. Because I'll never forget too. I used to come into like every call on Mondays being like, I have to get into content. That's the only way I'm gonna build this business properly because all the agents around me keep asking for headshots, lifestyle photos, and content. And eventually I just forgot about that stuff. And I'm like, I don't need any of that to build this business. Like you've said to me many times, it's my choice if I want to get into that one day, but you don't need it to build a successful real estate business. If you want to venture out that way and like, I'm not even going to say add extra money because like if you just put the focus into the real estate, you can get that extra money in what you're already doing. But I just remember always thinking I need to get into this like venture to succeed in this business. And it's like you just got to focus on the one thing that's kind of right in front of you and you'll get there.
It's hard for a lot of people that are interested in business, especially, I think, because like the type of people that are want to do a lot. I mean, I want to do a lot, right? I see all this stuff, I'm like, ooh, that'd be a cool way to do it. That'd be a cool way. What do you think it was for you that made you just not? Like, I know we said it, and what made you listen, I guess?
Well, so I started getting a lot of traction, first of all. And now once you started getting traction, you realize you didn't really have time to start learning something new. And like when you're already learning what you're doing, because again, I hadn't picked up a camera before January. So I was already learning so much. So that was one thing. And then I had talked to a couple of people who I knew I met through the Facebook group and whatnot. And they were the reason I kind of thought I had to do the content. And they're like, we've pretty much dropped the content. We don't have time for that right now. And I was just like, the people who made me think I needed it were no longer doing it because they didn't have time for it. And then I'm like, yeah, you really don't need to be doing all this other stuff. Like you can stick to one avenue and succeed as long as you just keep grinding, doing more outreach and whatnot. But you're just hungry for any money at first. That's the problem. When
Yes,
you're not,
that's what it is.
you're just
Yeah.
like, I see people offering me money to do this and that. So you like want to take it and try to do it, but then it's not going to be good because you really don't know what you're doing anyway. So it's going to be like a one-time payment and
Yeah.
they're probably not going to come back to you.
Yeah, because you're not going to be good because you just don't
Yeah.
have that. You're not like, that's not your thing. It's funny because like the advice that works in general in any business is always niche down, right? So, photographers, a lot of the ones that suffer that are photographers, they're not coming in for the business. They shoot weddings, portraits, events, like they do everything. And so it's like, okay, stage one of getting more successful is doing less, just real estate. And then like the second stage is staying focused with just the real estate and not doing all that you could in real estate even. So it's a lesson that's like so common in the business world that I struggled to take so much, which is it's always better to niche down more. Like there's never a time when it isn't. So even with your business, with Norman and Young, my business, we just do real estate media, the basic stuff.
Yeah.
We've tried the other stuff because we, make bad decisions too, right? Like we've tried branding that other stuff. It just doesn't ever add to the core focus and what we're really good at. It always comes at a cost. It's just such a hard lesson to learn. Like I mean, you did it. I didn't do it. Like I tried everything at the start. It's interesting. I guess pivoting a little bit, what do you see as the future for your business? Like, do you want to scale and hire a team? Like, what's the vision for the future for you?
Yeah, so I want to kind of scale as quick as possible, but not being too quick, obviously. I joined this business to spend more time with my family and friends, and I feel like I've done the opposite of that in the last 6 months. And I don't know what I was thinking. I thought I was going to come into this and it was going to be easy. Like I more than understand why not everyone does this. And I've heard of people being afraid to hire photographers because they're going to take over their business or market. Like they don't want to do the invoicing, dealing with clients. Like there's so much more than just shooting in a day.
Yeah.
And a lot of people out there just want to shoot from their 9 to 5 and go home at the end of the day. So I definitely want to scale because I feel like for myself, I love the business aspect. I love running numbers. I love talking to people and fixing issues and kind of like managing a company and people. Like, so for me, that's definitely a goal, but I also know I don't want to do it too quickly. So markets are up and down and slow season. Like I should almost try to just see what slow season's truly like. I know by next busy season, I could hopefully have one person with me, but I got to see what's
But
going
you're
on.
smart to take it slow. There's a quote that's like, more businesses die of indigestion than starvation. And so I think it's good to go slow. It's interesting too, like one of the nice things about owning a business is that you do have options. What a lot of people do wrong though is they don't remember that. So like you got into the business, you said it perfectly. You wanted more time for stuff that wasn't work, and then you quickly build this business that makes great money, but then you're like, wait a second, like the reason I got into this business is not what I have. And so the nice part is, but you can fix that, you know what I mean? Like you can hire people to fix that, you can take less jobs. So it's like, it's nice because it gives you a little bit more control, which is what I like about having a business. So there was times at Norman & Young where my goal was just to make as much money as possible. So I worked a lot, right? And now, I mean, I want to spend time in this other business, and I don't work at all in Norman & Young. And I make less money from it, but I still make money. And I don't know, it's just cool to have that. I think that's like the biggest thing for me about owning a business is you get to decide, because your goals change too. Like sometimes in the short term, hey, I want to make more money now. Sometimes in the long term, you're like, 6 months later, that's not the focus anymore, and you can kind of pivot it. So that's pretty cool. People just getting into this business, any recommendations for them on how to make the most of it? How could like someone grow quickly? Like if you had a friend that was getting into this, what advice would you give them if they're first starting like you were?
Well, I guess first off, you got to put in the work. Don't jump to too many methods. Like just do the Instagram method and stick to real estate photography until your Instagram method's dried out. I would say like I think I followed maybe 1,000 people. I'm going to say my Instagram's not dried out until I've followed like 3,000 to 5,000 people. So like I got so much more to go before I even need to look at different avenues. And I guess another big one, which I'm still working on every day, is don't worry and don't critique your product so much. Kind of let the agents think for you rather than you thinking for them, because every agent's different as well. So that means you're different than every agent. So something you might not like, they might really like, because I'll have a video that I think is amazing and the agent will hate it. And then I'll have a video I think is absolutely terrible and the agent will love it. So it's kind of like everybody's just so different, and kind of stick to one thing and don't.
It's funny because on the product critique thing, so like everybody in this business initially struggles with that because you want to deliver a product that's going to make your clients happy. So like you overcheck your photos, you overcheck your video. The funny thing is with what you said, it doesn't matter how much time you spend doing that. It doesn't actually change the amount of people that like it or dislike it. It's just like, because you don't know, there's a story I've told a lot, but I got photos back or email back after sending photos to a client, and they were like, it was like 10 shoots in with them. And they said, there was a bunch of problems with the photos. They were very unhappy. And so you get that sometimes. So before I called them though, I looked at the photos and I went through all of them and I made a list of all the things that I thought were wrong with the photos. And then I called them back and I was like, I see what you're saying, but tell me and the list that she had and the list that I had zero overlap. Like it was so funny, and it's why this story stuck with me and kind of changed how I thought about things. But mine was like, the verticals aren't straight. This room's too yellow. I don't like this composition. And hers were, no kidding, there's dog poop in the yard. There's a hole punched in either the door in the bedroom or the closet or something like that, right? And like she wanted that stuff. Oh, and the third one was there was stuff all over the dryer and washer in the laundry room. And I was like, wait a second, like my idea of what was wrong with the photos and hers were completely different. And so it's just so funny how much time people waste. Maybe funny is not the right word, but they waste so much time doing stuff thinking that it makes the clients like the photos better when it's not what they're even gonna want. So it's just like, and I'm sure you would agree with this, but it's almost better to have an issue and fix it well than never have an issue, because your clients actually like you better when you fix their issues well. Like it's like better service.
That happened to me at the start a lot. Like I thought issues were the worst things ever. And then it's like the clients love the way you dealt with the issue. So that's why they ended up coming back with you. And that's I guess something else I would tell somebody just starting out is it's impossible to please everybody. I'm still learning that as well. But like you can do things perfectly textbook to a T and there'll still be people unhappy. It's just the way the market, or like the way it is. There's no way, especially when you get to high volume, you're gonna have hiccups, you're gonna have mistakes. It's just like there's no way to please everyone.
Yeah, and the nice thing is too, I think generally real estate agents are great people to work with, so I enjoy that. And in any market, you're gonna have those issues and stuff you have to do. I guess speaking of issues, last question for you: did your competition scare you at the start, or what were I know a lot of people are like so worried about it. So like, what were your honest thoughts about that then and now?
Yeah, so you're never gonna realize how many media companies there are till you get into it. Like I was like, maybe there's 5 around me. There's probably 500 around me. Like it's insane how many media companies there are. But then you kind of hear the reasons these agents aren't going back to the companies, and you're just like, that's ridiculous. Like just things like I get a lot again that agents won't touch anything or media people won't touch anything in a house for legal liabilities, even though we all know it's just laziness because you can move a Kleenex box or whatever you need. And just like I know a really big company out here, he started hiring and then he just kind of started sending agents to his new hire. And I'm like, this guy doesn't have a back end like Spiro or HD Photo Hub or something to like help them divvy out the work instead of just sending agents to somebody totally new. And it's just like all these little problems that could be fixed so easily, especially if you check in on your clients and try to message people that have left you. You
just gotta care. Like if you just care about your clients, it's crazy how much farther ahead that gets you. Because a lot of companies, I think they've been in the business a while, they get kind of jaded and they're like, a lot of people think they're at odds with their clients, like it's a win-loss thing, and that attitude just never. We have one client, just to give you a ridiculous example. You may have heard this one specifically, Jacob, but we got a big builder client because the last photographer refused to shoot the house if the air conditioning wasn't on. And these were like new construction homes where they weren't always done. And it was like, all right, there's 10K a year for us because this guy wouldn't go in there. And we had another one where the guy saw a fox in the backyard and then just refused to shoot the backyard. I was like, it's a fox, like it's gone. It is just funny. It's like, those are obviously, extreme examples, but it's just, if you're accommodating and you care for your clients and you do things that show them that, you get, not only do you keep those clients, you get a ton of referrals. Do you get a lot of referrals? Are you starting to get those at this point? I know you're still early in the process, but.
Yeah, I've definitely got a few. I got to get into brokerage presentations here shortly because I'm starting to shoot for enough agents at one brokerage that if I can get in for a presentation, I'll have enough references at the presentation to kind of vouch for me. Yeah. So that's my next step. I do see referrals because I have had some pretty awesome agents that will like just blast my name everywhere in Facebook groups and stuff like that, which it feels awesome. I wanted to do a referral program, but what I kind of started doing was every 2 referrals, I'll give a free reel. And I found that has made people that would never order reels on every single order now. The first time I did it, I was just like, yeah, here, I'll just throw this in for you. You've gave me 2 referrals. And then she was like, oh my God, why have I waited so long to try one of these out? And she just started doing it every time. So I'm like, I got to do this every time.
Yeah, now you get the average order value and the referral bump. That's crazy. That's a good idea.
That's kind of what I went, because sometimes to agents, like 50 or $100 off, it's just like, it's still something, but it's like, it's not like handing them it physically, or it's almost meaningful. Don't even notice it type thing.
Yeah, whereas the reel, they get like an asset that they can use that promote. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've always been of the mindset that I think sometimes if you incentivize referrals too much, you get less of them. And I think it's more just about incentivizing correctly. So I could see that the reels would make me a lot more likely to refer someone because it's like more product that I'm going to have to, that I get a chance to use to promote me. So that's super
like,
cool.
I haven't really marketed it. If someone gives me 2 referrals, I just tell them, hey, I really appreciate that. I'm going to throw in a reel for you in order that you choose. So then not only like if they get a kind of like property they don't love as much, and it keeps them coming back because they know they have a free reel with you eventually when they want to use it. So it kind of keeps them coming back and it keeps them referring people to you as well. So
did you think you'd grow as fast as you did? Just curious. You have like the core like stuff that tells me someone's gonna grow fast, but yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I kind of seen other people in the program doing it, and I've reached out to a lot of other very successful people in the program who I talk to monthly, and it's it's much appreciated. And just seeing them do it, I've always been the type of person, if someone else can do something, I can do it.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say I saw myself, like I pretty well was hoping that I was going to be at the place where the people I was talking to were at by the end of 6 months, and they were all at this mark. So it's like, maybe at the first few months I was like, holy, is this really going to work? But going into this, I was kind of like, I can do this. Like,
that's such a good strategy, though. It's so hard to, like, when I look back to when I first started, I thought $4,000 a month was so much money. And so I think I acted as if it was. So it took me longer. Not in any, like, you know, woo-woo way. It's just like, if you know something's possible, your brain's going to give you, like, it starts figuring out how to solve that instead of going, like, is this? And second guessing. So that makes a lot of sense. I think a lot of my growth in my businesses has been when I knew somebody who was like kind of reset what I thought was possible. So yeah, thanks for your time, Jacob. Really appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you for everything. It's been good.
Everybody, how's it going? I was not paying attention because we were backstage, and I can see everybody backstage, and Rod was just like getting it to the music back there, so he distracted me.
I always wondered if you actually could see that, and now it's good to know that you can. I didn't know that.
Anyway, welcome in, everybody. We got a fun one tonight. As you can see, we have a fourth joining us, a friend of the channel, I'd say for certain, Todd. So Todd, first of all, thanks for jumping on here. I appreciate it.
Hey, my pleasure. I'm excited to be here.
I hope you guys all appreciated the thumbnail for this one. Did you get to see it yet, Todd?
I think I did. I did. Yes.
It's like the big version of you standing behind me. It's pretty good. Anyway, it was a Graham Stephan inspired thumbnail. So anyway, welcome in, everybody. What we're going to do for the first like 30 minutes or so is just, I'm going to ask Todd some questions. I want him to share his story. My intro of Todd is that I thought I've been in real estate media a while. I've been doing it 12 years. Todd has me beat by like 8 years. He's built an incredible business, much larger than my business, Norman and Young. If you've ever had any, chance to listen to the Spiro podcast, which he is the co-host of, he's the founder of Spiro as well, which you can see behind him. It's the software that we love and recommend for real estate media companies to manage their business. So he's got a lot going on. He's super familiar with this industry. He's not only spent a lot of time building a very successful real estate media business, Wow Video Tours, but he also gets to help people by building Spiro. So he knows the challenges and pain points that real estate photographers have. We're lucky enough to have him do a weekly call in our community as well as a guest coach. So if you ask good questions, you will get great answers from someone who knows this industry a lot better than I do. And so, yeah, that's my intro for you, Todd. If you wouldn't mind just kind of like give the, overview of your business and that kind of thing, we'll jump in.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. It's great to be here with everybody today. I almost feel like I started the debate. Like I went into, you all watched the VP. I'm not talking politics. I almost felt like I had to take an inspiration from the presidential debate. But anyways, it's great to be here. And so I started in this business, like Eli said, 20 years ago. And that was back in the times of black and white. And there was not something as real estate photography. Well, there was. It was realtors would go out and they would take pictures of listings that they got. And the cameras back in that time, it was a big Sony Mavic camera that had a 3.5-inch floppy in it. And I didn't even want to do real estate photography at the time. It was an idea that was sitting right in front of me, but I was into video and I had this desire to want to create videos. And of course, like many of you can probably relate, when you start with something, it's new. The world is literally at your fingertips and you have this skill that you enjoy and you learn this skill and you get better at this skill. And then probably the reason why most of us are in here, we want to make money with that skill, right? This was a long time. Like I started off in first grade as a fifth grader. I made friendship bracelets on the bus. And if you've heard this story before, I apologize, but it's a good one. The only reason why I can make friendship bracelets as a 5-year-old little boy is because I was actually at 5 years old just as big as the fifth graders on the bus. I'm fairly large. So I didn't get beat up. It was unbelievable, but I made friendship bracelets. And then there's a whole host of things that I did from there throughout my career of selling something. So naturally I got into video production. I'm like, okay, who can I sell this thing to? And of course we all go and we do weddings, right? And then we try to get corporate events, but I was 18 years old. Who knows what corporate is happening at that time? And long story short, my parents went to go sell their house, and I learned a little bit about the real estate process, and that helped me understand where there were some gaps at. And a gap that I identified was the fact that you actually have to drive to all the houses to look at them. And I thought, hey, there's just got to be a better way. So I took the camera and I panned room. Well, no, I actually put it on a tripod, a Bogan tripod, a big camera. And I walked the house, and it was literally the worst tour ever. I wish I could find it just so I can make fun of myself and show it to everyone. And that got me going, and I had something. And from there, we showed as many people. We actually didn't do a real estate photography until about 3 or 4 years later. And then I really focused on in some of the turning point, and we can get there, but I wanted to grow the business. I became the idea of creating with the camera, it changed into creating with the business. And I kind of got addicted to it. Like, how can I now grow this thing? The camera, the real estate photography, videography was just the medium. It was the avenue we were going to learn. But I saw there was a bigger picture of understanding. That was like the tip of the iceberg. Understanding what was underneath the water was the idea of where are the levers, where are the gears of the business? And now how can I do this as many times as humanly possible, build the correct team around me, and then replace myself with the team and not have to do anything.
So how long, I mean, I would imagine when you first started your business, you had no idea you were going to grow it to the level it's at today. Was there a point where you realized you could scale it? And if so, like how far in was that, or was it pretty consistent?
Yeah, it's a great question. I love the what if game. So I was always doing the math. I was 2 years in school. So the first 2 years of my business, I was in college. I was finishing up college. And, I'd always do the game of, I think I charged $75 for video back then. So I'd go, okay, $75. How many times can I do this a week? Okay, this is this many agents. What if I get 10X agents? And then how can I do that this many times per year? And we all have done it, right? You hit enter on your calculator. And at 20 years old, like, oh, that's 125,000. Like that's, so I think I always knew there was potential in doing it. And my philosophy, I always wanted to do something. I'm fascinated with the idea of how can I do something and streamline it and do it as many times as possible. And real estate fit really well because it was reoccurring. Because agents, you build relationships with agents. Those agents get listings, and they continue to get listings as long as they're a real estate agent. And getting a listing actually means you're growing. Like that's what agents want. And so you build with the correct agents. So I don't know that I actually really knew the full potential. I just knew there was something there. And it was even interesting. I prepared some numbers for us all to look at today, but even looking back, I was like, holy cow, like we grew 60% that year. Sometimes I didn't realize it because you just go, you put blinders on, and sometimes that's bad and sometimes that's good because the blinders are like, hey, I'm going to keep going. Like these 5 things are terrible right now, but I know there's something on the other side of that. And I either need to figure it out, have someone help me figure it out, or bring a team in that can help me figure it out. And you do a combination of those things. So, yeah, I mean, I think from the start is my very long answer of answering the question.
Interesting. Everybody has a different path with that for certain too. I think it's funny because we get to work with 2 different types of people generally. Like one, they're just very excited to make a living for themselves doing this. And the second person like wants to scale from the start. I don't know that there's a big difference in success. I think it's like the big thing, and maybe speak to this a little bit. You've been very consistent for a long period of time. And I'm sure it ebbed and flowed. There was times where you're working harder on the business and times where you're working on other stuff. But how much of your success today would you say you'd attribute to just sheer like doing the work versus the other stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would attribute a lot of it. Our core value number 2 for us is about hard work. I always say if it was easy, everybody would do it. And again, another one I love is simple, not easy. There's some very simple things that we can all do. They're not always easy though, right? How many of you dialed the number, you have the agent list in front of you, or you have Zillow in front of you, you dial the number, and how many of you hung it up and put the phone down? You're like, you're hoping a distraction. You hope an email comes up that you.
I'm gonna go build my website.
Exactly. Yes. Oh yeah. Exactly, Kenny. I gotta redo my website. I've done it 10 times, but I'm gonna do it on the 11th because I just think now is the right time. Mm-hmm. So I'm making fun of myself, not any of you, because I've done it. I've had cold feet plenty of times, and there's sometimes where you just have to push through, and you have to say the best decision is the right decision. The second best decision is the wrong decision. But the worst decision is no decision or no action. So there's that we all have it. And as I started to learn about the brain and kind of had a coach tell me more about the way we think, it's like, that's natural. I'm like, okay, that's natural. So I'm just going to suppress that. I'm going to make the call. Oh, the world didn't end. The realtor was actually nice to me.
So just for fun and for context, I guess, tell us a little bit about Wow Video Tours last couple of years. How many, roughly how many shoots per year? Because that's a fun number for me to think about because it breaks my mind. It's a lot of shoots.
Yeah. So we did, 2 years ago, we did just at 12,000 shoots. Last year, it tipped down a little bit. And this year, we're hoping to hit 13,000.
Gosh, just do the math for fun, everybody. And I just already want to do it. I've done it like 10 times, but divide it by the amount of business days in a year. It's a lot of shoots per day. So obviously you're not doing those shoots yourself. Because it's like, what's a busy day? Like it's got to be more than 50 shoots, right?
Yeah, busy days. A busy day is 100.
Kenny couldn't even contain himself hearing that number.
He was like 50, right?
Yeah, he's like no, that's a normal day. So it's obviously not just you doing that. It's impossible. You have a great team. For people out there that are just starting to build their team, I know there's multiple of them. I just know the people in the comments here. They're working on that. Any advice to like Todd with 2 team members that Todd with more than 20 knows now?
Yeah, good question. So invest in good people around you. I started, and the first thing I did is I went, oh, holy crap, I need to hire somebody because I physically can't do it. Like my wife was pregnant, I'm still editing. I'm falling asleep with my head. You're waking up at 2 a.m. Cindy's pictures are on the computer and you're like, oh no, I got to go shoot tomorrow. I got to leave at 6 a.m. because I'm an hour and a half away. And you're managing all of these things. And I'm like, well, how am I going to hire someone? And so then the whole idea of like, hey, is it a contractor? Is it an employee? That's a very simple thing. It's not difficult to have employees. Just go find someone that can educate you and tell you, hey, this is all you need to do. It's really not that difficult. Now, this is not for this conversation, but making sure that you're a good boss to those employees and you set expectations and they know what they're supposed to do is a whole different game that I screwed up plenty. But making sure you put good help around you. I was very fortunate and very blessed to have a couple close people to me help me and stayed with me for a very long time, and had really good people and people that wanted to help me and saw the potential in the business and had the same excitement for it as me. I don't think you can't spend money wrong if you're hiring good people. And now you're almost set up as a little bit of a disadvantage. If you've hired 2 people, you don't know necessarily how to hire a really good person. I'm speaking generally here. I didn't know how to do it. Okay, so go find someone who's hired a ton of people and have them interview with you. So that would probably be the one thing I would do is just understand that hiring process and spend a little bit more to get good people, invest. Because if you don't invest, those people are going to turn over. You owe it to them, really. Like they're on your staff. And I didn't feel this for the longest time. Like you owe it to make sure they're successful at your company. I think I kind of came in the wrong way and thought I'm giving them something. No way. Like they're giving you something. Remember, at the end of the day, you own the place. They're just trying to reach the goals of their life. They don't own the building. Like I always walk out of here and we still have a physical location, and I'm humbled. Like when people are in here working hard on things and I'm going out because I have to get to my kids, or it's just like, I'm humbled because it's like they care about it so much, or they're after hours or whatever it may be. and they don't own it. Like there's always an you're always incentivized to go above and beyond, right? At the end of the day, it's your thing. You have an asset. So, the Todd with, 30 photographers and a team of about 16 and plus a large team of virtual assistants would say, just learn how to find good people that are going to help you achieve your goals.
That's really good. It's a hard thing to do, like you said, when you're first starting, because you just don't have the context for what is. But you said something I want to have you talk more about. Find somebody that's done it. So you've talked a lot about different coaches that you've had that have helped you. And I think that's a big part of finding the right team, is finding the team maybe that's not your staff, but you still know who to ask. So I guess, do you have any big lessons that stand out? I know let me ask this question first. Did you always find coaches, or did you realize at a certain point, or what was that for you?
Yeah, good question. I didn't always find coaches, because we live in a generation where it's like we have the assumption that we can go find anything on the internet. And I love to go find things on the internet. I have to catch myself sometimes. Like, wait a minute, you are so far down a hole, Todd. You are wasting more time than anything you're going to gain. And so then naturally I'd go out, and the first coach I talked to, they all talk to you, which is great. And they say some things like, wow, I never thought of that. And then you see what a coach is going to charge. And for me, I was like, oh, hold it. Like, whoa, okay. I was like, that's a little sticker shock. And I remember some of them, in fact, Shannon, who is our VP of product at Spiro, and she helped me scale wow. She was on the podcast last week. She reminded me that she came on as a consultant for WOW at the beginning of her time here. She sent me the proposal, and I was like, okay, Shannon, it's cool. Great. Let's do it. And then I got cold feet. I actually texted her, and I was like, oh, Shannon, I can't do this. Like, I don't think the money, yada, yada, yada. And I was so in just a hamster wheel of left brain cycles. And she's like, no. And it wasn't that she was trying to sell me. It's just the fact that she was trying to confirm that this is the right way for me to go. And, if I look at some of these numbers here, the year after we brought her on, we then grew 60%, 67%, 58% to $1 million. Then we grew another 34% to $1.5 million, 26% the next year to almost $2 million. And then from there, it took a couple of years to get to $3 million. So, and I had a couple other coaches along the way, but if you can find a way to expand your knowledge, it's like, you don't want things to become easier. You want to become better. Right? And a coach, that's not a me thing. So I'm not claiming that, but I'm not claiming that phrase, but it always stuck with me. Like, we as humans always like, oh, I wish it was easier. It's like, no, wait a minute. Let's just wish you were better. I wish I was better. There's things that happen. I'm like, okay, that's the cost of education. And I just take it. I use these phrases because it keeps thinking high. And it's like, okay, we just lost some money there. Like, I'll tell you, even to this day, we did not bill some agents and quite a few agents for a monthly marketing program we do for them. We ate $15,000. Okay, it was like, that's a lot of money. 15,000. That's real money to anybody. Like, that's a lot of money to me. Like, it should have gone to my kids' college education. But I was like, okay, all right, that's the cost of education. This is what it is. We know there's a gap. Let's not let that add up to 10 years of that and 150 grand. We just spent 15K to learn this issue, and we know how to fix it. It's super simple. So great, we can move forward with it. So education can be many different ways. I'm a firm proponent in it. I think you need to spend time on yourself and your education. It can be many different ways. And it's good to change those ways, because you're going to get a little bit different from everyone.
That's really good. The different from everyone thing, I think, is key, because sometimes it's easy to get fixated on, like, I just got to learn everything from this one person. But if you think about it, like, the person you're learning from, they didn't learn everything from one person. Like, the most knowledgeable people and the people I like to learn from the most have it. And if you think about it too, when you build a team, that's really what you're doing in your own company, right? The value is from the perspective. Now, sometimes the value is people getting work done, but especially as the company grows, like, just having that, brain trust or whatever you want to call it's really good. And you can kind of like borrow that from somebody.
Sure.
And coaches look different. There's different ways to do that. There's like traditional like coaching program like we have at REPP, but there's coaches you'll just know in life, people that have done things that you want to learn. And seeking those out, I think is what you're saying is really important. Okay, let's look at the comments a little bit.
I want to ask Todd something, actually. Just going back to like the beginning days, I know you mentioned that you just kind of put blinders on and you were just getting to work. It seems like you had a very hard upcoming, I guess, to where you're at right now. Because like I was just trying to think if I was in your position, I'd be like, holy crap! I mean, like wife's pregnant, wife's having a baby, having to work. And I'm like, oh my gosh. Were there any nights or days that you were just like, I just want to give up and go the traditional route, or like? I don't know. I think it's always interesting asking somebody who's like at your position right now. You're just like, okay, what were your thoughts back then? Because I'm sure some people think that, and yeah, I would love to get your perspective on that.
Yeah, thanks for that, Kenny. There were definitely days that you're second guessing yourself, and you're like, oh, what? And we all start to feel sorry for ourselves, right? And you're like, oh, wouldn't it just be great if I could get a job doing this? And I had a 9 to 5, and I have had those thoughts, and there's just something about that thought that I try to push. I push it out of my brain because it's like I don't want to begin feeling sorry for myself. And I've been fortunate enough that I had a lot of momentum going, and there's some tough times. And I'll be transparent with everyone. Last year was a very tough year for us at WOW. And it ended up all good, but we had some very serious conversations, and I relied a ton on my team, and they made some very tough decisions, and we worked our butts off to get to 20-some% growth this year. And there was days that's like, oh, this is, wouldn't it just be great to not have that? And then I think it's the grass is always greener, an Eli phrase that I love is the term thought error. That's just a thought error. We always want something. As humans, our human brain always wants to simplify everything, always wants to take the easiest path. And sometimes it's just wrong. That's actually not the easiest path, because you don't understand you would have these restrictions with the job, or you couldn't do what you'd want to do. So yeah, very natural, Kenny. And I've had those in the past. And that's when it's important to make sure you have a team around you that stays positive. And when I think back over the years here at WOW, I've been blessed to have a really great team. And we have had some people that have been great, but I didn't realize that their thinking was below the line. And they kind of just swayed towards that. And then them swaying in a negative fashion made other people jump on board. And then all of a sudden you have this bandwagon that's a negative thinking. And that's how you have a culture problem. But when you don't have that, and I'm so blessed to have the team that we have now is the best team we've ever had. And having that positivity, even when bad things happen, it's just like, one is the way to live. Like, why be sad about it? What's that going to get you doom and gloom? Like, let's be positive. Let's pull it up, pull together, and let's push through.
That's a good question. Kenny, we joke on our team sometimes when we have a hard day. I think it's important to like give yourself the chance to just think about, like for most people sitting here that are starting to scale, you will probably tell yourself more than once, I should just go back to being solo. Mm-hmm. You'll think that. And doing that, I would argue, is probably a mistake for you, but just enjoying the 10-minute thought of it gives you a little bit of peace. So we have a joke. Kenny's laughing because he knows what it is. We just picture me, Kenny, Jared, and Aaron just working at a coffee shop. Imagine if we just worked at a coffee shop together. It'd be so much easier. And so I think like letting yourself a little bit go, you just think about it, and then you realize, you come to your senses, and you're like, okay, we got to push forward. Because every level, I mean, working at a coffee shop is a tough life too. You don't make very much money. You have to, you're getting there early in the morning. It's like you said, Todd, it's a grass is always greener thing.
I will say on our toughest times, I think I have the most fun because I don't know the quote, and I'm going to butcher it if I try saying, but basically like you prosper when it's slow. I don't know. Say the quote, Eli.
I think it's the Tony Robbins one. When you win, you party, and when you fail, you ponder, and all greatness comes from pondering.
Yeah, because like then the toughest times, like we're doing a ton of work, and I think it's fun. It's fun for me at least. I mean, I know Rod has fun, you have fun. I'm sure Todd does too. And so I don't know. That's just my opinion. It's like we have the funnest time when we have the toughest times too.
You have a split second of like, I hate this.
Yes.
And you immediately, like, the longer I've noticed that people are in business, the shorter period of the time where they're just sitting there dwelling on it. like this sucks immediately action, that time frame shortens, which is good. Because like you definitely don't hate it when you have you don't love it when you have a slow
of course not.
right? Yeah. But then just like you were saying, Todd, last year was slow. Last month was a little slow at rep. And like, I feel like, Rod, you can attest to this. We've been working together. We did so much stuff to build for the future that's going to be so good. And it was like, do I want that slow month to happen? No, but without that slow month, it doesn't catalyze like you got to go do this. So I think those are important. Those times are just something you have to have. So, okay. Let's do this. If you have a question, what's
sports, and like the teams like do well, then they get a humbling loss. Coaches say that's when the best lessons are learned after those losses. And that's when the true test begins after those losses. And then that's when you find out and discover a lot that can help the next month. They're needed. Without them, it can't, like mathematically, you can't improve if those months don't happen. If you look at it that way. So
you build sloppy business too, because you never have the month that makes you go, it's like a refinement. You go up and you go down a little refine, you go up and you go down. And sometimes the down isn't always just down, but sometimes it's, hey, we didn't double again this year. Like you can use those times. You don't have to like have a loss, but from my perspective, like the longer you go without time to do that, the more risk you have of having a loss so great you don't come back from it. And so like having those little like foundation building times where you like take a step back, I think is really good. I'm sure we'll ask a couple more questions in a second. While we're doing those, if you have a question you want to ask Todd in the comments, drop it in there. If you ask him about camera settings, aperture, anything related to photos, I'm going to ignore your question. It's not because I don't like you. It's because Todd has built an incredible business, and that would be such a waste of the time we have here. So said with all love, don't ask a question about that. I think Todd's going to be able to give a lot of wisdom on any topic, but if you're talking about scaling and growing a team, those questions are going to be the ones that are thoughtful to ask. So with those frameworks, what questions do you have? I know we have a handful in here that are scaling. So that's cool. Rod, Kenny, anything you want to ask Todd in the interim? If not, I have something, but.
You had a lot of good questions that were a lot of mine. I mean, the one I keep thinking in my head, and I don't even know if it's a good question to ask, is it might be hard to answer. But like the things you learned at each phase, like what was the best lesson, or like the thing you learned or wish you would have known or whatever at when you first started? I know that's, a bit ago, was like a couple decades ago, right? And then at the $5,000, the $10,000, but then the $50,000 month and the $100,000 month.
You're gonna have to round it to bigger numbers. I guarantee you he doesn't remember $5,000 to $10,000 has been.
What was your $4,000 month like 20 years ago, Todd? But no, let's break it down to the very beginning. Just the lessons you learned in the beginning that you might remember, then just as you started scaling it to a $50,000 month and then 6 figures, months, those 3 phases, like anything that you remember that you learned that you wish you would have known at the time.
Yeah, I'd love to. So the first phase was getting from this is an idea and could this be viable to this is what I'm going to do. So kind of like that all in moment. And that was right between me graduating from college in 2006 and saying, okay, I just spent all of this money on this degree and I'm not going to pursue that degree. That's a very comfortable and a good degree. And I could have achieved my goals and had a great life doing that career. I'm going to focus on this thing of mine, this little baby. And I was excited about it. And it was that moment where it's like, okay, I'm going to go all in on it. And I had focus at that time. I don't know that I understood it. I was more determined that I wanted to make it work, and probably just as stupid as determined, of like ignoring some things and just knowing that this is going to work. And sometimes you just need to do that. So that was the first phase of like going all in. And then you're in this hustling phase. And I was coming up with things. I was lucky enough to stumble into this idea of what a broker deal was back in 2006. And I signed 3 of them in the next about year and a half. And I was fortunate to do that. And that gave me a foundation. And I am the type of personality that a lack of money is kind of debilitating to me. And I think, Eli, we're the same, where it's like, if I lose money, it's tough for me. But when I have money, it propels me. And it's not all about money. I hate to talk about it, but I know like I have my confidence when there's money, and it will push me to go harder. as to where if there is a lack of money and it was a tough year, it's like, oh no, the world's going to end. And so I had that foundation. So what that did for my person, I was like, okay, I'm good. I can breathe. So I was not in fight or flight. I was like, okay, let me service this client. I basically sold 2 days a week to get that foundation to be to a starting salary of what I would do in my job. So like, okay, this is great. I was justifying it in my head. And then I looked for ways that I could grow the business. So I was trying to figure out what it meant to be a business owner, how I was going to get people. And so that was the first phase of kind of going all in. And then as we built the foundation, you know, with that, you know, kind of theory in mind, the next phase was needing to put good people around me. And, you know, you start off with not so great people, and then you get some good people, and you hit a point to where you are spinning too many plates. And while you have people, they all rely on you. And then that's the moment we all just talked about. It's like this, like no one can ever do what I need to do. They don't know how to do it. I am doing too much. I don't have any time. Yes, I'm making some money, but I'm just trading time for money. And you get burnt out. And I told myself a lie that nobody could help me. Like no one's going to know how to come into my business and get me caught up in invoicing. I'm 6 months behind. Nobody's going to know how to photograph a house. No one's going to know Bob, Cindy, or Carrie, and they're never going to like anyone else. And you get in this moment where you just feel sorry for yourself. And that is a 100% lie. And my wife, thankfully, my wife has had so many saving moments where she's like, you just need to go find someone. I think someone can do it. And I'm like, no, they can't. No one's going to be able to do it. And she's like, okay. And she would go away. She knows me. Like, don't push me in those moments. She'd let me feel sorry for myself. And then she'd come back. She's like, hey, what do you think about this thing? And she would bump me enough. And I finally found someone. And that was Derek. Derek Mayer was with me for a very long time. And he helped me grow and scale. So that next phase was just getting out of my way of thinking I had to be the business and replacing myself with people who were excited to grow the business. So that was probably the first thing I learned. And then the third phase of really growing and scaling was bringing experts in around me, hiring people better than me, and then letting go of control. You know, it's the idea of, we all think as business owners, like if we grasp tighter and we take more control, that we're going to be better. And we're just simply not. It's actually straining everybody, and you're stepping on everybody's toes. And everybody that you just hired is going like, well, why did you have to send that email? Like, wasn't that my job? Why are you doing my job? And understanding what it meant to actually empower the team was a huge learning lesson for me. And I had a lot of people, and I feel bad about this. I can think of some names that we lost over the years that transitioned on because I just wasn't a great boss. Not a mean boss, not an unhappy boss. I just didn't set clear expectations, and we didn't communicate well, and we didn't know what their goals were. We never asked them, are you happy? What's going well? What's not going well? What can I help? What are your 1, 3, 5 year goals? If you're here right now and this is the next step for you, what's in between here? Okay, so there's all different things you can ask, and I usually use those in a meeting when I sit with people. But I would never ask people. People aren't going to tell you because you're the owner, you're the boss. They're just simply not. You might have a D personality might tell you. You might be offended by it. But I didn't ever take it in, and I didn't ask the questions. And when I learned to start asking the questions and letting my team do it and empowering them, that's when it was like, oh my goodness, this is simple now. And I don't even hesitate. It's almost like, is this a knock on wood moment? No, it's not, because it's simple, because the team's empowered. They know what their goal, they know what their jobs are. Everybody knows how they work together. They know what portion I play. They know what portion Spiro plays. So it's over here. And everybody has an understanding. And when we don't, everybody knows that we need to get in a room, or the right people need to get in a room and communicate.
I was having trouble not just going the whole time you were talking. I was like, I'm sure everybody,
break.
Yeah, everybody's building a team that will resonate with a lot of that stuff, especially the part you said about nobody can help you. And that mindset you get into, I think it's hard. This is probably a thought error, but I think it is easy for photographers to fall into that trap because you somehow make your business different than every other business on earth because you use cameras. It's this weird thing that happens. It happened to me. It happens to, probably a lot of the people here that have gone on to build successful businesses that did scale. And so what Todd said about that, every time you feel that, you just have to push through and know that that's not true. Like, that's just not the case. One example I try to remember to myself, a lot of the lessons Todd teaches too, I'm sure the things he's telling himself, a lot of the things you learn from mistakes, and like your best pieces of advice or stuff you learn the hard way. So it's like you're teaching yourself at the same time. But if a neurosurgeon can be trained, like, I fully believe that everything in my business can be trained. Like, there's nothing that I'm not that level. Like, I'm not so smart that something I do can't be trained. And so that's just like a good frame I think about. It's every role. Just some roles take longer than others. And what you said about having the right people is really important too. So if you are willing to put in the work to train somebody and you find the right people, like, your business will be unlocked by bringing people in. You'll get people that are frankly a lot better at what they do than you are at many hats too. Because you can't be good at 20 different things. Okay. Let's see. We have some questions in here. Let me find one that you can give your thoughts on, Todd. Yeah, this is an interesting question. So Sean said the Trinity of management that is typically forms for hugely successful brands usually includes three roles: the marketer, the product person, and the financial person. I guess, is that true for your business, and which are you?
Yeah, good question. So we've tried many different roles, and so what we have at WOW is we have a sales and marketing department, and that is led by one of my two leaders, Steve, and he is accountable for sales and marketing. And then he has a sales team and he has a marketing team. Okay, so the marketing team's one individual, and then the sales team is 4 additional individuals. And then we have a head of operations, Jess, and underneath operations we have our customer support team. We call it scheduling support. There's different job descriptions, but it encompasses the day-to-day. And then we have a training department, onboarding department. So that's the product, that's the visuals of it. And I am ultimately accountable for the financials. My leaders do it, Jess and Steve. They both have access, and they are we do it as a like they're accountable. Ultimately, I'm accountable for it. They do the work, and then we bring it together as a leadership team. So I, in the past, have had I've had a much larger staff, and I got to the point that I thought more people meant more. And it was great to grow. We bought a building, we remodeled a very large building, and then we filled it up, and then we built more offices inside the building and filled it up, and I thought I was going to add on. And it was fun. Like, there's a lot of people in the building, but it was way bloated for our business. And even at doing, 3 million is not that big of a business still. Like, you don't need a sales director, a marketing director, you don't need a CFO, and a head of support and a head of scheduling. Like, it's way too much. And so for us, that's what works for us. So I think sales and marketing, that's important. That's what's going to drive your business. Okay. That client acquisition, somebody needs to be thinking about that. Somebody needs to take care of the day-to-day. And then as you grow a large enough photography team, you need to make sure that your image out there of what you're producing is of the quality that it needs to be.
So I would imagine you've played different roles as you grow. Do you think you have a strength, like, in operations, in marketing and sales? Like, where would you say that your strength is?
Yeah, good question. So my strengths, so there's like 4 decision-making personality types. And so you have the visionary, and that's the person who thinks, what if, what's it going to be? And then you have the doer. So those are the people who are like, okay, just tell me something to do. I'm going to figure out, I'm going to try something, but I'm going to do it. And then you have the planner who wants to plan everything. And we're not going to do anything until we have an A, B, and C plan. And then you have the people who care about people. People are the most important. Let's take care of our people. Feelings matter. If the people are happy, then the business will grow. I can play. So I'm a strange individual. I can really play just about all of those, but I know that I need to play at wow, the doer, and they need the vision and the do. So I know Steve can create plans like none other. And then I'm going to go, oh, let's do this one and let's go. And Jess is fabulous with taking care of all the people. I love them too, but she's way better than me. But there's sometimes like, okay, the people are okay, Jess. We got to go. Like, let's do it. And we'll figure it out. Steve's got a B and a C plan that's fabulous. So why don't we just start doing this? And if it ends up great, perfect. If it doesn't, we'll learn from it. So you do have to be a little bit of a chameleon in your business. You have to understand some of those things, especially as you grow. I love to make plans too. Steve's just better at it than me. So I'm happy to go into the do mode with just saying, okay, let's pick one. Let's do it.
One of the big, apart from everything Todd just shared, one of the reasons that I love to have Todd on and do anything with Todd is if I would have seen someone like Todd when I was first starting my business, I would have thought a lot bigger. And so for the people here that are just starting, a lot of the stuff we talked about is when you scale your team, when you grow. For people just starting, think about how cool that is that there's people in a photography business that do hundreds of thousands of dollars a month in revenue, millions of dollars a year. Like Todd said, 3 million, 4 million, still a small business in the scheme of things, but it's a business that would seem impossibly big to me at the start. And I wish I knew existed because it's just cool to know that that's possible. It kind of like expands your ceiling. I remember vividly thinking that $4,000 a month was like, we'd made it. And I thought that was like impossible for photographers. And so I just like you coming on to talk about this stuff, just knowing that it's like, there's so much more you can do. And it's just like any business. If you like treat the fundamentals well and you do the things required to grow it, it will grow. And if you plateau and you stop, it will stop. And so like one of the first things to being able to do the right stuff is just knowing that it's possible in my mind. Okay, let's see. Do you have 15 more minutes with us, Todd, or how much?
I do. Yeah, I'm good to go. We have no practices tonight. I'm happy to be here.
Kenny, Rod, any questions you guys have for Todd right now?
Yeah, I had one. So obviously you mentioned you do about 50 shoots on average, 100 on a busy day. How have you been able to maintain all of those clients? Because what I've noticed is when somebody gets around, like, let's just say 10K a month, they stop doing client acquisition. And that's when they start being like, oh, my business has plateaued. Like, how can I grow it? Or I've lost clients. Like, so how have you managed like the churn? Because obviously churn happens in every business. So yeah, that's my question.
Yeah, great question. This is a super important one because we go in these modes of, like Kenny said, I'm really going to focus on it and I'm going to get it, but I have to service it. And then you forget that you need to take care of your current clients so you don't have churn and you need to get more to grow. So what I did, we built a sales team, and that was so Shannon, who I hired on years ago, I hired her on as a consultant because I knew she knew how to sell. She was the recruitment director at one of our large accounts, and we did a couple projects for her, some video projects, and she recruited about 100 agents a year to this company. So she was fabulous. Wow. Yeah, an incredible amount. So I called her. I'm like, hey, Shan, our team, our photographers are asking us if they can help sell our services. I don't know what to tell them. Can you build a program for me? And so we had lunch. We talked about it. She drew up a proposal for me. She knew exactly what to do. It was kind of my easy button. Now I got cold feet because I was like, oh, now I have to pay her. And I thought it was a huge amount of money at the time. She actually didn't charge me enough. So Shannon, you can't back bill me now. You're on payroll again. So she'll try to, but I pushed through that and she helped me understand where it could take me. And like I said, in those next years, it was like 60% growth, 57% growth, 65% growth. And that took us under a $500,000 up through $1.5 million. So that's how we do it. So Steve now is our director of sales and marketing. He has a sales team, and we know building relationships is the most important thing. So our team's out, they're calling, they're meeting with. We let our sales team nurture our clients and build relationships the way they want to. We started off, and I won't go too deep in this because it might not, this might not be relevant, but we start off by saying you need to make 30 calls a day and send this many emails and do this many Facebook messages. And that's just not the way. I did sales wrong for a whole long time until I was like, I gave it to Shannon, and then Shannon gave it to Chris, and Chris gave it to Steve. And I let them direct it because they know what drives that. I just know that the relationship portion is the most important part. And we spend a lot of money on the sales team, and it is money well spent because we grow every year from it. Yeah. So I guess to make that a little more, to make that more applicable to everybody, I don't want you to go hire a director of sales. I don't want you to hire a sales team. The thing, if it's you and a photographer, or if it's just you, your goal should be to replace yourself being the technician of the photographer. And you need to continue to nurture that business, and you build those relationships. I did this for a very long time. So Shannon came in 2017. So I was already doing this for many years before Shannon came in. I continued to build relationships, but then I replaced myself with that because we scaled. So a good first step for you would be like, okay, where is my time most valuable? The Gary Keller book, The One Thing. Write it down if you haven't read it. It's a fabulous book. It's called The One Thing by Gary Keller. What's the one thing you can do to push your business along the furthest? And that is staying the face right now. You'll replace yourself eventually. People don't even know me anymore. Nobody has any clue at WOW. They don't have any clue who I am. But they need to know you right now if it's just you. And they need to understand that you care about them. And they need to understand that you're going to take good photos, video for them, and that you want their business to grow through your marketing. So replace yourself and then continue on client acquisition.
Yeah, it's just a back burner thing that happens when people, like you said, they at the start, their business grows fast because they're marketing and selling. Mm-hmm. And then they become a technician shooting photos, and they get so trapped in that they forget to market and sell. And so I like what you said. It's basically just do marketing and sales. Make that the thing you're doing, you're spending time on. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the thing of going back to the photography, it's the thing we all enjoy, right? Why do we pick this darn profession anyways? Because we enjoy being behind a camera. So then you're going to grow you're going to grow a business. And you're going to be like, okay, I got to go do the technician part. And you're going to enjoy that. Well, you just get out of just tell yourself at that. If you're doing this right now, tell yourself like, that's not what you need to be doing. Yeah. I'm telling you that that's not what you need to be doing. You got to get out of that role, find somebody, put someone in that role, and then you go back to building that business.
So for the last 10 minutes, I want to talk about Spiro. I'd love you to share it because I think it's the coolest thing. So we use Spiro at Norman & Young. Every single live, any chance I get, I talk about it. It's awesome software. Todd was kind enough to let us be a part of it with him and have some say in the direction and the features that come out. So we love Spiro. One of the really cool things to me is that Spiro started as a solution for your business, and then you realize other people would find it valuable. Is that right? Just talk about Spiro and I guess how it started and what it is now.
Yeah. So Spiro was always part of WOW. We never called it Spiro. We were actually very creative. We called it the database.
That's my favorite. I love that, by the way.
And so my major was computer science, and just naturally, I built the first database of managing our shoots and our workflow. And when I was in college, and then we used it, and then I hired someone to rebuild it. And we've always built software to run our business. Because again, going back to the beginning of the live, my goal was to do this as many times possible, and then try to figure out how I can automate as much as possible. And so we had always built it, and it came about, it's probably been about 4 years now, that the old system was now two systems, two different developers, old framework, so a bad foundation, not a bad, but an aging foundation. And we decided to just build it all over again. And at that time, we had Craig Magrum, who's my co-host on the Spiro podcast. He was running his own little business just north of us, and he was using our system. And he's like, this thing's fabulous. And he scaled his business. And so we're like, we think we have something here. And so we rebuilt the platform. We built it so that all of you, anyone could sign up and use it. And you could have your own system, and it could do what it does for us for you. So it's been great to build that and have you guys come in and see how we do it, but then also change it and mold it. It was great to have Eli and the team in and get some opinions. And this has been the most fun thing ever. It was fabulous. I remember when we began to write the check for it. Like we called it like that. I'll tell you, that was scary. That was a time like, when I called Shannon, I was like, Shannon, I can't do this. I'm like, oh, holy crap, am I doing this? And it was an uncomfortable time because we bootstrapped it, or I bootstrapped it all. I mean, telling your wife like, hey, I'm just going to pull out all of the savings we've just done for the last 15 years, and I'm going to put it into this thing. She's like, okay. But that's Spiro, and Spiro.media is the website if you don't know about it. And you can find out more there.
If you run a real estate media business, you at least need to check it out. It's, in my opinion, the best out there when it comes to managing all of the functionality that you need from a system in one place. So I think everybody here is pretty familiar, but invoicing, photo delivery, scheduling, property websites, client management, there's just, it is an all-in-one system for your business. And I love the functionality. I love that it's built, initially, and it continues to be by people who own real estate media businesses, because it's developed from a place of like, we needed this feature because this is the issue we had. And so you'll notice that as you work with it, it's great. No base monthly fees, nothing like that. It's just a flat rate per project. And so get in there and set up your account, see if it's what you want for your business. And Todd and his team at Spiro are great for support and anything you need. So definitely check it out. I like, when you get to talk with Todd about his real estate media business, it makes you that much more excited about Spiro in my mind, because I'm like, I know this isn't just like, let's build a software. What should we build? Real estate media software. It's like, no, they built it for their business, which I think is awesome. I'll put the link in there for everybody asking. Spiro.media. We just doubled it. Me and Kenny both did. And by the way, I know we missed a lot of questions today because I wanted to, make the most of Todd's time with us. Aaron Polakaitis, who else is in here today? Isaac.
Yeah, Isaac.
Yeah, a couple people that are asking you questions. Those are people on my team, and they'd love to answer those questions for you. I'll put a link at the bottom where you can chat with them. If you didn't get your questions answered, just ask them. I mean, they're on my team. This is their thing. They work with people to answer initial questions, help you build a roadmap for your business, connect you to the right resources. Whether it's YouTube videos that we made 6 months ago, they think would be a good fit for you, workshops, coaching, different things. So make use of them if we didn't get your questions answered. Okay, so I want to do one more question for you, Todd. I don't know what that question is yet, though, so I want to make it a good one. So I'm skimming. Hopefully, we can get an audience question here. This is a great one that ties in with Spiro, actually.
Yeah.
So, how important? I guess the question for you is, how important to you is measuring metrics in your business? And then if you could talk about like how those are done in Spiro, because this is like I can't believe I missed it. One of my favorite parts about Spiro.
Yeah. So I am a firm believer, and this is from a coach, and this is actually our largest client for a while taught me this. And we always make metric-driven decisions here because our emotions will stray us all over. Emotions are great to creativeness, like let's throw it all on the board. But when you're making a decision, you have to look at the metrics because your emotions will fool you. And fool you more than you think. So we look at metrics of everything. And so we built out a dashboard panel inside of Spiro that tracks all of the major metrics that you need. We feel as though you need to track. So what's your revenue year to date? What's your revenue this month? You can set goals. You'll compare it. It automatically compares it to periods of last year. Okay, so where am I at? Am I up? Am I down? Knowing is half of the battle. And where is that compared to what the goal is that I set? You track your average order value, an incredibly important thing. Something that Shannon taught me many years ago. She's like, she got an average sale price, ASP. I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, what is your average order? What's the value of it? It does it for you in there. It's going to track many other things. One thing that we love and we look at is market share. And market share is the percent of so it's the percent of all new listings basically that you photograph. So in your market, your entire city that you service, if there was 1,000 new listings that month and you shot 100 of them, you have a 10% market share. It's going to help you track that. So all of those metrics are at your fingertips. And I think in the question they asked about, it doesn't seem accurate. Please chat in with us. I can assure you it is accurate. There might be some dates that are off, and it might be that we just need to see where it's at, maybe the shoot date versus this. There's a lot of metrics in there. We're happy to go over them with you. The little pink chat bubble, we're there for you and explain it to you. I know for our business, and I look at this page all the time. This is one of the few pages that this is my day-to-day. I check the metrics, and then I just look at the on-site tracking page every day. That's basically like the air traffic control today. That's just more of an ego thing. I like to go and look like, oh, we're shooting 87 today, or we're shooting 62. I like to know how many we're shooting on each day. But the metrics I look at all the time, it helps us know the health of the business. It helps you anticipate. It helps you be proactive to things that you don't want to be reactive to.
100%. Metrics are so important. And there's just a lot of functionality for, like Todd said, average order value, some cool little metrics that really are helpful to know. And you guys just added a bunch, which was cool. I messaged you about that the other day, I think, when the new reports went live. So that was super cool.
Yeah.
Like Todd said, I mean, without data, you're really just flying blind. And it's very hard to grow a business when you're like, what should we do? I don't know. You can't know without numbers. So Todd, thank you for being here today. Your time is very much appreciated. And for everybody listening, we'll do a recap when Todd leaves about takeaways. But thank you so much, Todd. Much appreciated.
Hey, my pleasure.
See you in 39 days.
Yeah,
I'm
excited for it. Get your tickets to Vegas.
We'll see you later, Todd. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. We have Stan Kanata on this video. We're going to be having him break down what's helped him be successful as he started his business earlier this year, Stan, or was a little bit before then? When did you officially start?
I shot my first house in May of 2023. So it's been open for a while. I started coaching in February of this year.
Okay. So started in 2023, is doing over 10K a month right now. And we're excited to chat with him. Kenny and I were talking before this, like we have our list of questions wrote down. And, the big thing, I was actually talking with Stan before we even started, is like the big thing I would love for people to see from this video and a lot of the content we produce is that everybody has something that would make it harder for them. And a lot of times when that's you feel like your something is worse than other people's, and maybe it is, but it should never prevent you from making this happen. And so, welcome in, Stan. Excited to have you. And I guess just share a little bit about your story.
Yeah, thanks for having me. So I came across Eli, I can't remember if it was on Instagram or YouTube or something. But that was actually back in 2022, like Christmas time. And so we bought the course back when you were still selling the video course, my wife and I. And we started going through that. And I didn't actually get our first customer until May of 2023. And so we kind of I would call it floundered around, even though we bought the course and everything, that we were trying to follow the stuff you teach. We were having a hard time building it, and I had a full-time job. And so it was kind of just a side hustle, and I wasn't too serious about it. And then my job started getting less flexible. I was working a sales job, and they wanted us to be on the road about 50% of the time. So I was gone 2 weeks out of the month, and my wife got pregnant. And so we kind of decided I don't want to not have the flexibility to be home every night with a new baby. One, because that's not fair to my wife, and two, because I want to be around and help raise my kid. So we wanted to go all in on the real estate photography business because we saw the potential there. But I think we had at most 5 or maybe 6 shoots in a month, just kind of doing it on our own. And so after the first of the year, we were kind of thinking how are we going to make this happen? I don't want to be gone all the time. And so we reevaluated coaching. We had a call before and just weren't ready for it. And we're like, okay, if we're going to do this, we need to go all in, and we need to make sure that this is going to happen. So the coaching for me was kind of the extra accountability step to make sure that I wasn't just jumping into something without being fully prepared, because now it's not just me on the line, it's my wife and an unborn baby. So that's why we decided to go with coaching. And then after we started coaching in February, I tracked in my Monday board starting in January, but I had $120 in revenue in January. I think February was $300 and 2 or 3 shoots. And then every month after that, with the accountability from actually having people to talk to consistently, we grew about 2,000 a month every month from February until June. And we're still growing about that. Last month we actually, so let me look at my board real quick. So June we hit 8,000 in revenue. July we were $150 short of 12,000. We were 11,850. And I was like, well, we were so close. But didn't quite hit that. And then last month was the first month we went down, was $11,000. And I attribute that to the fact that we had 32 new clients and we did a ton of free shoots.
Oh my gosh.
The business is still growing, even though our revenue went down by a couple $100. And then this month, I think by September 6th, we had 5,000 or 6,000 in revenue already in like 6 days.
Wow.
So this month has been really good. We're probably going to finish between 12 and 14,000 this month with stuff we already have booked. So so before coaching and after coaching, like it was night and day, and having that system to rely on and people to talk to and more than just like us trying to figure things out on our own was a huge deal for us.
Good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, there's a statement I heard when I was first starting my business that was like entrepreneurs solve the problems. They solve their problems a lot of the time. Like that's how they build a business. And for me, like building Norman and Young, I mean, it was solving a problem, which is I had no money. But REPP and like getting the coach was really solving the problem that I actually had, which is I didn't grow nearly as fast as you, not even close. My first 4 or 5 years were a mess. So I'm glad to hear you say that. I guess different topic a little bit. Obviously, in order to jump into coaching and to be, you had to be interested in real estate photography first. Like, what about this industry? Maybe speaking from your perspective now, what do you really like about real estate photography, or what makes this industry something you're putting your time in to build a business in?
Yeah. So when we were thinking about, my wife and I, before we got married, we were still dating at the time. I've always been interested in entrepreneurship and wanted to start a business in some capacity. And so I was like, what kind of business could we start? I don't know if you guys have seen the show Undercover Billionaire. But there's 2 seasons out now. And the second season, Grant Cardone started like a marketing agency. And I was like, oh, I could do that. I've got a little bit of experience. Like we could put local businesses on retainers and make like 10 grand a month and like, it'll be easy. And my wife was like, I don't know how I feel about shooting video, but maybe if we're just taking pictures, like I could do that. And so I was trying to figure out a way that we could make money taking photos. And that's when I came across your course and your stuff. And I was like, okay, we could do this. And there's still the video aspect to it, which I was interested in. And so that's how we came across it. And what was the exact question? I started rambling, but
no, I mean, that was basically it. It was like, what did you like about the industry? And so the way you got started makes sense. Like you wanted to own a business and everything.
I guess I had a question going along those lines. I've talked to a lot of successful people like in coaching and outside of coaching. And one of the things that brings everyone together is their why. And you kind of talked a little bit about your why, which was, your kid wanting to leave your full-time job, having that flexibility. Are there any other reasons why you wanted to start this business and make it or get it to where you are right now currently? And do you think that's important for people to have like a why? That's my question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the why is super important. My coach Ariana always asked me like, what's your why in the beginning? And we established like, for me, it was my family. And that's a huge thing for me. I want to be around and spend more time with my family, and be available to do things and go on vacations and all of that, and make enough money to be able to do all of that and be comfortable. So that was like my primary why. And then I'd say a secondary one was, I don't know, I've never been great at working for other people. I want to do things my way. And you don't have that freedom when you have a 9-to-5 job. When you have a boss, you've got to do it their way, and they set it up and they make their own systems. And so I never really liked that. And I wanted the control to be able to make my own decisions in my own business. And so that was a big draw for me for starting a business. And being able to build it the way I want to build it with my goals in mind has been a big deal for me and our family.
Nice. Good question, Kenny. I asked Ariana before, I was like, is there any things specifically that you noticed about Stan working with him? Like, and her biggest thing was, and she said she didn't know, and she thought it'd be a good question, whether you actually feel this way or whether you just hide it well. She said Stan always trusts himself. And so that allowed you to, I think, just get stuff done and be consistent with that. So I guess maybe the better question here is like, I'm sure you had some fears
What was like the scarier parts of building the business for you, or what did you have doubts around?
The scariest part by far was transitioning from full-time job to full-time real estate photography, because I had insurance, I had stability, and I knew what my paycheck was going to be every month, and I was in sales, so I made commissions quarterly. And so jumping out of that was probably the most scary part for me. But I think I wrote down some of the things that I thought were keys to success. And the third one was the tenacity to be able to push through uncertainty. And those uncertain times, I think I'm more prone to jump in and take big risks. And my wife kind of toned me back a little bit. I would have quit sooner if it was just me. But my wife was like, okay, let's get some history of revenue before you jump in the deep end. And so like, I'm a big proponent of like saying yes before you know how to do something.
Yes.
Like jumping in and you'll figure it out. I know you say this a lot. You'll figure it out if someone books a service with you that you've never done before. And so from the beginning, I put all my services on there. If someone booked something I didn't know how to do, I was up till midnight the night before trying to figure out how to do it. So being able to push through uncertain times is, I think, a big point that entrepreneurs need to be able to do, because like there's going to be uncertain times in your business. And the nice thing about having a community to rely on is that, okay, this is uncertain and this is new to me, but look at all these people that have gone through it before, and look at this company that has shown people how to do it. Like, it's possible. And as long as you put in the effort, you're going to get there.
What was, or go for it, Eli.
No, please.
I was going to ask, like, what was that turning point or that sign that made you realize, okay, like I'm onto something. And so I'm now willing to quit my full-time job. And your wife was obviously okay with it too. But yeah, what was that turning point or sign that you saw in your business?
For me, it was when I was working part-time as a real estate photographer and making more money than my full-time job.
That's super cool.
That'll do it.
At that point, it's like, okay, if I put full-time effort, and at that point I was working between my full-time job and real estate photography, like 70, 80 hours a week. I was on my lunch hours. If I wasn't shooting, I was trying to do Instagram outreach. And when my wife went on maternity leave, she thankfully was able to help me with Instagram outreach, or else I just wouldn't have a lot of time to do that. After 5, I was out shooting. Sometimes I could use vacation hours to take a shift like during the day if I needed to. I was available all weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. And so I was just working constantly. I was waking up at 5 a.m. The next day to deliver before I went to my full-time job at 8 a.m. So yeah, I'm not going to say it's not a lot of work, but I think going back to why you need to have an important why, that's what's going to get you through those difficult times. And having something to fall back on is like, okay, this is why I'm doing this. I want to be present for my family. That was the reason that I was able to push through.
And I think that's important because I see a lot of people that make excuses. They're like, no, I don't have enough time. I don't have enough money. I don't have whatever it is. But like, you just said it is hard, but you were thinking of your why. You're just like, I'm going to work my butt off right now. Long hours, super long hours, full-time job, baby on the way. I have to make real estate photography work. You just put in those long hours and you were just thinking ahead, because now obviously, I'm sure you still have to work hard, but probably not as hard as, when you had your full-time job plus real estate on top, plus the stress of like, okay, I have a baby coming on the way. So like, you were thinking of that. And I'm sure like in the moment you're just like, okay, this is taking a while. Cause that's how I felt when I was building video editing, for example, like I was just like, oh, these days suck. But like now that I think back, I laugh about it. And yeah, I guess my question would be like, what's the attitude or mindset that you had during those moments where you were just like, dang, this sucks. Like I have to put in these many hours and like, I don't even know if it's going to work. I see it working, but like, you're not 100% certain.
Yeah, I think I listen to a lot of podcasts and stuff, and I know, Eli, you talk about Hormozy a lot. One of the things that he talks about is the difference between successful people and people who don't make it, especially in entrepreneurship, is the ability to do something with no result for a long period of time. And if you can, like the Instagram method is a perfect example. I did that. We did it for like a couple of months before we really started seeing results from it. And so, and like, in the grand scheme of things, a couple months isn't even really that long.
Feels
he
long in
talks
the
about
moment,
Feels
though.
like it.
going excuse me, going a year and not having any result, and then at the end of the year you might see the result. So if you can get through times like that where you don't see the results, as long as you're doing the inputs to get you where you need to go, that's kind of what I fell back on, was like, okay, I know the system works. I've seen a lot of other people do it. If they can do it, I can do it, and just push through that and make it happen.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a thing I think about a lot. It's helped me now, and when I was first starting, is like I think the reason a lot of people don't take the next step or don't make those moves is because they're trying to avoid the hard, painful stuff. And what I've learned and heard from other people as well is there's no way to avoid the hard stuff, right? You're going to get some type of something that's hard for you to deal with. And the quote is basically like, if you choose your hard today, you get to pick where and when. And then if you don't, it picks you at a moment of its choosing, which is usually later. And you have that regret of like, dang, like if I would have prepped better for this. And so when people are like, oh, do I want to do the work now and make, and do something that's challenging? It's like, well, you're going to have to either way. And so you're not escaping it. And one thing you said, and for me, I'm the type of person that would do what you did, Stan, in the sense that I want to work harder and replace my income before I quit. Some people like to just go all in, but you get to pick one of two types of stress when you're first starting. Financial stress, because you quit your job and now you have to make it work, or workload stress. And for me, financial stress is like, I don't want to touch it. It's not for me. I'd much rather work 80 hours. You did that. So I would imagine that's how you feel about it. But like, I guess, is that what you feel? And would you have done anything differently if you had to do it again in terms of when you quit your job, that sort of thing?
I think for us, the big deal about me quitting my job was like my wife was still working at that point, and so we had a little bit of income coming in, but we didn't want to just like live off of savings, and so we did our best to not have to do that. I think I probably would not have done it differently, just because like if I was single, I would have done it differently. I would have jumped in sooner. But when you have like your wife and then a child on the way, like I felt more financial pressure to perform. So I think with my life now, all things remaining the same, I would have done it the same way. And it's very possible if you are able to spend time after hours. And that's the nice thing about the Instagram method too, is like, it's ideal to do it during business hours, but you can do it whenever you want.
2 in the morning if you need to.
Just get it done, and just spend an hour a day. And if you can spend an hour a day, then you're going to build a business that'll make you 10 grand a month. And I did that in like 6 months. So yeah, that's definitely the way I would do it again. What you were saying kind of
crazy to you? Like when I think about this and I hear you talk like that, and obviously like I didn't get to my business that far that fast because I had no idea what I was doing and I did everything wrong. But it's like whenever I hear people say, I'm like, that's crazy. Like, does it still seem crazy that you can go from 0 to 10K a month in a brand new business that fast? Or like, have you just, it makes sense. It feels right to you now.
I think it feels more right to me now because I've done it for 3 months in a row. It's becoming more normal. When I first hit 10 grand, I was like, holy crap, this is crazy. So yeah, it's pretty wild. And just the fact that it doesn't take that long to build of that size. And
that's what I like about service businesses too. It's like, there's a lot of different businesses that someone can choose to start. And one of the things that I think real estate, or one of the reasons I think real estate media is such a good, I hate to use the word first business because it makes people think that they can't build something real. I used to fall into that trap. I was like, I'm doing this, but then I'll save this money. I'll start a real business. Like I know people that do, Todd's a great example. He does more than 300 grand a month in real estate media. And if that's not a real business, to me, it is at least. So yeah, I guess that's the question in here is, you're someone that's just getting started, changing gears slightly, but you're someone that's just getting started. Would you pick real estate media again? And why? Like why, if someone's thinking about starting a real estate media business, why do you try to convince them to start a real estate media business?
Well, there's a couple different reasons. I think, so my background, I actually went to school. I was an entrepreneurship major at Oklahoma State University in Oklahoma. And I have been interested in entrepreneurship for a long time. I never jumped off the deep end. I went and worked for a small entrepreneurial firm, and there's like a lot of principles that I learned working there. And one of the reasons I wanted to work there was to learn a lot about entrepreneurship before I jumped into my first venture.
Yeah.
And some of the things that I learned were you want to have repeat business and you want to have a niche. Those are probably the two biggest things. And so having a niche in a really focused area means you know who your customers are. And so like this is as niche as you can get. Realtors are your customers, sometimes builders and different things. But for the most part, you're looking for realtors. And once you get those realtors, as long as you provide good customer service and quality product, they are going to come back and use you again and again and again and again. So having that repeat business allows your business to compound over time because you're putting in the same effort and you're getting more customers, and then that just keeps growing and growing and growing. And so you don't have to go shoot a listing and then think, okay, I just shot that, now I have to go get another customer to replace that one. Which is why I know you talk about the difference between like real estate photography and wedding photography. You shoot a wedding, ideally, you don't ever shoot another wedding for that person again.
Ideally.
You don't necessarily want to. Hopefully it works out. But you're not going to get that repeat business. And especially with real estate photography, if you get successful agents to start using you, you get, I've got a couple agents that'll book 5-6 shoots a month with me. And like they're doing a lot of business. And so if we can get more of those, then your business just grows on like a big curve. And so
that's so true.
What I like about real estate photography is that you put in the work and then that work keeps working for you.
Yeah, we have this thing we've done, and we've looked at other niches, and because we know, I mean, the three of us here at least, we know that real estate media is a great business, but sometimes when you have that, you're like, hey, why is it? Like, you look back, especially from the angle of Kenny and I, as we're helping people do this. It's like, well, what makes it so great? And you said one of them, but there's three we always talk about. We call them the 3 R's. So it's repeat, required, and referral. And so if you have, you can do well in a niche in photography, if we're going to talk about that specifically, that has 2. But if you connect all 3, you have repeat business. Obviously, that's pretty self-explanatory. Referral growth. Real estate agents always talk to each other. So not only they use you over and over, right? They're always like talking to each other in different sides of deals, in brokerages, whatever. And the third one is required. And obviously, real estate media is not like required in terms of legality. Like they don't have to hire you. But I think that's why if you combine those 3 things, real estate photography is like the place to be if you want to build a business as a photographer, because there's no other niche that I know about that's like that. Right? Like weddings, it's definitely not repeat, but it's referral and it's dang required. I mean, everybody hires a wedding photographer. So you got 2 out of 3. And then it's like, you look at other stuff and look at product photography. People do really well in that. You just don't have the referral potential as much as you do in real estate. So it's got 2 out of 3. It's really interesting. So yeah, I love the compounded element, the same amount of work, but you get more the longer you stay in it. And last,
that's something that oh, sorry, I was just going to mention that's something that you've always mentioned, even in my group calls, when that one time that you joined and you spread that wisdom to other people. But like putting in the work, and actually I think you mentioned it earlier in this call, like as long as you're putting in the input, like you're going to get somewhere, even if you're not seeing the wins right now. But also something that Eli put on his story yesterday is like making sure to stack those wins in order to continue being motivated. And I think that's something that you probably were doing, whether you knew it or not, but like just knowing that you were actually putting in the work, and stacking those wins, I think kept you motivated enough not to quit or give up until you were hitting your 10K months, 11K months. And
$2,000 a month compounded is enough stacking.
For sure.
You're pretty excited about it. So I guess last question, this is more of like your plans, Stan. You're here now, 12 to 14K months. What do you want to see? Like, what's the goal for your business, or what would you be excited about? I guess a couple years, which probably seems like an eternity considering that you've just started getting momentum in the last few months. But what does 2 years look like for you? What do you want to see happen?
I think 2 years, I would definitely like to scale a team. I haven't hired a photographer yet. We're kind of in the process of onboarding a very part-time help right now. But I'd love to have, so I'm kind of in a strategic position, not on purpose, but to be able to shoot in 2 different really big cities in Oklahoma. So we're focusing on Oklahoma City right now. And if I can build up a team to basically shoot Oklahoma City for me, then I'll be able to focus on developing more business in Tulsa, which is like an hour from us. So once I get Oklahoma City locked down and kind of running itself, then I want to start developing Tulsa and have 2 locations. And then like that's how I see our business going. because we're kind of in between both of those big cities.
Gotcha. So do you see,
there's a,
like if I said I would really love to see you at 100K a month in 2 years, how does that feel? Like, do you feel like that's a huge stretch? Do you feel like you can do it? What's your initial thoughts on that?
I think that's super doable. I'm looking at what I can shoot in a month, and I still have capacity in my schedule to shoot more. And like this month was actually, it started really strong, and it's been kind of slow this week. Like if I was as busy as I was the first week of this month, like I could shoot 15, 20 grand by myself easy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know that if I hire on a photographer, they probably won't be as productive as me, but it'd be pretty easy to have one photographer make 10K a month. And I know that there's opportunity for that business in just my area that I'm in right now. There's 4,500 realtors, and there's not enough media companies to keep up with the demand. And so like the opportunity's out there, you just got to go out and get it. And so as I'm growing my business and starting to hire photographers, like 100 grand a month, that's 10 employees. Like that's not, in my mind, that's not that big of a team.
Yeah.
To go 20, 30 employees and just see how big we can grow. So that's definitely on the horizon. I think it'll come, but I'm in to see how we get from here to there and growing it and like setting up those systems. That's what I really like. I like setting up the systems. And once I can pull myself out of the business, I know that I'm going to be able to spend a lot more time on like the outbound method, outreach, which I don't have time for right now. Like building systems to make things easier for photographers and get it to the point where it's more scalable. Because right now I'm kind of in the treadmill of doing it yourself. And then once I can hire a couple of photographers, take myself out of the business and start growing the business, I think that's when it's really going to start.
That's when the fun starts for sure. That's when you really start to, you step into that role as like just being more of an operator and an owner than, the employee too, which is fun. I think you'll do really well with that. So final question, someone's listening to this and a lot of our audience here on YouTube really wants to start a real estate media company. And a lot of them will at some point or have, but there's a lot of people who are sitting there that just kind of need a push. So for that person that's like not really wanting to commit, but they know they want to make this happen, any parting advice, wisdom, thoughts, anything like that?
Yeah, I don't remember where I heard this, and it's not my original idea, but there's this kind of dichotomy that people get caught in where like if you're working a full-time job and you're pretty comfortable, and you're like, oh, like I'd like to start my own business and do my own thing and have more control or like whatever you want to do. But you're comfortable enough that you're not ready to make the leap. Or you don't have to make the leap because it's not pushing you to do that. I would advise people to think about how comfortable you are now, what you would like your life to look like in the future, and think, okay, am I so comfortable that I just want to keep this comfort, or do I want to jump in and do I want to change my life moving forward? Because this is going to be a big life-changing, well, it already has been, but a big life-changing experience for me because it's going to open up so many opportunities that I didn't have before. And so, I would evaluate your life. Think about, is that comfort worth it to you? Do you want to just stay with that? Or do you want to take the leap and go all in? If you do decide to jump in and do something like this and start your own business, don't just dabble like I did in the beginning. Like jump in, commit, set some hard goals, like stick to the process and make sure you do it right. Because as long as you're doing the inputs, the outputs will come.
I love that advice because you're almost, by doing that, you're comparing what you could be to where you are now, and it's actually creating more uncomfort and discomfort that makes you less happy about your current life, which I think is a good thing. A lot of people optimize a ton for just like, I'm going to be happy, which is great, sure. But sometimes you have to create that gap. And so thinking about what your life could be if you did this, it creates that gap for you. So I love that advice. Stan, thank you for your time. Thanks for being here. And
thank you, Stan.
I'm excited to get an update when you hit 100K.
Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Welcome in. I caught Colleen off guard there with that one, but anyway, here we are. Normally we like give it a second for everybody to get in here, and I was sitting there. I was like, no, Colleen's here. We need to go live immediately. So, welcome in. Hello, Colleen. Hello,
Mr. Kenny.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Love
Thanks
it.
for coming back.
Love it.
Before we start, how many saw Colleen's Vision 2024 talk that we did earlier this year? I'm just curious how many like longer term viewers we have in here, and I'm gonna wait till we jump into it. I know there's some for sure. If you haven't seen that, just a quick shout out, and then I'm gonna do my best to introduce Colleen, and she's probably gonna have to add some stuff because there's a lot of cool stuff. So anyway, with Vision 2024, if you haven't seen it, it was an event we did virtually live earlier this year. So if you just go to YouTube Lives and you search Vision 2024, you'll see it. Or I think it's just posted as a video. Is that right, Kenny, on YouTube?
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. So anyway, we have Colleen, as you can see. Colleen, first of all, is awesome. Many of you know her. She has been at our conference since 2022 every year. She came at 2022 having like barely started her business. She came back the next year as a speaker. She's built an incredible business, has an awesome team. Her and her husband, Tim, are just awesome people. She knows a lot about real estate media, and she has like, my perspective on it is part of the reason she's built an awesome business. I would say is not because she sits there and she just nails every little tactic. It's just because she's an awesome person. She works hard. She believes in people, and she's built a cool thing. So, Colleen, I don't know. Introduce yourself a little bit. Give me some more background for everybody.
That was great. Thank you, Eli. Yes, my name's Colleen Kidd. My husband and I own Three Palms Media. We started it just over 2 years ago now. And I definitely think like to the core of why we've had some of the success that we've had is just deciding that we were going to do it and deciding that we were going to believe in ourselves and like really not give any excuses. And I think everyone's guilty of that. I am like, I'll find myself on the daily, like making up excuses for myself. And then I've trained myself to kind of catch it. Like anytime you're being like, oh, well, it's this or that's just your old program running. Like that's just your subconscious telling you, a lie, really. It's like you are always in choice. And so I think we just never gave ourselves any outs and like constantly just tell ourselves to believe in ourselves and show up confident and show up consistently. And that consistency just kind of brought us to where we're at. And and it's been a wild ride and it's been a lot of fun and it's been hard too, days where I'm, crying and I'm just like, oh my gosh, I can't do this. And then I'm like, no, yes, I can. Pick myself back up. Let's go.
That's awesome. So give me like a little overview on your team right now, because it's obviously not just you. You've built an awesome team. 2 years is a crazy short timeline too. That's what is so fun about your story to me. So I guess, what does your team look like today?
Yes. Oh, my team, love them. We just had a big team meeting last night. We have one. We try to have one every other week. And I have 7 photographers that are on our team now, which is awesome. And they span all up and down Southwest Florida, which is where I'm out of. I'm directly out of Fort Myers, but we service Southwest Florida. And there's Tim and myself. And then we hired a full-time admin, project coordinator, client relations. We're still working on her name. I always tell her, I'm like, you make up whatever you want to be called. Yeah. She's excellent. Love her. Absolute game changer. And then I have 4 virtual assistants that are pretty much all near full time. So that's 14 people that get paid by Three Palms Media.
It's crazy. And what is it? A little bit over 2 years or a little less?
A little bit over 2 years because it would have been August. So 2 months over 2 years.
That is, I think that's probably one of the, if not the fastest growth we've ever seen, which is pretty cool, especially team wise. There are people who've shot up with smaller teams due to like really high average order value, which I'm not discounting that. That's awesome. Right. But building out a team like that is crazy. What, when you first started, you're pretty like an optimistic person. I think that's one of your strengths, or you maybe you weren't and you just developed yourself to be that. Did you think this was going to happen, or like, what was your dream when you started the business?
I think that it would always come up that I'm like, oh, I don't know if we could build a team like other people have, but it always goes back to, I'm like, well, that's a lie. Like, we don't know what's going to happen in the future. So you can either believe that it's not going to happen, or you could believe that it's going to happen. They're both a lie. I just choose to pick the one that I wish to happen. And that's so true. I think about that all the time. I'm like,
so good.
Well, you can't predict the future. Everything's a lie. So I might as well believe the lie I want. And, but I just kept coming back to like, no, if anybody can do it, I can do it. Like, why not me? And just even outside of business, I always think about that. I'm like, well, why not me? Like, I would challenge everybody to be like, well, anything that you want to do, well, why not you? And whatever excuses you're giving yourself are fake. They're not real. So, and that's come from experiences in my life, I think, that I've had to fall back on, that I've learned just along the way, that I chose to apply when it came to starting the business. I've never been an entrepreneur before. I never started a business. I've always been a corporate gal up until I started this. So when I just decided that I was going to believe that it was going to happen, yes, then I knew it was going to happen. I don't think I knew it was going to grow this big, this fast, but I did know that we would be successful, and I did know that we would have some sort of team. And I think when you believe in yourself, it's like you create something even bigger than your wildest dreams, which is what has happened for us so far.
I mean, like you believe in yourself, but then you start acting on it as well. And I think that's what helps you actually get to what you're believing. Something Alex Hormozi said was just like, if you can choose to have a bad day, you can choose to also have a good day. So it's just like that perspective, that mind change. And I think that's what you did right there. Like, I can choose to believe like I was never an entrepreneur, not sure if it's going to work. It could fail, which is a truth. Or you could be like, or it could just not. And I could just be thinking that it's going to succeed, and you made it happen. So I love that.
You're always in choice. Like when I just think of that, I'm like, I'm literally always in choice, and you will, like, what you focus on is what you feel. And there's always a positive and a negative for you to focus on, because that's just the law of polarity. So if I'm for every positive, there's a negative. So if I choose to look at the positive, I'm going to feel anticipation, and then I'm going to generate faith. And then I'm gonna start acting in alignment with that. But if I look at the negative, which happens, I do it too. It's hard. Like, you're up against yourself every day. But if you look at the negative, you're gonna generate a belief of doubt, and then you're gonna act in alignment with that doubt. It's gonna come out in your action. So anytime I catch myself in something like that, I'm like, well, okay, I'm in control. Where can I just choose to look? And that's not just business. I mean, that's life.
Is that how have you given a lot of value to the mindset side of your life in general? Like, is that a calling trait, or is that something you've developed? The reason I ask, I think, so my first 5 years of growing Norman and Young were painfully slow. And I was very, not purposefully, I mean, kind of, but I was kind of anti-mindset. Like, I didn't want to listen to people talking about that. I was like, I wrote it off as fluff, and I would only want like specific tactics, but the tactics without, having the right like execution and strategy that comes from mindset are very unimportant. So I guess, is that a characteristic in you, or is it something you developed? How does that sit with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's everything, because you lay out exactly how to do a real estate media business. So why doesn't everybody who joins, or why doesn't everybody in the world just do it? Because it's them. Like, their psychology is holding them back. And I think I realized that when I was younger. It's like, no matter what your story is growing up, there's things that affected you. And if you don't kind of understand what those are, you're not going to really understand how to navigate life. But when I was 22, all my hair fell out, which is why I don't have any hair. I have alopecia, and it all just fell out of nowhere in 30 days. And that obviously like really turned my world upside down. And it was like literally so devastating. It was like, oh my gosh, what do I do now? Like, I was in college. I just cared about my appearance and being cool and boys and all the stuff that you're trying to figure out when you're growing up, or just in general. Like, we all have our insecurities. So it just felt like I had a big one thrown on me. And it's funny, because the worst things that happen to you in life are actually the opportunities to learn the most. And they're actually the best gifts in life. And I was able to somehow realize that from my hair falling out. It was a process, but there was one day I woke up and I'm like, oh, okay, well, am I going to let this run my life every day, where I have to worry about hiding every day? And I'm always in this constant state of just like hiding. And I was like, no, why would I want to do that? And that was the first time that it occurred to me that I do have a choice, and I chose to lean into it. I chose to learn from it. I chose to gain confidence from it, and for it to be stripped away. And it's not like I just was able to literally wake up one day and like have it all figured out. Like, it's definitely a process every day, but whatever in anybody's life, we've all had pain or experiences. I always challenge myself to think, well, what was the gift in that situation? And then once you start to look at it that way, and then it positively affects your life, you start to stack this evidence of like, oh, okay. And so everything, I just look for how I can stack evidence. And then ultimately I've evolved to the mindset that I have now, but it wasn't like I was born that way. And I think I love listening to podcasts. I've had coaches before that have helped me learn this along the way. It's not like I just came up with this all on my own. Like I chose to learn it too.
Yeah, I mean, something I said, you're something you said really stuck out. It's like you're the definition of doesn't hide. We were talking before, just for everybody's context, this is amazing. We were talking before we went live, and I was talking with Bailey, who's our awesome event coordinator, and we were planning Rep 2024, and we were on the meeting, and I was like, who's going first? Who's speaking first? Because that's like the scary slot, right? And I was like trying to figure out who we could like sacrifice to speak first. And Bailey goes, Colleen already asked if she could. And I'm like, that's like and then it gets even better. I was like, perfect. Like there's nobody I want opening the conference more than Colleen. And then Bailey later was like, actually, Colleen asked if she could speak twice. I was like, Colleen can speak as many times as she wants at the conference. And I think that shows, so that's an example of it, an awesome example. It's probably making everybody smile, but like you do the same thing in your business. You don't hide. You show up to brokerages, you show up for your team, you're out there, you're on social. So that, do you feel like you've been, I mean, was that transition when you were 22 and lost your hair? Like, were you an introvert before that, or were you always extrovert? Like, how did that, I guess, change you in terms of that part of your life?
Well, first point, when you guys were like, oh, we'd love to have you speak at the REPP conference, I just, in my gut, I was like, well, I really want to open it up and I want to talk more about mindset because it's been so helpful for me. And it wasn't like just a casual thing for me to be like, I'm going to ask. Like, no, it took me a moment of just being like, just go for it. Forget, like it wasn't like, I'm like, oh, I'm so cool, I'm going to ask. No, it was hard for me to be like, I had to tell myself, just do it. Just do it. And don't give yourself time to think about it. So I just text her, yo, can I talk twice? And I'm like,
so you're doing it as like continuing to make yourself more like that.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
It was like, I was like, I know that I have, that I can help people. And I know that I should be more on stage, but it's still scary, but I'm not going to give myself time to think about it. So, and I was like, oh my God, they said yes. Okay. If you ask, you will receive. Like that is amazing. And that's the same. It's the exact same, in business for sure. So, was I introverted? I felt like I was always more extroverted, but like from a place that felt like a survival because I was so insecure about whatever. Like I can go into why I think but why I felt like I was insecure, but that's a whole story. But anyways, I was. And so I was always like extroverted, but it kind of felt like a place from survival. And then my hair fell out and it really allowed me to be more of who I actually wanted to be. And I do love people and I do get energized by people. And I realized that like, I started sharing a lot about what it was like to have my hair fall out and things like that. And the people that were attracted to that story online weren't just people like me that had lost their hair. It was like everybody, whatever their thing was. And I was like, oh, I literally only thought people that didn't have hair would relate to me. I was so wrong. So I think I started to understand like how powerful it was to share, because I feel like all we really want as humans is like connection. We want to know that we're not in something alone. And when you're vulnerable, it gives other people the permission to be vulnerable. And then it's just like super powerful. So I learned it in that and I've just practiced it since then.
Yeah, that's amazing. It shows through. I mean, it really does in everything you do. Okay, so we'll bounce from like somewhat tactical to somewhat mindset, because I want to keep bringing it back to that, because obviously I think all three of us here at least agree that that's the determining factor. You've been in the corporate world. You had a great corporate job. Why now? Why 2 years ago did you start a real estate media company? Like, how did that happen?
Oh my gosh, I saw you on YouTube. No, I saw you on Facebook. No, I had always like wanted to pick up a camera. Like I'd picked up a camera before, like a while ago. and tried to like take pictures of my friends and stuff like that, but always kind of pushed it to the side because I was telling myself the lie that like I can't do it and that I can't make money from a camera and that I'm not creative enough to hold a camera and things like that. But I like to travel. I started doing some big trips. I kind of fell in love with the camera, and I fell in love with traveling. I left, I went and traveled. I was gone for 2 years by myself, and I learned a lot about myself then. And when I got back, I promised myself that I would actually live a life that was more in line with who I knew I could be. And that was more taking ownership of my life, being a leader. And like, I just saw myself starting my own business, but I literally had no idea what I would do. I'm like, I want to start my own business, but doing what? Like, I had zero idea. I couldn't come up with anything. I didn't really know. I was like, oh, I'll do family photography because I loved the camera. So I started doing that, but I knew I just wanted a bigger business, and I didn't want to build it off of family photography. And I got married to my husband. And then I saw you on Facebook and you're like, you could build this business. And I was like, this guy can do it. I can do it. And that was it.
That's awesome. Okay. So that's a lot of people, I think, that are in our audience. They are looking for that vehicle to help them.
Yeah.
Like they know they want to, it's usually, I found this out the other day. It surprised me. Actually, 70% of the people we work with, consider themselves photographers or have photography experience. I would have thought it was less, but it was 70%. So 70% do that. And then the other questions that we have in this survey, basically said the same thing. Like, they wanted to have a business that worked with cameras, and it was just the way real estate media was set up made sense to them. What is it about real estate media that makes sense to you? Like, what did you like about it at the start? And then what have you learned since you've owned your business makes it awesome?
What I liked about it was that it was scalable. Like, you showed how it could be scalable, because I did want to have a team. I did want an opportunity to like become more of a leader. And I liked that my husband, who had never touched a camera in his life, I was like, oh, well, honestly, I felt like it would be easier to teach him real estate photography than how to take pictures of families, which it is, I think, unequivocally, it is easier. So it felt like something that was more of a business. Like, I wanted to be a business owner. I didn't want to like make money off of a camera. I was interested in cameras, but it just felt like a good business model. That's why I was interested in it. I felt like I could actually build a real business off of it. I feel like it's everywhere. Like, I wanted to have, a big one was the reoccurring clients that need you every week, every month. Not just like when they have like a baby or something like that. Yeah. Speaking of, so I saw you guys getting the baby pictures.
Yeah, I was thinking about it while she was shooting. Yeah. I'm like, there's reoccurring, I guess, the next baby, but that's a couple years from now, hopefully. So,
yeah.
Anyway.
It's not the same. I think that's great, but I wanted to build a business, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what I want to do, we'll take break is a strong word. If anybody knows they have a question for Colleen, drop it in the chat already. I love Q&A. I'm pretty sure that Colleen does as well. I'd love to talk about what everybody listening wants to hear from Colleen. So put some questions in there. I swear to you, if you ask a question about camera settings, I will ban you from the live, though. You can only ask Colleen good questions that will help you grow your business. We gotta be kind of protective of Colleen's time, so you can't ask camera settings questions now. All right, let's see if there's any in here. Kenny, any specific questions for Colleen? Not to put you on the spot, but anything that stands out about Colleen or you want to talk about?
I mean, taking action is something that I really have gotten from you ever since I've met you. You're just that person who's like, yeah, we'll go to the first year we met, like, yeah, going to a conference. Yeah, I started the business. Yeah, okay. Do you think that's one of the things that has helped you grow so quickly in just a little bit over 2 years? Or do you think there's other aspects or skills that, help you get to? Because I remember, like, literally last year in the conference, you were talking about, I think, your second photographer, and you were like, I think, struggling. Now you have 14 people. Is that what you said? Like, in total? Just insane. Yeah. So, like, what do you think was that skill that got you to, it's only been a little bit over 2 years. That's insane. That's quick growth right there. But yeah, that's my question, if that made sense.
Today I was doing my slides for my talk or whatever at the conference. And I was like, I have a slide that says, 1 year ago today, I was here about to fire my first photographer. Like, that's where I was.
Yeah.
And we did. Jared's like, fire him. I'm like, I'm doing it. So I got, because he just wasn't, I made them, it was my fault. You know, I hired the wrong person. So yeah, so it's like crazy to think where it's been. It is definitely action, Kenny. Like, just don't overthink it. I'm like just doing it. It's been action. And then it's been my willingness to get in front of people in person and to put our personal brand at the forefront of our business online and things like that. Like, yes, you might be like, oh, well, you're an extrovert. It's fine. It's easy for you. I mean, it's still intimidating to walk into a room of realtors and have to, you know, they're all in their little talking in their little, you know, groups, and you have to go up and be like, hey, like it's difficult. And my husband, I had, you know, he was like, I'm going to make myself do it. He's not as much of a extrovert as I am, but forcing yourself to just show up and literally recognizing that, like, you're not alone. Like, everyone in this room, like, most of them don't want to be there. So you're actually doing them a favor by like just talking to them and asking them about themselves. So I think it was just the willingness to like do the work. And when I found bursts of energy, I just capitalized on them. And then there's times when I'd be like, I'm just like burnt out, and I would give myself some grace, and I would go and I would, you know, take a day off or something like that. But it was definitely the action, and then just like getting out in front of people and asking for things. Can I come into your brokerage? Can I have an opportunity to shoot a listing for you? People want to help people. So just ask. And, you know, you're going to get some people that will say no. Okay, sweet, whatever. Move on.
Like, action taking. Like, you're not waiting for the opportunity to happen. Like, you're going out there making the work and putting in the work and just asking, like, can I speak at your brokerage? Can I meet with people? Something that I've noticed about like you, Eli, like people that are successful is like, I think you guys like maybe do it on purpose or not, but like you gave yourself options and you're just like, here's option one. I could hide and it's easier and I don't want to do this, it's too scary. Or you can be like, or I can just do it, it's scary, but like the upside of this is much better than this one's easier, but this one's harder to do, but there's just more upside, and you just go for it and you take the action. You don't try to double think, you just go all in, which I love.
Yeah, I think one's easier, to do nothing, but one's more painful, and I think that's to do nothing. It's like, which pain would you rather? Everything's hard, like nothing, like everything's hard. The easy stuff is hard because you're going to feel so much pain from it because you are pissed at yourself because you're not doing anything and you're not living up to your potential. And like, that's where anxiety comes from. Yeah. So it's either like the pain of regret or the pain of success. And again, you're in choice on that.
I was talking with Kenny about this, and I think it's something that's been, I'm curious of your thoughts on this, Colleen, but the worst times, I mean, let's talk about your business, right? I mean, there are times that are just truly like awful in life, but for your business, the times you consider like the hard times, those you look back on and think of as like the good old days. So I was talking with Kenny, he tried to lump himself out of, he was like, you two are successful and like, I got to bring him into the successful crowd. He's built our video editing business, which is big. I mean, he edited a big team. And we were talking back to like a couple years ago when he was still editing the videos himself. And it was, most people probably didn't think he was, because the amount, I mean, it was like dozens of videos per night he was editing himself. And all of this at the same time, I just moved to Florida the first time. So this is like 2 or 3 years ago. And he moved because he was like, we're making this happen. He's like, I'm moving where Eli is. We're building a business, right? But his apartment wasn't ready. So he was living in like a pretty disgusting extended stay hotel. Horrible. And so people have it worse, but it was not great. And so he was staying up all night editing videos and he was pissed about it. Like, what a good attitude, but like, come on, you're editing all night. And now in the moment, I had to talk to him every day. It was like, we did therapy, we kept him going. And now it's like, I don't want to speak for you, Kenny, but that's like a big source of pride. And like, you think of it fondly.
So, absolutely. Yes. I mean, it's, I talk a lot about it with just friends, like whoever knew that I was going through that, but like, it's a funny memory, but also like something to be proud of. It's like, yeah, I was in this extended stay and, having the schedule of like, all right, 7 p.m., time to get to work till 3 a.m. And then let's go to bed a little bit, wake up at 6 a.m. because I got to deliver the video.
And you had to do rep work too. He was working like 2 businesses at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that's when you're made. Like those hard times, like that's when you're made, and it just gives you what you need to get to the next level. So yeah, I definitely look on the beginning of things, and is like, oh my God, the good old days. And I'll look on that in a few years, it'll be right now, you know?
Yeah, no, that's the continuation of the attitude, right? It's when you have a hard time now, you're like, okay, this will be awesome 24 months from now. Freaking sucks right now, because a lot of times it does. I mean, it doesn't.
feels like an eternity. I will say that, but like it really, I don't know. Like we started this 3 years ago, like not a long time too, and
It's like not that long ago.
Yeah,
no, it's like gone. Yeah,
It shows how much you can get done. Like literally your whole life can change in like 6 months or a year. If you just decide to go all in and burn the freaking ships.
Yeah.
It's either,
scary.
I like what you said. It's either like you regret not doing it, wondering what could have happened, or you just suck it up for the few months, knowing that the future can be bright. And I've mentioned this a lot of time. Like it can be small or big, but like the times that I've actually regretted stuff or stuff that I could have done, I'm like, oh, why didn't I do this? Like I could have actually done it. You know, it's not because I did it. That's not what I regret. And if it's a mistake, I just laugh about it. It's just like, well, it is what it is. It happened. But I regret more not doing whatever the stuff was.
Yeah.
All right, here's a great one from Mr. Chris. Shout out to Chris. He's built an awesome business. He was started in launch, and now he's in our Forward program, and he's crushing. Anyway, what was the best and worst use of your time when you started out, Colleen?
Hi, Chris. I would say the the worst use of my time was being in my head about, telling myself shit that I couldn't do, instead of focusing on, what I actually can control. Or the worst use of my time would be getting in that thing that it's so hard not to get in this, but like looking at all of your competitors and psyching yourself out and telling yourself that you can't start a business here because A, B, C, and D already exist. Like, it's such a bad use of your time, and it's literally your brain like just looking for excuses to keep you where you're at because it wants to keep you safe. So anything that involved that was definitely a bad use of my time, as well as focusing on things that didn't matter, like just like needing everything perfect before I launched, like needing my website to like look beautiful, like spending like hours on my website, like crying about my website because I like, can't figure out how to work Wix Builder, and like, and then no one looks at your website anyways. They're always like, "What are your prices?" I'm like, right here. So I would say that was kind of part of the worst time, and just. We didn't focus too much on like spending too much time on like getting the cameras thing right. Like we really did. I'm just like, we shot our house and my parents' house, and then we were like, let's get out of here. So the best use of our time was definitely fully diving into setting up HD Photo Hub. At the time, we now use Spiro, but like understanding the power of that, and like if I had Spiro now, like really setting up the tasks in the workflows. Of course, you're going to need jobs to test those, but I think setting up the key things. I mean, if Spiro's not the first thing you need to do, the first thing you need to do is create your Instagram, get your business and start finding clients. So the best use of my time was definitely like, I tried to go to like anything that I could. I'm like, let me show up. My mom had one friend that was a realtor. So I like tried to make her my best friend. And like, now she's like one of my like worst clients, but
yes.
And, whatever, we don't need to focus on that. So the best use of my time was definitely just showing up. Like, how can I make myself known? How can I get more people to see my face, Tim's face, and things like that. Like, that's the only thing you really need to focus on, and building those relationships. Because those little key relationships, those first homies that you're going to find, those like raving fans, they're going to be out there like doing your sales, for you. Like, it was building relationships, because what really catapulted our business was all of a sudden referrals just started to like take over. And it was because of all that like initial groundwork. Even when I felt like it wasn't working, it was because people would be like, "Oh yeah, I know Colleen, I met her once." They're like, "Yeah, we use her. I love her business." And they're like, "Oh, maybe I should use her." And it came from the relationship. So I don't know, that was long-winded, but that's what I would say.
No, that was perfect. I don't know if anybody else has this problem. I think it's just me, but I can't stop nodding and saying yes when you talk. I know it's with a lot of guests, but you especially, Colleen. I'm like, yes. Shut up, Eli. Let them listen to Colleen. Anyway, along those lines, so I want to talk about how you did, customer acquisition and stuff like that, because you mentioned you got in front of people, and that's a huge, you did that very well. And then I want to go to like culture, team building. Sophie, you have a great question. So yeah, I guess the next question is Jay's. Where do the majority of your customers come from? Instagram method, outbound method, open houses. How do you get customers, especially at the start?
Outbound method didn't exist when I was trying to get clients. That term at least didn't exist. I definitely did the Instagram method. We did so many free shoots, like so many free shoots. And I talked about this last year when we presented at the conference on like our first like 100K. And I think we did over 100K. And I was like, the amount of free shoots that I did, our revenue would have been way higher, but it also wouldn't have been what it was if I didn't do the free shoots. So it's like, you can still make a ton of money doing all those free shoots. That really worked for us. Shot free shoots all the time. Did they always come back? No, but I didn't focus on them. I focused on the ones that actually did come back. So definitely the IG method. I made sure we were like people on Instagram too. Like I'll get people that
Killed it at that, by the way. Absolutely killed it.
People reach out to me and they're like, oh, I'm doing the IG method. It's not really working. And I say, send me your Instagram. And I go to their Instagram. They've got 7 posts. I don't know who they are. I don't know what their face is like. And I don't even know sometimes where they're located. I'm like, you can reach out to all the people that you want, but if they don't, they're going to look at your page. If they don't see you working with other people or see you actually doing stuff, they're not going to want to use you. People want what other people have, like, especially realtors. They're like, you know, like need other people to do it for like them to do it. So like I posted my parents' house like 15 times when we were trying to get clients because it took us months to get our first clients. Like it wasn't like I showed up my face and like a month and a half later we were getting clients. Like it was like months. Like I felt like, is this ever going to happen? But it totally did. And then it snowballed. So definitely IG method and then going out in front of people, whether that was, yes, we would do open houses sometimes, but mostly I just tried to figure out where all the realtors are going. Here they do like a ton of stuff. They're like, mastermind this and this and that. Sometimes I show up and it's like an awesome event. Sometimes I show up and it like totally sucks, but I just focus on like talking to, I can just like talk to like literally one person, not just like, hi, I'm Colleen. No, like actually talk to them. That's all you need. You don't have to talk to everybody in the room.
What kept you from not fully quitting or just being like, oh, it's not working. It's been a few months. Haven't even gotten a shoot yet. So I'm just, probably not for me. Moving on to the next thing.
I relied a lot on the evidence that other people were doing it, like seeing other people in the group, sharing their stories about their struggles and then how they overcame it and just seeing other people do it. I'm like, if other people are doing it, as long as I do the things that literally Eli's telling me to do, because that's who taught us. As long as I do those things and I don't give myself much excuses and I take action, like it's going to happen. It's got to, like it will. So that's what I did. It was like,
it's hard to do it in the moment. I always forget that part of your story. It just seems so fast that like I forget, because I remember you talking about that. There was like that slow period where you're like, what the heck is this? And then it just hit.
Oh my gosh, we got like finally like somebody hired us for like $95 to go shoot drone photos, and then
that's $95 of your life right there.
Yeah, we get there though. Tim and I drive out there. We can't launch the drone. Cannot figure it out. Like couldn't figure it out. It was like too near an airport. Like we just it ended up being like we knew how to unlock the drone, but there was something wrong with that specific drone. Whatever, I don't know. Tim's the drone expert. We like couldn't get it to launch, and I'm like, I was distraught. I was distraught. I'm like, we have to do this. So we just took ground photos. We got like every angle on the ground, delivered them to the client, told her that like, we're so sorry we couldn't launch the drone. We went back again, tried to launch the drone, couldn't launch it. Gave her these photos and she was like, oh, those actually look pretty good. Thank you. Here's your $95. Okay.
That's awesome. I think you told me that. I just like am now connecting the dots. That's amazing.
No, and then it took like weeks for us to get our next page.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Or free. Yeah.
So you obviously grew since then. I think everybody's caught that by now.
Yes.
Pivoting like the other side of the equation, something I actually think without a lot of info on how you do things, I think this is a strong suit of yours. You've built a great team. Can you, I guess, share just a little bit about like your thoughts on team building, training, your wherever you want to take that question?
Yes. Okay. Yes. This is not my favorite part is like, and it's been very challenging too, because you really test yourself. But like My favorite part has been like building a team. And I feel like I was obsessed with like gaining the best understanding I could of what it actually means to be a leader. And something that I say is success isn't something you pursue, it is something you attract. So I felt that I need to attract good team members. I need to attract good people that I can teach to become photographers. Like, it starts with me. It starts with me and my husband, with us. We have to live in that third layer of a relationship. And this goes for your clients too. So the 3 levels of a relationship are, it's all about me. Okay, no, you don't want to live there. You won't go very far. The second one is maybe where a lot of people tend to live, which is tit for tat or equality. I give this, you must give me this. And then the third layer is your needs are my needs. So as a leader, I think that you need to always live in the third layer of a relationship, and truly putting understanding each of my photographers for who they are, what their needs are, what their personality type is like, how I can be there for them, how I can make them become a better like individual, and just listen to them. They're automatically going to want to work harder for us, for business. Like, they're going to feel like they're getting a lot out of it. And ultimately it's going to benefit Three Palms Media, but it's not like why I do it, because that would kind of be in the equality layer of a relationship. I just know how beneficial it's been for me, and just believing in people. So that's like the core of the culture that I try to do. And anytime something goes wrong, like if a photographer forgets photos or something, it's my fault. It's my fault. It's never their fault. I always look at it as, it's my fault. What did I not do to not train them properly? And yeah, I mean, there's time we fired our first photographer. So it's not like you keep yourself stuck by like, oh, it's my fault that this person just doesn't do their job well at all. But always coming back to that and kind of being more in that servant leadership. That's the culture of our company. And that's why we've gotten so many people to do so well for us. Like, our VA is like literally like built my whole freaking half of my business. And now she's got a team of 3 people. I empowered her to be a leader, and like, they're absolutely crushing it. And like at our team meeting yesterday, I had one of my, star photographers. I said, you're really great at directing agents on camera. I would love for you to lead our team meeting and teach on how you get such great feedback with doing this. So making it about them and not about us and Three Palms Media and our success is like the core of the culture, and how people have like wanted to stick around. And like, now my photographers like want to train the new photographers. Like, they want those opportunities. So yeah.
You learn that fast.
Thanks.
Comparatively. I mean, I don't know if I just, need to smack my head against the wall a couple of times, but it took me so long to figure that out. I don't know what it was. I think I saw a lot of, like, sometimes the leadership that you see is the loud leadership, where it's more like drill sergeant leadership. And I was like, that's not me. That's just not who I am as a person. Like, it's uncomfortable for me to do that. And so I just kind of like didn't do any form of leadership for the first while. And so then I figured out that's a type of leadership, but there's other ones. And I think, so do you see, like, if you grow as a leader, is that the most valuable thing you can do for your company? Or like, where do you feel that your skills most benefit the company right now? And what do you prioritize day to day in terms of?
I think the most valuable thing I can do as a leader is understand myself better and work on myself as a person. Because if I understand, if I'm good with me, then I could be, like, in order to be a leader, you have to lead yourself first. Like, if you don't have the ability to lead yourself first, like, you're not going to survive leading other people, and then nothing's going to work. Or you're not going to survive leading your clients. Say you don't want to build a team like mine. You still have to be able to lead your clients, lead your VA. And if you're not good with you, then you're not going to be able to do that. So that looks like understanding who you are. What are your limiting beliefs? Why do they exist? What program are you running that you're not even aware of? Is definitely where I start. And that comes from things like getting a mentor, somebody who can really help kind of dissect that and break that down. I didn't just dissect my whole self, like, by myself. I had to seek that out. So that, I believe, is the best thing, because like I said, like, I am the leader, like, it's my business. if I'm not operating, it's like in your cost method, like the cog is always the owner.
Yep.
So I constantly like focus on that, but for the benefit of the whole team.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what Joanne said. It's really good advice for any business niche. It's so funny how it's all actually the same. It's just a
It's all the
vehicle.
same.
It's all the same, which is beautiful if you think about it, because it's not like you learn all these skills that don't apply anywhere else. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like they're just super beneficial. It's cool.
And I love that you were talking about your team specifically, but I'm sure you're using this for your clients too. Like what's in it for them rather than like what's in it for me. And I think that's one of the things that has helped you build an awesome business so quickly as well, because I mean, they see that and they can feel that. And, when you're a genuine person, and I've said this so many times, but like people love working with people, not just a business. And you've been able to do that as well, because like, that's just within you, you're trying to do that with your team and you're trying to do that with your clients. Love that.
Yeah. Just give, like, even sometimes when it hurts and you're like, all right, you
Yeah.
win, like that's fine. It can hurt when you feel like they were the one that didn't communicate when you asked, or this or that, or giving stuff away for free. Like when you get mixed up about that and you feel like that hurts, like you're living in that first layer of the relationship, and it's not going to work. Like the more you live in the third layer, like you're building a foundation. You can't just expect to be super successful in your business like day one or year one or year two. I mean, it depends on your business and stuff like that. We're still investing so much in Three Palms Media. Like I'm not like swimming in money over here. I'm really working on the foundation, even though you look at maybe our yearly revenue this year and you're like, oh my gosh, we're still investing a lot in those client relationships, in our photographers, things like that. I saw somebody ask, can you give an example of how you nurture your employees? How do you discover their needs and mentor them? We do bi-weekly meetings where we all meet in the same room. We do a 30, 60 day, 90-day check-in when we're onboarding them. And then we do continuous one-on-ones like every other month after that, or as needed. I ask them, how do you feel like you're doing? How can I help you with anything that's going on in your life? Tell me about you as a person. What are some of your goals? Like one of our guys is a DJ, like he DJs on like nights and weekends and stuff. How can I help your DJ business? Sat down with him. He helped him become a business owner instead of just a DJ. So that's an example. And it wasn't, somebody could be like, oh, well, I don't want to help him be a DJ because what if he gets so successful and then he leaves me? Okay, then I did my job. Like I'll find somebody else. So that would be an example.
Yeah. Have you read the book The Go-Giver, Colleen?
No.
Okay. It's like what you're talking about. And I love it. It's how I try to, as much as possible, like approach how I handle things. And I think you'd like it. It's a great book. I mean, you could have written it actually, but I think you'll like it as well. So
I'm going to write it down right now. The Go-Giver.
It's funny. I talk about it occasionally. It's like it's the only fiction book that I've ever recommended, I think. So it's like written in the context of a story, which is, if you know me, it's weird because I only like to watch documentaries and like, I'm just that way. But it's really good. And I recommend everybody read it, especially if you, I mean, everybody's saying it in the comments, right?
The whole team read it at REPP.
Yeah. I mean, it's I'll let Aaron on the team speak for it. 2 hours long, life-changing audiobook. Yeah. It's short too. It's great. Isaac too on the team. By the way, if you see these two, I wonder if Lisa's in here as
Lisa
well.
was in there as well. Yeah.
They are on the REPP team. So if you're like, why are Aaron, Isaac, and Lisa answering all these questions? It's because they are on the REPP team trying to help you out. So, man, there was a question I wanted to ask you, Colleen. I'm trying to remember it. I'm trying to talk long enough where it doesn't seem like I forgot it, but I forgot. Let's pull up another one in here. Let's see. You see any good ones, Kenny? I'm trying to find a good one. Oh, Lisa, there you are right there. Hello. Okay. There was a great one up here. I'm trying to, oh yes, this. When people ask me this question, I hate it because I'm always like, I don't know what I'm doing. What's the end goal with your business, Colleen? You're like, what's the future? How about that? What does the next year look like for Three Palms, you, that kind of stuff?
Yes. So the intention that I had when I started the business in the first place was I wanted to become a leader. I wanted to build a team, and I wanted to create an asset for my family, myself, my husband, and I. So an asset would be, you know, something that produces, you know, income for us without us being heavily involved all the time. So it's a great question because I don't know like the end date on that or anything like that, but we are working to build a business that I would like to hire somebody to run it and it just kind of work for us, but probably still own it and provide mentorship to those leaders that are going to be leading 3 Months Media one day. I don't think I'm necessarily very near that. The first person I really need to empower to kind of take over more of the business part is my husband, getting him to learn a little bit more of the business side. But I would love one day to only be involved from the thing that I love to do, which is the person side of it, the leadership side of it, the mindset side of it. I don't want to know about like the drone not working and stuff like that. So,
Yeah.
But over the next 2 years or so, I want to continue to saturate ourselves within Southwest Florida where we are. It's a very large range. So we are still pretty stretched because agents that have listings down in Marco Island also have listings super north. So we kind of were forced to have a big market. I need to kind of saturate that. I'd like to continue to develop some leaders within our team over the next few years and get some better leadership, not better, just create leadership in our company and be able to continue. You know, we went on a 3-week vacation for the first time this past summer. Actually, I told you my VA ran the business while we were away. That was an interim solution. Now we have Jensen, my admin, on our team, but I plan to go away to Italy for 4 weeks this summer. So that's kind of our biggest goal.
I love that you did that, by the way. That's like the
I can't
ultimate.
believe I did that.
I know.
Like
The amount of people that actually there's people that have the ability to do it. The amount of people that actually go is so low, and it's such a good. I mean, it's great. First of all, you got to go on and enjoy it. That's like the whole point of owning a business. You get to do what you want sometimes, not all the time, because a lot of times the business takes your attention, right? But I love that you did that. Did you? I mean, okay. We'll talk. I want to get you to answer this question in a second and talk with Fabio about this.
Yes.
But first, for those that have a company, they've started to scale, they have a team. How scary was it when you left? How bad was it? And what'd you learn?
Super scary. Like it is. Like it's scary. I have a hard time with this. It is difficult for me to relinquish that control. I deal with this now still. Like I just talked to my admin and my husband about this yesterday. Like we always talk about me stepping out of Slack, not being so involved in Slack. And like I creep my freaking way back in there. And it's like, again, it's me. I'm not demonstrating what I need to demonstrate there because you just need to give the reins over to people and have faith in them and allow them to do their jobs. And if you believe in them and they see that you believe in them, they're going to want to ride for you. They're going to want to prove it to themselves. They're going to want to do those things. So it was difficult. Like I left literally Febby in the Philippines in charge of my business for 3 weeks. It was wild. And I would check in with her and stuff. But I again, like I always look to people that are ahead of me or where I want to be. And so I have Eli and the Eli camp, the rep camp telling me, this is the best thing that you can do. You've got to let it ride. Have it, whatever's going to burn, let it burn, and you'll fix it when you get back. And so I just put my faith in what people are telling me to do that are already doing what I want to do. Like I am not special. I always go back to that. I'm not special. I'm just going to follow what they told me. So that is what I focus on. And I'm out of Slack now. I'm removing myself again from Slack.
That's crazy.
I'm not going to let myself creep back in there.
Yeah, that's like scary. I get like low level anxiety when I'm not like, you know what I mean? I'm checking. I'm like, all right, nothing's broken. It is interesting. I think we kind of talked about it earlier, but one of the ways that you do that successfully is it's not for everybody here. It's not just leave your team, right? It's build the team into the company and the people that can actually run it and then let them run it. And one of the ways you do that, we were, this is like a long point, but I'm going to wrap it around here in a second. We were talking last week, Ariane on our Philippines-based team, she's a VA. I don't know. She's not a VA. She's like an integral part of the team. It's not just like someone we have do some work for us. But she, the other day, we pay very well. Like we were looking it up and I'm like,
Kenny sent the equivalent. I was like, wow, like we're paying like enough for someone in the US to have a decent salary to someone in the Philippines. And it was so awesome because she, first of all, she's the most loyal person ever. Like, we're so grateful to have her on the team. I don't know if she watches these Q&As. Would it be fun if she did? But she's too busy like actually running the business. Anyway, she goes, it was like this crazy attitude thing. There was the typhoon that hit, right? And I asked her how she was doing, how her family was, and she goes, the water's not knee deep. We're good. I said, well, how deep is the water, Ariane? And you know what I mean? It was like, she was saying the water in their house was not knee deep. And she was positive about that. She's like, I just worked on the second floor. And I immediately felt bad because I took like 3 hours off that day because there was a small leak in my roof. And I was like, that's crazy. Like, that's a different level of human being. But it's even cooler. She was like, she bought a rental property. And she's like becoming a landlord. And I was like, that's amazing. Like, she's out there just crushing it. And so this is not me saying I'm a great person, we pay her so well. It's me saying, like, if you want something, like that third level of leadership, I've never heard of it said that way. I love it though. If you're actually even if you're trying to get the most for yourself, you don't do that by taking the most for yourself. You do that by giving people the opportunity to build their dreams as well. And the bigger your business gets, the more opportunity you have to do that. And I think that's like the really fun part of building a business. I was like, what in the heck is this? She's become like, I told Kenny, I was like, we're behind. She has rental properties. Like, what are we doing over here? And I thought that was super cool. And like, same with the thing is too, it's not just you pay everybody well. So we have people on our team who are paid very, very well. Like, it's always like a year in advance where I'm like, dang, like I didn't even make that much. That's crazy. How are you're killing it so much faster than me? So you balance that with you only let people who really earn it get in those roles. Mm-hmm. And so if you do those two things, it's crazy. And it's a constant reminder, like, I have to put on myself. I don't know if you're this way, Colleen, but and Kenny helps me with this a ton. I just see the good in everybody, and I do what they label it as ruinous empathy, where I just like give. And I'm not saying that as like I'm great. I'm saying that as I'm weak in that scenario. And so Kenny balances me out with that. How are you with that? Are you like a people pleaser, Colleen, or like what's your like? How are you as a leader?
I mean, I think that you do need to give people the opportunity to, show you who they are without, judging them off the bat. So I do, operate under the assumption that their intentions are pure until they show me that they're not. So I do love, I guess I do struggle with that a little bit. I think I'm pretty similar to Eli, is that sometimes I'm like, oh, did I give too much to where it's like teetering that line of like, maybe I'm creating something that I don't need to create. But I'm big on just going with my gut too, because I feel like it never leads me astray, and then just bouncing ideas when I need to bounce off of them. But I can be somewhat of a people pleaser. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we had a situation with my admin yesterday, and I've had her out and about doing a lot of stuff with me because she's so good on site. Like, oh my gosh, she's so good on site, but she gets so behind. And I was like, she loves being on site, and I'm like, oh my gosh, am I being a people pleaser here by like continuing to have her go out on site? So I was going to talk to her about it, but she brought it up first, and she said, I think for the best thing for the business is to keep me in the office. Like, oh my God.
That's amazing. Yeah.
That's amazing. And it's because of all the other things that we've done with her. And like, she feels empowered, and she cares about our business. And that was one of the reasons that, we hired her. She knows we care about her, so she cares about us in return. And she's like, I think that we need to keep me more in the office because it gets us behind and we've missed a couple things. And I was like, sounds good.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. It's a hard line. I think, I mean, Kenny will tell you this because Kenny like balanced me out, but I go way too much on like, and it's interesting. It's like every leader has their weaknesses, and I think mine is definitely that. And the funny thing about that is it's also a strength when you're first starting. So it's like the people who grow the fastest at the start are usually the people pleasers because they're good at making people happy. But it also like makes it so hard to build a team. Like, I know for a fact, I'm saying this in front of Kenny, but I know for a fact he's like, what is Eli doing? Like, stop that. And he's not excited about it when I do that too. And so that's the cool thing is like when you build a team that is really great, they tell you. And so that's, I think the next part you have, this is like me telling my experience, but also saying the next thing for you that I think you'll really love, Colleen, is when you really start to build not saying you don't have an actual leadership team, but there's a certain point where you have people that will just literally be like, the heck are you doing? And that's like the most fun part of the business, because then your weaknesses, they have strength. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that, to like a real, leadership.
No, it's so good. It's so much less stress. People think when you grow a business, it's more stressful. I'm like, every stage my business has gotten bigger, it's easier because I actually have people who know what they're doing. You know what I mean? It's not like just you making decisions and a bunch of photographers. Nothing on photographers, but you didn't hire them to be a leader. And so, anyway, okay, there was that question I wanted to have you chat on, and then I'll let you run because you've already over delivered. So thank you for that, Colleen. Do you have time for one more question?
Yeah, I have time. I have time for anything.
Here it is. So we talked about scaling and leadership. For people just starting that are intimidated by other photographers, competition, I guess talk directly to those people.
Yeah. It's like such a part of the human condition to look at your competition and psych yourself out and allow yourself to be intimidated by other photographers, or other businesses. But I would challenge you to look at that as evidence of what you can get to be instead of what you are not. So if you can look at it and say, wow, that's awesome. They're doing XYZ. That's what I have to look forward to. What can you, and then what do you have to do to get there? So what are the things that you actually can control versus the things that you cannot? You cannot control the competition around you. You cannot control their abilities and whatever they're doing, but you can control what you're doing and you can control what you're focusing on. And you never know what is going on in someone else's world, someone else's business, where they're at. Like, what you see is what they want you to see. Don't operate off of that. You have no idea what's going on. Another thing that, you can't control that, but you can control you and how you react to that. So for somebody like you, Fabio, I would say, why is it that you're feeling so intimidated by the other photographers? What is it inside you? Is it, oh, well, I can't do it? Well, why do you think you can't do it? When else in your life have you tried to do something and you haven't been able to do that? And what was it that you could have done better? Like, it's not about these other photographers. It's about you. What is it inside of you that's telling yourself the lie that you can't do it? And like, when are you going to stop telling yourself that story
and making it true by saying that?
Yeah,
you know what's interesting too, if you think about it, if fear of other photographers stops you from starting your business, they already did the worst thing that they can possibly do to you, right? They've made you $0. So any shoots you get are better than the scenario you're in right now, right? Because at least you're making some. So it's like they've already done their worst to you. That is competition putting you out of business right there. It's preventing you from starting. And that's like another way to think about it too, that may potentially help you, is like, you've already impacted yourself in the worst way possible. And so everything else is upside. Another side of it is, we are like, all of us here are so lucky because we compete with photographers. Guys, like literally out of all of the people in the business world you could compete with, you want to compete with photographers. Trust me. Because most of them, and I say this with all the love in the world, I have a photography business. I teach photographers. Most of them suck at running a business. So if you're going to pick a competitor, again, not saying this a little rudely, but not super rudely, like you're literally competing with generally the easiest group of people to compete with, because there's not a lot of business sense in the photo world. It just is what it is. And so it's like you have a lot of advantage. And like Colleen said, it's figure out what the fear is and then start giving yourself reasons why that fear shouldn't hold you back.
Yeah.
And usually it's just go for it, Colleen.
I was gonna say, I see that Fabio responded again and said, they offer more than what I can offer at the moment. Do you see that you just, so we answered one question and you just went to find something else as a reason on why you can't do it. So you're, I don't mean to pick on you. This is such part, like, I do it. Like, this is so human. You are now, well, I can't offer what they can offer. Okay. So what? Go figure out how to offer what they can't offer. And if it's, well, I can't buy the drone or I can't buy this. It's not about your resources. It's how resourceful you are. Figure out a way that you can go and make some money from just shooting photos or just having an iPhone making a reel or whatever that you have at your disposal. Go out and find a way to do that so that you can start, creating more income for yourself or creating more of a name for yourself. Like this, every day you are going to battle yourself. We all do it. Eli does it. Kenny does it. I do it every day. Like you are your own worst battle. You're just finding ways to run into a wall. And it's just because it's literally part of like the human experience. Like your brain is always constantly scanning for evidence of why you can't do that, why you can't excel, why you can't get out of your comfort zone. It's keeping you down. It's going to always keep you right here. It's what it's designed to do. It's actually why we are able to
trying to keep you alive.
Yeah, it's trying to keep you alive. If there's a bear chasing you, like we love this for us because like this, it's gonna say run, it's gonna say get out of here, things like that. Your instincts and stuff like that, like that's a good fear, right? It's that fear is going to be in you and you're going to run, or you're somewhere late at night and someone's coming up behind you and chasing you, like you run, like that. That's good fear. But this fake fear of my competitors or I can't offer what they offer, like that's fake. That isn't true. And it really starts with you. So you're going to make excuse after excuse after excuse. Just know that's the way we're built. Once you know that, it's like the knowledge is power. Like knowledge is the precursor to the experience. So if you know something, you can experience it differently. So I would just challenge you to really think about, all these questions that come up to you or all these limiting things that you're placing on yourself. And at the end of it, it's just, do you actually want to do this? And if you do, you can go get it.
Yeah. You can think of, like you said, Colleen, you can think of things that you can offer. There's always going to be stuff that you like, let's say it was, you actually can't do it. Well, and even in that case, pivoting to, well, what can I offer that they can't? When you're first starting, every position has advantages, right? So Colleen's business can't offer the same level of personalized service that you can right now because Colleen's not shooting the house. Colleen's not answering the phone, right? You're answering the phone. You're personally shooting the house. You're delivering the photos and you have no other clients. They can't be, you can't be their only client, right? Or the opposite is what I'm trying to say. And Colleen can't do that in her business. She can't be only focused on one client. It's impossible. And so you have to look for the things you can do. And then one more thing, and for everybody as well, when you're scared of something is when it's growing you. Like that, it's like literally a red flag in the best possible way. You said, Colleen, you were scared of speaking first. I had no idea. I thought that was just something you did. Like you're like, I got to do this. Like I got to do it. I got to commit. Kenny, he's been dreading. He's speaking. He's freaking out about it. I was freaking out for like a month and a half before our first conference. I had like the most imposter syndrome, right? And now I look and I'm not saying I'm so great, right? Like I still get scared, but I know and look for things that scare me because those are the things that actually grow the business. And so this is actually a beautiful thing, like that you're scared. This means you have to launch the business. Like this is the next thing for you. If you've decided that, right? And so think of the fear as a positive thing.
The worst thing that can happen is literally nothing happens, nothing works, and you're in the same situation that you're in right now. So like
a little bit of a bruise ego.
Yeah. There's only upside from here now.
Yeah. The worst thing to happen, you fail, and then what can you learn in that? What's the gift in that? Okay, great. Go use that. And it's literally law of averages. Just keep sending offers, keep asking, keep trying to find people. Like there's an endless sea. You had
Colleen, you had that one story. I don't remember the details and don't feel the need to share it, but like that client that said something kind of rude about you after you left. I don't remember the details. Yeah. You got no's. It wasn't like everybody told you yes, There's always that. It's crazy.
No, of course we got no's. Yeah. People are like, oh, you guys aren't good enough. And they said that we weren't good enough. I heard them talking about us after a brokerage presentation. Oh, I didn't see anything that I was impressed by. They're not good enough. And I was like, took a minute to like throw a pity party for myself and be like, we're not good enough. And I was like, nah, whatever. We're good enough. We can do that. And then I made it my mission to get that freaking client. And I did.
That's my favorite.
And now that whole brokerage uses us.
There you go.
No, it's so good. Yeah,
Yeah.
Aaron brought this up, and it was going back. You know, you like we were talking about. There's strengths in every position. I'm sure, Colleen, you'd say this true in your business too. But it's so easy to take a client from Norman and Young. We have not that the team's bad. It's just there's multiple people. You can't provide that same level of service, and so you always have to play your strengths. And so think about that. The big companies, the ones that are established, they're worried about you starting, and you're worried about them. And both of you can grow. That's the beautiful thing. It's not at the expense. You're not taking from somebody.
Definitely. We've lost clients. You know how like you'll say that the clients that are going to build your business to that first, step that you really want it to be at aren't the ones that are going to carry your business to the next step. Those are the clients that want that personalized touch, that want it to be the same person that shows up every time. We've lost those clients to people that can provide that service. That's great. We went and found more clients, so that's so
Big
true.
market. Yeah, big market out there and lots of potential. Any quick parting thoughts, Colleen? Sorry, I did like the last question and then I kept you for 4 more questions. Any parting thoughts to everybody here?
I would just say that it definitely it all starts and ends with you. Whatever story you're telling yourself, you're the one making it true. So literally at any time, you can change that story. Like I would tell you to ask whatever's coming up for you, have it come up and then say to yourself, when am I going to stop telling myself that story? When am I going to stop telling myself that story? What can I actually control? How can I shift my perspective to look at it from a positive manner so that I experience anticipation and experience faith, which is going to make my actions fall in line with that. So it really all starts and ends with you. Everything that you need to know about how to actually tactically do real estate media is all over the internet and all around you. It's not what's stopping you. You're what's stopping you. And the good thing is once you do that, you keep learning. And Eli, you talk about things that, you're like, oh, well, I'm not nervous now to go do this one thing, but I'm sure there is a whole list of things that are scaring you and that you're nervous about. But now you're like, oh, well, I recognize this. I recognize this feeling. I had it before. I accomplished it. Wow, look at me now. I have evidence now that I can go do it again. So that's how you kind of stack that belief. And then all of a sudden you look back and you're like, dang, wow, I did it. I've come so far. Now I know I can go even further. So that's what I've got.
That was beautiful. That was everybody's gonna think that was prepared. That was just Colleen, everybody. There was zero prep. I didn't even know the questions before. So Colleen, always a pleasure. Thank you again. I'm excited for your talk. I guess we should end with that. You can't get an in-person ticket. You missed out. Colleen pushed, we pushed. If you didn't get a ticket, it's sad, but you can still get a virtual ticket. So Kenny, can you throw that link in the chat? You can still listen to Colleen. You don't get to meet her, which is quite sad.
Get a virtual ticket. Do it. Literally do it. It's literally one of the best things that you could do. Go listen to other people talk about their businesses because everyone does it differently. My business is for sure different than Norman and Young. It's built on a lot of the same principles, but we have varying opinions on certain things because they work for me as a person or our style, stuff like that. So going and hearing a bunch of different people talk about what they do, it's you'll never know who you'll resonate with, and you'll get that energy, you'll get that spark, and you'll be re-energized to go and do that thing. Put yourself in the room, the virtual room, with people that are doing the same things that you're doing or doing it, at a higher level or lower level, whatever. There's always stuff to learn. So it's literally one of the best things that you can do. It will give you energy. It will give you that moment of I can do this, and then just act from that point. Just do it. When I was I'm going to ask to speak twice. Can I speak twice? Oh shit. Should I say that? Yes. Okay. Now I'm speaking twice and it's going to be great. So definitely get that link. Get that link from Kenny. I'll be there. I'm speaking twice. So it'll be great.
Colleen,
so
thank you so much.
So many cool speakers.
Yeah. Always our absolute pleasure having you. Thank you so much, Colleen. Have a great night. We're going to sit here and talk takeaways. So thanks, Colleen. See you later.
Bye.
See ya. Oh, Mr. Tim is here too. All right, takeaways, everybody. We got to jump into some of those. That's how we wrap it. It's the most important part, to actually take something away and apply it. So post in the comments what you thought. I know it kind of sounds elementary saying takeaways and making you type that, but I promise it isn't. What are some things that stuck out to you, or that everybody hears something different when people are talking, but talking about what someone said is when a lot of the ideas stick. So yeah, big thank you to Colleen, and thank you to Tim for letting us have an hour and 15 with her. So appreciate it. When you're scared of something, it's evidence of growth. Yeah, Seth, that's so good. So true. It's hard to remember. Colleen she said something that I was like, I didn't disagree with, in the fact that I disagree with Colleen. She's like, but then you kind of know from the proof. It's still scary every time. Like you see the proof, but you're like, this is different because this. So like, I understand stacking the proof. Do you feel that way, Kenny? It's like, you can kind of justify why it worked in the past.
Yeah. And I think, I love that she said, like, you recognize that feeling that you're feeling. You're like, okay, I know it's going to be okay. But in order for you to actually even acknowledge that, you actually have to do it the first time. So for me, speaking at the conference, for example, is something that I'm worried about, but like, who knows what will happen next year? I'm sure I'll be put into to speak alone this year. But then I'll recognize that feeling of like, oh, I'm just feeling the same way I felt last year, and it was fine, turned out great, And yeah, I mean, you just have to put yourself in those positions. I mean, you've seen me grow throughout the years, but it's one of those things. It's just a constant reminder. Like, there's newer things that you have to go through, and the more you do it, the more you get to recognize that feeling. The more you get to, it's that proof of like you telling yourself, like, yeah, it worked. Like Colleen, I'm sure I'll do it from my own perspective. Like, I lost a big client. Oh, holy crap! Like that week, that day, it was horrible. Not if I lose. Obviously, the goal is not to lose a client, but like, I don't freak out as much. But I was just like, okay, cool. Like it's business. Like, it's literally, me and you talk about it all the time. It's like, it's literally business. Like, it happens in business. It goes up and down. It's just, as long as we're continuously going up and working towards that, then it's just part of life, and you just get to recognize that. But you, unfortunately and fortunately, at the same time, you have to go through those hard times. Nothing's gonna be handed to you. Nothing is easy, and I think that's what makes business fun. Or else it'd be boring.
Yeah, like, you really have to freaking earn it. You really do. Yeah.
And I love that we use that word. You earn it. You don't deserve it. You earn it.
Yeah, that's good. Lisa said, take action despite the fear. Absolutely. That's a great takeaway. That sounded very robot when I said that. I was reading the next question. That is a great takeaway, Lisa. Aaron said, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Yeah, you have to actually be afraid not to. So I definitely agree with that one. All boils down to your mindset. What's up, Mr. Kevin? I like this one from the start. I forgot about that. Thanks for bringing that up, Lisa. Choose your lie. It's like both are the lie in the future, right? It's I have a terrible business, I have a great business. Both are not true right now. Maybe the terrible business is, but you get to choose.
We as humans tend to use or choose the easiest one, which is like, okay, I'm not going to do it, because it's like, you're not doing anything hard right there. Which is just like, you can just choose your lie.
Yeah. I'm worried too. Hello, Kenny, right there with you. Yeah, that's the fun thing about doing anything where people are on a stage, is you like look at the speakers and you're like, man, they're incredible, right? When you're sitting in the audience and you're like, all of them were shaking before they got on the stage. I heard Gary Vee's obviously pretty good at talking, and he said every speech he's back there like adrenaline up. It's just human, It's fun. What's up, Mr. Philippe? Philippe's on the rep team as well. Awesome guy. That exciting, scary growth makes life a lot more fun. Yeah, I mean, especially looking back in the moment, it's like,
Yeah, I was gonna say, in the moment, it's like, oh no, and then after that, you get this high. You're just like, yes, I did.
Yeah, and it's worth it for that. You don't always get it. Sometimes you just mess it up too. That's the best part, and that's what makes it fun.
We can laugh about it later on.
Yeah. That was a fun one. I'm glad we had Colleen on. Yeah, I know. Colleen can just be the host, the permanent host. I mean, she is basically the permanent host with the conference. She's does a guest coaching call every week in our coaching program. She's an amazing person. So it's really cool. She didn't get a chance to share this. But the cool thing is I can share this one for the first year. I didn't know this till the second year. So the first year she came to our conference, it was in Miami. It was 2022. And she had done like $1,000 in revenue when she came to that conference. So she like spent her revenue on the conference and more just to go, right? So anyway, she went, and I didn't know this until the following year when she was on the stage. This is when she told this. She was giving her talk this like year later, and she was like, I decided that first year when I was sitting in the crowd that I was going to come back as a speaker next year. But here's the craziest thing about that. There's not an application to be a speaker. Like when we were looking at speakers, my team and I find people from our community that are crushing and invite them. So she didn't like sign up to be a speaker, right? We were like, Colleen has to be a speaker. And she shared that on the stage the next year. And it was like one of those crazy moments where you're like, that's insane. And so that's the type of person she is. And I love it.
It's one of those things that like, you know, you could call it choose your lie, manifesting, whatever, but it's not really just like thinking about it and doing it. It's just like she took the action. She got her attention by actually like putting in the work and getting her business to do that. So like, you know, I love that she was saying it's like you can, going back to like choosing your lie, you can choose your lie and then act on that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. So, if you haven't got your ticket yet to the conference, there's your fear right there. The cool thing about virtually is, sure, you got to spend a little bit of money to go, but it's virtual. So you don't have to be in front of people. You can grab your ticket and learn. You know, we have a great lineup of speakers this year. You can see them on the website there, replaunch.com/rep2024. My whole team will be there. We're talking, so you get to hear from us, but you've heard from us, right? You have these lives. A lot of you are in coaching. So you get to hear from other people that have, you know, come through our community. Basically, everybody. Cool thing about the way we do our conference is everybody's from our community. So all these people are in the rep community and from the rep community, and they also are all active real estate media business owners. There's no fluff motivation. There's no speaker that's hired to hype everybody up. It's literally every single person on the stage is in real estate media currently, and I love that because it's very up to date and. Yeah, I mean, there's so much value to gain from it. I sit there and listen. You know, we bring our whole team, which is expensive. It's like 20 plus people coming because we all want to learn, and the investment in our learning is worth it. So be there if you can. Let's see. Other than that, Kenny, could you drop the Let's Talk link if you want to talk with our team about coaching and what that would look like for you, whether you're just wanting to launch and you want to be in our launch program and have us give you basically the roadmap. You get a weekly call with Colleen, which is cool. She does a group call every single week in launch. Or you have a business and you know you've got a bottleneck. You want to scale it. Maybe you feel like you just need more clients. Or maybe your systems are a mess, or maybe you're stressed and your business isn't peaceful. Doesn't have to be that way, by the way. I thought it did, and it just doesn't. Yeah, I mean, at least just chat with the team. We're not a high pressure team. That's not how I do things. I'd rather build a great program and then have people want to. So come talk with our team. They'll share with you and just, even if they can connect you to resources that aren't coaching, I have a ton of stuff that we've created. So anyway, go to that link, replaunch.com/let's talk. And thanks for hanging out. Hope you got a ton of value this evening. Yeah, have a great night. Kenny, thanks for being here. Appreciate you all listening to us, and we'll see you later. Hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Welcome in. We got Mr. Kenny here as usual, but Chris joining us. Welcome in, guys. How are you doing today, Chris? Thanks for joining us. I think I might have kept you muted. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I can hear you now. What's up? Welcome in.
Nice. I'm doing well.
Yeah.
How are you guys doing?
Good. We're excited to chat with you a little bit. For everybody here, I'll have Chris kind of give some background on himself, and then per the usual, Kenny and I will ask him some questions about what he did to grow his business, some obstacles he ran into, different things along the way. I'm sure he'll share some stuff, and then we'll do a little Q&A. So yeah, Chris, I guess if you don't mind, just give us wherever you want to start from the backstory of how you got into real estate media and what your journey's kind of looked like.
Yeah, well, first off, I just want to say thank you for having me on the show. I've definitely watched a bunch of these, and I'm always in the comments saying something. So I just really appreciate you having me on. And
thanks for being on.
Yeah, no, very cool. So yeah, background, where do I start? I'll give the spark notes. So I grew up in Cincinnati, and I went to school down in Knoxville. I studied business. I was in finance and accounting. And then after school, I ended up getting a job in Knoxville, and I was working here in the finance space. And then from that, I relocated to New York for a hot minute.
Okay.
And then through COVID, that brought me back to Ohio. And so I was working in Columbus, Ohio. And really it was really during COVID that I was kind of just figuring out like what I wanted to do with my life really and my career. And the career path that I was on to get to where I wanted to be, I just realized that I wasn't on that career path in the situation that I was in. And so I was always trying to like find some way to get out of that situation. And for me, that was always wanting to start a business.
Okay. I was going to ask that. So you did want to start a business, and when you're saying the career path wasn't going to help you do what you wanted to, like when you say that, what were you wanting to do? Just own your own business, or what did that look like?
Yeah, that was really it, is just figure out a way to basically buy back your time. And I always wanted to be a business owner. That's why I went to school, and I really didn't know what I wanted to do when I went to school. But I knew that I wanted to own a business. So after working, I was at the same company for about 7 years. And I was like, it just didn't feel right. And so I was always trying to figure out something that I could do to basically get out of that situation. And that's kind of when I came across real estate media. And I actually found one of your videos. It was last June, I think, when I first saw you. And I was like, oh, this is something that I can do.
Yeah.
And what really attracted me to it was the business model behind it, behind the whole real estate media. And so after I saw the video, I actually went out and I bought like the gear kit, and I bought like the Canon M50, I bought the tripod, I bought the 360 camera. I was like, I'm going to figure this out. And I think I did one shoot I just reached out to one of like the realtor friends I knew and offered to do a shoot for him. And it probably took me like 3 hours, and I was sweating the whole time. And that was it, like last June. And then I kind of had a gap where I didn't fully like step into real estate. Like I did one thing, and then that's just kind of how my mind's work. I'm always like looking for something else. So then I started to like look for other businesses that I could start, all while working at my job. Because I just knew that the path to get to what you could call freedom, or like happiness, or like build the life that you want to live, would come through business ownership. And so I was just trying to find something that I could do. So like I did the whole.
So what made you? So you did the first shoot, and then you kind of were like looking for something else. Was it, I did this and I kind of understand it, but like maybe there's something easier? Like what made you look at other stuff versus doubling down on real estate at that point, real estate media?
Yeah, it's a great question. I honestly couldn't tell you. I think I did it, and then I just got distracted with other things that I was trying to do, and just kind of put it to the side. And I didn't like fully commit to it.
So oh, sorry, before I keep interrupting you.
No, I was just gonna say, then the winter, this is like last winter came around, and I was, again, still trying to figure out a business. And the one I came across was like Christmas ornaments. I was like, I'm going to sell Christmas ornaments, because I saw a YouTube video of somebody else doing it. I was like, if they can do it, I can figure out how to build this business. So then I got distracted, and then I started doing that. And then I put a lot of time and effort into building that. And I was like, this is it. This is what I'm going to do. And then like come the beginning of the year, I was like, this is not it. Like it just didn't feel right. And I knew that if I wanted to, I guess, build the life that I wanted to live, I would have to figure out something that I can do, that I enjoy doing, that I can see like growth in, and that I would enjoy the process of starting to build, and also taking action to get to that point. And so I knew, like, for myself, like at the beginning of the year, I was like, if I don't take action, or if I don't dive fully into something, then it's not like my approach was that that wasn't going to work out. So
yeah.
then I came back to coaching, and I was like seeing all the other folks that were having success in their business. And I was like, if they can figure it out, like there's no reason that I can't figure this out.
So what was the mentality shift? I know you mentioned just now that you were just like, okay, I need to dive into something, but what was it that about real estate photography that like brought you back into it? Because you mentioned that you were like trying to pick like different other business. I know you didn't want to stay at your current job, but you wanted to be some type of business owner of some kind. But yeah, what was it about real estate photography that you were like, okay, I'm going to try this again and actually go all in this?
Yeah, so it was a couple of different things. One is that I really like the business model behind it.
The repeat business aspect, or like what part of the model is interesting to you?
The repeat business, but also the fact of like customer service. Because we're like in the customer service business.
Yeah.
We're in the people business. We've heard that before. But that was a skill that I felt that I had acquired over my time of like working at my job. I was in customer service for like 7 years. And so I was like, this business is like people focused. And then the whole repeat business, the scalability of it, and also the fact of like dealing with media.
Yeah.
And really how I got into media was during the pandemic. I actually got a drone from Costco. And I started flying it around in my backyard. We lived on a golf course. So I just started taking like photos and videos of me playing golf. And then I saw a need for, cause like I like to golf. Like whenever you like go to a new golf course, you always look at their website and you look at the photos and they always stink.
Yep.
It's like, this is an opportunity. I was like, I could figure this out. So then I started like reaching out to local golf courses in the area and like doing photos for them. And like those whole flyovers.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the business. But I was like, I didn't know like I didn't see like a business model where it was, I just didn't know how to do it. But I enjoyed doing it. And so taking like that skill that I was just like doing for fun of like taking pictures of golf courses and like taking videos. I was like, I can apply that to real estate, just do the same thing and apply it to real estate. And I could see the vision of like, where I could go. So that's how I got into media. And then I basically I was like, if I can take the customer service part of it and then the media part of it and combine it into a business, then that is something that I feel confident enough to like pursue. And that's
was the customer service side of things like something that you realized on your own, or was it like through watching videos or learning just from others that you're just like, oh, this is a people's business. It's not really about like photography or like the media. You're like, you're not going to become a real estate photographer. It's all about like how you treat the customers, and that's how you grow. Obviously that's an aspect or a skill that you had already for being in the customer service field, but is that something that you found alone, or how did you find about that you were like, cool, I'm going to stick with this niche now and continue going forward with this?
Yeah, I don't think it's black and white. I think it's just from watching a lot of stuff.
Just learning, educating yourself, watching the videos.
Exactly. So like I was on YouTube, I was watching Eli, all of your videos. They would always pop up when I would open up my phone or open up YouTube, and I was just like, oh, here's another one. And that was just my whole thing. I was like, I kept seeing other people doing it. And I was like, if other folks can do this, there's no like secret sauce to it.
Yeah. The secret sauce is the customer focus. And I think that's like what, you said that's what attracted you. That's what attracted me. Probably a lot of people listening. It's what attracted them as well. Cause it's like, if your business is successful just based upon your ability to make people like you and be happy, like that's a decent business model that I can kind of sink my teeth into. You just like take care of your customers and then they keep working with you. Right. And then they refer you. So it's like grows that way. So you get back in, we obviously, at some point you join coaching, you start working with us. What did the first few months look like? What did you do? I guess start with that.
Yeah. So I joined coaching in March earlier this year. And at the time I joined, I was still working my job. But I knew, I was like, if I can just surround myself with other people that are doing the same thing, then I'll just absorb more information, and like that will help like fast track my learning curve of like figuring out how to make this happen.
Yeah.
And I remember it was one of the initial calls that I had with Rod, where I was at my job, and he's like, what do you want to do with your life? And I was like, that's a great question. I was like, I really just want to have my time back. And then once you have your time back, you could figure out what you want to do with it. And he's like, well, this business can help you get there. He's like, I've seen it happen with other people. And it was kind of at that moment where I was like, no one really ever said that to me. The way that he said it, or just like, I don't know, it kind of like hit different, but it was like, oh, like it is possible. It's just knowing how to do it.
Yeah.
So then that's kind of what turned me on to coaching. I was like, okay, if I know that it's possible, I just need to figure out the right steps to do it. And so that is really the decision of like why I joined coaching, and like committed to that, because I was like, once I commit to this, I'm going to figure it out. So I joined coaching in March, again, working my full-time job. And after about a month or two in working and being in coaching, I was just like, you know what, both of these things are not working for me. I was like, if I commit all of my energy and all of my focus into this one thing, there's no reason that I can't figure it out. The only question that I had was how long it was going to take. So then that's really what gave me the confidence to basically pack up and leave my job. Was just being so certain that I see the vision. I know that it can happen. I have the resources there. The only variable was like, okay, how long is this going to take me? If I could hold my breath long enough, I could figure it out, and then I could support myself. So that's really what triggered me to make the decision to leave my job. And that was easily the most difficult decision that I'd made.
I'd imagine, especially at that point. I mean, obviously, like everybody has their own path, but we typically encourage people to wait till they've replaced their income, because it scares me when people quit their jobs. But you did it. So you quit your job, and then you have all your time back. What did you? So you did a lot. What did you do? A lot of the Instagram method, and just kind of follow the process, or like what did that look like for you? And then when did you start seeing results in your business?
Yeah, so I was doing the Instagram method while I was working, and I actually hadn't made $1 before I left my job, which is crazy to think about. And then once I left, it's like the next day you wake up and it's like, okay, now what do you do? You just have to figure it out. So I did a lot of Instagram messages, and this is in Columbus. So I started reaching out to folks, and then I just tried to get in front of as many people as possible. And then, so that's like May, and then June rolled around, and I was like, you know what? It just didn't feel right. Like the situation that I was in. So I just kept thinking to myself, I was like, if this business model works and you can figure it out, then it doesn't matter where you are. You can go to any place and start it. And if you put in the effort to make it happen, then you'll be successful. So that's kind of the mindset that I had. I was like, I had a realization. I was like, I don't have to be here. I can go really wherever I want to go and then figure it out there, which again was not another easy decision to make. So, and I always loved Knoxville. Like I said, I went to school here. I worked here for a few years, and I just really liked the people here. And so I was like, if I want to build relationships with people, I want to do it in a place that I enjoy being in, that I can see a future in. And so for me, that's why I chose to move back down to Tennessee. It's really just build relationships with people here, and give me a new sense of energy too. Because I knew, like, if I change my environment, then that would give me just another spark. And for me, that's what worked for me, or that's what I needed.
So you moved to Nashville, or Knoxville rather. You get there, and then what? Just started the process over again, basically, of reaching out and building new connections and everything?
Yeah, so I actually started reaching out to folks before I even got here.
Smart.
I was sending messages, and I was like, hey, I just relocated my business to Knoxville. I would love to come out and shoot your next listing. Totally on me. And just show you some of the work that I can do. And so I sent a bunch of those messages before I got here. And then as I was sending those, some people would reply and they'd be like, yeah, I've got a listing that you can shoot. And I'm like, oh, actually, I'm not there yet. But yeah, so I initially started reaching out to folks before I got down here. And then my first day here, I actually had 2 shoots that I went out and did. So as soon as I got down here, I was like, okay, it's time to get to work. And there was another realization of like, once you moved, or like once I like got to my place and I was here, I was like, if I don't do anything, then nothing will happen. I was just kind of looking around. I was like, you put yourself in this situation.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what like lit a spark under me. I was like trying to get in front of as many people as possible. And throughout that whole process, I have a couple quotes written down that I just thought about, was getting me from joining coaching to leaving my job to moving to a new city to starting the business here. All takes a lot of mental energy. And the one thing that I just kept thinking was that you cannot fail if you don't give up. And so that I would like repeat that quote to myself, like when times were difficult and like the whole process of moving and the whole process of like, just like putting yourself in super uncomfortable situations where you have to figure it out. Just like constantly reminding yourself that if you cannot fail if you do not give up. Just always continuing to work. And that's all part of the process of entrepreneurship, really in general, is learning from mistakes. I try to look at every opportunity or every situation as an opportunity. And like, what can you gain from it? And even when I was at my job, it was like, if there was a situation where I was like, this really stinks and I really don't want to do this, I looked at it as, what value can I gain from it that I can take away from it? So like, how can I turn this situation into a positive? And that's always just kind of the mindset that I've had going through this whole process and moving and like starting the business and all that stuff, was knowing that it's not going to be easy. And when it isn't easy, just recognizing that. I mean, like, this is all part of the process. This is the learning curve. So like, something comes up, how do we deal with it? How do we get past it?
It's kind of like you're saying, it's not a problem. It's something that like, it's not a problem that you need to solve. It's something to be expected, I think, is the mindset that you kind of seem like you have, where it's like, oh, of course I'm having this issue. That's part of it. Where a lot of people see an issue and they're like, oh, it's not for me, or they think it's like. Question I have for you on that is, like, you kind of made it hard on yourself at the start, right? And I don't mean that like you did a stupid move. I think that probably played a lot in your success, which we'll get into here in a second. But you had a job that I'm sure was enough to support you. You quit the job and you moved away from your city. So like, you kind of did the burn the ships approach. It's not for everybody, but there are a group of people that do really well under that. Do you think you're one of those people? Like, would you do it the same again? Do you think that was really important to your success now? Or like, how do you think about that looking back?
100%. And it's not the advice that, it's not for everybody. Absolutely. It's not for everybody. Everybody's situation is totally different. And that was another thing that I realized is, like, everybody's situation is different. For me, that's what I had to do to almost force it on myself to make it happen.
I think you knew yourself that if you were in that job, you were too comfortable to want to pursue anything else, and that's the first place why you started looking into different little businesses here and there to start it. But you realized, maybe after doing the ornament business, you might have realized like, I think I'm just trying it out just to try it out and not actually focusing on this. So let me actually go all in into what I think is actually going to be best for me and my life and the life that I want to build. Is that right?
It's 100% true. And it was really like other folks that I had seen having success. And I was like, if they can do it, there's zero reason why I cannot do
That is
it.
such a good mentality to have. That's a very common one among people who are, we were just talking about that on our leadership meeting before this. It was like, it's interesting too, because sometimes you meet the people that did it and it's not like a diss on them, but you're like, now I know I can do it because like this was a regular person, you know. It's like easy to idolize, I think, the people who are ahead of you and think like, oh, they must be like very smart or very connected or very something. And that's been an interesting realization for me. I've personally put a little bit more effort lately in just meeting other people and trying to network more. And man, it's kind of like a letdown sometimes. Like some of the people I think were like so special, but it's also a good thing, right? Because you're like, okay, we're all kind of that way. So I like that you've repeated that a few times. And so I think it's a core thing for you where you just like, that's your like mantra you go back to almost. Like when you get to something hard, you're like, oh, if other people do this, I can do this. I think it's a really good mindset to have.
Did it help also having, other people around you trying to build a business? I guess that support system, did it help you? Like maybe your coach or maybe it didn't. Like, yeah, well, did that help?
1000%.
Cool.
1000%. What coaching helped me with was really like one, holding me accountable. And Karen, who was my coach when I started, we went through a lot together. And she's
Karen's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, doing. But she's been awesome and like incredibly supportive. And it felt like every day I was coming to her with something new. But really just like surrounding myself with other people that are doing it. So like when I was in coaching, I kept all the notifications on my phone on. So like every time I picked up my phone, it was something new that somebody was saying that they were doing. And so I was just trying to absorb as much information as possible.
Yep.
So talking about like your success and like what you did. So you did the Instagram method. Were there any other things that you did besides just, trying to show yourself to everyone? Gene had a good question on like if you can talk about building relationships too, like what that means to you.
Yeah. So I did the Instagram method. I did the outbound method. Really my goal was to just try to get in front of as many people or still is to get in front of as many people as possible. And also deliver on their experience. So like when you do have somebody that is gracious enough to let you come and shoot their listing, like you should be super thankful for that. Because you are not doing them a favor. They are doing you a favor by trusting you to shoot a listing for their business. They have no idea who you are. You're just some guy that just reached out to them. That was kind of my mindset too. Like when I would get in front of folks is like, thank you so much. Just being super appreciative of allowing them to, or having them allow me to come shoot their listing.
That's a rare mindset. I want to
say that
for a second. A lot of people kind of get, part of what we recommend is just for everybody that's newer here, part of our framework is a free first shoot, a specifically targeted free first shoot. And I think it's easy for people to get into the mindset of they're doing the agent a favor by offering a free first shoot. And that energy and attitude is very hard to get results with, because it puts it different. So what Chris is saying, I absolutely like deeply agree with, which is they're giving you a shot. They're trusting you with their client. They're trusting you with the listing, and that's a big deal to them. And it's early in the process. The real estate agent you work with, when they're having the house photographed, that's like early in their relationship with that client. So it's like a vulnerable time for them too, because they don't want to lose the listing. And so I didn't mean to kick you off track or anything, Chris, but like, I very much agree with that and just wanted to reiterate that. It's a big, important mindset. Some of the people we work with that we, see struggling, and it's like a battle to get them to be successful, is they just really have a mindset of they're doing the agent a favor. So anyway, so you approach it with that mindset, you serve them well. What are some of the other things that are important to you for your growth, you think?
Yeah. Delivering on the client experience, and really just being easy to work with. I think that helps too, which is easier said than done too, because sometimes there's times where you just want to be like, all right, like,
yeah,
just shake your head.
Yeah. Or worse, but yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. But easy to work with, and then just really focus on like building a relationship with somebody.
Yeah.
Because the photos are separate. Your photos have to be good. You have to have a good product. But I don't believe that is the most important part. Like, I want to be a part of somebody's team. I want to help them out, and like whatever we got to do to help sell this house. That was another thing that I guess mindset that I had was, I don't just provide photos to you. Like, I'm trying to help you sell the house, and I'm trying to help be a part of your team and just bring as much value to your team as possible.
Yep.
And through that, I take photos.
Yep.
And other things.
So what's that led to? So just for everybody, like for some context, you get to Knoxville. You said, I think just under 4K you made your first month there. What does it look like since then? Was it 4K, 4K, 4K? Did you grow every month, or like what's that been, and kind of where are you at now with the business?
Yeah, so that was my first month, and my second month I did about 10K, which was crazy to me.
Yeah.
And now we're in quote slow season, which I think slow season is also a mindset.
Yeah. Especially when you're not doing big numbers, not to be disrespectful to anybody doing 10K or whatever, but like when you're doing 10K, you can pretty easily double your business. And so the mindset of like, oh, it's slow season, I can't do anything, is what Chris is probably about to just say is a stupid thing, but I don't want to take the words out of your mouth. So go for it, Chris.
That is true. But also one thing that I have absorbed through coaching is that like, this is a time of year to help like set the foundation for next year. And so while it's important to not believe that, like if you believe that it's slow season and you're not doing the business that you don't want to be doing, it's easy to just default and say it's slow season.
Yeah. It's a way to let yourself off the hook, kind of.
Right. So like if you believe that, then that's going to be true. So if you choose not to believe it, then there's no reason why you can't have growth during a quote slow season, especially when you're such a tiny business.
Yeah.
But also like the other thing that I was thinking about is this is a time to continue to foster the relationships that help me get to where I am right now. And so just pouring into the clients that have been gracious enough to work with, that have trusted me, and focusing on them while also like preparing and making sure that you have all your ducks in a row so that when it does get more busy and more people have listings, then you are ready for that.
Yeah. Next year is going to be crazy for you. I don't even know if you understand quite the full extent of what's about to happen. That's why I'm smiling a little bit, but you're just on that trajectory that's really solid. What kind of like thinking to the future, what is your right now, what's your vision for the business? Is it max yourself out as a solo operator and just see how much money you can make solo? Is it to scale a team? What's interesting to you as of now?
Yeah, one thing that I do want to have is I eventually do want to have a team. And build a team of people that I can help get them to their goals. So like that's kind of the vision that I have is create an environment that people want to work with, that people want to work in, and building a team can just help provide value to more people.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the vision that I see just very broadly is providing as much value to as many people as possible. And I want to like have a team too, because when I was in my role, I was in a manager position, and I enjoyed helping onboard new people and train new people for how to do the job that we were doing.
Okay.
Giving them like a sense of, I don't want to say ownership, or just teaching them something and having them get good at something.
Yep.
From experience that I've had brings me joy. And so that's kind of why I want to build a team. And there's many reasons. But yeah.
What's interesting is from what I've seen, the people that really get the customer experience thing really do well building teams as well. Because it's basically just the same thing, but applied to your team instead of customers. And so I'm excited to see like the next couple of years for you. I think you have like a lot of this stuff. Looking at this business, at least, the only one I can talk about, with any higher degree of confidence. They're just a set of ingredients that if someone has them or works to develop them will make them successful. So it's like understanding the customer experience side of things, being willing to be an easy to work with person. Like it's not hard stuff, but it's just, you have those ingredients. It really is like the recipe in this industry. And so I guess what I'd love to get your input on, kind of like 2 final questions, is we're going to go for people who are stuck at $4K a month. Well, I'm going to ask you a question about that. I'm asking you a question for people that are at $0 a month. So we'll start with the $0. What's your advice for someone that has watched these lives, is interested in real estate media? And like, I won't deny a free coaching pitch, but like mindset wise for them. So besides joining coaching, like what should someone at $0 a month do right now that will help them be successful in your opinion?
I would say just start doing stuff. Whatever that stuff is, just start taking action. So in order to get to 4K a month, you have to get in front of people and start doing shoots. And so it's very easy to think of all the problems that can come up before you start doing something. And then you can get caught up. And then this is something that I'm still working on, is you try to solve for a problem that hasn't happened yet. Like you build out these systems and you're like, oh, well, then if this happens, then I'll have the answer for it. And then you go to then you have the answer for it. And then you're like, okay, well, then if this happens, then I'll have the answer for this. And then you spend so much time trying to solve for problems that haven't happened yet that you never get to the point to where you even have those problems.
Yeah. Do you think of yourself as like, are you generally a pretty thoughtful, analytical guy, or are you more of like a let's just send it and see what happens as like a default to your personality?
A little bit of both. I kind of just go for it at times and just see what happens. But then I also get caught up in the fact of like, I don't know, like imposter syndrome. Very easy to have.
Did you have it a lot at the start? What does that mean to you when you say imposter syndrome?
Just like, it kind of goes back to solving for problems that haven't happened yet. Just like thinking of, oh, well, this is going to go this way. So like, then I'm going to do it this way, or I'm going to try to do it this way, or then you just never end up doing anything. So
yeah,
building stories in your head of why something can't happen
can be a good trait to have, but also could be a bad one, or like good one and bad one. Like you had that obviously for when you quit your job because you were like thinking, well, I'm going to make it happen.
You had a good balance of both, which is a combination.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying you would spend time thinking of what could happen and trying to, it's basically like a type of perfectionism maybe, where you're trying to make sure you have all your bases covered for every situation. Is that true, or is that how you feel?
Yeah, which is important too. Like being prepared for certain situations, but not overthinking them too much.
Yes. Okay. Interesting.
The good news about you is like, it seems like you're very self-aware. So you would catch yourself. You'd be like, okay, I'm spending too much time on this. I need to like go back into actually focusing on the stuff that matters.
I'm still working on it.
I think you saying that means that you are self-aware, like Kenny's saying, because the way you talk is kind of like you're talking about how you coached yourself through these things, which is really interesting because I don't think most people have that level of dialogue of like, oh, I need to quit to make this happen. That's like a decision that you
Oh,
made.
that's scary. Like, not
Yeah.
Eli doesn't even
Yeah.
recommend it. He's like,
It
no.
freaked me out, honestly, because like when I told folks at work, I was like, yeah, guys, I'm out. I'm going to take pictures of houses. They're like, what? I was like, once you say that, it's like, now it's like, you got to make it happen. At least that's like the pressure that I put on myself.
They're like, are you sure? And you're like, no, but don't tell me that,
Yeah. I was like, I don't really know, but I'm going to figure it out.
Yeah.
That goes back to the whole thing of just like knowing if you cannot fail if you do not give up. So if you just keep working at it, you're going to figure it out. And that was another thing that coaching helped me with was there's so many hurdles that you find at any stage of business, getting from $0 to $1, like that process. So coaching helped me see those hurdles and just know how to better approach them as if I was doing it myself.
Yeah.
So it kind of shrunk that gap of not knowing what to do to knowing what to do and still not really knowing what to do.
Yeah.
But having
But
other
knowing
people.
that it's normal. Yeah. That's a big one for me is just like, if I have a problem and I know that it's normal, it feels a lot less bad. Right. So it's like kind of knowing the roadblocks is helpful because then you don't get there and think that it's not the road. You're not on the right road, And I think that's where a lot of people get messed up. That's,
It's great learning from us. Like, yeah, just to piggyback on that. I mean, like I've gone through, like when building video editing, I would ask you the same things and you're like, oh yeah, I went through this at Norman Young. I was like, oh, and that actually gave me comfort in a way. I don't know why, but exactly what you were saying. I was like, okay, cool. So it's just, I'm in the right trajectory. It just has to happen. It's just part of the process. So I'm good. It happened.
Versus this only sucks for me and nobody else has a hard path. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And it's easier said than done too. Because
100%. Yeah. In the moment, it's horrible, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's difficult. But then relating to other people, like your business, and you say this all the time, Eli, too, your business is no different than anybody else. It's just what you don't know that are the hurdles that you have to get over.
Yeah.
And for me, that's one thing that coaching absolutely helped with is just like seeing those hurdles and knowing other people going through them and how they approach them and taking bits and pieces from what other people are saying and then seeing how you can apply it to your business. I mentioned this to Karen, I think, and V, my other coach, now that I'm in Forward. I was like, I want to model my business after Chick-fil-A. I love Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
But like you could take the same principles from like any business and apply it to yours. So like, why do we like Chick-fil-A? One, they have a great product. Their chicken sandwich is amazing. So that keeps you coming back. Very efficient. Their systems are efficient enough to know that I have confidence that I can go to a Chick-fil-A drive-thru and see that the line is super long, but knowing that they're going to be efficient and I can get there in a reasonable time. And they have incredible customer service. Like they give you the chicken sandwich and they give it to you with a smile on their face and they say, my pleasure.
Yeah.
So like just taking bits and pieces from that, because like in between shoots, you'll go to Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, of course.
As I'm in the line, I'm like, I love this business model. Even though they're selling chicken and I'm selling photos.
Same business, just different product. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess
go for it. I think you're gonna ask the same question I am.
On the 4K side of things, we have different people in our audience, right? We have a lot of people who are just starting, because my content kind of sniffs people out from all these corners of the internet. We also have a good core group who've just been kind of stuck at 3 to 4K for a little bit that listen to these lives. What do you think it is for them that maybe could help them break out of that for someone that's been there feeling stuck and just maybe they're not as excited about their business and it's just been like they see you get to 10K, after a 3K month going right to 10 and they're like, what do you say to them?
I think it was just the energy that you have.
Mhm.
Because I don't know, I would show up to a shoot and I would be like super happy. Like I would be super thankful and really creating songbird clients out of the folks that you work with. So like if you work with somebody, it's like they delivering on an experience that they cannot. They feel obligated to tell everybody that they know what just happened to them after working with Chris. Like you have to work with Chris. This was incredible. And really just bringing energy into the current sheets that you have. So then your outbound method or your outreach is really organic through the folks that you already work with.
So just
so that's another way.
like for those people, they have to try to get out of the like downer funk that they're in maybe a little bit and just reapproach the business as if it's day one again.
I
And,
think
bring that,
what Chris does very well is that he itself is a very you're a very giving person, and so you show that. You know, you're always thinking like what's in it for them, and what we as humans, and I'll speak for myself, like with the times that I worried so much about my problems or like look for problems that I may have, not have, whatever, like I'm looking too much about like what's in it for me, like what do I have going on, like why me. I tend to not perform well like with my team or anything, but the times that I'm thinking like what's in it for them, like what can I help them with, goodness, like great week, great days, like great months, you know, all of that. And that's something that you have, because I mean you've been saying that from the very beginning of this live. It's like, yeah, I like what's in it for them, like I'm so grateful that they let me shoot this home for them. You weren't thinking of like, oh yeah, I did them a favor. Like no, they did you a favor. And so I think you showing that enthusiasm about like what you do and that you genuinely want to help them, provide value for them, helped you go from 4K to 10K. Obviously there's a consistency with Instagram method, outbound method, like client outreach and all that. You have to do it. You have to be consistent with it. But like just your attitude towards how you approach everyday life, I think helped you a ton.
Yeah, and I really don't think there's any secret to it. Like if you were to ask yourself, what would I need to do to get more business or to get to 10K? It's like you need more people to know about your stuff. So like how can you get more people to know about your stuff? You reach out to more people. You could have the people that you already work with tell other people. It's like I kind of look at it backwards. It's like if I were to be like, how would you get here? Well, you need more people to know about your stuff. So then how can you get more people to know about your stuff? And then just doing those things.
What would you say to those people who are afraid of like maybe doing outreach more, or like they're just nervous to even start doing that?
Just send it.
I think that's what it is though. Like with anybody, like how bad do you actually want it? And just thinking about that, you know, if you haven't started, like why not? Like maybe you don't actually want this. This is just a thought for you. Or like if you're at 4K, I know exactly what you're saying though. Like there's really no secret to it. It's just everyone knows what they need to be doing. They're just afraid to do it, and for some reason choose not to do it and end up doing like, let me make my website better, or let me build better business cards, or my logo should be better, so let me work on this. Like little easy stuff that doesn't bring any value.
Right. Not giving yourself an option to like just putting yourself in the uncomfortable situation.
Which you 100% did.
Yeah, like in a you know pretty powerful way too. It's like it's an interesting. Most people don't do that, and so I think my takeaway from that too is there's a quote, and I can't like put the specific words together, but it's like you take action when the pain of staying the same is greater than the pain of changing, right? And so a lot of people, they don't have the life that they want, but their life is relatively comfortable. And so that can be like, it's like the golden handcuffs thing, right? Is like, you don't want to do anything because it's just good enough. And so what you did is interesting, is like, you kind of like made your life not good on purpose. So you would then desire and have the motivation to do that. And I think that's, you know, for everybody listening, you have to take stock of what you have, your personality traits, your responsibilities, and be like, how can I do that to myself in a meaningful way, meaningful enough way to make me take that next step? So for some people, that's not going to be, plenty of people are in enough pain already where they just want something. You don't got to make it worse on yourself, right? But if you find yourself, you know, you work your job, you get home and you're like kind of tired at the end of the day. You're not like dead tired, right? But you're like kind of tired. You could go start the business, or you could just sit and watch some stuff. That's like a sign of that comfort that will just kill you. Like it kills your future basically. And so that's the kind of comfort where you have to figure out a way to make yourself more uncomfortable. It's interesting. A lot of people, like I do this too. All of us do this, right? But like we optimize so much for trying to make ourselves happy. But a lot of times the biggest changes in your life come from uncomfort and not that. And so it's like really interesting because it's really easy to optimize for happiness where you are now. But like the lack of like the desire to want something different is what's going to catalyze the change. And so I like how you did it. I mean, you just basically like, nope, no job. It's not even the same city. Let's go. And that, yeah.
You were talking about happiness. I think it's temporary happiness too. Like if you think about it, like let's just say you're at a job you don't like, you come back, you have some free time, so you choose to watch Netflix, whatever, you know, like it's temporary happiness until you start to realize like, crap, now I got to restart doing this again. And like, I could have done something else. And like, you start regretting not taking action today. A month goes past, a year goes past, and you're just like, well, could have been a year in, you know? There's Rod.
Unfortunately, this is like the 1 week Rod isn't here. And I was like, of course, Chris was the first to talk to Rod first. So Rod,
I remember that question. Rod was saying when we were in Vegas or earlier, he's like, let's go golfing in Vegas. And I was like, honestly, Rod, I'm kind of in mama mode right now. I haven't touched my golf clubs in like 5 months. That's funny.
Well, thanks for being on,
man.
Yeah, that's really the pain of, like, I don't know the exact quote, but the pain of choosing not to do something becomes greater than the pain of not doing it.
You get the pain one way or another too.
Right. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. You're going to have the pain. So would you rather be in an uncomfortable situation that you don't like, or in an uncomfortable situation where you can see the more effort that you put into something, you can almost see the other side. And where it could lead to.
Yeah. I mean, there's always like the side of every, any advice is like, you got to try to make the most of the situation you're in. And I absolutely agree with that. But I also think, making decisions that are future focused is a really good idea, because it just is, if you're the kind of person that wants to own a business and you want that, it just is better. You'll enjoy yourself more when you own that business. Does it mean it's perfect and there's never any issues? No. Chris, Kenny and I, like before we went live, we're literally laughing about the stuff that's happened to us. Chris messed a bathroom shot up. I was talking about the time when I went and shot a living room. It was a house with 2 living rooms, and I only got one of the living rooms, and the agent called. So I sent another photographer back, and they shot the same living room again and missed the other one. It's just like, sometimes. So it's not like life is perfect when you start a business, but man, it's a whole lot better if you want a business when you make it happen. It's just, it's a worthwhile thing to put the time into, I think. So, Chris, thank you for being here. I appreciate your time.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I appreciate you having me on. And the last thing I do want to say too is, although it could seem like I've had success quickly, I do want to say that for me, it did not come quick. Because there was and there still is, like, there's a long period of time before, like, figuring out trial and error of what you want to do and getting into a situation to where you can really sink your teeth into and like go all in took a long time for me to get there. So like there was a lot of time before I even discovered real estate media, to finally find the situation that I feel like I can grow into. So although it may seem quick, if you're out there listening, it takes a lot of time, at least for me personally. It took a lot of time to get, and a lot of time, effort, mental headspace to get to the point to where I am today.
Yeah. To get even ready to start working on it.
1,000%.
Yeah. Because you had to figure out what you wanted, and then you had to figure out what you were going to work on. And then you had to go through a bunch of things that were like not quite right.
Yeah. It's just a lot of trial and error.
Yeah. And it continues to be. That's the fun part. So it's like the skill is figuring out how to do the trial and error well, and how to do less of it, less erroring,
Yep.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your insight and a lot of great comments. So I know, what you said hit a lot of people out there. So appreciate you, Chris.
Awesome.
A lot of fans in the audience. So
yes, I've seen some of the we didn't really do a Q&A with folks. I know we're right over time, but
I mean, if you want to stay for a few more minutes, we're staying. We were going to do.
We were going to
Q&A
stay
without
and
you.
do
So
some
if you want to
Q&A.
stay, Chris, I'm not going to say no.
No rush. We can
Let's do it, guys. Well, drop your comments. I just almost did what I did on the first live. Kenny, drop your questions.
Drop your
in the
questions.
comments. The very first live Q&A I ever did was like probably 4 years ago at this point, and I had like getting chased by a bear level of adrenaline before we went live. And I thought the first line I was going to say, I sat there and I was like, it was something to the effect of, all right, guys, like put your questions in the comments, right? Like it was a very simple sentence to say. And I said, all right, everyone, thanks for being here. Put your comments in the questions. And then I got confused because I knew that wasn't the right order. And so I started like blinking my eyes and I was like, and then I figured out. So anyway, put your questions in the comments and let's get some going. This is like a loaded question. I think there's some inside information here. Ask Chris how much he changes his order page. Do you change your order page a lot, or I'm outside of the loop on this one?
Oh gosh. Yeah. I mean, really, because I just want to figure out how to structure the business, and I just keep my wheels turning of like how I want to just go about the business, and that gets in my head, and sometimes you get paralyzed from that. So there's one thing Colleen told me. I kept asking like different ways, and she's like, just pick something and go with it.
That works.
Oh, Gene, the outbound method is a targeted type of calling agents. So it's not just pick up the phone book and start calling agents randomly. It's basically look at their listings on Zillow and find something that you could do to help improve that listing and call the agent and offer that typically for free as a lead magnet. It's a type of outbound calling, cold calling, but you're coming in with a strategy versus just like ripping a phone book. Let's see. Jason said, hi, I'm a little bit confused about what the Instagram method of yours actually is. Is the objective to be a prolific poster and gain a large following, or only have a limited number of posts? Yeah, Jason, it's a limited number of posts. It's not about posting and gaining a following. It's using your Instagram account as basically proof, social proof, and just a little bit more like a website, and then reaching out to agents via direct message from that account. So no, the goal is not posting and growing a following.
Yeah, I did a ton of the messages. Hi, Darlene. It's very fun to see you here too. I did a ton of my messages with 9 posts on my account.
Yeah.
And they weren't even of houses in Knoxville. They were of houses in Columbus. I just posted it and like a selfie of me. Like that's what you say. Just like show your face. So you don't look like a weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
But just get the 9 posts up and then start reaching out to people.
The 9, just for context, we recommend the 9 for everybody. I'll pull up my Instagram, but basically when you look at someone's Instagram grid, if you have 9 posts, you can't really see, but it kind of makes your feed look like it's filled up. And so we just call it your first 9 posts, and we kind of engineer the posts to be like some selfies, like Chris said, some maybe behind the scenes, some photos of houses, but it's not just like a spam bunch of house photos, because the goal of the Instagram method is it's supposed to be like your virtual salesperson, right? And so you reach out, like let's use the concept of like someone going door-to-door selling, right? If you're going to go door-to-door selling, it probably benefits you to like take a shower, dress decently, know what you're going to say, and know what you're selling, right? If you don't know what you're selling, you don't know what you're going to say, and you're dressed, like your success is going to be low. So we design the Instagram account to be a good representation of your brand and you. And then we do the door knocking, right? Which is going to Instagram, finding real estate agents and offering them a free first shoot. There's a little bit more involved. You want to do some engagement prior, comment on posts, follow them. You don't just want to spam them with the same message over and over. You want to send a video too. So I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but like the Instagram account is the salesperson. The DMing is the door knocking. It's not, you standing there with a sign waiting for people to go past, which is what posting a ton would be. It's a strategy. It just doesn't work for real estate media typically. What other questions you guys have for Chris? Drop it in there. Do you still run in 2 different cities, Chris? Knoxville and Columbus, or do you just do Knoxville now?
Just Knoxville. I still have my Columbus account up there. But yeah, no, I'm just in Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. I literally just copied and pasted my account from there and just changed the name of the city.
Yeah, it's the ingredients of the formula, you know? It's the same thing every time. You guys got to have some more questions for Chris. Drop them in there. What was your first shoot like?
Nice.
That's a good one.
What's this?
What was your first shoot like?
So my very first shoot was last year. And it was a disaster. I was sweating the whole time. I had just bought this was not in Tennessee, this was in Ohio. I bought a tripod, I bought the camera, and I really didn't know how the camera worked. I just know that you had to take like 3 brackets and then you send the photos to somebody else to get edited. But when I was at the house, I don't know, I probably took like 60 photos of this like not 60 photo worth house. And I was getting like every single angle. I was trying to make it look like I knew what I'm doing. Then I looked down at my watch and I'm like, I've been in this lady's house for 3.5 hours and I've taken like 20 pictures of the basement. She's probably like, what the heck? So it was not good. But that was my very first shoot. But then the more shoots that you do, you just naturally get into a routine. So if your first shoot is you feel like you have no idea what you're doing, that's absolutely, honestly, where you should be. You should have no idea what you're doing. You just go into it like you do know what you're doing. And then the next shoot, you'll be like, oh, actually, I don't need this angle, or I don't need this angle. And then just over time, you like refine your process. And just with reps, you get better at anything. So the more you do something, naturally, the better you're going to get at it. But yeah, my first few shoots were no idea what I was doing. I still feel like I have no idea.
Scared when you pull up, takes forever. Yeah.
Getting out of the car, like parking, and then you're like, what am I? Like you pull up to the house. And I'm walking into this house with like a camera and like, what am I doing?
Yeah. I had somebody, I don't recall who it was, but it was somebody on a live, a guest recently that was like their first shoot, the agent asked them, or they asked the agent a question and the agent said, you tell me, you're the expert. And they were like, you know, like, all right, that one, I guess, you know, it's very funny. It is, the thing that makes it easier is even if it's your first shoot, you're still more experienced than anybody at the property. And so it's scary, but it never goes as bad as you think. Like my first shoot was terrible. Chris, you said your first one was terrible. It was enough to get going. It was enough to learn. It was enough to,
It broke the ice.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, now I know what the process is like, from like getting out of the car to knocking on the door to setting up your tripod to talking to the person to going through different parts of the house to then leaving. It just breaks the ice.
Yeah. It gets a little less bad every time. I think I was probably more nervous than the average person we work with now. When I was starting, that's just like me. I was like that. And so like even my like 30th shoot, it was less nervous than the first one, but I was still a little like, sometimes you pull up to a big house and it's expensive and then you get imposter syndrome again, or like, yeah, it's just, I like this conversation because it's so normal. Like everybody's scared of it, but everybody just feels like they're the only one. Like I literally had an adrenaline rush the first probably 10 shoots before I got there. And I remember looking at my GPS as I was getting closer and being like, I still got 8 minutes, you know, and it's like 5 minutes away. I'm like, it's almost go time, you know, you just get like, feel the anxiety creeping up. So, this is, this is amazing. Look at this comment. I wore a full suit to my first shoot. That's amazing.
Probably left an impression. That's a good move.
What's like the funniest shoot mistake or like worst mistake, or like what's like the story that sticks out to you so far, Chris? Do you have any?
Gosh, I don't know. There was one house, this was recently, that I shot, and it was a 1-story house, And this was the one I was mentioning before we got on live. It was 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. And I forgot to shoot 2 of the bedrooms and 1 of the bathrooms. Like the whole half of the house, I just didn't shoot. And the agent's like, do you have these like photos of
the house?
Like, the house? And I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't take any of these photos. I was like, I feel like such an idiot. And this was recent.
Yeah. What did you tell the agent the truth, or did you tell him you like accidentally deleted them or something?
No, I told him, I was like, oh my God, I forgot to shoot half the house. Can I come back out tomorrow? Like, I need to get this to you. So it was like, we're listing it right now. And I was like, I'll get there as soon as possible. This is totally embarrassing. I'm so sorry.
That's the only way to approach it. I used to try to make up these elaborate stories when I was first starting. And then I realized that's not the play. You just got to tell them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's another one. I don't know. Really just forgetting. Floor plans are easy to forget.
Yep.
You hate having to go back for the floor plan. So I like to do the floor plan first. And I always tell that to myself. Like when I get there, first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to get the floor plan because I've always forgot it like multiple times.
Yeah. When you forget stuff, are you talking to the homeowner? Are you just thinking about stuff in your head, or like what makes you forget?
Yeah, you can get distracted if the homeowner is there because they're talking and then they're standing on the other side of the room, and then you're like, can you move? And it's like usually that happens when you get distracted. Like where I forgot to shoot half the house. It was like I was talking to the agent, and then the homeowner came in, and then we were talking for like 20 minutes, and then like you just get out of your rhythm.
Yeah. The like mental strategy of a shoot is really important. Everybody kind of comes up with their own. Mine is always, I start on one side of the house and work my way back. And I'm just like rigid about that because otherwise I'll forget rooms. But you learn all these little things. The more, like you said, reps you do, you just figure it out. Like you kind of have like a checklist in your head. And it's like, do you know, like you can drive somewhere and you literally don't remember any of the drive, but it was like safe driving. Like you're like, I don't remember waiting for lights. It was like your subconscious. That's how you get it shoots after a while. Are you there yet, Chris? Do you feel like you kind of go on autopilot?
You can. Yes. Yeah. Because like you go in there and you see the house and you're like, okay, I know I'm going to do this. I know I'm going to do this. So like you kind of already like plan out your route of how you want to shoot it. And the other thing too is I try to shoot in the order in which I want to deliver the photos to.
Okay.
So you get the
thinking through that way. That's your framework, basically.
Right. So like the first thing you're going to see is the entryway. Then you're going to go to the main living room. Then you might get the kitchen. Then you might get the dining room. So like I try to like go through the house,
interesting,
through the rooms, and then I'll finish the floor by getting like the bathroom or like the laundry room or like other small things. Then I'll move to the upstairs, and then I'll move to the downstairs, and then I'll get the outside.
Yeah.
That's just how I go about it.
Yeah. Everybody kind of comes up with their own flow, like after they do it for a while, and that it's nice because you get in that phase where it's like when people first start, they're like, how in the heck do people do 5 shoots in a day? They're like, I literally just took half the day to do one. Like that's how you just get these frameworks. You start getting faster. 5 shoots is a busy day. I mean, for me, that was a busy day. Some people, like Anthony Whittington, does like 8 consistently back in the day. That's terrible. I can't do that, but. One of the bigger things we hear from people that like they get excited about the business, they start, and then they just get worried about scale because they're like, what I just said, it takes me 4 hours to do a shoot by the time I deliver and everything like that. So how's it going to be possible? And that's just where the reps come in again. Like the more you do it, the faster you get on everything. And if you're smart, you learn from people that are already doing it. And so you kind of say like, hey, what does it look like when you get done at the end of the day? Do you do this? Like one of the biggest mistakes a lot of people make is they spend 30 minutes or an hour culling down the number of images before they send them to their editor because they overshot a ton. And so what happens is some people, they just accept that as fact and like part of the business, but it doesn't have to be. Like at Norman & Young, for example, our editors don't do any culling when they get home. They leave the shoot exactly with what they're going to deliver. And so when they get home, they plug in their SD card, they drag and drop straight to the editor's folder, and it's done. And so there's like little things like that you pick up.
That's something that we didn't ask you. Did you outsource from the very beginning, or did you ever edit?
Never edited a photo. Never. Yeah.
Nice.
But that was honestly one of the best things that I think that I did was just getting the system in place to be able to do the volume of like 5 shoots in a day.
Yeah.
Because in order to do that, you have to have efficient systems. So like when you get home, okay, it's the same process, just with different photos. So like dialing in the process for the system of how you go to get your photos edited, 100% outsource that part of it. And focus on like the building of the systems to be able to do more of it. It's like another thing that I've done is I would almost force myself to not do anything else until I uploaded and sent all of my photos for the day. Because like if you get home, you put your camera bag in the corner, then you go make something to eat, then you go sit on your phone for 30 minutes, and then you go find something else to do for 45 minutes. Then it's like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and you're like, oh, now I have to like upload. So just put that part of it before you can do anything else. So like and then once you do that, then you become more efficient at it, and then you can get to whatever else you want to do quicker. So like forcing yourself to build the systems.
Yeah.
Which is a huge part of it, and just being really efficient at that part.
Yeah, it's easy to be lazy with workload and like kind of just accept long hours and inefficient workflows as like I'm grinding, but that's really actually pretty stupid. So like the 10:30 thing, I did that for so long. And the craziest part about when that happens is I would literally be thinking in my head, man, I'm working so hard. I start at 7 a.m. and I work till 10:30. It's like, what is this? Like, you're bragging about this? It's very stupid, you know? And so getting that like maturity in the way you do your work is a big part of scaling. There's like doing the work, but then there's the way you do it, right? And that's a good one. Just like get it done and be done for the day. And creating constraints makes it easier usually. So for me, what that means is, I think everybody is to some extent, but like I definitely would say I procrastinate. So if I know that I have 6 hours to do something, I take 6 hours to do it, right? But if I know I have 30 minutes, I get it done in 30 minutes as well. And so like learning how to leverage that and, work smarter is really important. So that's basically you. Like, even if you one of the things we have people do, not so much where you're at, you started in launch and you moved into forward, Chris, so you have pretty good systems, but people that just start working with us already doing 10K a month. One of the first things we do is try to apply constraints to their schedule. Typically they're like, oh, I'm working till 10. I'm like, okay, well today you have to be done at 7. What would we have to change for that to happen? And then it's like, you have to be done at 6, then you have to be done at 5. And it's funny because the more constraints you put on the business, typically the healthier the business gets, because the only way to reduce your time is to work more efficiently. And when you work more efficiently, you're making more per hour, right? Because you're working less and earning the same, or theoretically more. And that is great when you hire, because you duplicate that into them. So it's like this refinement process you go through. And so for everybody, I know we've talked a lot about the beginner side of things. For everybody that is a fully booked solo operator, so you're in like level 2 of the business, right? You're not level 1 because you're fully booked, but you're not level 3 because you're not hiring yet, right? For those people, and if that's you, the best thing you can do right now is apply a constraint to your business and be like, hey, I'm going to try to make my schedule more efficient. I'm going to try to shave down every little bit of time.
If the business doubled tomorrow, where would it break?
Yeah.
You wouldn't have enough time to upload. When you get home, you'd be up till 2, 3 a.m. Okay, well, it's not a badge of honor to be up until 2, 3 a.m. I looked at that as like, I need to become better at this.
Yeah.
It's like just doubling the volume. What would crash first?
Yeah.
And then solving for that.
I'm smiling because on our leadership meeting right before that, the last 30 minutes was us talking with Aaron about that. It was like with his thing specifically, like if we doubled your workload, what would need to be outsourced? So it's a frame that always works too. The more you grow your business, it's still always that way. It's like, okay, and you can do it with little areas of your business. If I had to double the amount of outbound messages I'm sending, what would need to happen, or what would break? If I got double the amount of clients, what would break? If I had double the amount of whatever, it's a good refinement frame. Well, thanks for hanging out a little longer, Chris. Appreciate you.
Yeah. No, thank you for having me on.
Of course.
Definitely an honor. I've watched a bunch of these lives. So my closing message would be, there's no reason why you can't get to where you want to be. The only thing that is stopping you is this. And if you just choose to believe what you want to believe, then you can literally do anything that you want.
Very true. I'll just let that be my closing message. I'll just say, I have nothing more to add. Anyway, thanks, Chris. We'll see you later. We're going to let you off, and then we're going to make predictions about what next year's going to look like for you when you can't comment back. So anyway, see you later, Chris.
All right. See you guys. Thank you.
Welcome in, everybody.
What's going on?
Good to see you all. It's good to see you four, and then also everybody, because it's been 2 weeks since the Q&A. So we're back at it.
Has it really been that long?
Yeah, because last week.
Yeah, it has.
It was.
We had vision.
Yeah. Well, as you can see, we have a guest this week. Chelsea was kind enough to join us and let us ask her questions about her business and her story. So welcome in, Chelsea. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So I got to just, as context, I got to read the win that you posted because I think it's super cool. And I'm going to skip the first line because it was just you shouting out us, and I want to not put the focus on us, but the focus on you. So in my first year of business, 2024, I earned $90K starting with zero photography experience. With a 4-year-old, a 2-year-old, and husband who has a demanding job, I was still able to build a thriving business despite a competitive market filled with other photographers. This program is truly an answer to my prayers. If you're on the fence about joining, I encourage you to take the leap. Know your why, trust the process, don't stop until you get where you're going. Run your own race and put your trust in the Lord above. So I thought that was an awesome win, first of all. And just the context of, so we just had a baby 3 months ago, and one is enough, and trying to build a business on top of that while it's a lot. So anyway, thanks for jumping. So I guess start us where you started. Like, what made you even think about this business in the first place?
Yeah, so I have always wanted to be an entrepreneur, and I spent basically my whole adult life after college working for someone else. And I never felt passionate about what I was doing. I just felt like it was a job. It wasn't a career. I kind of felt lost a little bit personally. So I worked as a workers' comp insurance adjuster for 8 years.
Exciting.
In the Charlotte area, yeah. So it paid just enough to like keep me on the hook for a while. But after that, I worked a couple years for a friend of mine who is an entrepreneur, and he started a digital marketing company and asked me to be his first employee. So I did that, and I worked for him for a couple years, and it was a lot of me working with small business owners. And it was just like every day a reminder, like, like, why aren't you doing this for yourself? Why aren't you, and it's like, these people are not special. They're just average people. And so all this is going on, and I'm just kind of like becoming a more and more of a recluse, because I just wasn't passionate about it. I was like, how can I avoid growing is kind of like where I was at. On top of that, both me and my husband, we kind of have like an entrepreneurial spirit, and he can't really indulge on that because he is many years in on the highway patrol, and he just doesn't feel like, he can kind of step away from that just because it's got great benefits, and we're kind of looking at the long term there.
Yeah.
And so we were kind of looking at Airbnbs and other investment properties, and just like, it didn't feel right to me. And so I brought it to the Lord, and I was just like praying about it. And I mean, for a long time, just praying for like opportunity, because I had the entrepreneurial like desire, but not the direction. I didn't know where to direct that.
Yeah.
And one day, I was actually watching Colby Sanchez. Are you familiar?
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
And she said something about photo editing, and that kind of like got my wheels turning. And my dad has always been like a hobbyist with drones. And so I kind of called him, and I was like, hey, like, let's do a real estate photography business. Like, and he did that with me for a little while, but then realized he just, wanted to be retired. And so I think he wasn't expecting my, gung-ho-ness.
You're ready to go and build it.
Yes. And so shortly after that, you came up on my Instagram or YouTube or so. I can't remember if my husband sent it to me or not, but you kind of came in, and I just kind of stalked you for a while and just looked at your YouTube and like tried to like consume as much as I could. And, I saw one of your rep workshops, and I was like, okay, there's more to this, you know. And so that's kind of how I was introduced to your program.
Gotcha. Okay. That's interesting. It's always, most people don't wake up and think I'm going to start a real estate photo business, but you kind of did. Like, you're one of the few who, like, you already had an idea before you stumbled on something, which is kind of cool.
Yes.
So you jump in, you join, launch, we're working with you, obviously. You know, 90,000 in revenue, like in your first year, is really solid. So, I mean, I imagine you worked pretty hard. What do you think allowed you to do that? And if someone was first starting, I guess, what would you tell them to expect?
To add to his question, sorry to cut your answer right now, but something that you mentioned is that you work with a lot of entrepreneurs, and you're like, these are average people. And you didn't mean that as an insult or anything, but going along with his question, like, what made you different? You know, because we're all normal people. Like, there's no such thing as, like, you know what I'm trying to say. But like, what made you different aside from like somebody who's scared of trying or has been doing this for a minute, and they're like, I just don't know what else to do. But yeah, just wanted to add that onto his question.
That's a good question. I think that everybody is special in some way. So yeah, like you said, I wasn't trying to discount them. But I feel like everybody has something different to offer. And I just felt like I had something more to give than what I was giving, you know, in my job. And you know, and I think that just combined with like praying about it, just like, I just feel like God kind of made the stars align for me, so to speak.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you started, I'd imagine you worked really hard, because in order to do 90K, your first year, especially, it just requires that, like, you have to be pretty on with it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, does that sound like what you did, or like, talk about that?
Kind of going back to your question, Eli, I think the reason that I was so successful was my husband, and just having that support system to kind of fall back on, because he, like I said, he has a very stable job, although it is demanding. It definitely helped me get through like the first few months of it, because it was the first few months was a lot of putting in the work, reaching out, planting the seeds, you know, and it wasn't instant, but within like 3 or 4 months, then it was almost like overnight, and stuff started to happen. But yeah, I would think, I would just say he was my one of the big reasons why I was able to give it all I had. And at the same time, he was the reason why I wanted to do that, you know, because it's like, he's going out on a limb. We're taking some savings and putting it into this course. And it's like, I owe it to him. I owe it to myself, you know, to just go out there and just do the things, you know, even though it was hard at times. But yeah, so, and then I wanted to mention, because I kind of wrote down something that's similar to this topic before we move on, is that I feel like everybody has a flex in some way. Like mine was that I had a support system. That was mine, but I think other people have different advantages, and it's important to focus on the things that set you apart in a good way, and not, you know, the things that are holding you back. Because even though I do have a support system in that way, you know, daylight savings time came around, and I had responsibilities after 5 p.m. But it's light until 9, you know. So someone else who maybe doesn't have that support system has those, you know, 4 more hours of daylight every day to like make something happen. So I just wanted to say that just to, if somebody's unsure or has kind of like a defeated mindset, if they could just take a second and look at their self and their strengths and their situation and kind of focus on the positives.
Yeah, really good advice. Because I mean, everybody does have something that would make them feel like it's harder for them than others. But on the same, line, it's like they also have something that allows them to do that. How did you do it with the kids, especially? I mean, you have your husband, of course, but like that's another layer of. It just takes time to build a business, and kids also take time. So, any thoughts, I guess, to people wanting to start this that got kids?
Yeah. So I would just say, after bedtime, like get to work on outreach. That's one thing that I did. I mean, there were times I would just like fall asleep at my laptop, just like sending DMs and all that stuff. So just find time, I guess, make time. It's important, so you got to make time to do it. And another thing is, don't beat yourself up. Like there were times that I couldn't get on the coaching calls and I just had to, I had to go back and when I had time, soak up that information, and your team was great to, if I had any questions, still answer those, even though I couldn't be live. If you have family or friends, I would just say, reach out to people. If you can't, make it to pick your kids up at 5:30 or whenever you need to get them, just like lean on people, kind of bring people into what you're doing and take the help.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Quick question on that. So you obviously went through some hard times, because Eli mentioned, and I know it too, like getting to 90K is not easy whatsoever, especially with like the stuff that you had. Something that you mentioned on your post is know your why, trust the process. But is that something, knowing your why, is that something that helped you through those hard times? Because I would assume that it helped in some way. But yeah, and do you mind sharing your why if possible?
Yes, my why is my kids, because like I've said, I always wanted to be an entrepreneur. My family always kind of looked at entrepreneurs and put them up on a pedestal, and yet I was not being that example, and I think having kids made me really see that and made me want to act on it. Yeah, so I think that's really the main reason that keeps me going. And even now, like I feel like I haven't gotten to where I'm, supposed to be yet, and it just drives me to keep going. And one day they're going to be able to look at me and say, I can do what she did, instead of rely on someone else providing them a job, so that's very important.
That's amazing. Yeah, I do think that's, from my perspective, I saw my parents, work to build businesses, and I think it gave me way more ability to go, I can do that. And so I think that's like very important, for them, especially if that's a, part of your why, which obviously they both are. So, yeah, that's super cool. Cause like, I do think that is very like, the example you set is they can eventually come to their own conclusion about that being possible for them, but it happens way sooner if they see people doing it that they know. I think so. That's really cool. Rod, any questions you want to ask or anything you want to dive into?
So I got like a list of 50. How much time we got? I've been wondering things when I knew that you were going to be on today. I've been wondering things ever since we've discovered that a couple of weeks ago that you're going to be on. So,
okay,
like I kind of want to backtrack a little bit on the timeline to where you said Eli popped up on Instagram, which he does for all of us, and then we can't escape him. Then he's everywhere. And I hear his voice in my sleep. I swear.
Yeah, I'm still.
You'll hear it. I'll be in a grocery store line, and I'll swear I'll hear him behind me, but it's just someone else, and somehow their voice just somehow morphed into his. But so you saw him, and then like we kind of went over it quickly. Like you hopped into coaching and then we jumped into the business. But like, I imagine that was not an easy decision. I mean, that means that you had to have been like, I just saw this person online. I just got introduced to this industry. I'm all in now. Because when someone gets coaching, it's like they've decided this is the thing I'm going to be focusing on. So like,
Yeah.
what was that like, the thought process of going like, I'm introduced to this random stranger on the internet and now I'm considering this investment into coaching, and just the thought process of going all in on real estate media, thinking about it, fears, concerns, like what was going through your head when you were in that decision-making process to say, okay, let's jump in?
Yeah, I think everybody, is confronted like with a plethora of stuff on the internet that's like, hey, do this, buy this, and we're all just like giddy and excited, and then you're like, wait, no, that's too good to be true. And I went through all of that, and I just, like I said, I stalked him. I looked him. I did my own research to see that I just didn't get the feeling that this was a scam, and even when I had a call with Carl, like we were talking about earlier, I still had questions. I was like, can I talk to the other people, and can I, I need some more, because I mean, it was a lot. It's a little bit of money, to put down, and I just, yeah, I'm trying to think of other things I was thinking, but I think I was just excited. I think my situation was different in that I felt kind of lost for so long as far as like needing that direction of like, where do I put this desire or want to do it? That's like, I just found it, I knew it was what I wanted to do when I saw it. That might make me a little bit different. But I'm glad I did, because when I did go into coaching, it wasn't like that all went away, those fears, because I saw other people in the same boat, and they were making money and they were doing it. And, the coaches in the program were great. They genuinely cared, I felt like. So yeah, I don't know if that answers your question. Oh, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
That happens all
It's
throughout the day.
rare that Rod does that. Usually it's the opposite. Chelsea was like, Rod, you're on mute.
That was so quick too. You were on it. But so yeah, I imagine there was like a ton of, because I'm in the front lines here, so I'm in like where where people are talking about hey, I'm considering the business, I'm considering coaching, and it's like dealing with the concerns, the fears, the normal things. So I'm always interested, like to hear what it was. So that did answer my question. So thank you for that. And so it sounds like there was a moment where you just like your gut was telling you real estate media, not necessarily coaching so much, but real estate media. There was a point where you're like, okay, I'm jumping in on this, and then there it's like, okay, the decision of how am I jumping into this? And then did you foresee, okay, this first year is going to be a 90, did you set a goal of a 90 grand first year, or like, what was that?
No,
like, do we think about that happening?
My goal was like less than half of that.
Well, nice. Congrats on that.
There you go. Doubled the goal.
Yes.
So very cool.
Yeah,
So
I'm still stoked about it, and just I'm pressing on. I haven't gotten it all figured out. I mean, I don't feel like I've made it, or like I'm just still I'm trying to get to that next goal.
Yeah. That's part of the entrepreneur in you, I think. I was smiling when you were saying that, because like I have that conversation with different people all the time, and the more our businesses grow, the more we're like, we're just getting started,
Exactly.
Like that's the cool thing about entrepreneurship, is there's not like a finish line, it's fun sometimes, it's terrible sometimes, and it's big picture. I think good for people to work on building a business, and like you learn a lot about everything doing it. You learn a lot about yourself. You learn how to be more of a help to others. And so I think it's one of those things, just like it's the ultimate like endeavor really to do it. And so I guess future pacing a little bit, what are you looking forward to doing in the business? Like, do you want to scale the business and hire a team, or like what's your goal or vision kind of for the business?
yeah, I want to make this thing like its own, well-oiled machine so that I can go on vacation and,
Yeah.
it doesn't explode.
Yeah.
So right now I'm just a solo operator, and I do have a few VAs. I have editors and a VA doing my social media outreach, and that's helped a lot. But I still feel like I'm drinking out of a water hose or a fire hydrant, because it's like it's you have to do everything. It's not easy, but it's fun.
Yeah.
If it were a job, I'd be miserable, but because it's mine, then like I'm happy to wake up every morning and just, try to do all the things.
Do you have that? I was just gonna ask, like, have you always been that positive with things, or, I mean, especially with something that you chose to do and have wanted to do for a while, which is, becoming a business owner. But yeah, is it like something that just comes to you naturally, just the perspective of it? Because some people would look at like the hard stuff that happens, just like, I hate this. What have I got myself into? And you're just like, well, this is part of the process. And I think, like, yeah, I'm excited because now I'm a business owner, so I'm getting those business owners' struggles. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've always been introverted, and I kind of let that hold me back. Just like fear kind of hold me back, fear of growing. And it's just, I think being negative and having that mindset is just, it's just no way to be, because you're like, how can you be a happy individual, if you're constantly looking for the negative in things. So I don't know. I think a little of it is, I think I've learned it, I guess, through some life experience and just my faith too. I feel like we were all made to do something great. And, it's fun to see what that is, so it kind of makes you positive. I think when you go out on a limb for yourself and, you do some work and, put that faith in the Lord above, and I just think it comes naturally.
That's
I
awesome.
think it's kind of a profound thing you said there, as far as like, sometimes when people are like that, they cut off the possibility of truly discovering how great they possibly could become. And it's like, what if I could have been here, but we'll never know, because that frame of mindset can be,
Yeah.
it can be so normal for someone to feel a negative mindset, just like someone with a positive mindset could feel like it's just so normal to do that, and like getting used to it. And so it's just like, we all have that choice. It's hard either way. And like, how do we choose it? So it sounds like, because I was going to ask, like, why, like when Eli was like, why did you doing so well is basically the question. So it sounds like obviously mindset's part of that. And like, what else? Like, have you been like customer service with the agents? Were you just resilient? It sounds like when the kids went to bed, you would stay up and do client acquisition. It sounds like, it sounds like there's a mix of things that you feel like might have attributed to your success, or is there specific things that you feel like you really did, or that helped?
I think having like a service mindset and like wanting to help people, and I think Eli's free shoots, like, it kind of forces you to get into that mindset. And pretty soon it's like you're realizing, like, oh, this just being a good person and taking care of people, actually it takes care of you too, in the long run. And I just think that's really cool. I mean, it's cool how that works. So, but yeah, I'm sorry. I'm blanking out now.
No,
so.
I have no idea what I asked either. I got 49 more questions. But real quick, I kind of want to know, like, as what Kevin calls them, right? The war stories. So like, let's move forward in the timeline. You've jumped in with our help here. You're jumping into the business. You're jumping into coaching. It sounded like maybe the first 3 months, it was, for like everybody, is the build phase. And then when it hits, is if they allow it to. So like, what were like, I kind of am curious to know like the tough times in the beginning. What was the struggle? What did we feel challenged with, and what was the overcome for that? And then when was the moment when you like realized, oh crap, this is happening. This is taking off. I see it. Walk me through a little bit of that. I'm curious.
Yeah, so I think that the main thing is the free shoots. I mean, giving those out, and after a lot of them, you're like, okay.
That was the challenge, or maybe a discouraging point in the
Yeah,
beginning.
because I mean, I probably did it to myself too, because I put a large service radius around my house because I live in a rural area, but I'm above Charlotte, and Charlotte's just like huge. So it had to be big. And I was driving like over an hour to a shoot to go to over an hour to the next shoot. And, those are free,
They're all
right?
free.
Yeah, they're all
You're
free.
investing. That's a lot of time and expenses.
Yes. Yep. And that's why I said, having a spouse that, could, sustain us for a little while was important. But yeah, I used that time in the car to listen to your workshops and like just be around people that were doing the same things. It's like you're not the only one out there that's grinding. And then then you kind of get competitive a little bit, and you're just like, you know what, like that person's grinding, I got to do it. I got to be twice as good. So I mean, yeah, the free shoots were the hard part, because you're doing the things, but you're not getting paid for them. But then eventually they start turning into, paid shoots or referrals. And but the outreach part was kind of mundane. I mean,
it's a perfect way to put it.
Doing some, and I still have to get in front of more brokerages for brokerage presentations. Presenting is not my thing, guys. Like, I don't know why I'm on here. Seriously. Like, why am I here? No, but I just I have done some presentations. I'm not saying that they were the best, but I just did them. You
did
know?
them.
And I'm glad I did them. And I need to do more. Yeah.
It's part of the, I mean, we kind of mentioned it before we went live, but you said like, when I was thanking you for being on here, you're like, the old me wouldn't have done that, And so
Yeah.
I think that's a fun part of building a business. So I want to be respectful of your time. I know we're like a little bit over. You have time for one more question?
You're over? Oh my gosh. Okay, gosh.
I'm stealing it, Rod. I'm gonna mute you and take this
I've got
question.
49 more questions.
Yeah,
right.
So I love that we talked about the hard part. I always try to, like, there's two things I don't want any of these live Q&As to be, but especially when there's people on. I don't want it to be just a coaching pitch, and I don't want it to be, it was all glory building the business. So we kind of talked about like it takes work and it took 3 months. So I guess the question I'd love to kind of have you leave everybody with, take this however you want, is you picture you're somebody that just signed up for coaching day one. So it kind of takes your ability to say join coaching away. So you just signed up for coaching day one. What do you wish you would have done differently while you were in the program or starting your business? How can someone get the most from, getting started with their business?
What have I done? What would I have done differently?
Yeah, or what do you think you did well? Like, what's the advice you want to give to someone just starting today?
Gosh, advice. I would say don't just focus on the money part, because, like I said, when it's not coming in, it's gonna demotivate you. But have like a couple other reasons why you're doing it that's not money related. Like for me, it was my kids. And I think the second thing, and we've touched on it several times, is just my faith. And it's like, how is God using me to like further his cause? And but he's putting me in front of people. He's putting me in front of opportunities, you know. So at the same time, it's like you're still getting something in return. That's not why you're doing it, but have those reasons in place so that when it does get tough financially, you still have that to like fall back on.
Yeah, it's like taking because if it's just a self thing, then when you feel bad, it's kind of like against what you're trying to do. So like getting an external motivation, I think is really good. Well, thanks so much for coming on and for being willing to jump on here, especially despite, you know, I always try to say too, I'm a recovering introvert. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to thank you again for having the course and just being all up in my Instagram. And I'm just, you know, it's changed my life. And I believe that you're doing some awesome work just by helping other people better their situations. So, and again, thank you, God, for basically, I put my faith in him and he over delivered. So
thank you. Very kind. And we're grateful for you and excited to watch what you keep building. So the pleasure is all ours, and we're grateful to have you part of the community.
Absolutely.
Have a great evening, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Eli.
See you later, Chelsea.
Thank you, Chelsea. See you.
Bye.
I'll email you those 48 other questions. So. Thank you.
I'll plug it into Chat GPT and just
just answer this for me.
Good idea.
See you.
All right. Bye.
That was awesome.
That was great.
I told her 20 minutes at the start because I didn't want to be rude and take so much time. And then I was like, looked up and we were 25 minutes.
I missed that part.
Yeah, that was.
I was like, I literally, the worst part is in the back of my head, I was thinking, okay, we got an hour and a half. We're good. I got my 48 questions.
We got an hour and a half, Rod.
That is a busy woman. We can't take no hour and a half, Rod. She's got kids, businesses, all this stuff. So
the biggest takeaway that I got from her was like, she's definitely not an excuse maker. She could have had all the excuses possible, and understandably so. I was like, I have 2 young kids, a husband, demanding job and all those things, but she just didn't like the nights. I mean, I don't have a kid, but I would assume like we talked to Jared, I talked to you now, Aaron, and stuff about, about children, and you guys scare me with the stories, but her just saying like, I fell asleep while doing DMs. I was like, wow, that's powerful right there. Like something to be proud of right there. But yeah, like no excuses. The perspective that she had on things, she was just like, oh yeah, it's hard, but because I'm a business owner. And so it wasn't like, oh, it's hard, life sucks. It's just like, she was excited about the stuff that was coming at her.
Wanted to build. And I think,
yeah,
it's like, I think about eventually, I mean, so there's always things that suck about a job or a business, right? Like we know that's the case, but it just feels less bad when it's yours and you feel like it's for a reason.
Yeah. She didn't say this, and I feel like a lot of people that we've talked to and interviewed here like have said something similar, but it's like, choose your own hard. And she was choosing, I want to have a hard time on my own thing, not on somebody else's thing. And it's exactly what you just said. Like, yeah, you will have a hard time regardless. You just get to choose, make that choice. Like, where do you want to have it?
Yeah, because it's like that quote. It's like, you can either pick hard now and you get to choose what the hard looks like and when it happens, or you can choose not to, and it's going to choose you in a time and way of its own desire, where it's like, it's ultimately, if you do hard things now, you get easier things later. And if you do easy things now, you pay the price with hard things later. And just, yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't think I've met anybody who's like, for the most part, oh yeah, my job's so easy, it's great. They're like, my job sucks and it's hard. And so it's like, well, if you're doing that, like, you might as well. Now, I would say business, you don't clock out at 5, especially in the first part of building it. It's actually a skill you have to learn once you build your business, because it takes over delivering at the start, and then you have to learn how to turn it off. And so, and I think the cool thing about her is she just has like a steady, the way she delivers everything is so steady. It was like, yeah, I did that and we did this and it was hard. And then I did that and it was Monday. And it's just like a nice way of looking at it. Like there wasn't any,
I was trying to pry out like but I think when someone's like her that you meet, that's very positive and leads with gratitude, that excuses are,
that's what it is.
Are impervious. They have a shield up that just doesn't let excuses get too much of a thought. And it's just, it was there, but it was just part of it instead of, oh, it was there, it's the wall. Like some people will say, this thing is the wall. It's just like, oh no, it's there. Yeah, I'm working through it. It was mundane.
Yeah, her
So I
why
think
and like
her
her
perspective is so heightened, and she might not even realize, like, she just thinks so entrepreneurial, like on such a high level, that people spend their whole lives trying to master that perspective, and it's just there naturally, or it's been framed by her being around the right people or whatever, but it's there from what I'm feeling, and that propelled her, I feel like, combined with strategy, to why she's had such a killer first year. Is just she's just a good person, and the agents probably felt that too, but she treated her business that way, and that positivity did not let excuses come in and even poison the mind at all. She just kept focused straight ahead with it. So yeah, she's incredible. Yeah, I do have 48 more questions. I'm not even kidding about that, so I probably will have to.
I believe you. I didn't second guess. What were you gonna say, Mr. West?
I forget. Oh no, I was gonna say, like, I think her urgency and like the why is what overcame all the hard stuff, because she was just like, well, I've always wanted to become this. So I was just saying, like, mainly her why is just like remembering that. And I feel like every person that we've interviewed, they're like, yeah, my why was this and that, and that just like helped them overcome like any hardships that came about with just owning a business.
And I almost want to bring up the hardships more, because like I wanted everybody to trust me, and I want to keep it real. So when you start, you're like, what they didn't tell me about this. So I have to expand one thing. She just briefly mentioned, the Instagram method's a little mundane. She spent hours after her kids went to bed sending Instagram messages over and over and over. And
until she fell asleep.
Until she fell asleep. Like, that's what it actually takes. And I think it's representative of her, where she was like, yeah, I just did that. And it's like, most people are like, I can't do this. Like, and so you have to be ready to do that. Sometimes the hard stuff isn't hard as much as it is just boring. And so I just wanted to expand on that, because like, I know without knowing that when she said it was a little mundane, what she meant is she spent hours in the evening sending messages. And so like, you have to get ready to work. I don't want anyone going like, this is going to be so easy. I think you need a balance of two things. You need, I can do this. I can make this happen. That's why we invite people like Chelsea on, because that's very important. It was important to me when I was starting my business. It's important to everybody who's built a business. You got to have that, like, I can do this. You also need to balance it with, I'm willing to do the work and do the stuff that's hard, and it is going to be hard. And so I think if you have those both perspective, it's awesome. And I'm a big fan of wins and talking about that stuff, because a lot of times business becomes all about problem solving, not problem in the negative way, but sometimes, right, you're just doing all these problems. Like, I think it's a balance to know, like, hey, this is awesome. Like 0 to 90K in total revenue in a year in your first year is crazy, because that also assumes you didn't make any money your first month, and your second month is probably a little slower. So the ramp up was insane to get there, right? It's not a 90K run rate. Like, at the end of the year, she isn't making enough where if she did that every month for 12 months, she'd make 90. It's probably way higher than that, because she had to like cancel out the first couple months. So of not a lot. Some people get quote unquote lucky, and they like get revenue their first month and they make like $1,500-$2,000. It's not normal though. It usually takes, 2 months in is typically when people get their first shoot. You want to see that, and then it ramps up from there. And
she mentioned it too, though. Different people, different stories, and different advantages. Maybe those people that did get $1,500, $2,000 a month had different advantages that she didn't. Like, maybe some person doesn't have kids, and so they can stay up until 9 p.m. when finally like the sun goes down, and so they had those extra shoots or extra time. So just wanted to bring that up.
Trying to think where I want to take the conversation. I have a couple ideas. One is, you guys want to talk about this a little bit? I think, not to make this like super negative, but I'm trying to like balance out, because I want accuracy here. She mentioned a little bit, and I was going to ask her this, Fran, because I know you asked it while she was still on, but I didn't want to be disrespectful of her time. And so I would just say, I know what she's going to answer, because I work with people building these businesses all the time. The free shoots kind of suck at the start. Usually it's like free, paid, or free, paid, free, paid. Like, it starts to happen fast, but the free shoots kind of suck because you're doing work for free. And then the driving, you drive a lot in this business. So like, I like that because I like being out and driving, and I can listen to audiobooks, but like, those are two downsides. And then you got to deal with real estate agents. It's a customer service business. You get some people that are difficult to work with. So those are some, but I think, not to focus on that too much, I think there's a ton of advantages about the business. It's a great way to make money. It's fun. I like seeing new houses. All the time you see houses and cool architecture, and you can make great money. So let's do some Q&A. Drop your questions in there. Thanks everybody for watching so far. Actually, let's do this first. Drop your questions in there, but in the spirit of wins, share some wins from what happened in your business this week or this month, or how you finished last year. Just drop some wins in there. I think this is really important. I know, like, for me, building my business, I had to see people winning. And when I did, I was like, dang, okay, it's possible. And so do that, and just do it for me. I like to see wins too. It's fun. I get to like relive starting my business again. And that's fun. So share them in the chat. Hired my 3rd photographer. Congrats, Peter.
Nice.
You're probably getting close to being out of shooting, if that's your goal. Let's see. Chelsea is north of Charlotte, North Carolina, in the rural area north of there. 3 paid shoots this week so far.
Nice.
Sam, congrats. Another shoot win. Estrello Digital Media Consulting said I got booked for 5 paid shoots next week, and then got another on Saturday. This time of year is super fun. People who have put in the work over the last like month or two during like the slower season, because it's just the ramp up is crazy. Like if you look at the listings in every area, I mean, they just ramp up this time of year.
Nice, David.
Let's see. What else we got in here? Win just chatted with Nicole, and I'm signing up for coaching. Wes, welcome in. We're excited to have you. Get ready to work. Our job is that we tell you exactly what to work on, and we make it as streamlined as possible, because you're going to have to do the work. But one of the hard things, like, and I know you're already doing this, and like whether you're, anybody listening, you're thinking about this business or some other business, like the hardest thing about starting a business is when you don't know what to do. And so you just do a ton of work that doesn't matter. And so we're excited to help you focus on what does matter. Let's see. I agree, David. Absolutely. Here's a win. Started training our 2 new photographers. They started January 6th after we returned from vacation, posted for VA. Sharon.
Nice.
Awesome.
I love to. We've met them. So I have a special place in my heart for them. So I'm super excited to see that for Sharon and Chris.
Yeah, that's why I say this like too much, but I just remember when Chris quit his job and posted that photo. That like
we were all excited. Somebody texted in the group.
Yeah, it's crazy. that photo, I still can see I could draw it right now. I don't know why. Let's see. I got a Nikon. I have no idea how to set up brackets or how to use it. Any advice on how to learn? Are you familiar with ChatGPT? You can ask it how to set up bracketing for that specific camera. But I don't know that camera specifically. I'd have to like work with you to do that. But let's see. What other questions? Oh, here we go. Drop some questions there. We got time, everybody. What time is it? 5:46 Eastern. The night is young. Clemente said, do you recommend editing your own real estate picture, outsourcing them? From day one, outsourcing them. It's just a complete, in my opinion, waste of time to learn. And it's hard to learn. It's actually like one of the harder parts of the business. And there's so many super talented editors that do it for a living. So you just outsource to them and you focus on getting more clients. I love it. We had Edwin on here, and this is like a lot of people that we get to coach from the beginning do this, but he was on here and he was like, I don't even have any editing software in my computer. He's doing over 10K a month. I think that's what you want to shoot for. Yeah. And I mean, even people that have built an awesome business, like everybody in this business will basically say to outsource. Let's see. Oof. I have 6 shoots this week, ready for the busy season. My goal last year was 4 to 5K, met that. And this year my goal is 8 to 10K per month. Congrats.
Congrats.
Let's see. Can you guys touch on writing off mileage and what you use for tracking? Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of different things you can use for tracking. If you use something like Spiro, you can pull a mileage report from Spiro. As far as how you write it off goes, you do need to talk to someone you file taxes with about the correct way to do that, because there's multiple options. So you could write off your mileage, you can write off actual expenses, and you can sometimes depreciate the vehicle. It's a really complex way of telling you, like, when you do your taxes, you want to have someone you can ask that question to. Getting someone to file your taxes is very cheap, and they'll know the right way. But definitely, if you don't have something like Spiro in place, keep track of your miles. There's tons of apps you can get for that. Gained 20 new clients in October, November, December, and 16 new clients so far this month. How busy am I going to be this year? Hold on, buddy. That's all I can say.
16 new clients so far.
Halfway through the month too.
That's quite a lot, man.
Dude, that's a ton. 15 per month average is where we say the max you really want to grow at as a solo operator is. Because 16 in 1 month is fine, but if you do 15 1 month and then you have 30 the next month total more, and then you have 45, and then before you know it, you need like 6 photographers. So like 15 is like the peak that you want to shoot for of new clients when you're not a team. So hang on. That's awesome. Let's see. I hear a lot of talk about editing your own photos and videos yourself to help with quality control. Why do others in this industry say that so much? Makes me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, really good question, Victor. I mean, I think the interesting thing about the media industry is there's a lot of just really bad business advice. And I don't mean that to disrespect those people. I mean, what they're doing is they're looking at this from the artistic perspective and then making a business decision based upon that. There's just a lot of people who don't make very much money. And they spend a lot of time on like lower leverage stuff. And so you have to, I mean, there's a couple things. One, you assuming that and I know you're not coming from this vantage point, Victor, but assuming that you have to do it to get good quality is kind of like a prideful thing, right? It's saying like, you're the only one that can do it well. And I think that's like, it's usually not coming from pride, but it kind of is if you think about it. It's like this. So there's plenty of like people who will edit better than you. And not only will they edit better than you, you'll get all your time back to work on growing your business. So I guess to go back to like kind of like a first principle line of thinking, what do the big businesses do? Well, all of them outsource. So that's kind of an interesting metric to think through. There's no big businesses that aren't outsourcing, because if they wouldn't be a big business if they have to do it all themselves. It's not enough time in the day. So you're definitely not doing something wrong.
My thought on this is like, once again, you get to pick and choose what you want to do as a business. And like, it all depends on your goal. Like, yes, you can be more creative. You can have more control of your editing and all that. Yeah, they talk about the art, but it's just like, do you want to be an artist? Do you want to be a business owner? Because both aren't the same. You can have business owner doing art, but like, you don't have to necessarily like focus too much on it. For example, agents aren't going to care about like, I don't know, specific things on video or photos. But you may see it, but doesn't mean that they'll see it. And so why should you care about it if they're going to be happy about it? So just something to keep in mind. Like, it really just depends on your goal. If you want to build a business, try to do it as efficient as possible. And if you want to build an artistic thing, I don't know, Jared calls it a hobby. And I'm trying to get a quote from him that he usually says, but
forget what his quote is.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
What's the concept of like, so you don't want to do work that doesn't matter. And like a lot of time when people are talking about this, it's quality that matters to them, but the client didn't care. So in the scheme of their business, it didn't matter. A quote I like is like, don't confuse motion with progress, because a rocking horse moves, but it doesn't go anywhere. And so like a lot of times people get so busy doing stuff that they feel like is progress, but they're just rocking on a horse. It's not moving them forward. And so I think the reason a lot of photographers, videographers, media, creative people don't make a lot of money is because they spend a lot of time on stuff that doesn't move their business forward.
Jared just sent it. He said, hobbies have standards, businesses have baselines. And that's exactly what it is. Especially with you can apply that for photos and videos.
Yeah. There's just you don't want to model people that aren't doing what you want, or that don't have the result that you want. Right. And there's just a lot of people that like act as if the photography industry is not a great place to make money, but that's okay because they like the art. It's like, I don't think that's true. It is a great place to make money. You just have to do things a little differently. And it's no shade to anybody. It's just like, I truthfully got in this business because sure, I liked cameras. I liked media. I liked real estate. My goal was to make money. I needed money. So that is the problem I was solving. And so my lens, and I like building a business. It's not just the money itself. It's like, I like that. That's my way of being creative. It's like seeing how I can make more money and build a business and build a team. And so for me, it was like, I was just looking at things through a different lens. And that's why it's very important to know what you want. There's that quote where it's like, it's in Alice in Wonderland. It's like, they asked, I think it's the cat, like, which way should I go on this path? And the cat's like, well, where are you trying to go? And the guy's like, I don't know. It doesn't matter. And it's like, well, then it doesn't matter what path you choose. And so that's an important lesson to keep in mind. I don't think it's the cat that said it either way. It's like, it is important to know what you're solving for, so you solve the right thing. Because if you ask 5 people, what should I do in my business? They're going to give you different answers based upon what they think you're trying to accomplish or what they want to accomplish. Some people love the creativity of editing and doing that. I don't want to be at my computer at 9 p.m. editing every night. That's just not in my goals stack. And so you have to know what is.
That's pretty cool. Also, I'm amazed that you have references like that.
What is it? The cat, dude? I stole that from somebody. I don't know who's.
Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, you're not
I didn't
you're
know
not
it
the person who just like pops Netflix and just like, okay, let me watch a movie.
Alice in Wonderland tonight. I'll have to watch it. The reference is good though, because a lot of people are like, "What should I do?" And you're like, "Well, what are you trying to do?" And they're like, "I don't know." And then it's like, "Well, it doesn't matter." You're like,
yeah,
figure it out first, you know. Rod's like these dunces talking about whatever this reference is.
It's something that I asked you a question a few months ago, and you asked me, is that person that you're, I don't know, getting advice from the life that you're wanting to have? So I guess that could apply to, I guess, everything, like, do you want to build a company that doesn't require you to do editing, follow what we say, or if you do, then follow the other person? Like, I don't think there's a right or wrong. It's just like depending on like what you want to do, but exactly what you just said, like comes down to like, what do you want to do?
Yeah. No, and if you don't know that, that's a good first step. Samuel, can you email Rep Video on this? Most people in here don't use that, so just like little specific questions, they'll be able to email you back fast. And the team is like on it, so email them. Let's see. Did 21K in revenue my first year in 2024, hoping to double it this year in 2025.
Nice.
I'm going to encourage you to try to more than double it. If you already did 21K, you can totally do 100K this year, Mr. Creations, or whatever your real name is. You can do 100K. Like, that's the goal I encourage you. I mean, Chelsea did 90K from zero in her first year. So I think you can do that. I'm not trying to like put your goal down, and maybe there's a reason for that goal. I just want, I want to like pull you up because I think you can do that. Ooh, this is a good question. How many people that have done your course would you say are making more than 50K a month? Yeah, I mean, there's a good bit. A lot of the ones that do that, they're like a little bit more heads down growing their business, and they're not as likely to kind of like blast it. I don't know. Probably. I mean, depends on if you count. Like,
it always surprises me when we do get to meet those people. Are like, oh, okay,
yeah.
you just never heard of them,
Probably between what 50 and 75 people, I would say, at a bare minimum, that have been at that level that have grown. We've just done different stuff too. So like, it depends on if you count back from 2019, and there's plenty of people who have crushed way past that. I would say 75-ish, somewhere in that range. Because 50K is tough. To get to 50K, you have to actually like build a team. You can't do that alone unless you're like, I think Jericho and his wife did 60K alone, but that's like that's not happening for most people. So yeah, at that level, you kind of need like 3 to 4 photographers and an admin probably. So yeah, I don't know like what's driving your question or if there's any specific thing, but I would probably say that. We've tried to have as many of them on here as we can. Let's see. Cameron said, just had an order come into my Spiro and it's a rental, but the agent has unit 2 and 3. Should I charge 2x? Cameron, I would call them and ask for the situation and just see what they're wanting. Because maybe they just want you to split the package over a couple small units. But I would just ask them about deliverables. I like watching Rod look around. It's enjoyable, actually.
A lot of commotion out in the front of my house right now. So
go solve. What's
going on out there?
Nick, what is the rep editing email? Nick, we will reach out to you because rep editing is only available to people inside of our community. So
that's true.
It's one of the perks. Anyway, Nick, Mr. West, Kenny will reach out to you right now. Let's see. Coaching depends on where you're at in your business, AD. So it's not a set price. Depends on if you're just starting, you already have a business. If you already have a business, what you need help with. And so it's not a set price for everybody. Let's see. No, I appreciate that, Eli. I don't know if I would do anything last year. I didn't know if I'd do anything. Oh, but finding any success helped build my confidence. It wasn't for you, I would have never started. Thank you. We'll keep going. Hopefully my 100K goal didn't come across wrong. I just think you can totally do that. AD, on that too, to answer your question fully, if you, I'll put the link up here. You can chat with the team. I think someone said this earlier, but we're not pushy. Like, we need to look at your business, make sure in an area we can serve. If you already have a business, what your goals are. So we can, there's different resources we have available. Some of that, ranges from free stuff like this all the way up to like very involved coaching. So I'll put the link up and you can, that's not the right link. Where's the right link? It's not Let's Talk anymore. What do we do? Some old links in here. I mean, that one will work, but I'll just put it in here, replaunch.com/apply. Should update our stuff occasionally, huh? Part of the process. Anyway, see, Sharon said we're about 20K without other team members. I would not suggest it. Chris, full-time, me, part-time. We're losing our mind. Your new strategy. Yeah. 15K a month is like when you want to hire a team for everybody's context.
So thankfully, Chris and Sharon have each other. So they get a little help there. But yeah, I can imagine you guys are busy. That's why I don't know how. I mean, Jericho and Clarissa, they did like 60 something K with just them two, but it was because their average order value is like $1,000 a shoot. It's crazy.
You're in Seattle, right?
Yeah, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. I think they're in Seattle.
Yeah.
So I follow Colleen a lot. She's my competitor. Haha, JK, love her. She has a nice team on W2. You said you have part-timers. What's the best approach? Yeah, so we're W2 part-time. I think Colleen has a pretty similar structure. So that's how we do it. Thanks for having Chelsea on here. It's wild that we're from the same state and live close to each other an hour away. I can relate to what she said a lot. You're welcome.
Awesome.
I'm glad she was willing to come on. Let's see. Also, quick technical question. Should I collect sales tax to travel fees? Yeah, I don't think you technically have to. I think it does depend state to state. But it's like such a small extra fee that we just charge on everything to make it simple. Everything that's that. So anyway, thank you, Sharon. We're excited to help you guys keep building your team. I know, especially if people have been like a part of our community for a long time. We're always like, man, we really want to have a good impression with coaching and helping them in that way. So thank you for that. Jerry said made almost 25,000 revenue last year and really pushing for 150 by the end of this year. Nice goal, Jerry. Jerry, with your 15 new clients, 16 new clients, you're on track.
Didn't you start halfway through the year too, Jerry? I remember us speaking. You started like halfway through the year too, so that's a very good accomplishment for starting
with that level of planning,
starting from the ground up too. So very nice.
Jerry's got 2 hands on a jet engine just pulling him. So your job is just to hang on, dude.
September.
Keep doing what you're doing. Don't adjust.
Started in September. Hold on, I gotta do finger math. Hold on, September, October. Hey, you're 4 months in. Good stuff, man. That's crazy.
Do you guys suggest trying to stack a lot of Google reviews? Yeah, I mean, especially as your business gets more established. Oh, and I don't think it's a bad idea. When you're first starting, I don't think it's high priority necessarily. It's much better just to reach out and get clients, but I don't think it hurts once you get some clients just to ask, hey, it'd be great if you'd give us a referral. There was something that Cam shared at the conference. He spoke at our conference, built a great business. And he said, dang, what was the thing? It was a goal. Do you know what it is, Rod? Oh, he was just nodding at something completely different. He made me think he knew what I was trying to say. It was like a goal, a deadline, and something. So it's basically, hey, I'm trying to hit 100 reviews by January 30th. Would you be able to help me? A goal, a timeline, and a favor. And so I like that for reviews. I thought that was a really good framework. So, hey, Jake, client, I'm trying to hit 50 reviews by the end of this month. Is there any chance I get you to leave me a Google review? That'll help you get a lot. It takes like 2 seconds. Coaching in September, started my business in 2023. Yeah, so it was or June 23. So it was in coaching September, October, November, December. Wait, June, July, August. Dude, so yeah, not even like 6 months until that client growth. That's crazy. Insane. Best way.
Not a day. What's your name again? I swear it's not Adrian. I swear I'm getting my usernames mixed up.
Ron, if you nailed that, I'm gonna be impressed.
I don't know. I'm like so second guess. I don't think I'm right on that.
We always joke because everybody has.
I got to remember everyone's business name, and their username.
Yeah, and they just get you from different sources. So you're like,
I don't even know my username. What is it?
Rod is a savant with names, though. He can list off like on the rep team. I struggle to remember. I made this joke last time. I struggle to remember my dogs' names, my 3 dogs, and I only have 3 of them, and I know their names. And I literally like draw a blank if I'm trying to remember anybody's name, and it's so bad, and I hate that. Oh, but Rod can just list off anybody.
It was Adrian, by the way. So.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on now. Come on now.
Recall is like intense. I stayed at the hotel the other day. Just quick side story. I think it's like a really good thing to try to do. I've always like kind of beat myself up about not remembering names very well because it just like makes a great impression. But I came down like the next morning and the guy was like, "Good morning, Elijah," and I was like, "How do you know that?" And it turned out that his name. So my full name is Elijah Norman Jones, right? And his name was Elijah, or not Elijah. His first name was something else, but it was Jones Norman. And so he just like remembered. But the recall, like it makes you feel a certain way when someone remembers your name. And so I try to always do that. It's hard, especially in a service business. I think it is important. Okay, let's see.
Wait, did we answer this question though?
No.
Oh,
sorry, Adrian. I remember his name now. best way to get ready for part 107 books, specific YouTube person. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat for you.
It's a good YouTube video, right?
Yeah, so it's a Tony Northrup. How do you spell it? North Rupp video, and then Prepware remote pilot app. Okay, so that's like the 1-2 punch for passing your drone test. So watch that video by Tony Northrup. Just look up like Tony Northrup drone. It'll come up. And then there's an app. It's $5 on the App Store and Google Play and Apple App Store. And it has the exact test questions, like word for word. And so my strategy is watch that video and then take the test until you just nail 80% or above like 3 times in a row. Let's see. Ooh, this is a good question. What's the ideal dollar amount you pocket after paying a shooter and editor? Yeah, so it does change depending on how much your business grows. You want to look at about 80% when you're a solo operator. So if you do 12K in revenue, you want to make roughly 10K in profit. Now, when you grow your team, when you have 3 or 4 people, maybe you're at 50%. When you scale past that, it goes down. That's just a function of scale. But the percentage may be smaller, but the number that it represents is bigger. So like 20% of $1 million a year is better than 80% of 60K. So it just kind of depends. Oh, someone else's name is Adrian too. Wait. Did we mess that up? Right?
No.
Oh, yeah.
80 is Adrian as well.
So now we got both of you, both Adrians.
Is there a third? Show yourself, third Adrian.
This is good advice. This is probably also Adrian.
No, his name's David. I actually spoke to him the other day. Shout out, David. What's up, man?
David.
You remember. That's awesome.
The username memory is insane. Anyway, Tony's video is really good, and study your charts is a good piece of advice for the drone test thing. They ask you a lot of questions about charts. What questions you guys have? Drop it in there. I think we're like caught up-ish. So ask your question again. If we missed it, ask your question again. If we miss it again, we probably just don't want to answer it. Just kidding. We'll answer it.
That's very honest.
I mainly said that just to watch Rod go, huh?
I'm now going to pick it.
Owen said, I'm bad with sitting down and reading, but I like podcasts a lot. Any podcasts you suggest are applicable? Yeah, I mean,
I don't know.
I like podcasts, Owen. I think for me, and maybe this will be something of value to you, podcasts, sometimes they make episodes to make episodes. And so the value to minutes ratio is not always the best. I just like audiobooks for that reason. And so there's a lot of audiobooks I like, and I use audiobooks kind of like medicine, I guess. So if I have a specific problem, I try to find a book that solves that. So like one thing we're working on across all of our businesses and to help teach for the people we coach is onboarding and what onboarding should look like. So I'm reading this like kind of boring book now called Onboarding Matters. I'm not suggesting you read that. Yeah, it's not really boring. It is kind of boring. What's that?
I got excited.
It's mundane.
No, not even that, dude. Well, it depends on.
He got all stoked up because he got a bunch of
he recommended me like 2 days ago, and he said it was boring. So I was like, oh, okay, like I'll read it one day. And then this morning, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do it. And I was like, this is exciting. And so I started hitting him with some ideas, and I was like, you lied to me.
Let's get you going.
Yeah.
That's me. I mean, it gets everybody going. So, and I would just say that. I mean, it depends on what you're looking to do. I can just give you some recommendations of books that I like that I recommend a lot. Let me just pull up my books, and then we'll move on to Victor's question. I think was a great question. Let's see. All right. This is no, I'm gonna pick I'm gonna find 3 that I think would be great at the start. Okay, so if you're trying to scale your business, Buy Back Your Time by Dan Martell. So if you're ready to have a team where you're making, let me rephrase, if you're making more than 10K a month, Buy Back Your Time. If you're making less than 10K a month, let me find some good ones. Oof, there's like so many. I'm trying to like recommend specific ones and not just like list off a bunch of ones. I think Atomic Habits is almost like a cliche book, but it's good for getting started with something new. So if you're just starting, probably Atomic Habits, if you haven't read it, is a good one. Let me find one more. I think if you need like motivation and a kick, the 10X rule is a good one. I think that's probably a sufficient get started list.
I like the Go Giver. I always got to plug.
Oh, the Go Giver. Yeah, that's
ultimately at the end of the day what like fuels me is that book.
Yeah. No, it's such a good book.
That's I don't know.
Chelsea is a Go Giver.
That one's like if you like want to create some energy in your business that maybe not that could be improved as far as like how people feel when they encounter our business and the good that our business does, and focusing on that, the rest will come. That's The Go-Giver. And it's a really good book because it's not like a instructional book. It's more of a stories happening and you're learning fruit throughout the story versus it being like, to do this, this, and this. So yeah, Go-Giver. It's a red cover though. Guys, sounds like I'm an affiliate for them. I have an affiliate link for, I'm just kidding. But no, it's a red cover. There's like 6 different Go-Giver books. So you don't read like 6 different ones. It's a red cover. The Go-Giver. Yes. That's,
would you say that Chelsea,
that book. I would have never known of that book if it weren't for you. Like, and so
yeah, I love that book. Someone recommended it to me. Would you say Chelsea is basically the Go-Giver in
Exactly.
human form? Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
The book was actually written about her. What I think
Could have been.
Yeah.
Some say she wrote it, but who knows? Victor said, what's the process of the Instagram method? Like, how long do I engage on the account before sending a message? I'm just following, then sending a message. Yeah, I mean, typically it's like you want to engage, at least you follow and then you engage and then you give it a day and then you send a message is typically the process, is what we'd recommend, Victor. We have like the reason I'm not just saying this to like gatekeep it, but we have like a CRM kind of thing for coaching people that basically makes it a checklist so you can remember who you need to message and that kind of stuff. But if you just do it manually, like with the spreadsheet, you want to engage and then, you know, DM like a day later, you give them some time to follow you back kind of stuff. Oh, that's a good one. Oh yeah. I don't know. I didn't think of that. If you're looking for like a real estate, you're looking for a real estate media specific podcast, Todd and Nick host the Spiro podcast. Todd's, he coaches as a guest coach in our community. He owns Spiro, which is a software for real estate photographers that we highly recommend and love. And he built an incredible real estate media business. He's been in some of our content. They do like 300,000 plus a month. So he has a podcast and yeah, he's just overall like I think something I'm very careful about personally is the type of people that I like vouch for basically and like am involved in with business at all. It's very important to me. Like you can mess up your reputation once, you only get one shot. And so Todd's one of those people that I just absolutely have loved everything we've, you know, gotten to do together. He's a great guy, like super strong and solid ethics. And I think that's really important. Just like a solid dude. So Spiro podcast, big shout out to them. I think Todd's full of wisdom and he's been doing this since I was 8 years old. He's been in real estate media. So not to age him, but go watch the Spiro podcast. Let's see. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland book is what I need. Yeah, the 10X rule is like a great book for just basically having someone just repeatedly kick you in the butt to get moving. And it does taking like a lot of the concept in that book is like take massive action, and that is what it takes. So that's really good. Follow up on the rental. Agent said it's a rental with 2 units, 2 different listings, 2 videos. No, you don't necessarily, you charge less if anything for rentals just because the agent typically makes less. But yeah, I would just charge, like, are they wanting to squeeze it all in one? I would probably charge a little less because it's 2 side by side. So maybe the first one for regular price and the other one for like 60, 70% of the price is what I would typically do. But yeah, rentals are typically less or equal to, you would definitely wouldn't charge more. Let's see. Wes, what's up? Welcome in. What else we got here? Yes, you can. Good question. Definitely get your drone license. You know, the trouble can look different depending on what you do, but it's not worth it because the license is really not that hard to get. It's like less than $200, which I know is money, but like play it safe. You're trying to build a long-term business, you know? And then
like on the calls with me sometimes and go, I ask, drone part 107. They're like, yeah, I got a drone, fly it. No 107. I'm like, no. They're like, yeah, I've been flying for years without one. I'm like, always get like, I don't know, like, I don't know. It's like, makes me nervous. The fines are like what, 80 to 100K sometimes or something crazy.
Yeah, I think it's like per instance. I mean, sure they can. Yeah. They probably like won't.
If you fly it into like a F-16, in the military,
yeah. You're gonna pay them. That's the thing. It's just like Victor, don't say that online.
Dude, delete your message.
They're watching. Punch you through the screen, my dude. Get your license. It's just good too, because you like a lot of the stuff from the license, I will admit, doesn't really apply, but like you do want to be mindful. Like, there are helicopters flying low level, doing medical transports and tours. Like, you don't want to kill somebody, and it's very low likelihood that you would, but It's just not like, okay, it's so easy to control. It's like a lot of things in business. You have to do a risk, cost benefit analysis. You don't need to do like a whole thing, but like, dude, it's so easy to get the license. Just get it done. All right. Let's see. Moving to a new state in 6 months before I start this. What can I do in the meantime to get ready for starting the business? Yeah, good question, William. So a couple things. One, learn how to do everything, set up your system. So Spiro, photos, videos, 3D tours, drone, like you got to learn all this stuff. So learn it, practice, get ready. You have time, so you don't necessarily have to hurry, but you can learn that in like a week or two.
Set up your packages, pricing, like I was saying. Start your Instagram. You don't have to do like the whole DM method, but you can at least have the profile set up and start following agents. Don't message them or anything like that. But honestly, all the stuff that you're gonna need in order to set it up, set up the LLC, like all the stuff. And as soon as you get in there, like I would say 2 weeks prior to that, start DMing agents and get ready to do some work.
Also, if you want to, depends on where you're at financially and how much you can push it, but you can start DMing from a different place. And if you get shoots, you could stack them all in one day and go there for a day or two. Like depending on how far it is, Southwest has pretty cheap flights. So you could theoretically make it happen. Yeah, I would say it depends on what you're able and wanting to do now. I think generally you never want to wait to do something because there's many different ways that you can sort stuff out in the meantime. For example, you could even contract somebody to do those shoots for you when you're not there. You could schedule them all in a certain amount of time and we can still help you prep that. And so independent of like, I don't want this to think, oh, Eli's just saying now because like he wants you in coaching, he wants the money now. Like, sure, yes, but also there's never a good time to wait to start a business generally. And so like you always want to start coaching or not today. Like today's the starting day, right? Maybe that means you're getting ready for joining in coaching. Maybe you're making a plan. Maybe you're talking to the team. Maybe you're starting to do shoots. Maybe you're learning YouTube videos. Like today you started, William. As far as rep goes, I would suggest if you haven't talked to the team yet, game plan with them. Someone said it earlier, but it's important to me to have a team that isn't just trying to sell you at all costs and is pushy. That's not the kind of business I want to build. And so our job is to help you make a plan, whether that involves coaching now or not. So I would just talk with them. Our team's great. Like every single person is on our team for a reason. They're awesome people. And on the front end side of things, great team that you'll get to talk to. So
yeah, if anyone in here has spoken to anyone on our team, shout them out because they love seeing it. And then we all gloat about it. Like, I got a shout out. So yeah, y'all let it, in the comments, if you've spoken to anyone on our team here about what we do. And
yeah, the front end team, it's our coaching team that gets a lot of love, but the front end team, is a big part of the process. And so it's always cool. And I think, people remember that conversation anyway. How do you go about finding someone to outsource your photo editing? Pixel Mob is a resource, basically a marketplace for photo editors. I'll type it because it's spelled tech startup-y. Pixel Mob, I put it in here. Sharon, Brad is cool. Brad is a cool dude.
Brad is cool. I can't wait to screenshot that to him. He's gonna love that. Brad is cool. Sharon, that's perfect. Oh my gosh.
This is awesome.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Sharon. I appreciate it. I was hoping you'd say
this is cool. I had my first broker meeting.
I just had my first broker meeting. Loved it. Rep was clutch in preparation for it, and so was Todd. Much love and respect. Nice. Also, good to see you, first of all. But how did it go? You said you loved it. I imagine that went well? Question mark. Let us know how it went.
Or they loved it. That's right.
They loved it. Yeah.
All right. Everybody loved it.
Let's see. Thoughts on this breakdown? I think a breakdown is incoming. There's no breakdown yet.
It's right here. It was there.
Oh, it was in reverse. 156.25 HDR image. Next day turn up 60 minutes. Oh, okay. I was like, is this pricing? I understand. This is like back end. 1875 payroll. 65. Oh, editing. Okay, my bad. I'm literally struggling to read English right now. Editing was $20. Yeah, that's about right. 1875 is probably like 70 cents an image. Payroll was 65. That may be like a little high, but like that's a small package. So I would imagine that payroll wouldn't go up that much if you had a longer, bigger shoot. So like overall, that's decent. But like 25 is just basically the cheapest package you're going to sell. So like that's 150. So if it's a $300 order, your profit would have probably been like 210. So yeah, I think that makes sense. Isaac and Andrew are great to talk with. Great guys. Agreed. Lisa and Nicole. Rock, they do indeed. Isaac's a guy I've known forever. Great guy. Not that Andrew isn't as well. I've known Andrew just, I don't know, how long's he been with us? Andrew's awesome, but Isaac I know since before. Isaac I met when I was first starting Norman and Young around that time, funny enough. And maybe before. I mean, it's been like long time. So
12 years, 11 years?
At least. He was on my brother's basketball team, and he was like super good. Like it was like when Isaac got the ball, the team was going to score, and that was awesome. So anyway, continuing on, what questions were we going? Thank you for that. Robin is amazing. We're grateful to have her on the team. She's good. I like the last part. I woke up this morning, my feet hit the floor. I'm winning. That's true. It's even better if you take a step too, you know, what you're doing. All right. Cameron, we're not going to make you do it. There's not really a huge advantage either way. There's just some little things like that would probably be the least thing that would make sense to switch right away. I think there's probably a lot of other changes. Like my job is to get you quick wins, and our coaching team's job is to get you quick wins. Rod just had the biggest smile and then just dipped off the camera. That was funny.
I just realized how dark it looks in my eye. I look like a vampire dungeon over here. I had to turn on the old light because I was like, it's getting bad looking over here.
Ooh, this is just great advice in general with anything, right? But with starting a business especially, it's just like, I mean, yeah, your first months can be great. Your first year can be great, but like nothing in compared to 5 years in. I mean, the fastest way to get to 5 years in is to start right now.
It's everyone's regret too. What are your regrets? Not starting sooner. I wish I started sooner. Everything.
Yeah. What does Rod keep looking at is a great question. He looks at something. I think he like takes notes. I don't know.
Oh, like the whole time at the questions usually.
Oh, you have the separate screen. I see.
Well, I have questions here, and then I have.
He has like 3 computers.
I have questions to look out for over here. And then
Rod, do you have like 3
basketball over here playing? I'm just kidding. What, Kitty?
I was like, do you have 3 computers? Because like we'll be at a meeting and we'll be like, oh, let me bring this one in, and it'll like something else.
Let me bring this other computer in here. Hold on. Yeah, no, just 2 monitors and my phone. But
anyway,
some people have like 4 screens. They'll show me. I'm like, that's fancy. I'm jealous.
That's Jared on our team.
Jared,
he is collecting monitors.
Well, thanks everyone for a great Q&A. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, biggest lesson. First of all, if you missed Chelsea at the start, go back and watch that. I think she had, a lot of good things to say and things that helped her grow the business. So I'm appreciative again for her jumping on, being part of our community and building her business. And yeah, I mean, biggest thing, whether now is the right time to talk about coaching or, whatever it looks like for you, the most important thing if you're trying to build this business is just to take steps. You don't want to be waiting for something. And that doesn't mean you have to do like a big thing, but like just taking any action is what grows the business. It's like if you need to move a mountain, you move one stone at a time, right? And so, some people sit there and think about how to move the mountain forever. Others just start shoveling. And so my advice to you would be to shovel. We'd obviously love to work with you in coaching, and I think, the reason I built REPP and coaching this business is because it solved the problem that old Eli used to have when I started my business, which is I had no idea what I was doing and I made all these mistakes. I went the wrong direction. And so, we'd love to work with you, and you can grab a call with the team below and just chat about your goals, the business, everything like that. But regardless of what you do, take action towards it, because that's where everything is going to come from. You're never going to accidentally think your way into the business. There's times you have to think, but yeah, I mean, putting in the work is where the results come from. So any parting thoughts, Mr. Kenny or Mr. Rod?
You said it all.
That's perfect.
The Warren Buffett. I have nothing else to add.
I have nothing else to add.
Yeah. But no, I just want to, again, commend anyone, no matter where you're at in the business. Just being here in the first place is part of that action that Eli's talking about. So if you're hearing this now, you're taking the action, you're indulging, you're learning. You obviously regard your business in that way. And I said it like a month ago or so, but how cool is this industry? Like, I've been around this industry for a bit now and seen what it's done for people, what it's provided for people. It's incredible, so y'all, in this height of building the business, taking it to new levels, take pictures along the way. I know it sounds silly, but I have no pictures of myself in the beginning days of the business. And sometimes when I really think about it, I'm like, I have to really think, and it's like getting blurry. So like document, and these tough times that we're feeling in the business, it will sound crazy, but you'll kind of miss them.
They become the good old days.
They become the good old days. And look what I went through to achieve what I got. It's life asking you if you're ready for whatever you want. So have fun with the business. Enjoy the business each day. Write down what we're grateful for in the business, what we're positive about in the business. Kind of a little bit of takeaway from Chelsea earlier. And we appreciate going live, and these are really fun, and I look forward to every Thursday. So everyone listening, we really appreciate y'all, and really excited to see what this year holds for all of us too. So yeah, golly, I'll just keep rambling. I don't know.
Good. I like that. Rod motivated me.
Hey, there we go. But yeah, no, seriously, y'all. Yeah, anyone listening is
just cutting him off.
Storming. Wow, it would have been great if the music was still going, but no. Yeah.
I tried to do it, but I think it cut you off, Rod. You were going to sound so much better with inspirational music.
I was going to sound very profound for a second there. So yeah.
Get to work, everybody. See you later. Appreciate y'all. Bye-bye.